in studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-1 to Seager. The pitch, he swings and hits one high in the air to deep left center field. Adams back at the track. The wall leaps up. That ball is caught! Or did he catch it? No, it's a home run! He thought he had it, but it squirted out of his glove, and Corey Seager with a 2-run home run, and the Rangers take a 3-0 lead.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt and Choppy's Chair, the rest of the week. Thanks for waking up with us here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And what?
I don't think I'm comfortable hearing Jared say it squirted out of his glove. I just don't like the way he says it.
You just don't like the word squirt?
I mean, squirt, like, obviously can have a weird connotation.
Awesome,
but
underrated.
It squirted out of his glove.
Awesome, underrated soft drink.
It's the way he says it. I don't know. Squirted out. I don't like. It's just like how when Reggie says creamy, when he says that word, it makes me uncomfortable. It's like that word should not pass from your lips, and squirted, I don't think should pass from Sandler's lips.
Well, like, creamy is never. Well, I guess it's used for, like, ice cream.
Yeah. Well, he was talking about Chicago Bears
cream
uniforms
pies,
when he said it. Oatmeal cream pies from Little Debbie's. Yeah, really? That's right, Peyton.
Anyway, third grade class is open for session here with the Wednesday edition. Jared Sandler is on the MVP campaign trail for Corey Seager. I mean, he's relentless. The tweets, the comparisons to Shohei, and last night, Sandler was able to make even more of a case. Corey Seager hits 2 home runs, has another RBI single, 5 runs batted in, third quality start for Jordan Montgomery as a Texas Ranger, and we're 1 game away from another sweep tonight right here.
I don't feel pressure
on the Fan.
Yeah, could have been a consecutive sweep if you just would have finished business against the Giants, but we won't worry about that. It happens. It happens. I absolutely understand, but I gotta say I'm on board with the Corey Seager MVP discussion. I mean, he is at this point. You got to remember, WAR is a cumulative stat, so it's something that you can't. It doesn't take into account like per game average or anything else like that. Corey Seager's WAR is 5.3. You know who has the top WAR in the American League right now? Wander Franco at 5.5, which who knows when the hell he'll be on the field again. And then behind Wander Franco, it's Marcus Semien, Shohei Ohtani, and Seager. But Seager is right there, having played about 50 games less than the guys ahead of him.
Now, do they take into account Shohei's pitching for WAR?
There's pitching WAR and batting WAR. They're 2 separate ones.
Well, that's the problem. You can line Shohei up to Seager however you want at the plate, but then you got to factor in 10-5 with a 3.17 ERA for Ohtani on the mound.
But I don't need to factor it in when he looks as silly against Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery. And, boy, as soon as they went all in, they went, let's go all in on Shohei Ohtani and lose 15 games in a row. Yeah. That doesn't sound like that's not my MVP, Sean.
Here are the comparisons from Jared. Batting average, on base, slugging, and OPS, they all go to Corey Seager. I'll just give you the slash line across the 4 categories. Seager, 350, Ohtani, 302. Seager, 410, Ohtani, 405. Seager, 666, Ohtani, 657. And then you look at the OPS, and Corey Seager has him beat there as well.
Yeah. And so, I mean, he's played 50 fewer games. So the argument for the slash line could be, okay, well, is it sustainable totally over 120 games? You got to look at like Ohtani's sustained this type of slash line 50 games longer. But that's why I think the WAR is important. I mean, the guy's got Seager's up to 33 doubles or something like that. He's almost at an RBI a game. He has been absolutely fantastic. It's frustrating that he's been out of the lineup as many times as he has, because it does feel like he'd be on a historic type of pace if he had been in for the whole year. But when he's been out, the time that he's been out, Semien steps up and plays out of his mind. Ezekiel Duran steps up, plays out of his mind, kind of fills in those gaps, and then as soon as he returns, he kind of just fits back in there and has been incredible this entire season. Worth every penny this year.
And that's what I wanted to get to. Just going back to, was it going to be worth it when they signed him to be the new face of the franchise? And this guy is just a flat out professional hitter. I was worried because I am I'm the doomsday. I'm the grim reaper of baseball mega contracts. I always call out, Anthony Rendon and some other guys who get paid. And I'm like, really? Is that individual going to be worth it? And I was worried that this was an overpay and we were trying to make Corey Seager something that he wasn't. And last year you had rumors he did his own thing and he was kind of away from the team. And even last night in the post-game interview, you can tell this guy wants no part of talking. He wants to show zero personality whatsoever. Doesn't really matter when things are going well. Last year, you heard some leadership questions. You're going to have the injury bug that's out there, but he's worth what they gave him.
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned that part about how he wants nothing to do with it, because it is a different vibe. I can't quite put my finger on it. You know how Dirk was always, we talked about this with Dirk's Hall of Fame speech, that Dirk was kind of, kept to himself and he was more of a quiet leader and stuff like that. But it's a different type of quiet from Corey Seager. It's almost like put off by...
Don't talk to me.
Yeah.
And don't interview me.
And so it doesn't come off as, and I don't mean this in any sort of bad way, it doesn't come off as like humility. It doesn't come off as like a quiet humility. It comes off more like he doesn't want to do anything. You know what it comes off as? It comes off as the same sort of quietness that maybe Kyler Murray does, but he steps out there and he performs at a level that you go, okay, fine, do whatever you do. Whatever your process is, keep going.
Look at the acquisitions. Seager, Simeon, Scherzer. We won't talk about DeGrom right now. And now Jordan Montgomery. 6 innings, 1 earned. Right after, I talked about this last week, setting the bar and passing the baton to the pitcher behind you for him to go out and match you or top you the very next start. You have Scherzer with a season high in strikeouts. Same thing happened for Jordan Montgomery last night. Season high, 9 strikeouts for the Rangers' new acquisition.
Yeah, I mean, we're on a fantastic run here of pitching because John Gray was absolutely dominant on Friday. You got the Sunday performance from Dane Dunning, then Scherzer, and then Montgomery doing what he's doing. They are just on a roll right now, and it's one of those things where, man, if you could just get Evaldi back, and he's back where he was earlier in the season, this rest does him some good. His arm isn't fatigued anymore. If you can get that, then this team feels like it's going to be in a really strong position with its pitching, and it does make you kind of sit there and go, what if DeGrom just would have been healthy? I mean, if DeGrom's healthy, they may not make the move for Scherzer or anything else, so I realize you're filling in gaps, but it does make you feel a little bit like this could be a top-tier rotation if Scherzer, Montgomery are pitching like they can, Evaldi, and then if you were able to throw in a DeGrom, which, I mean, if he's able to bounce back next year, that's an encouraging thing for the second half of next year.
It does kind of think, it seems like the starting pitcher has seemed a sense of like pressure on them. Ever since the trade deadline, ever since CY got Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery and Chris Stratton, Heaney's been good. Dane Dunning's been on fire. He's been on fire a lot, but he 12 strikeouts in San Francisco, and then John Gray's come back to life. It seems like guys in the back of the rotation have seemed like, okay, they're going to make moves. I don't want to lose my spot. Martin didn't fill that role. He got bumped to the bullpen.
Yeah.
Now it's like a sense of, hey, we got to step up or we're going to be next.
Well, here's the stat that speaks to that. They have 148 strikeouts as a team from pitchers in 14 games to start August. It's the most strikeouts Rangers pitchers have ever recorded in a 14-game stretch in a single season. So
damn,
the Ks are through the roof. I believe that was from Evan Grant.
And look, to Peyton's point, I don't even know if it would be since like the trade deadline as the marker of like what elevated them. What I look at it as is it's Evaldi going to the IL. When Evaldi went down, Dunning immediately stepped up his game. Scherzer and Montgomery obviously came in. Gray's pitched better lately.
But to do that without Evaldi and DeGrom.
And that's been the MO all season, though, is to step up. Like, honestly, if you want to say who's the MVP is just the silhouette of next man up. That's the MVP of the Rangers this year because Simeon and Duran have, like we just mentioned a few minutes ago, stepped up in a big way. Simeon plays out of his mind when Seager's been out of the lineup. That's when he's played his best ball this year. You've got the Mitch Garver factor stepping up with a 1,000 OPS for those 15 games that Jonah Heim missed. Dunning stepping into the rotation and pitching well when DeGrom went down, and then leveling it back up when Evaldi went to the IL. That's been a consistent theme for them, where if those things don't happen in those 3 different points during the season, this team is not in first place.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Zach Martin finally speaks. We'll bring you the audio from the future Hall of Famer at 6 o'clock, showing up at Cowboys camp. We have the Hard Knocks features from last night. We have another Rangers ticket giveaway, 7 o'clock with headlines. We'll see if Bobby loses his mind during Cowboys Media Watchdog during the Expressway. CJ Nikowski is going to join us, Nick Eatman, and Brett Boone to talk more baseball in the final hour of the show. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and Roberto, just getting started on The Fan.
Former
in Frisco that had me out for a tequila tasting last night.
Does tequila make your clothes fall off?
Not on a week night, but on a Friday happy hour, yes. my Lord, with the wife. But this was Blaine. This is my guy Samir, and they had this big fancy tequila tasting, and I was like, yo, man, I cannot go and drink tequila in Frisco after getting the babysitter and everything. This was at Cheeto Taco Lounge. I've seen some cowboy cheerleaders hang out there. This place was blowing up right next to Trajan Wealth, which is fantastic. I'd run across my guys at Trajan, and Blaine, the owner of the place, he goes, no, with this tequila, you will not be hungover. You will not be hungover. Bobby walks in. He's like, you look tired. I am tired, but I am not hungover. He was right. With about 6 or 7 different samples out there with the world-class food. So I had a very late night, got back home, finished up the Rangers, and watched Hard Knocks for no reason on top of it.
Peyton, do you ever do you feel like I do, and sometimes just like hear Sean start into these stories and then you're just like, oh man, I hope I never get like that I feel like I can't go out and drink on a Tuesday night in Frisco or
all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
hope I never get there.
I don't understand.
I feel like it now, and I'm 26.
You feel like you never.
I'm just kidding. Friday and Saturday night, I fell asleep before I could pour cocktails.
Yeah, but that's where I'm envious and I'm curious as to how RJ does it. RJ sends his prep email as early as possible so he can go out during the week. And I just don't know. I don't know how he does it from an energy standpoint. And you go out a decent amount during the week.
Usually one night a week I can do it and it not affect me. Now, if I go 2 nights a week, it doesn't even have to be back-to-back. It could be Monday and Thursday. That Friday is going to be really rough on the second one. So I can't do that. Yeah, back in the day, 22 years old, I used to be able to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like all the way through. The whole week I could go 2 hours sleep, didn't matter. Now I've got to bank it up a little bit. I did happen to fall asleep in the second half watching Hard Knocks. I was old man last night doing that. And so it is something where it's catching up to me a little bit, and it makes me concerned. It makes me feel like I won't be able to, because when I see your trajectory, it makes me feel like I'm going to reach that point soon.
Look how you are now, and imagine, how old are you?
I'm 34.
Yeah, imagine yourself in 6 or 7 years, because you had to take off nights in Oxnard. You had to take many a breather in Oxnard while staying in.
But what's the better play?
And I support it. It's RJ that puts the peer pressure on us.
What's the better play,
RJ makes us feel like losers for wanting to, like, I said, Choppy, you're allowed to get food delivery to your room for a dinner. And he makes you feel like a loser for not wanting to get dressed, go out, stay out till 8:30 and eat dinner with everybody. Choppy gets to have that solo time during the course of the week while back here.
Yeah.
For us, we get to escape the kids while out at camp.
Yeah, and see, to me, I view Oxnard as, hey, let's go really hard a couple nights and then have some rest and recovery days. Instead, if I went out every night, I just have to kind of be moderation all those nights. Who wants to live in the moderation zone, Sean? Not me.
Yeah, but you bailed on a Saturday as well. See, my philosophy
is... Did I bail on a Saturday while we were out there?
Fight night, you totally disappeared.
Oh, that's true. Out. But y'all were in the hotel lobby.
We went to the beach. Me and Eric. You made me and Eric go to the beach by ourselves.
That is true.
That was lame.
You know what's something you can do really late at night and still
it wasn't lame with you, Eric. It was lame on Bobby.
You can still feel upbeat as if you go to the casino at night. You're wide awake. You can have as many drinks as you want. You feel young again when you're at the casino.
Yeah, you know that's the whole philosophy, right? Is the bright lights, the ringing bells makes it sound like
windows in the entire casino.
The carpets are really bright and colorful, and they don't have clocks in the casinos because they don't want you to recognize the passage of time.
All right. It happened again. It's one of the most magical stories in all of sports. I don't care that it's Major League Soccer. He brought $3 million of revenue to Frisco when he came here to eliminate FC Dallas, and he did it last night to Filthy.
Kristoff into the feet of Martinez, has time to turn into Messi, advantage play. Messi driving forward, Messi from distance! What can he not do?
Oh, he changed his call finally. Thank God.
What was the call?
The call every single time he's scored one so far has been Messi! Every time. He finally changed it up a little bit.
Apple TV with the call. Messi scores in his 6th straight game. Miami's in the final. This was not supposed to happen. 6 games, 9 goals, finals appearance. Miami takes out Filthy 4-1 in the semifinals. Incredible, amazing. Please win the championship. Please finish this thing out with the title. Man drops in here, plays 7 games, maybe wins a championship, and takes over the entire country.
Man, Miami's got a history of that, don't they? Of just showing up in finals and appearances that they don't belong. You had the Heat, who were the 8th seed this past year, and it feels like every time the Marlins have won, people are like, why are the Marlins all of a sudden good?
Yeah.
So that's just the Miami way, I guess. Don't you feel like, and I don't know this, obviously, in terms of following soccer, so I don't know how it's been received or whatever else, but I would think these other teams have to be a little, like, annoyed by this, right? Like, the dude dropped in for the final 7 games to do this. Like, can't we just have him show up for the beginning of next year, and then we can do whatever we're going to do, and it's a level playing field? But it's got to be a little irritating that he just came in, and the dude absolutely is on rookie mode. It's like playing 2K on rookie and just putting up buckets. Like, he's it's so easy. It's laughable.
And the goal he scored last night, I was like, how did that one go in? Like, the goaltender couldn't stop that. He's 36 years old. I don't care what type of competition he's playing against. He's still 36 years old and doing it.
Did you see some of the classic Philly media cover this game last night?
Oh.
They were tweeting about
Angelo Chittati there was the CEO of our company there, slurping while insulting us here in the Metroplex.
Mr. Field was not there.
Mr. Field. David Field? Yeah, David Field.
David Field, yeah. Well, I call him Mr. because he's higher ranked. But yeah, no, Philly
You
media
don't
was
call him
like,
Mr.
Yeah, you don't call me mister.
there's a reason for that. So Philly media was like, kind of like, okay, at the beginning, applaud, kind of all Messi, but then treat him like crap afterwards. Be classic Philly, boo him, hate on him the entire rest of the match. And I don't think they did that, but that's what Philly media kind of took.
Yeah, I was hoping this game was in Philadelphia to see like how ugly they would have tried to make it. Are the Philly soccer fans as bad as the Eagles and Phillies and 76er fans?
I don't think so.
Probably not, but this game was in Miami, and he does it again.
I did see the Philadelphia. What do we call them in soccer? Are they managers or head coaches? Or
managers, yeah.
I think it's managers. Yeah, I saw the Philadelphia manager was like, guys, please don't sell your tickets to Messi fans. Like, please, like, actually just be Philadelphia fans and just come to watch the game and cheer us on. We don't need a road game atmosphere, essentially. But I'm sure, like every other city, they probably sold out because everybody just wants to see Messi. The only pull, the only intrigue that is selling all this stuff out is people want to see Messi.
And $3 million of economic impact to Frisco. Just coming in here for the day.
Yeah, that's impressive. And
they
I
went
mean,
to some barbecue place, too. David Beckham was posing in front of some local barbecue place I had not heard of.
do you remember what it was called?
I'll look it up.
So, because I mean, there's a couple different spots out there in Frisco. I'm interested to see if he made the right decision. But no, I mean, the Messi mania thing, it's everything that they had told us or they wanted us to believe.
Blues, BLU.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. It's everything that they wanted us to believe Beckham was going to be when Beckham came over. Now, that was, at least from talking to soccer fans I know about that in the past, is that Beckham was definitely somewhat washed by the time he got here, and that Beckham, a lot of people always felt like was overrated for the conversation that was around him. Messi's different. Like, Messi's obviously a much better player and much higher standing in terms of the rankings of the greatest of all time. And so, but he's been everything that the chatter and the buzz about David Beckham like 20 years ago or however long ago it was.
Beckham went to Blues, let's see, Preston Road, and he walks up to the counter, according to WFAA, and he goes, "Tell me your favorite." And the person says, "You're my favorite."
You're fired.
And they quickly got him some freshly sliced brisket. So Blues Barbecue getting the David Beckham drive-by after the game. All right, we have a Rangers ticket giveaway, 7 a.m. We moved it, not during the expressway. It's headlines at 7 a.m. The Tolos have spoken with our Sean and RJ listener poll, and we are going to go ahead and execute one of those changes during the expressway, and it has to do with PayPay. The people want more PayPay. CJ Nikowski, Nick Eatman, Brett Boone to talk about your Rangers, but let's hear from Zach Martin why he was missing, how he ultimately came back, and why Micah Parsons was missing from the end of practice with a little leg injury scare. Inside the Star on your home of America's team with Sean and Bobby next.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Shout out and good morning to the 6 a.m. Club, our number one listening portion of the show. Y'all are back. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider here with Inside the Star on DFW Sports Station. And Zach Martin was back at Cowboys practice yesterday, speaking with the media, and the big man was asked, was it difficult? Was it a tough decision in order to stay away and pull off this holdout?
Yeah, no, it was definitely difficult. I mean, shoot, if you would ask me a few years ago if I'd ever be a holdout guy, I would probably say no. But that's what it had to. I felt had to come down to reach some of my goals that I was looking for, and luckily it worked out there.
Zach on the fan cam as well. Nice job, Ryan, syncing up the video. Did he ever feel like an extension just would not happen at all with Jerry Jones and some of the comments he was making publicly?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely had my days during this thing, especially, I had all my film and all that kind of stuff. So, I was watching practice every day and definitely had those moments, but, kept the faith and had a good feeling that eventually we'd get to an agreement, and luckily it came when it did. And I'm happy to be out here, man. It's great to see everybody and be back with the guys.
So Zach said he didn't want to become the highest paid Bobby. He just wanted a deal that was fair. Quote, that was weighing heavily on me, and I had to do what I had to do. He also said meeting, like the order of the Cowboys preseason factored in here, that he was able to meet with Jerry when they came back for game number 1 against Jacksonville. He said that was a big catalyst in having this conversation that kind of pushed things over the edge.
How many times have we heard that?
Yeah.
That it's Jerry,
I got to meet with him face to face.
Jerry got in a room with them, or Jerry got on the phone with them, and it got saved. And it pushed it over the finish line. That's why Jerry is the negotiator that he is because this is several times now. I feel like this was Zeke. This definitely was DeMarcus Lawrence. Des Bryant was one that they helped push over the finish line this way. When Jerry gets in there and sits down and, puts on the magic and puts on the charm and starts becoming the businessman that he is, you usually see things come together pretty quickly. Now, I will say it's interesting that both sides, I think, have essentially acknowledged posturing. Because I think Zach Martin was talking about wanting to be the highest paid in negotiations. I think the Cowboys were obviously talking about, you've signed a contract, we're not doing anything. And it's with the idea of we got to hold this negotiating position so that we find the middle. And so Zach Martin probably wanted 17 to 18 the whole time. The Cowboys probably were capped and only wanting to pay 17 to 18 the whole time. And so they meet in the middle by holding their polar opposite ends. But both sides basically acknowledging at this point that they were negotiating from a position that they weren't even really targeting for.
Zach, on what it was like negotiating with Jerry and Steven.
I never took anything personal during this whole thing. I mean, I think you got to realize when you make a decision like that to hold out, you're stepping into their arena and kind of got to play by their rules. So, but it was a great experience for me, learning experience to sit across from a guy like that with obviously all of the business savvy that he has. And but yeah, I can't say enough about him and the rest of the Jones family. Although there were some tough times, there's no hard feelings. We were able to come to an agreement, and I was just looking forward to getting out here.
I was worried about that, things being taken personally, because if this was in the NBA, Zach Martin would have a football camp in front of kids and say, Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones are liars, and I'm never going to play for them ever again. But kind of Teflon bouncing off, and finally Mike McCarthy said the coaching room erupted when they found out Zach would be coming to camp after getting his contract holdout settled. Quote, there was a lot of high fives and hugs, according to McCarthy. I wondered to myself, I was like, maybe we should ask Mike, how often does he go to Jerry and Steven and be like, what's the update? What's the update with Zach? Or is that kind of like off limits as conversation? Like, hey, we'll handle that. You handle practice, and we'll tell you when it's done. Or how often does Mike check in and be like, where are we at with the big man? How close are we?
I think it's just like anything. And my father taught me a long time ago, that you never mess with a man's money. You never ask about another man's money. And that's his public line. His public line is you never ask about another man's money. And so he wasn't going to, because every time he got asked anything about Zach Martin, that was the thing. You worry about your money and they worry about theirs.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, but you know what? Zach Martin kind of is your money. Like the fact he is going to be very dependent in all likelihood in you having success and keeping your job. So it matters to your money. And within that context, you should have a comment.
No, but I'm just forget about publicly. I'm
just saying.
I don't care what you're saying. I know you're going to attack Mike at the press conference. Behind the scenes, what's the reality for real? Like, do coaches check in with front offices to be like, what's going on with this? Are we close or not? Not what he says publicly.
I don't think Mike presses like that necessarily. I don't know that he's, every day I need a status update. I'm sure it's more, everything I know about Mike and Jerry's relationship is that it would be a more casual, they're standing next to each other at practice and like, hey, so you talked to Zach lately? How's Zach?
Yeah.
Are you guys, you think we're getting any closer? It's more like that. I think he just kind of casually checks in as they're having conversation.
Micah Parsons missed the final 11 plays of first-team red zone work and was limping after practice. Todd Archer says his lower leg had a wrap, and he said he would get it checked out, but added, quote, I'm not worried about it.
No one's dying.
Call him what you want to call him.
Not right now.
You're not going to do it?
I got to see it.
Too early in the year to call him Micah Doncic.
I got to see it. I got to see it first.
I think, for what it's worth, I talked to a few folks yesterday. It sounded like there wasn't a lot of concern here.
Got kicked in the leg, according to Calvin Watkins.
Look, I think that you clearly
probably by Dak Prescott, according to Skip Bayless, which we'll get into later.
Yeah, he's just so jealous he felt the need to kick him. It's you don't ever want to blow off anything because, for instance, I don't think anybody ever would have thought Dak Prescott's calf would have altered things for as long as it did in 21, and so. You don't want to minimize any injury when it's to a star player. You want to probably guard against that. But everything I heard sounded like he should be fine. And I mean, honestly, like I'm sitting here trying to think of if you get kicked, what damage can that possibly do? It's clearly not a soft tissue pull if you get kicked. It's likely not a ligament tear unless somebody's just kicking the hell out of you. It's probably more a bruise or something like that, some pain, and they just wanted to be safe.
Archer also the other day said Nashawn Wright is dealing with a slight high ankle sprain suffered from the Jags game. He was wearing a protective boot afterwards. Malik Jefferson has a foot sprain.
This is not good for Nashawn Wright because, and not that, I mean, he's practiced well, but Nashawn Wright every year so far has been hurt. He gets hurt every year, and every time you think he's making progress, it seems like he sustains a little nagging injury, and it throws him off and prevents him from finding this rhythm. And, that's another guy who's kind of a thinly built, smaller frame guy. And the NFL obviously always has questions about thinly built players and their ability to sustain their health. And so far, Nashawn Wright hasn't been able to do that. So that's not good. I don't know if it's enough to throw him off and have him, on the outside looking in now for the roster spot. But him getting banged up, having nagging injuries is just a continuation of a frustration I think that the Cowboys have had for a few years.
Jalen Tolbert impressing you at practice yesterday?
Yeah. Man, everywhere yesterday I was seeing Kyle Yeoman's name because NFL and all these other, outlets were aggregating his training camp video.
Kyle Yeoman.
What a freaking catch. And we were just talking about it during the break. You think I'm overreacting. You think I'm being slobbery here, like I'm Hard Knocks talking about Aaron Rodgers or something.
Yeah, because I know this is your Jalen Tolbert project. This is your...
But I felt like...
It was a nice catch. Did you watch the catch? Did you see it, Peyton?
I did not see it, but I assume it's really nice.
Yeah, you must not have looked at social media yesterday. It was the only play getting retweeted everywhere. Anyway,
it was a really nice catch. He caught it in the back of the end zone.
He jumped up. Okay, so here's the thing.
His feet coming down looked pretty cool. I'm just saying it's not Dwight Clark.
What was the problem with Jalen Tolbert last year?
He sucked.
Right, but when you looked at Jalen Tolbert last year, we talk about confidence, awareness. The attacking the football was not there. It's all right there. You see him attack the football, go up, snatch it from Eric Scott. You see him with the awareness coming down in bounds, recognizing where the sideline is, making sure his toes were down, and just the confidence to go up there and attack the ball and attack that play. those are all encouraging signs that we've now seen in several practices, and we saw in the last preseason game, that I think collectively, when you put it together, you can say, all right, I feel more optimistic now that the Jalen Tolbert projection is going to be a positive one. It was a question heading into Oxnard. He's showing enough that I think he's starting to answer questions that people would have had about, can he truly bounce back? Again, this is a player that the Cowboys looked at last year and thought highly enough of that they almost took him in the second round. And I'm going to trust that their evaluation wasn't just completely off base.
You're slurping for Jalen Tolbert like Des Bryant is slurping for Ezekiel Elliott joining the Patriots.
I really do believe that Zeke coming back with vengeance. I think he's going to be better than what a lot of people expect. I think he will eventually end up being the starter, for the New England Patriots, and I think that's going to really put them over the hump. That's going to put the Patriots over the hump. That's going to continue to develop Mac Jones. I can, come on, he got a whole offseason. He got better. I've saw Zeke do those drills for 3 years, him going out there to, I don't know if you guys been following his workouts, but that chip on the shoulder grow when people think that, you fell off or whatever the case might be, especially when there was a real reason behind, why he wasn't playing. 2 reasons. You got Tony Pollard. He's doing a phenomenal job. And then it's you injured, but we paid you a whole bunch of money, so you got to get out there. You don't have to worry about all of that stuff. I think he eventually become the starter. We're going to see that Zeke to where he's going to pound, then before you know it, he's gonna break for a long one. And I still think he got that back end juice. We're gonna see some flashes. Watch.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Man, I used to listen to Dez and his football opinions, especially with guys coming out of college. After what he did the other day, naming his top corners in the league, I've dismissed him.
He is a Cowboys homer.
I know he's your Dez Spagnola. Holy crap. Over the hump of what?
He's a bad.
Where's the interviewer? What does that mean? Where are the Patriots going to finish in the AFC East except for last place unless Tua gets injured? Over the hump of what? Stop it, Dez.
Man, when he's talking about, hey, you're going to see it, then I'm excited to see him go from the 2 yards per carry he averaged over the last 3 weeks of the season to maybe 3. Maybe he'll get a whole other yard out of this. That would be really exciting. Have you ever heard coaches, front office, whatever else, talk as glowingly about inefficiency in a player as they have with Ezekiel Elliott? It's why I understand the football character is really high. I understand the tough runs and everything else, but I've never heard inefficiency written off or described as such a positive in any sport, honestly, as I have with Zeke.
Because efficiency is a new school thing that these Troy Aikmans and stuff were late to catch on to. A roll of the eyes when it comes to the analytics and the numbers, because that's a nerd thing. That's why.
But I mean, what was the gold standard even in the Stone Age? It was always 4 yards per carry or whatever else, or 4.5 yards per carry. He was 2 yards per carry at the end of the year. What are we talking about?
By the way, I saw Tony Pollard in a commercial yesterday. So someone giving TP some.
Did he talk?
TV love. He did speak.
Good.
And then Dez. Stop it. Dez was asked for the top 2 corners in the NFL. Did you see this?
I did.
Diggs and Gilmore, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded.
Followed by Surtain, Sauce, and Jalen Ramsey.
Which is funny. Maybe he meant
Trayvon Diggs, not one person. Trayvon's son not naming Pops the number 1 corner in the National Football League, and Dez came out with 1 and 2 on his list.
Michael Gallup said he'd rather go up against Trayvon Diggs as a corner than Stephon. He said that recently at camp. Say
that again?
He said that Stephon Diggs knows routes so well as receiver. He's like, I don't know. He's like, I think Stephon Diggs might be able to lock me up better than Trayvon could because he just knows all the routes.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Rangers win, but is the big win in right field? Do we have a Ranger fan takeover in Arlington? Next on Sean and RJ. But we do have a takeover.
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Leone ready, the pitch, and Corey lands one to center. There's a base hit. One run is home. Here comes Durant to the plate, and he will score. It's a 2-run single for Seager. A 5 RBI game and a 7-1 Rangers lead.
MVP. You like the song?
Oh, I love this song. Somebody told me by the Killers, Peyton. You know who the Killers are?
It's like Blink-182, but different.
Nope, not even close.
It's like the Foo Fighters.
Not even close.
Exactly.
Those are 3 very different bands.
7-3.
Don't bring yourself up.
More of that in 1 hour when Peyton takes over, chopping it up for RJ Choppy out on vacation. I have not seen a luggage update, by the way. I think he kind of got scolded on Facebook a little bit by the Tolos.
He did, and he didn't like it. He was
he had to be wondering what did we say in order to bring that up on Facebook. What happened?
Yeah, so we obviously had mentioned to everybody, hey, we'd like you to, would anybody be interested in just kind of answering a few survey questions for us, which, by the way, very popular answer as to some of the stuff that you guys really enjoy is you do enjoy us quizzing Peyton Russell on his stuff.
Shy Anderson voting.
What he knows. But Tolo Jim, when we asked, hey, is anybody interested in taking a couple questions from us, he replied back and said, I'm not volunteering to find Karen's, RJ's luggage, am I?
Choppy here.
And of course, Choppy replies with that, you'd lose 2 bags going on 48 hours now and not say a word, which is kind of Karen-ish in and of itself to go after the Tolos for making a joke.
All we were asking was, can we complain publicly? Is that a Karen move? I've done it. I own it. We were just asking as a topic, but I don't know if Choppy's aware of that.
Sometimes the world needs Karens. Like there are moments where
I'm the Karen of the building, and all of you guys and everyone else on all the other shows benefit.
You were a Karen on our flight out to Oxnard, and we were like, Karen, we need you right now. We need you to step up and do this. What would we? There's got to be
a lot of thanks it gets me as well.
I mean,
Doghouse of the bosses and nothing from you clowns.
I say I give you your props. I just we got to come up with a name that fits Sean though.
Sharon.
Oh, Sharon.
It's been established.
Or Shauna.
It's there. All right. So the Rangers win. Jordan Montgomery, third quality start, 6 innings, 1 earned, a season high 9 strikeouts, and Corey Seager goes off. 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in. Seager now has 69 RBIs in his last 66 games, and Jared Sandler is slowly trying to make the case that Corey Seager should be the American League MVP. I mean, the Corey Seager campaign is coming hot from Sandler's Twitter account, and he has Shohei beat in batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, OPS. In Josh Hamilton's MVP year, his OPS was 1.044. Do you say 1,000? Like, what do you say for 1.044? How do you read it?
I say 1,004.
1,004. Corey Seager's OPS, 1,007. So that's being put in perspective when Josh won the MVP in 2010.
It's very impressive. Also, I will point out that Josh got hurt and was not great, I don't think, the final month of the season or so. I mean, there was a stretch there from, I believe it was middle of May until the end of July where Josh was hitting 420. One of the best baseball players I've ever seen was Josh Hamilton in 2010. But another point relative to that, one of the things that Choppy always loves and references is OPS plus, which is basically 100 is league average, like standard for that year, that league year. And Josh's OPS plus during his MVP year was 170, and Seager's OPS plus this year is 188, which is just, I mean, that's absurd. That's the kind of performance that absolutely garners MVP consideration no matter how little he's played.
Unfortunately, freaking Kyle Tucker continues to do his thing.
Kyle Tucker.
With the armpit. Kyle Tucker breaks the tie, and the Astros beat the Marlins 6-5. So we're unable to gain even more ground in the West. The lead is still 3.5.
You know, it's we've talked about it, but this is just, I think the baseball gods want this to go down to the wire, because it feels like every time there's an opportunity to gain ground, because the Astros lose, the Rangers lose, or anytime that the Rangers go on some wild winning streak, the Astros go on that same wild winning streak. And so that's been a frustrating aspect for sure, but it's you got to look for the silver lining, I guess, and just say, okay, look, you're gaining ground on, you know, the top of the AL, because the Orioles have stumbled a little bit lately, so you're starting to gain ground on them. That's good. And you're maintaining your lead. You know, you haven't allowed the Astros to chip away. I got to think it's just as frustrating from the Astros perspective that they feel like we've played great ball for the last 3 months and we cannot make any headway. That's something that on the flip, I'm sure they're just as frustrated by it.
877-881-1053 for your Ranger thoughts always on the truckrock.com text line. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. You guys have become the number one seed in terms of the listening audience, and we want to hook you up with Rangers tickets at 7. I wanted to move the Ranger ticket giveaway closer to the 6 a.m. hour because the 6 a.m. club has been bringing it the strongest. Okay, now let's move on to this fan development of what is taking place in right field. This has been going on now for a couple of weeks, and you had this section of fans out in right who are being extra loud, extra boisterous, extra enthusiastic, and the Rangers took note. I think you had the big, long beer bong that happened the other day. On August 5th, Bochy and several players commented on the really rowdy group of fans in right and how much they enjoyed the energy, and they hope that sort of thing kind of continues there in Arlington. Well, yesterday, word started to spread. A group of fans bought up a lot of seats in section 133, and their goal was to go ahead and help create a similar atmosphere. And apparently the ringleader is Jake Dupree, and he talked to Emily Jones on Bally last night.
Love a good party, and so I made my way out to section 133. This is where the party's at. I am with Jake Dupree, the founder of Rangers Nation. Tell me about this movement. What is going on here in section 133?
We're just a bunch of passionate Rangers fans, want to come out, support the best team in Texas, just have a good time.
So you have a page on Instagram. You have 49,000 followers. You put out, what, a message for everyone to come out and get tickets in this section?
Yeah, I just put out a post. We saw the gathering 2 weeks ago, and we were just inspired. We wanted to do something like that, bring the energy to the ballpark, fire up the players.
Okay, and what's impressive to me is you started this community when you were 11 years old, 9 years ago. Tell me the story behind that.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been a big Rangers fan my entire life. Started when I was 11 years old. I'm 20 now. You know, I love the Rangers. They're my life.
What has it been like to be a part of this tonight? Because the players obviously take notice. We've taken notice on the television broadcast. How much fun has this been for you to see it all come together like this?
It's the most fun I've ever had at a Rangers game. This is awesome. We want to keep doing this in the future.
Yeah, it's fun to watch you guys. We appreciate you being here, and I'm going to hang out a little bit longer. We scored 3 runs since we've been up here, guys.
Rangers Nation!
Pat Doney going crazy about this. Jared Sandler going crazy about this. So this is the new fan group that is getting out there in right field to try to bring more energy to the game.
Be nice. We want fun, guys. We want fun.
You know who would love
excitement.
This? Choppy would love this.
Choppy would be out there in the middle of all of it.
No, he would.
Why? Because he'd be contrarian. Because he's the one who complains about why can't we be loud? Why can't we have this?
Look, I'll go ahead and say it, and the bosses and everyone's going to be mad at me. It's true. This is a little bit cooler than the Hot Boys.
That's garbage.
This is like it's copying the Yankees with their roll call. That the Yankees already do this roll call. All right, and like we're reacting too much. We should be above this. Come up with something original and not make such a big deal of a loud group of fans for an awesome first place team. Again, the Hot Boys, much more lame because they copied other teams.
What you know about the Hot Boys?
That's already been out there. So lame. I call it the hot noise for years, especially when the defense was not as good as it was last year. But this is just copying what the Yankees do out in right field for Aaron Judge and everybody else. At least the roll call aspect. It's really cool to see the 105 through the fan sign out there. But, man, I just don't like that we're making such a big deal over something that should already be there. We've talked about the Rangers crowd plenty. Bassick has talked about it. Choppy has talked about it. Like, we don't stand up when there's 2 strikes. We should. There should be an even better atmosphere out there, and everyone's pussyfooting around it and scared to say it because no one wants to tick off the team of, oh yeah, like let's keep this going. No, it should already be there. They're in first place. They have an awesome product. The attendance has been there. It's just it's a tiny bit lame. I'm sorry. Go ahead, thrash me on Twitch, YouTube, and the fan text.
I'm getting spit on the phone right now.
Yeah, he'll be furious. Trust me.
Why
don't you just, have fun? Why don't you just go along with it?
Here's what I look at is that I agree that why are we making a big deal out of this?
So what? It's going to take a bunch of people like splurging to buy a rows and rows every single game in order to keep like this type of energy,
right? Like
an environment,
like Michael Kay is not going down to the stands and going like, I'm here with this Yankee. They love the energy out here at Yankee Stadium in this section.
Yeah.
Like it shouldn't just be a section that it should be the stadium energy as a whole.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be something. No, I totally agree with that. Also, like there's the old like Rome wasn't built in a day line. Like you are going to have to win over a crowd and an audience that had become disconnected from this team for the last several years. I understand that aspect of it too. But you're right about the why are we making a big deal of this? But wouldn't that be more on just the way it's been covered? Less so these fans who are actually going out there and trying to create it. I respect the fans for wanting to go out there and create this atmosphere.
Yes.
And for trying to get people riled up and interested in it.
They're acting the way that, that more should.
And look.
But you know what? That's a good point. I think I'll be a little bit more critical of the media coverage of it, the aspect of it. So come on, Pat Doney, be better.
So here's the other thing that this stadium really needs right now, I think. You've been to games at the new Ranger Stadium, so you've seen it. There is still
lacking character.
It's a beautiful stadium. It's still got a sterile feel.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like it almost feels museum-like when you walk into it. And I think you're trying to break in that energy. It took a long time for the ballpark to really build up the energy that it did. And by like those World Series runs, and obviously it's easy to say when there's a World Series run, but you remember like naturally. We didn't have to have a single section start the Napoli chants. Like the Napoli chants just became something organic that 50,000 people in that stadium were doing. It became the energy for it. Like that crowd really felt comfortable in that building with that team. I think we're still kind of finding that fit in the new ballpark, working their way in, and with the team that's good.
This isn't the Seattle Kraken.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This isn't brand new. Like
right.
This is been proven to be a really good baseball town, despite what Josh Hamilton said. Yeah, we're not St. Louis, but ratings-wise, I'll say baseball's third here. NFL, college football, and then baseball, and it's really not even close. Like the Mavs, throughout my time here, did not touch the Rangers in terms of popularity. I do like that they were chanting for Ohtani to come here, though. I do like that. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Episode 2 of Hard Knocks. I liked episode 1. Did episode 2 deliver last night with Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets? Plus, our Rangers ticket giveaway coming up in just 25 minutes right here on The Fan. But first...
Classic Chevrolet at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Rangers ticket giveaway coming up at 7 o'clock. Used to be 7:20 Expressway. We want to get it closer to the 6 a.m. club. 7 o'clock in headlines here on your home for the Rangers and Cowboys. Sean Sharif and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And last night was episode 2 of Hard Knocks. What did you think compared to episode 1?
It was not as good as episode 1. I think you and I both agreed, in contrast to Peyton and RJ, that the first episode I thought was really good.
Yeah, which I don't even really think the two of them watched it.
I don't either. How much of the first episode did you really watch, Peyton?
Honestly, 35 to 40 minutes of it.
Okay, how long is it?
Cap, an hour. I'm calling cap on that.
I don't think RJ will. When RJ said, I didn't really notice Zach Wilson, I was like, okay.
I didn't want to say anything, but when he said he didn't notice him, I was like, there's a 5-minute feature.
Choppy was mad because I pressured everyone on the show to watch it, and he has just cut the cord on everything. No Netflix, no Amazon, no nothing. And he was just going to rely on us to watch it because that was that big day of television. Showtime, the Lakers. Now, we're not going to really... It's not a must talk about with the Lakers show for this radio station. It's just more entertainment. But you had the Dirk Presser. You had...
the Manziel documentary.
Oh, the Manziel documentary, because he had said he had no interest in that. And I'm texting everyone behind the scenes, like, everyone better watch all this television. So he had to borrow a password. I'm sure he was, privately unhappy about it. So he probably was barely paying attention. I thought episode 1 was good. Last night was pretty uneventful. The best thing by far was The Mentalist,
which was the first part of it. Like, it was the first minute of the show. So, you knocked that out. There wasn't any of the... Obviously, the first show gives you all these different introductions. I thought it was... I'll tell you what, my takeaway from 2 episodes so far is that this is going to continue to make Aaron Rodgers look more and more likable. Like, he looks really good so far, and I don't know if this would look the same if you were in Green Bay. He looks like the model teammate in New York. That he's, checking in with Mekhi Becton. He's hanging out with Sauce Gardner.
Let's have lunch this week. The report that came out the other day, he sits with a different teammate at lunch every day or every week or something like that.
Yeah, and so I mean, look, and then
I was thinking of this last night. I wanted to ask y'all, how would you describe Aaron's energy? Like, some people, like Michael Jordan, just looks cool, and they have an aura about them. Aaron has an aura, but I'm trying to figure out what it is. We've been trying to figure this out for his entire career. What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it would be... for his career, it's been kind of arrogant, douchey. He comes off less arrogant in this. He comes off playfully arrogant. But I'll tell you what, some of the best stuff in this so far in the first 2 episodes to me is the natural mic'd up stuff of him talking to Zach Wilson. And he's clearly taken a different approach than Brett Favre did.
I think this has been great for Zach Wilson.
Yeah, and he's doing Zach Wilson comes across as, the big thing you heard about Zach Wilson is huge ego on this guy and thinks he's got it all figured out. You've not seen any of that the first 2 episodes. And what you're seeing is a willing student in Zach Wilson and a very willing, accessible teacher in Aaron Rodgers. Like, Aaron Rodgers is talking to him about, ball fakes, and is talking to him about his release and say, like, when you see this, you got to do that. And so I think this has been a big win for him. Just even him talking to Carl Sheffers before the scrimmage with the Panthers.
Yeah.
Where he's just like, hey, how you been? And he's like, oh, I got a new guy on my crew. And he's like, oh, I'll go over there. I'll mess with him a little bit.
I do love hearing Aaron just talk football.
Yes.
I'm like, I want to hear one of the greatest of all time dissect things and coach things up, how he reacts to not having an offensive line. By the way, the Jets fighting. If the Cowboys have a little scrum at training camp, we blow it up. This was like in the octagon last night.
They had at this one practice, I mean, we saw probably 5 different fights that they had.
Yeah.
And legitimate fights, not just trash talking like Shady McCoy freaks out about when it happens at Cowboys camp. This was guys swinging. Michael Clemens swung on guys, and Aaron Rodgers goes over to him and he's like, "You're not worried about breaking your hand or something there, buddy?"
You know who the big badass from last night was?
Quinnen Williams.
Yep.
Yeah. Quinnen Williams is a freak, and I thought he's early on another big winner.
And that sour, I don't want to say the P word for the second time in the hour, but Woody Johnson sitting there, he sounded unhappy talking about paying Quinnen Williams.
It's a lot of money. $95 million is a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, and Salah's like, yeah, well, we advocated to pay him. Like, we already paid it. Like, get over it.
Yeah, he's somebody who has, all the way back to his days at Alabama, has been this just like fun personality and a happy-go-lucky guy. And what's funny is that's his personality that we've seen in New York too, is that he's a very upbeat, positive guy. And yet we saw a little bit of the mic'd up stuff where you heard him like start dropping some F-bombs and talking some trash a little bit. And it's like, oh, okay, like Quinnen Williams has this animal side.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
That's right, Salah. And if you look at it's like the comparison we always make with Diggs. You guys interviewed Diggs for 20 minutes last year at training camp.
Yeah.
He's very soft-spoken. It's not a lot of words. And it's a different switch gets flipped when he's out there on the field, and Diggs starts talking.
Yep.
And that felt like kind of the Quinnen Williams energy, that he's this one guy off the field, and then when he gets on the field, he locks into something else.
But the lead story, by far, is this mentalist. Can someone tell me how this is done, please? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. This guy is guessing. He's nailing numbers that players are guessing. He's picking out one puzzle piece. He's turning a deck of cards into goldfish. He's knowing what team the players think they're going to face in the Super Bowl and the exact score. I don't know. I was like, maybe I should have gone through some of this audio. How would it have played on radio? Because I remember playing it last year. It blows my mind. I love this crap.
You really don't know how they do it?
Well, they read body language.
Witchcraft and sorcery, Sean. That's what it is. They tap into the dark arts. They've made a deal with Satan, and they now have the power of the dark arts to tap into.
It is Jerry after the Super Bowl.
Yep. It is in large part tells and probability. Like when you hear people explain it, I still don't understand. I still don't understand how it's possible.
How do you turn the deck of cards into the fish?
The goldfish one, I don't know. And like one of the other players said, because it's like, what animal are you thinking of? And he was thinking of a goldfish. And somebody there was like, what if you were thinking of a giraffe?
Yeah. Right.
Like, what would he have done then?
Right.
But you saw Aaron Rodgers like smirking a little bit like, okay, that's weird. There were some guys who seemed a little freaked out. David Blaine years ago came through Valley Ranch. Chris Angel came through Valley Ranch.
Yeah, Derek Holland.
No, it was David Blaine. Came through Valley Ranch and freaked out George Teague and Emmitt Smith with some of his stuff. Where they're like, that's weird. That was in my hand. How did you do that? I don't like this. And they kind of ran off. But this is wild stuff. And I love the show The Mentalist. But you watch Mentalist and Psych.
Mentalist was an awesome show.
And different shows like that. Mentalist, Psych, Monk. And they all, whenever you hear it described for mentalists, they say you're really just dealing with probabilities, and you don't recognize how few options there are based off of what's being said and reading off body language.
All right, let's see if this plays the radio. This could be a mistake, but Pepe just grabbed it.
Aaron, what I want you to do, I want you to hold the cards up, and I want you to look through those cards. I want you to look through and just think of any one of those cards you see. Ice cold, under pressure. I like what I'm seeing. Hold them, put them in your hands, and then put your other hand on top, kind of like twist it, like a pancake, so we can't see anything. Can't get to them, nothing. All right? Fair? Think red, black. Think hearts, diamonds, clubs, spades. See that reaction, that flinch? I know which way you're throwing the ball. It's a diamond, am I right? Yeah. I'm going to do you one better than guess it. I'm going to find it. Hold your hands tight. Don't take it out. Don't move. Let me reach in just a little.
Picking it out of the deck.
I'm going to go there. 22 down. I'm going to go down. Tell us all, out of that whole deck, don't move, what card you think of. Say it.
3 of diamonds.
3 of diamonds.
So what he pulls out.
Hold on. Tell us, what'd you think of?
That was a goldfish.
A goldfish?
Yes.
Seriously?
Yes.
I got you. Look in your hands, Aaron.
Deck of cards.
So now a case with a goldfish in it.
Come on, man. Someone tell me how the heck does this happen? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line.
Yeah, I don't, and so far everybody's just saying same sort of thing. 972 witchcraft. 214 it's body language. 214 they're playing off of probabilities. It's just math. That's what a lot of it is. But like, how does he get math or probabilities or whatever else? How did he get the goldfish in his hands?
Yes,
that I do. Like you're not playing off of math there. I don't know what you did.
The players are in on it.
I don't think so, but Aaron Rodgers might be. Aaron Rodgers might go like, oh yeah, let's screw with the young guys. I'll have fun with that. But even so, when did he slip it in there?
By the way,
don't mark that.
The worst rookie show of all time got put on. When they come out, like Overshown was talking about having to sing in front of the Cowboys. The rookies have to go perform in front of the group. The legendary clip of the Shannon Sharp impersonation in Baltimore. These rookies going out and trying to make the team laugh and entertain, it was so uncomfortable and so cringy with how awful they were. C.J. Mosley stood up and said, y'all are coming back next week and doing this again. They all just had rolled up paper balls. How awful was that? Had you ever seen a performance as bad as the Jets rookies?
No, I mean that was.
Or did you fall asleep, old man?
No. I saw that one on social media. That was the second half of the show, but I did see that one on the social media. It was uncomfortable, but I'm trying to think of other ones that have been similarly uncomfortable. So there was a time a couple years ago, I know, where I think it was Jordan Lewis. Jordan Lewis was singing in front of the team, and he couldn't stop laughing and covering his face and was getting uncomfortable. And everybody it wasn't even booing. They just refused to bail him out and were just silent and letting him sit there and stare. And it got increasingly uncomfortable and awkward and weird. But one of the things that I wonder about is, in this age where we start getting a little bit of sensitivity to messing with people in that sort of respect, is how much longer is this gonna happen before people start going like, you need to stop messing with people like this. You're just embarrassing people. You're making them uncomfortable for no reason. Like, it's in good fun, but I wonder if
the vets now help pick up the dinner check for that rookie meal.
Yeah.
In San Francisco, like the joke is, we're pranking you, making you think it's $15,000. Deebo Samuel, but we're really all going to go ahead and help pitch in.
Yeah, which, I mean, Deebo Samuel had the money to pay for it. This is not like having to give up half his salary or anything like that. It's part of the bid. It's it's part of the fun hazing. But there was a time Des Bryant stood up against the carrying the pads.
Yeah.
But like, for instance, you'll never see I remember Casey Kiker going out to the bullpen with the Rangers having to carry the like pink unicorn backpack and stuff. Like, I don't know that they would let you do that today.
All right, brand new time for the Rangers ticket giveaway. It's part of Headlines. Zach Martin is explaining his return. Why did Micah Parsons leave practice? Messi does it again. And, of course, those Rangers tickets we want to hook you up with for being part of the 6 a.m. club. The Hump Day edition of Headlines is next on The Fan. But first, when the Tolo team of attorneys at Frankel & Frankel, when they investigate a trucking accident, they often discover key facts, like a trucking company neglecting to provide drivers with safety training, a truck driver using a cell phone at the time of a wreck, a driver on the road for more hours than is legally allowed in an attempt to meet delivery schedules, a trucker speeding or changing lanes without signaling, a driver failing to adjust speed to account for potentially hazardous road conditions like rain or construction, someone under the influence, trucks not properly inspected. These are things you don't think about, at least I don't think about, when you get involved in an accident. All these other factors that are not your fault. Let Mark, Scott, and Gene at Frankel & Frankel handle any type of accident for you, the family member, or the friend. Tell them Sean for the Fan sent you. Tell them you're a Tolo at 214-333-3333. 214 all threes or truckwreck.com. Attorneys you can trust at Frankel & Frankel. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
Your new home of the Rangers ticket giveaway. It's not fist pump time. Peyton Russell. This is your radio sports page. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We're going to hook you up with a 4-pack of Rangers tickets in the next few minutes. But we got to start with the big man, the future Hall of Famer Zach Martin, returning to Cowboys training camp after the new deal. Said he didn't want to become the highest paid. He just wanted a deal that was fair. The Cowboys' first preseason game, coming back here to Arlington from California, played a role, allowed him to sit down with Jerry Jones. And Zach was asked, how long have you been thinking about asking for a new contract?
You know, I've been here a long time. I think I've accomplished some good things, and you know, at the end of the day, I felt this is something that I had earned and deserved, and it had been on my mind a lot ever since last season, and trying to get those talks early in the off season, and then, you know, kind of not seeing it go my way a little bit, and coming to the realization that if I felt this strongly about it and wanted it to get done, then this was going to be something that I would have to do.
So that was Zach speaking yesterday. Micah Parsons leaving practice. How serious is that? What happened? Cowboy insider Bobby Bell.
Yeah, he apparently missed the last 11 plays of team period. He is dealing with a little bit of a leg issue. I think it was, from everything I can tell and talking to people, it sounds like it's just precautionary. He apparently got kicked in the leg, was dealing with some pain, but it didn't sound like it was anything too serious. Now, we've heard before, stuff doesn't, we're not too concerned, and then it can get pretty, it turns out really negative. But in this instance, I don't think anybody has any anticipation that this is going to be significant.
Some other things that happened around the NFC East at training camps. Deshaun Watson is getting crushed by Browns fans for throwing 3 straight interceptions to the same Eagle player. So the Eagles defense getting Deshaun Watson criticized.
Middle Maid, baby. Reed Blankenship. Middle Tennessee State alum.
Oh, is that who did it?
Yep.
And then the Commanders and the Ravens were brawling and fighting with each other. Where are the Cowboys now on these intra-squad things? Is this a thing of the past with Mike McCarthy?
I don't know what if that's going to be the firm...
As we saw Jets-Panthers last night.
Yeah, and so they practiced last year with the Chargers and the Broncos. The Chargers practice went well. The Broncos one, you remember there was a little bit of nastiness. There was a little bit of, back and forth there. But I think it's good typically, especially if you're not going to play your starters. I think it's good to get in the mixed practices. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be a permanent thing. They just chose not to do it this year. But moving forward, I don't know if Mike McCarthy views it as just something he doesn't want to do anymore. I think it's valuable, and most of the other teams across the NFL think it's valuable.
Corey Seager delivering again.
First pitch to Seager. He swings. It's a high fly ball to right field. Renfroe turns. He watches. That one long gone. A majestic home run off the bat of Corey Seager that touched the moon. It's the second home run hit by Seager tonight, and the Rangers lead 5-1.
5 runs batted in. Corey Seager with 2 home runs, another RBI single. Rangers beat the Angels 7-3. Jordan Montgomery, third quality start, 6 innings, 1 earned, a season-high 9 strikeouts, and we're going to talk about all of it with CJ Nikowski, my new barbecue brother. He just doesn't know it yet, at 8 o'clock this morning.
You want some fun notes surrounding the Rangers lately? Take from Friday. John Gray, Dane Dunning, Max Scherzer, Jordan Montgomery have all started in that time. So did Andrew Heaney. He only went for that brief period. But if you take those 4 starts, which have all been really good from Gray, Dunning, Scherzer, and Montgomery, it combines for 27 innings pitched, 39 strikeouts to 1 walk, 16 hits allowed, 1 home run. That's an absurd group of statistics there. In the 16 games since the Scherzer trade, the Rangers starters have allowed 5 home runs. And in the last 19 games, twice, 2 times in 19 games, the Rangers starter has given up more than 3 runs.
Wow. They've won 9 straight home games. Peyton keeps talking about the home record. They are Major League best 42-20 at home. And with last night's win, they clinched a 5th straight series win. We're just going into the final games of these series saying, chance for the sweep, chance for the sweep. That's how dominant they've been. and the chance of the sweep will be tonight. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. John Gray on the mound.
12-2 in August. The Rangers are 12-2 at this point. And John Gray is somebody who's had a couple of nice starts. He's got in between there. He gave up 6 runs. I think it was to Houston, but he's had a couple of good starts lately and has started riding the ship from some of the struggles that he had around the All-Star break. And so hopefully he can keep that going tonight against the Angels, who clearly are in a big struggle right now.
And the lead is just still 3.5 after the Astros beat the Marlins.
Kyle
Tucker. Speaking of the Rangers, thank you all for listening.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Oakland Athletics on Friday, September 8th. And Tolos, you want to come out early to Texas Live on Thursday, August 24th for the next Texas Rangers watch party to see them take on the Minnesota Twins. Rangers alums Tom Grieve and Rusty Greer will be on hand to sign autographs, and starting at 6 p.m. that night, the first 140 fans wearing Rangers gear will receive free tickets to the September 8th game as well. Get more information at rangers.com/watch party. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Michael Orr's family saying that this is a money attempt. I don't want to say extortion or blackmail. It's a shakedown.
Shakedown was the headline used from TMZ. Yeah, the Tui family says Michael Orr attempted a $15 million shakedown before they went ahead and took this to court. That apparently he went in there and said, hey, I need this 8-figure payment. Otherwise, I'm going to, this is according to the attorney, Marty Singer for the Tui family, says that Michael Orr said he would, quote, plant a negative story about them in the press if they didn't hand over that $15 million. So this has become, what, one of the most heartwarming sports stories in recent memory, to just the airing out of the dirtiest of laundry.
What other movies, you brought this up, and now I want it as a fan text question. What other movie has been ruined for y'all? Some people said like Seinfeld was ruined because some people in Texas say it's because it's not funny. Michael Richards, The Cosby Show.
Oh, yeah.
Neither of those were ruined for me. I can still watch it and be entertained and separate. That's why I can still have a Bud Light, not have it control my life. But you also have, I can't watch this movie. This movie's done for me. The whole storyline has blown up. Tombstone was ruined for me because of HD televisions. When I was sitting there watching, and I'm like, that looks like a cardboard piece of set. That piece of that set looks like it's a little bit fake. I'm just curious from the Tolos, 877-881-1053, what other movies have been ruined and why? Because this one is done.
Yeah, I can't. I think what you're talking about there, you know, seeing bad graphics or like anything that Brian De Palma directed in the 80s, Scarface or The Untouchables or anything, you see these awkwardly blended shots that he like didn't know how to figure out a green screen back then. That's kind of been ruined. But in terms of a story or something happening offset, for a little bit, like Christian Bale movies, when you found out what a psycho screamer he was offset.
Don't care.
But I was actively aware of, like, every now and then I go like, yeah, that guy's a douche though, even though he seems like a nice character in this. I will say, anything Tom Cruise is in, I can't get over feeling like Tom Cruise is weird. Yeah. And even when he's playing something well, I'm like, how does he fake his weirdness so well? Like, I'm consciously thinking of how weird Tom Cruise is every time I watch something.
Tolo E just said caller number 6. That's okay, because tomorrow is my day. And let me give a Ranger shout out to C. Lindsay. He was the one who said, did you hear that Otani chant in the outfield? So shout out to the Tolos, all up in my Twitter feed at 1053SS, at 1053SS. All right, let's move on to James Harden. Ramona Shelbourne says, no, this is just the beginning. James Harden calling the 76ers general manager a liar twice. That's just the beginning of the James drama.
Somebody said to me yesterday, this is only the beginning. This is just the beginning of what James Harden is going to do to make life very uncomfortable for the Philadelphia 76ers going into training camp. And I think the expectation with Harden is, it's, you know, Ben Simmons, they went through this with Ben Simmons. He didn't show up to camp. He left money on the table. That's not going to happen here with James Harden. This is going to be very uncomfortable, Ben Simmons didn't say anything. Ben Simmons stayed home, right? Like, if you heard anything, it was not loud. This was with a microphone. Let me repeat myself. And the phrase I kept hearing was, this is just the beginning.
Yep.
And so I think the Sixers have to ask themselves, what are we prepared for? How do we handle this? Is there any way that they can get through this?
Love it. Love it. James is just starting. Calling him a liar twice in front of kids. That's just the first domino.
What happened to trusting the process there in Philadelphia? I thought we were gonna trust that.
Now Embiid apparently has unfollowed. He got his MVP, so now he's willing to bail. Apparently, he's unfollowed them on all social media platforms.
Yeah, the MVP that he didn't deserve should have gone to Jokic. But no, this is something where I'm really fascinated again by Philly's insistence, the front office's insistence on digging in against a star demanding out. And they according to everything that's been reported out there, they are just like, yeah, okay, we'll believe it when we see it. He's showing up. And that they're talking tough. I mean, Dallas just talked tough with Zach Martin and ultimately got something done. So, some of this could be posturing, but it seems like Philly is willing to call his bluff and say, we don't bite at all. Something I thought was funny yesterday, James Harden's agent, Troy Payne, apparently is telling people,
Troy Payne!
James has a crazy hunger in him right now. Feels so disrespected
hunger.
That he thinks he's got an MVP this season. I wouldn't be surprised. He's so motivated. He's going to go out there. He's going to win the MVP this year. So James Harden MVP rebound incoming, according to his agent.
What is the NBA Cup?
It's a good question. I think we're all still trying to figure out what the hell that is.
I can't figure out any of their big platform changes.
It's incredibly stupid, I think. And look, I don't want to be too dismissive of it. We were for years dismissive of the World Baseball Classic, and to be fair, it took a little while, but this past year it finally became something that everybody really got into and was really interesting for. Maybe that'll be the case here. Adam Silver has always been interested in the European soccer style of tournaments and things like that, and so he's wanted to work in an in-season tournament, and they're going to do that this year, this NBA Cup, and they announced the schedule on Tuesday, and we have the Mavericks games. November 3rd, they'll be on the road against the Denver Nuggets. November 10th, at home against the LA Clippers. November 14th, on the road against the Pelicans. And then at home on November 28th against the Houston Rockets. So this is going to be part of the 82-game schedule. This is something that's been worked in. It's not a separate exhibition tournament or anything like that. It is going to be woven in with, through the fabric of the NBA regular season. But man, I don't understand. The winning team gets, I think it's each player gets $500,000, and then the losers get $250,000, and so there are all these different cash prizes that are meant as motivators. But I think you're going to have a really hard time getting anybody interested in this outside of their normal interest for regular season basketball.
Messi scores again, 9 goals in 6 games, and Miami eliminates Filthy. Miami is in the championship game. For the great one who did it again last night, they beat down the Philadelphia Union. And tomorrow night is your next chance to become a member of the radio station. If you've ever wanted to be on air, you think you can do it, it's Fan Phenom Tryout number 2. Tomorrow night after G-Bag and their live broadcast at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Fan Phenom, Thursday night starting 6 o'clock at Fat Daddy's tomorrow night.
Peyton Russell's old hood there. Mansfield, man.
Town, baby.
Mansfield High School. I think I'm definitely going out to next Thursdays. I think I might try and swing through tomorrow too. I just want to get a view of how everybody's doing.
Gavin Dawson used to call it media watchdog. We call it not first take, but worst take. Cowboys edition. Which national media member said the dumbest thing about America's team? We'll play the audio. You judge it after this.
Play cop, play cop.
Hump day
of Sean and RJ. That is Bobby Butt, our Cowboys insider, in Choppy's chair for the rest of the week. You're loving all of the return music today.
Well, I mean, this is quite coincidental. We were just talking about our marketing consultant, Cody, and this was the song Cody was drumming to when we were at Pete's Piano Bar that night.
So yesterday, we had a ton of Tolos participate in the Sean and RJ listener poll and answering some questions that Bobby and I had behind the scenes on how to change things up, make the show better. And part of the feedback had to do with more pay. The peeps want to hear more from Peyton Russell, so he will take over chopping it up a little bit later on during the Expressway. If you're new to the show, this is when we go commercial free, 7:20 to 8 o'clock every single morning here on The Fan. CJ Nikowski, Rangers analyst, will join us at 8 o'clock. And then Nick Eatman and Brett Boone in the final hour of the show.
Remember, he crushed Choppy's degenerate picks when he had to fill in for him. So back like last November.
And instead of chopping it up, maybe it's more sipping it up.
Okay, whatever you want. I was thinking of not Peyton's places, but like Peyton's spaces, like your head just kind of wondering, but you can do whatever you want. Yeah. RJ's out. It's your segment today.
That's right.
And it's your segment. If you crush it, maybe we give you some Ruben-type airtime.
Good.
Right now, we're going to try this.
In the vast landscape of sports talk and debate, there are a handful of takes that stand out above the rest.
Johnny Manziel will become even bigger in the city of Cleveland than LeBron James ever was.
As absolutely terrible.
If you're going to come on to be argumentative, bring a brain.
These are those takes.
There's a lot of concern about Alabama's running back Derrick Henry in the NFL. I wouldn't touch him. I would never touch these running backs for Alabama.
Get ready, Tolos. It's time for Worst Take.
All right, so Gavin Dawson did this back in the day with his Dale Hansen war, amongst other things, with Media Watchdog. Who's trolling? Who's being stupid? And that's what this is, the Sean and RJ edition. It's not First Take, it's Worst Take. Dallas Cowboy edition, that's the theme today. So let us know which one is the worst at 877-881-1053. Roberto, you get to pick since you came up with the intro. Very well done. Dak Prescott isn't playing well, or Dak Prescott is really not a leader?
Oh, we're going to do both? Well, the playing well, people always get worked up about, but I think even Dak Prescott's critics would agree he's a good leader. So let's start off with that one.
This is Skip Bayless, Mr. Cowboy fan, Mr. Fake Cowboy lover, talking about Dak Prescott being jealous of Micah Parsons.
I don't think he's a natural-born leader of a football team because I don't think he's confident enough in his own ability in big playmaking. Dak's too thin-skinned. He's just too insecure to be the leader of America's team. And I think the locker room knows that in the end. A year ago, I know for a fact, Dak was threatened by Micah's rise to stardom. Because a year ago, Micah was on the rise. It was starting to feel like it was Micah's team more than Dak's team.
Okay. So he managed to be the only person in sports media, the only one. First, he questioned Dak Prescott's mental capacity after Dak admitted to dealing with some depression issues, with the nightmare situations he's had to endure because of his family. And this cold-blooded prick had the guts to go ahead and question his mental standing. And now he's managed to become the only one to question his leadership. The only one. Now, before you text it, because I know you're about to hit send, and our bosses even question it sometimes, why do you play this? Why are you giving it attention? My goal in playing Skip Bayless is to force everyone to never, ever turn it on again. To turn it off, make him go away, FS1 to stop enabling him and giving him $6 million a year, to prove why you should never, ever listen. So I know a lot of people, and there's differing thoughts within the station. Do you play this? Do you not play it? Do you play Stephen A? do you not play it? My goal is to end his whole entire career. That's my only goal in ever playing this fool. He's my most hated person in sports media. I will throw a party the day he's gone and he's out of here. He's a toxic, fake poison. I really hate his guts. I wish nothing but ill will upon him.
Ill will, rest in peace.
And my goal in playing it is to try to make sure you never, ever turn it on again. And the other funny thing about this, talk about being Dak Prescott's thin skin. Well, first off, you respond to that. Dak being jealous of Micah. Jane Slater even responded like, I've never seen this dude around, and I know for a fact nobody talks to him, including Micah, who canceled the weekly show he had set up.
Yeah, nobody speaks to Skip Bayless in that organization at all. Like, I mean, I'm sure there's,
we don't know that for sure.
Okay. Everyone there universally claims to not speak to the man and dislikes the man intensely. So I'll say that. And I think he burned. It's not just like saying people in Miami don't talk to Skip Bayless. We're talking about somebody that worked in this market and burned every bridge possible with that organization. And so I feel pretty comfortable and confident in saying nobody talks to him. Even, the owner and GM who doesn't have a problem talking to anybody, I don't think he talks to him. And so I find it funny, the claim, and you're right. We all debate this internally at the station, when to play stuff like this. And to be fair, we've had some Skip stuff come up before that we talk about and we go, do we play it or don't play? And we decide not to because we're like, no, this is just attention seeking, whatever else. This is where I think this one differs a little is now he's claiming this isn't just a bad take, which it is an awful take. It's not just a bad take. It's a lie. Like it's claiming to have been told things or to have firsthand knowledge of something that he absolutely does not, because everything that you can know about Dak Prescott in front of the camera on screen, which I know for fans, maybe they feel
By the way, hang on a second. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Get this NBA music off.
It's the music that was under the opening. That was the open. That's not Peyton.
Bobby's intro.
I know, but this is NBA on NBC with Marv Albert. Let's change it up.
So the thing is that anybody who knows, like fans may have an opinion, like how much are we hearing from, or how much do we get a presentation from Dak or any athlete? They may wonder how is he really behind the scenes? I don't know. Everything I know, everything you know, everything everybody on the beat knows about Dak is that Dak is not the person who would be concerned with, this is Micah's team now. I feel Micah coming on too strong. He's getting too much love. I need to fix this. I don't like this. That is the furthest thing from Dak's character, and on its face right there is patently absurd. But this is Skip Bayless, and this is what he does. He wants to take shots. He wants to make things as uncomfortable as possible, and nobody, if we don't check him, if we don't play it and we don't call out this is a lie, there are plenty of people out there who will believe somebody must have talked to Skip and say it. And I'm telling you, no one in that building who would have this knowledge would talk to Skip Bayless. And no one in that building would, if they did talk to Skip Bayless, would tell him what he's claiming he heard.
Here's what's really, really funny as well. Front Office Sports, who does a good job reporting in the sports media landscape, came out with a story that Skip does not want to work with Nick Wright, who I worked with in Kansas City.
Well,
he doesn't want Nick Wright as the Shannon Sharpe replacement because he doesn't want to work with anyone who will make him look bad. And the quote from within that building, Nick would disembowel him on the air. That's the exact quote. That Skip is sensitive. He obviously, you talk about leadership, you ran off Shannon Sharpe. Nobody wants to work with you. So you lecturing Dak Prescott's leadership is pretty freaking rich. And then sensitive? Dak is sensitive to Micah? You don't have the self-security to let someone that could challenge you or even beat you sit across from you because you're such a little tiny weasel that you have to be a bully and make sure you have the upper hand on everyone. So go ahead, get your leftovers. Get Keyshawn Johnson. Get Rachel Nichols. go ahead and get your ESPN rejects on your show because you're too insecure to have someone sit across from you who may challenge you and actually make the show enjoyable because you got to be the big dog. That's the report that came out yesterday. And that people within FS1 are like, we're going to get crushed by Stephen A here. We're bringing in all these retreads. We're already getting tripled in the ratings, but because of Skip's ego and because these FS1 bosses were either too dumb or too scared to say, we're making the hire, you are going to deal with the person. They've empowered Bayless. Now they're going to bring in all these third and fourth and fifth options.
Which I think that anonymous quote there about Nick Wright, like, for instance, you mentioned you worked with Nick Wright. You agree Nick would just intellectually break him down, right?
Well, Nick is extremely, extremely intelligent. I think Skip does do a lot of homework, but Nick would have a lot of viral moments where he caught Skip, and Nick would not back down whatsoever, and Skip would have a heart attack. He already didn't like when the female on that show...
who was it that challenged it? That was because I think she ended up getting replaced at some point. But yeah, he didn't like that. He doesn't like being challenged in that way.
Please work with me.
The funny thing here is, like you mentioned, the thin skin aspect, because I know just when we were out in Oxnard, one of the more highly ranking officials within the Cowboys was just kind of commentating out at practice to some folks about Dak and the criticism that Dak takes. And regardless of if you think it's legitimate or not, like I mean, that's something we can debate, is his play on the field, how much he's responsible for. That's all worthy debate that we can have. What you can't debate, and what their point was, this higher up with the Cowboys, was I don't know many people who can shoulder the amount of criticism that he takes, like, and just not have it affect him the way it would affect most people. And so thin-skinned is one of the last terms you can use for Dak.
So that's one. That's the first audio in Worst Take. Here's number two from Craig Carton, who was number one in New York in the morning and the afternoon. 2 different time slots. This guy dominating, making millions of dollars, saying this on the Fox morning TV show.
The Dak Prescott preseason interception board. We are now at 9 interceptions in the last 3 practices for Dak Prescott. Jerry Jones was asked about how training camp's going. He made a point of saying Cooper Rush was looking really good. Cooper Rush, when he played the 5 games he played, they were 4-1 in those 5 games. They are now turning up the heat a little bit on Dak, because to be fair, he's playing like crap. This is a quarterback that's not playing well.
That was number one in the biggest media market in the world in 2 different time slots. I don't remember Jerry hyping up Cooper Rush while we were in Oxnard, California, and they're turning up the heat on their quarterback. It's going to be, you can't top Skip's Dak lie, but this is really, really close. They're keeping a Dak interception board to get attention. FS1 has taken the mantle, the troll fake mantle from ESPN.
Oh, it's bad.
They're so desperate. They're so desperate that they have taken the mantle from Stephen A. Stephen A says it with a smile now and kind of a laugh, and he was cool enough to come on the show a couple of different times. But this is out of the desperation playbook to do this.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at...
And again, part of the reason for playing it, I don't want you ever to turn it on so these people can go away and lose their jobs and the platforms that they have.
And look, Carton is very clearly, I think, is very clearly trolling. And knows
is he? Like, I'm questioning his intelligence much more than Skip. I know Skip is a liar. I'm like, Craig just seems like a New York meatball that would say. I know part of it is by design, but I'm like, is he really that? Is
he keeping the Lamar Jackson interception board? Which, by the way, I think Lamar Jackson's training camp interceptions are up to 11. He had 4 in one practice the other day. Is he keeping the Deshaun Watson 3 picks to Reed Blankenship board? No. And the way he says, he's like, all right, guys, it's time for our interception guy. He knows this is what pops off for him, is this kind of stuff. Now, I will say, I find it that we're starting to get this building of LaShawn McCoy. Oh, Dak's not a leader. Skip Bayless, Dak's not a leader. Craig Carton, like, oh, Cooper Rush coming. We're transitioning from hot takes about Dak, which are, again, I'll disagree with, but if you have them, fine. You're entitled to them, especially if you believe them and you're not just being fake. We've gone from hot takes to the last month, it feels like there's been this uptick in just flat out dishonest statements and things that they know are wrong, but it generates the buzz and it generates the discussion. And Craig Carton's clips, none of them pop off the way they do when he talks about Dak stuff. And I mean, it's honestly felonious behavior. Sean.
And then the final clip in Worst Take here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. This was LaShawn McCoy walking off set when Bucky Brooks, DallasCowboys.com, was talking about Eagles-Cowboys.
Bucky, do you think the Cowboys got the advantage over the Eagles this year? If so, why?
Oh, I think they got him because when Dak Prescott is healthy and available, he owns the division. And so we know what this is, and he can be upset. Shady can be mad. Like, no one wants to be owned. No one wants to be owned. Shady, I know it's tough for you. As a fan, it's tough.
Shady
left.
Shady left?
You know what Shady said?
Shady.
And I'm done with it.
I'm done with it. I think Shady went back to Philly. Shady!
Come back.
Shady!
Come back.
Shady!
Come back.
Shady!
All right, that's enough. So we have 3 candidates on the TruckWreck.com text line, and then Peyton is taking over, chopping it up at 877-881-1053. Bucky Brooks suggesting it's still the Cowboys' division because if Dak Prescott is consistent, they win the East. No one else is giving the Cowboys basically the East over the Eagles, maybe except for Bobby. Craig Carton.
They could win it. The Eagles could still win it. I don't think it's a slam dunk.
Craig Carton, FS1 Morning Television, saying that they're starting to hype up Cooper Rush. Jerry is putting the warning out on Dak or Skip Bayless. Dak is not the leader, and he got jealous of Micah Parsons when Micah's star exploded last year. Rank them 1, 2, 3. We're going Bucky Brooks 3, clearly.
Yeah, I would go Bucky Brooks 3. I did like that he called LaShawn McCoy a fan. Basically, just said he's impartial. Carton 2, and then to me, easy number 1 is Skip Bayless because Skip Bayless flat out lied. That's for me.
But Carton lied too.
Carton's is dishonest, but I feel like Carton knows he's being dishonest, and he's doing it more just to like poke at people. I feel like he's trying to stir it up, and his is
Skip's
like
not.
No, but like Skip's is a character assassination. Carton's is dishonest about his evaluation of the play.
Which one do you think is the worst, Pepe? Worst take winner?
It's Carton. Anything that comes out of this freaking moron's mouth is just ridiculous. I mean him bringing up preseason interceptions or training camp interceptions is just ridiculous in general.
All right, so Pepe is going Carton. Bobby's going Skip. I'm going to go Skip as well. I can't not vote for him. I can't. I hate him so much. 877-881-1053. The Hump Day edition of Worst Take here on The Fan.
So far, winning on the fan text in these first couple texts that we're getting, it's actually Carton. I see 5 in favor of Carton, 4 in favor of Skip, and none in favor of Bucky Brooks. So that's clearly not the worst take, Bucky Brooks. It's probably wrong to say they're the team to beat. Philly's the team to beat. Philly was the best team in the NFC last year, and or allegedly the best team in the NFC last year if Brock Purdy doesn't get hurt. And the other 2 are just flat out dishonest statements. More coming in at 903. Skip take is the worst, then the New York take. 302 felonious. Wow, that's mean, bro. Thank you. I appreciate you recognizing me making a felon joke about Craig Carton there. 940, Skip clearly loses it. Here come all the Skip votes. Okay, so we're getting overwhelming now. Skip Bayless, the worst take.
All right, so there it is. Worst take fan edition in spirit of the Gavin Dawson Media Watchdog. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt. We got Rai in the back with the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. One of the loudest responses yesterday in our Sean and RJ Facebook survey with the Tolos. We want more Pepe.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
I'll take a little sip. Oh, baby, that's right. It's not RJ in my seat. It's me in my seat.
Oh.
RJ's not going to have his luggage when he gets back from DFW. He's not going to have a girlfriend, and he's not going to have this segment. Oh! And the girlfriend part was because fiance, we're changing the name. They're not going to break up.
Sure, that's what you meant.
Okay.
But
that was a good start.
Was it really? I was nervous. I was like, I don't know if Sean's going to like this, man.
That's good.
Was it? Okay, good. First off, I want to thank everyone for voting for me. This is the first time I've ever been voted for anything in my life. So thank you to all the Tolos who voted on our Facebook page on the survey. It means a lot. So if you have any feedback, you can find me on any social media. Just message me and let me know how good or bad I did. We got to start off with the Tolos, though. A true Tolo. The Tolo that we know of.
Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle reached out to me yesterday. Randomly. You get those texts from people and you're like, all right, you don't read the message. You just think, you see their name. You're like, okay, where is this going to go?
Yeah.
It's not a coworker, anyone you talk to on the daily. It's like, okay, what is behind this message? Is it a good thing, bad thing?
Right.
So I looked at Kyle's text and it was like, hey man, I heard the Kyle Yeomans drop. What's that about? And I got so excited. I was like, finally, the guy,
Kyle Yeomans,
the guy we all talk about, heard his own drop.
DallasCowboys.com, and he's also doing some play-by-play. He's taken over the TV preseason duties. He was on our draft coverage as well.
Yeah.
But isn't he in California?
Yeah.
So how did he hear it? He didn't. He's not listening to us right now.
He must have been reached out by someone and went back and listened. He said he had heard it. Now that could have been he went back on YouTube, or maybe he's a big podcast guy. We do great numbers on our podcast page, by the way, because of me.
Best in the station.
He's clearly not a Tolo because this has been going on for a long
it's been
time.
4 months.
It's been going on for 4 months. He's like, hey, I heard the drop. Like he's a no.
Maybe
Kyle Yeomans.
Maybe he's just walking by the set there and picked up the headphones, threw on the Comrex, and gave it a listen. That could have been it.
And real quick, we were discussing new names for maybe this segment. The 2A1 on the truckwreck.com fan text said the payload. Or
payload.
Pay time.
That's not bad.
Okay. I like payload.
We'll think about it.
If this is a hit, we'll make it a weekly at some point in time during the show until you lose the privileges.
Until I become Ruben.
Until you become Ruben.
Be an engineer.
So was he mad?
Yeah. What's the point?
No,
of the story?
he just asked. What was the deal with that? Where was the background story? And I just said, Sean had mentioned your name on air with the draft show, and I told him it was all love. Nothing personal here.
He wasn't investigating. He wasn't mad.
No, he didn't seem mad, and he told me afterwards, he's like, I love it. Keep up the great work. I appreciate you using my name as a drop and blah blah.
Yeah, because yesterday I was talking about how much of an improvement the Cowboys TV play-by-play was. That Kyle did such a nice job. And then Bobby complimented him for the draft coverage.
It was a good thing that when we played the drop yesterday and we talked about it.
Yeah, I thought Kyle did a nice job in the TV booth.
And despite you saying like, well, I don't know about the draft, you did say on that Monday when we came back, you saw me in the break and you said, I thought Kyle did a good job. Good information. So you did like Kyle on the draft.
Yeah, because you had worried me that he wasn't going to be good, all of you. All you guys were saying these things, and I was like,
not.
Well, what? No, I'm joking.
Let's rank who did good in the draft.
Let's not. Let's not.
Because I know who's last. Okay, so now it wouldn't be a chopping it up if we didn't get to a Gen Z story. This is a French girl. So I'm going to play an audio clip. It's a French accent. I know, gather the foreigners, yes. But so she's anti-children, doesn't want to have children because they poop and pee too much.
This is a chop clip.
Now at the very end of it, listen to the second girl and her reason of why she wants kids.
I don't want to have child because it's not good for planets, because I don't want to be bothered by something that pee and poop everywhere. And because I don't have time for that, I just want to care of myself.
Wait, so you guys all anti-kids?
We are from France.
Do you want to have kids?
Yes, I do.
Why?
I'm from the South, and that's what you're supposed to do.
That's right. We're raised to have kids. Reproduce, baby.
That's right. So that is one of the things. Yesterday could have been an Ask Reddit substitute instead of what do you want to tell parents before they have children versus what you asked yesterday. Ask Reddit said, what should you tell people before they get married? Number one, the true realization that every second and every minute of your life is gone. It's going to someone else. Everything. Your freedom, your time, your breaks, like in that immediate moment is all gone out the window. And the other thing that I don't think gets talked about enough, like I would like to be hired as a baby shower crasher. I think back to my wife's...
Is that a job somebody would need?
I don't know. I think back to my wife's baby shower and all the parents on there and everyone giving their advice, and no one brought it for real. No one brought it for real, and I should be hired to do drive-bys on Zooms to really tell what you're in for and what's going to happen. Because one of the things is cleaning poop and having poop on your hand 3 times a day at least for the next 2 years at least.
Because what's the age range? Is it like from born to 2 or 3?
Right. Well, my child is behind with it, so no pun intended. So he's still at 3, and I'm still. And the other guys in my life, some of the older mentors that I rely on, they look at me like I'm such a disappointment, because I've changed more diapers in 1 week than my father and some of my older buddies have changed in their entire life. They somehow got out of the baby changing. And I hate talking about poop, and I hate poop. I mean, I hate it. I hate it. Me and Bobby kind of share that. But I clean as often as possible. But the older guys, man, they look at me like, man, you didn't get out of this one. You should have learned from us.
Yeah, I always I changed because we had 9 kids growing up. I changed like siblings' diapers at the younger ones, and so I've never had an issue with it. Kristen always likes to claim in retrospect that I'm lying about that. She's like, you didn't change many baby diapers with our kids.
Really?
And I was like, I feel like I did, and I feel like you're misremembering. But she claims that I didn't do as many of them. But it's also probably because I did so many with younger siblings that I feel like I hit my quota.
Who bought the diapers?
Yeah, you want one of those cloth diapers? Like, quit your whining.
So it's a little chopping it up, pay edition, pay time, pay load, we'll call it for today.
Oh, I like the reset. Pay back.
Somebody on the truckwreck.com fan text through that.
We can take a vote. We can vote on the Facebook page if we want.
We're not there yet.
Okay, dang it. Spittle's listening. That's why I'm hyping it up.
We got 5 more minutes, 6 more minutes. Finish strong.
So it is back to school, so I have to get to this story. There's a mom who's being a little Karenish out there, as some will call it. She's upset that during this, they call it brain time or brain breaks, which is soft in general in school. It's her 6-year-old child. Yeah, just call it nap time. We don't need brain breaks.
Brain breaks?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I don't know where this school is. Somewhere probably
sounded like you needed a brain
northeast.
Northeast.
The northeast.
California. Wow. Choppy would love that.
That's the West Coast, but yeah.
He's really able to get away. His delivery makes him able to get away with like really harsh insults.
Yeah.
You know? He said 3 or 4 things in this segment that have kind of could go over your head, but I've written them down.
Kristen said yesterday, she's like, did I hear that correctly, that Peyton was impersonating you and said, I want my mommy? And I was like, yeah. And she's like, okay.
All right, brain breaks.
Okay, so this is a 6-year-old child. Her mom is upset because the teacher is playing, she called it sexy songs, which just kind of naughty lyrics in it, but it's a pump-up song that, and I'll play the song lyrics here for you, but it's Timber by Kesha and Pitbull. They're both a feature in there. And she's upset that the teacher's playing this sexy song during brain breaks or nap time. And you guys be the judge. This is the lyrics that she's upset about. And you be the judge if this is appropriate for a 6-year-old.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. These biggity boys are diggity dog. I have them like Miley Cyrus, clothes off, twerking in their bras and thongs. Timber, face down, booty up. Timber, that's the way we like the world. Timber, thicker than an oil spill. She says she won't, but I bet she will. Timber.
So I don't see it. I mean, I get it because you're talking about clothes off, naked thongs. I get it. You know, face down. We all know what leads to that. But you know, is it?
We do. Sean and I do.
Oh, well, I do. But I mean, is it that bad of a song? Would you be upset if your child was listening to this? And let's say they were 6, Sean.
You have the girls.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't want them to like listen to this at 6, just because my child repeats everything.
That was my follow-up. At 6, how much, like, because I'm awful with lyrics. I don't know the names of songs. I know the way the song goes. I can hum along to the song, but there are people who are brilliant in terms of reciting song lyrics. They love music that much. So can a 6-year-old focus in? I would think in the back of my mind, this song is too fast. My kid's not going to sit there and pick up on the words. Things are being said too quickly. But I don't love music as much as some other people do.
Dude, this is the age like where those kids' brains are like ready to just like soak up anything.
RJ does come in here many a times, and he'll text us things that his boys, especially his youngest, recites, and it's alarming.
It's TikTok. TikTok has ruined kids.
It's very alarming. So I would say I would lean towards inappropriate for this song.
The vast majority of the fan text so far is saying inappropriate.
Yeah.
903, I wouldn't want my kids listening to this. 214 sounds like a stupid teacher. 214, LOL, yeah, that isn't kid appropriate. 903, not appropriate for kids. So yeah, generally agreeing, not good.
How do you decide television-wise what's inappropriate? You would never have South Park on in front of them.
No, but they do know, like, the kids will walk up to me, or they'll go up to Kristen, they'll go, big meme, because they know that clip of Cartman doing But Mom. But yeah, I wouldn't have South Park on. Kristen won't let that. I thought it'd be funny to just let them watch and laugh at like toddlers and tiaras. And Kristen was like, no, I don't want them thinking that, oh, well, I should do this. I should dress up like this.
Choppy let his kids watch the early edition of Jersey Shore. The Ratchet, all-time great TV edition of Jersey Shore. You watch these lamos now, that'd be fine. Corey Majors has voted for Payload on Twitter, and Trey Evans Pay in Full. One more as Peyton Russell is taking over, chopping it up.
Ooh, okay, we'll get one more story here. I know we're against the clock here, as Sean told me. So,
yeah.
So I gotta put Chick-fil-A on blast. Love your chicken. It's by far the best fried chicken out there in a fast food chain.
About to get political.
Now, Spittle may not be happy with it. We don't want to tick off potential advertisers.
But no, okay, you're right. So they featured a new sandwich out there.
You're right. So I'm gonna continue.
Right. Anyway,
what's my last story here? I gotta go strong. Gotta go out with a bang. Chick-fil-A has put out a chicken sandwich with pimento cheese on top.
Okay.
We've talked about before with the Masters and their selection of food out there, pimento cheese sandwich. I've had it by itself, maybe with a cracker. I've never had it on chicken sandwich. And when I read this story, I almost stopped going to church because of it. Because it's ridiculous that you're going to put pimento cheese and ruin that chicken sandwich.
You're dead wrong.
I won't touch pimento
And there's
cheese.
jalapenos on here as well. Instead of pickles, they put jalapenos.
But you like pimento cheese by itself?
Yeah.
Have you ever had it on a chicken sandwich?
No.
It's incredible.
No, not on Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches. It's different. You don't touch that chicken.
Have you ever had chocolate ice cream?
Yes.
Have you ever had it on a steak? How do you know you don't like it? How do you know you don't like it, Sean?
Okay, fine. I'll try.
I got you,
it.
Peyton.
I'll try. It's not one. I've
don't
really
knock it till you try.
Stupid comparisons. I'm the only one that's tried it.
I mean, pimento cheese is gross. I don't like pimento cheese. Personally.
Very good. No, what you say about food doesn't count.
Why?
I'm
a person.
You and
I
Kevin
have
Hagelin,
and
you
feelings.
don't. Your opinion does not count. It's not relevant.
I would
whatsoever.
try it. I would not pay for it.
Okay, so I guess I gotta eat a chicken sandwich with pimento cheese on it from Chick-fil-A. And I guarantee you won't hate it. If you like pimento cheese, you've already won half the battle. You've already conquered the battle.
If it's on a Popeyes chicken sandwich, I'm down. But not a Chick-fil-A sandwich.
Oh, shots fired at Popeyes. That's two sponsors. All right, y'all, let us know. Do we give Peyton his own segment moving forward? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Let's reveal the vote at 8:20 after my new barbecue buddy, CJ Nikowski, talks about your Red Hot Rangers. CJ joins us after this.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
0-1 to Seager, the pitch. He swings and hits one high in the air to deep left center field. Adams back at the track. The wall leaps up. That ball is caught! Or did he catch it? No, it's a home run! He thought he had it, but it squirted out of his glove, and Corey Seager with a 2-run home run. And the Rangers take a 3-0 lead.
Sandman with the call on this radio station. Corey Seager on fire. The Rangers on fire. The lead is still 3.5 over the Astros in the AL West. They go for the sweep tonight. And this guy has the TV call. CJ Nikowski, Rangers analyst from Bally, rejoins Sean and RJ. Bobby in for Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, CJ. Thanks for waking up with us.
Sean, Bobby, good morning, man. How you guys doing?
Doing well. I would first like to give you props as I was watching the other night, and you start going into your barbecue methods. You start taking us inside your grill, and you tweeted what type of response you got. So just take us inside that Twitter account, what you were talking about barbecue-wise on TV.
Yeah, I don't even know how it came up or why it came up. My job, of course, is to kind of call a baseball game and break it down. But, randomness of thoughts that you have throughout a game. And I don't know what made me think about, you know what it was? They were playing the Marlins, and Jake Berger, who got traded from the White Sox, is now with them. And I just was thinking about the best burger I ever had. And recently I had smoked some bison with blue cheese and bacon in the smoker, and I made them as sliders, and actually had a buddy of mine over who I went to college with who is now Lance Lynn's agent, ironically enough, and we had these smoked bison burgers, and for me, I don't consider myself any kind of great cook or anything, but they were the best burgers I had ever made.
Wow. So the bison, I'm normally not like a gamey type person, like venison, bison, but you put the bacon and the blue cheese in the burger mix.
Correct. And also some of the Lawry's kind of standard, I guess with some steak seasoning that I put. Bison doesn't have a lot of fat in it, so you got to try to get some fat in there.
Yeah.
But it's pretty lean. It's a nice alternate to beef if you're trying to be a little bit healthier. But yeah, they came out fantastic, and we'll definitely have to do that again.
And the fans reacted?
Well, it's funny. Anytime we talk about food, we get way more reaction about any food that we bring up than the actual game. Dave and Emily said something so ridiculous about, 2 or 3 months ago when we were talking about waffles and pancakes, and they were trying to say that pancakes were better. I'm like, you guys could not be more wrong about this. And so I did a poll, and of course, waffles crushed it, and and I made them look silly. But yeah, there's something about the reaction you get when you talk about food on a baseball broadcast, sometimes than the actual baseball, which is odd this year in particular because it's all about the baseball this year.
All right, well, the last thing, because I love barbecue, and we are in Texas. Are you cooking briskets? Are you cooking pork butts? Like, how much grilling? Because if you're making smoking bison burgers, you sound pretty serious.
Yeah, so I was doing ribs that day, so a decent amount. I mean, I love doing it. My wife hates the smell. But I'm a fan. I'm an amateur. My brother-in-law is a tremendous cook, and so I lean on him once in a while as well. And then Mike Farron, who I work with on MLB Network Radio, is also kind of a go-to consultant when it comes time to firing up the grill. But no, I mean, I've tried all those things that you're talking about, but more often than not, that Amazing Ribs website's really good, and I'm usually smoking some ribs. Again, something my wife won't eat. So I rely on my children when they're home, especially my older ones from college, that they will partake in the smoker eating with me.
Hell yeah. CJ Nikowski, Rangers analyst here on 105.3 The Fan. Our buddy, our mutual friend, Jared Sandler, he seems to be pushing. He's on this social media push for Corey Seager MVP. How do you respond to Seager MVP status versus, of course, the great Shohei Ohtani, who we're watching these past few days?
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, Corey Seager's having a career year. He's missed a little bit of time with 2 stints on the IL, but what he's doing, like last year we saw him set a career high in home runs for a single season. He's been even better this year. This has got to be probably the best start to his career of any season. Unfortunately, he has missed some of that time, so it hurts a little bit. It's nearly impossible, I think, for anybody to win an MVP unless you do something historic the way that Aaron Judge did, as long as Shohei Ohtani's healthy. It's just, I mean, I wonder sometimes about voters if they'll get Ohtani fatigue, and we'll see how much he ends up pitching the rest of the year. Originally, he was supposed to pitch today. They're going to give him at least this start off, and he may take a couple of more off. We will see. But unfortunately, I don't think there's anybody close enough on his heels to sway voters in a different direction. Again, unless you're going to do something historic and break the American League record for home runs the way that Aaron Judge did a year ago. Shohei Ohtani is healthy and producing, and he's got a legitimate shot at a Triple Crown this year on the offensive side. It's just really tough to take it away from him.
Okay, CJ, tell me if I'm being too soft here. If I'm just taking too participation trophy way of thinking about things. But we talk about Seager as the MVP of the league potentially. Could you make the argument that the MVP of this team, though, has been the faceless silhouette of just like the next man up? Like Dunning stepping into the rotation when DeGrom went down, and the way he's started pitching much better since Evaldi went to the IL. The way Duran and Simeon have leveled up their play every time Seager's gone out of the lineup. The way Garver stepped up, had an OPS over 1,000 for a 3-week stretch while Heim was out. Is as much of this team's success just about the way everybody has stepped up when the biggest names have been out of the lineup?
I don't think it's soft at all, and I think it's absolutely fair. Obviously, we wouldn't give necessarily a team MVP to a group, but you bring up an excellent point, and we've talked about it quite a bit. Teams are worried about depth all the time. And we saw this year at the deadline, August 1st, you're done. There are no trades afterwards, and teams trying to get even depth pieces into their organization to protect the rest of the way. The Rangers have had that from the beginning, and that depth has been tested in a way early on I don't think anybody was expecting. I think a lot of us forget that Jake Odorizzi was brought in this offseason to be that first depth piece in the rotation.
Yeah.
He gets hurt before the season even starts. We don't ever see him in a Ranger uniform. Then DeGrom goes down, and it's like you said, we go through the list of Dane Dunning stepping in, Cody Bradford a couple of times stepping in and making some big starts at times. Guys that were brought up from the minor leagues to go into the bullpen. Grant Anderson, right? Guys getting thrown in the fire right away in huge spots has been really important for this team because we know it's going to be a battle to hold on to this division. And when they do, and we look back and say it's just by a couple of games, I mean, it really does make a huge difference. All the things that you talked about, Ezekiel Duran as well, and then even the smaller pieces that they brought in. If you remember, Will Smith was a late sign. He signed the first week in March. I mean, you think about the first couple of months of the season where that bullpen would have been without Will Smith. We're talking a handful of games potentially on the loss side as opposed to the win side for the Rangers. So that had been really big. Travis Jankowski. Remember Travis Jankowski's story when they played those exhibition games? They told him he didn't make the team.
Yeah.
And then Leote ends up getting hurt, and they realized he wasn't going to be ready to start the season. Oh, never mind, you actually are on the team. He has been a key role player as well. So I think it's a fair point, and the Rangers have just got to be tickled with the fact that they put the depth in place. You never know what's going to happen, and these guys have really answered in a huge way. So that has been a big part of the success story so far here as we're 120 games into the season, and I think it's a fair point to bring up as we get to the end and look back. The reality is to win the division, it's going to take multiple different parts of an organization and a team to make it work, but the depth pieces stepping up when you've needed them the most certainly has been a big story.
I'm glad you mentioned Leote there, and he was so huge for them and has been big for them during the season, but there was a stretch last year of, I think it was 6 to 8 weeks where he was really hitting the cover off the ball. And then he starts this season, same sort of thing, hitting the ball really well. But just like last season, it seems to have tapered off a little bit here. Last month plus, he's got a 494 OPS. Is this just a slump, do you think? Or do you think this is 2 years in a row now where maybe he just hits a little bit of a wall, a little bit of fatigue?
Yeah, it could be that, and it's always tough to identify unless there's something real mechanical that sticks out. I think more often than not, when you start to see guys struggle, you can see it a little bit in their body language. You can see them start to press a little bit. We saw the Rangers make the decision to have him bunt one time for a sacrifice to move a couple of runners up, and that's a sign as well, I think, and the game situation called for it, but also think, okay, he's not slugging and swinging the bat the way that he was earlier this year. What little things can he do to help us win? And you think about where they put him in the order and batting ninth, it was almost it was a luxury to have him doing what he was doing in the ninth spot, hitting in front of Marcus Semien and getting on base the way that he was. So slowing down here a little bit, he still has just a tremendous tool set when you think about everything that he can bring to the table with the legs and the glove and the arm, and certainly would love to see that back come around a little bit more. But I mean, there's no getting around the fact that he's in a little bit of a slump. They gave him a night off yesterday. We hadn't seen that alignment before with JP Martinez here now. He was in center, Jankowski in left, and then of course Adolis Garcia in right. And so the Rangers are in that position too, where they do have some great options if they need to mix things up when guys are scuffling a little bit.
Look at that bio on the fan cam. Bally Ranger analyst, former MLB pitcher, MLB Network. You have 6 Emmys?
Stolen, man. They give them to anybody, I think.
6-time Emmy winner. I was like, it's even called it for 6 years. He's been around that long. CJ Nikowski here on 105.3 The Fan. Is Max Scherzer still that dude? He's my favorite pitcher, but he has faced the White Sox, the Athletics, and the Angels, who are struggling. What have you seen with Scherzer's stuff?
Yeah, it's funny. Yesterday or 2 days ago when he started, it might have been yesterday. Anyway, we were talking about him, and I had to stop myself for a second because I started to say Rangers ace Max Scherzer, and I looked to Dave for approval to use that phrase. I was like, wait a minute. Can I say that right now? Is that the right thing to say with Evaldi on the IL and thinking about what other guys have done? And I got the nod of approval from Dave, so I felt better about it. I'll say this. So if you go back, the thing that we've harped on and kind of focused on, I was reading an article. There was a start he had against the Dodgers a couple before he left the New York Mets. He had been scuffling pretty badly with his slider. We know how important his slider is to what he does, and he realized what was going on kind of mid-game. He made a mechanical adjustment, and all of a sudden now his last 5 games, including the couple with the Rangers, the slider has been significantly better. And so while I get what you're saying, and sometimes with competition, like you want to see him take it to the Astros, take it to some of the tougher lineups in the game, he'll get those opportunities. But he looks really good. He looks, the old Max Scherzer, peak Max Scherzer may be asking a lot when he won Cy Young Awards, but he's not that far off. And he's bringing this intensity. I think the thing that's really stuck out is, there's an intensity to everything he does. But you didn't think necessarily the Rangers needed that. But listening to Dane Dunning talk about it a little bit, and it was almost like the shot in the arm you didn't realize you needed as a first-place team that Max Scherzer is now bringing to this club. It also gives you the luxury of not pushing Evaldi too quickly. Right, we talked about that last night as well. Like, as much as we'd love to get him back into that rotation, the Rangers are at least holding serve and even creating a little bit of space here against the Houston Astros. And so that allows you to slow pay Evaldi a little bit and get him strong and make sure he is ready to go to finish the season strong and then into the postseason. Then you talk about what could be and what that rotation could look like. And then not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I did this last night, you start thinking about where we're going to be a year from now. A lot can happen a year from now. We understand that. But the idea of Eovaldi, DeGrom, Max Scherzer, John Gray, like this, as good as it could be right now, it could be even better at some point next year. A lot has to happen between now and then. But no, I think he is pretty close to peak Scherzer when you look at the velocity to go along with the adjustment that he just made on his slider, and nothing has changed from an intensity standpoint. You're supposed to slow down as you get a little bit older. At least I know I did. He's 39 years old, and he's out there with the energy of a 22-year-old.
What have you noticed in Jordan Montgomery's game in Arsenal?
Yeah, it's interesting. So we brought this up last night as well. So I start doing my research. I'm looking in, and I noticed that in his first 2 starts with the Rangers, he threw a combined 23 cutters. Yeah, well, that doesn't sound like that many. He threw 19 in his 21 starts with the Cardinals. Like, he wasn't using his cutter at all. So I'm like, oh, this is interesting. I asked Mitch Garver about it. He said he saw it. It looked good. He kept calling it. He kept throwing it. So that's going to be like our big storyline, right? I'm all excited I found this little nugget. He did not throw a single cutter yesterday.
Wow.
Not one. And so I think it's actually what makes that interesting to me. It shows you how well he pitched and how deep his repertoire is. A few more 4-seam fastballs. He was throwing into righties quite a bit. He'll also throw what we call a front door 2-seam fastball, right? You start it kind of in off the plate and it catches the corner. He threw that really well yesterday. And then his changeup was really good. And if you're a left-handed pitcher with a plush changeup, that's really helpful because more teams than not are going to throw a bunch of right-handed hitters at you. And so if you got that good changeup working away from the right-handed hitters, you're going to be in a good spot. He's got a little bit, and it's not a fair comparison completely, but he has a little bit of a Lance Lynn feel to me. He's a big dude.
Yeah.
He's out there with the big beard. He's just kind of getting after it. Now, Lance, of course, would give you 120 pitches if you let him, and he'd throw 90% fastball, so it was a different style, and you're talking about a lefty and a righty, but there's something about the presence, the big kind of quiet presence that he's bringing to the table. It's a really nice ad for the Rangers as well to go along with Chris Stratton, who came over from the Cardinals in that deal. Somewhat sneaky moves, and we'll see how it goes, but almost feels like an audition to some degree as well. I mentioned where the Rangers starting pitching could be next year, but this is a guy who's a free agent at the end of the season. He gets a taste of Arlington. He gets a taste of this incredible ballpark, what we have, of course, with this amazing clubhouse and all the amenities and everything else. And so, yeah, he's here to help this team win right now, but it's also, hey, get a feel for Arlington, and perhaps he'll be in the mix for next year as well.
CJ, last question for you here. Since you mentioned Will Smith and how big a pickup he's been, especially during the early part of the season, but since the Aroldis-Chapman trade and Chapman pitching largely 7th and 8th inning, Will Smith continuing to close, Will Smith has a 4.5 ERA. Chapman continues to be dominant. What would you say is the biggest argument against potentially making a flip there as we head to the postseason?
Yeah, I don't know if there is one, quite honestly. I think Bruce Bochy right now just likes how it's been working out. I think the good news is there's not a selfish arm in that bullpen, right? Will Smith's not down there going, I really could only pitch the 9th inning. I'm really only good in the 9th. I'm not the same guy in the 8th. You're not dealing with any of that. I think it's a comfort level right now for Boch that has worked. If for some reason one starts to struggle, then sure, you can flip-flop if you have to get there. I know Will Smith ran into, what turned out to be a decision maybe that they regret, trying to get Patrick Bailey out on Sunday with a fastball in, with a lefty on deck and mislocation. He hits a home run, they walk it off, and it's a couple of earned runs for Will Smith. But I wouldn't be too concerned. His slider has been so ridiculously dominant. We've brought it up a couple of times on the broadcast, and he leads with that pitch. He uses it more than any other, and it's just an absurdly low batting average, well under 100 against. So they're two different kind of guys, even though they're both left-handed. Boy, this Chapman stuff has been so fun, though, to watch, and how good he has been. It's an event when he comes in the game. That was a really good move by the Rangers to do it as early as they did. Right, that was so far from the deadline that they did not allow other teams to get involved, and I think it's working out really well on the other side for Cole Reagans and getting that opportunity to start in Kansas City. But I mean, listen, it could happen. I think it's always a possibility, but I don't think that the Rangers are feeling that's something that they need to do right now. What they have is the ability to keep it open. Right, if they want to change their mind at any moment, they're not going to get any resistance from those guys down the pen. That's the good news.
Thank you for the knowledge, the barbecue talk, and the crystal clear connection. That's why he's a 6-time Emmy winner. We'll see you again tonight. CJ Nikowski on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
There he is, CJ Nikowski. TV side. We have the radio side, 6:30 pregame. The State Fair has a new policy for your kids. What you need to know next.
litigation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels today for free or call 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Kristoff into the feet of Martinez, has time to turn into Messi, advantage play. Messi driving forward, Messi from distance! What can he not do?
The world's most famous athlete does it again. RJ Choppy would make that argument, and I don't think it's crazy.
I mean, Dak exists, so
you were doing so well. We were having.
I know.
Such a good show and a half.
Just kidding, guys. Yeah, it's probably Messi.
Is Messi more famous than Tiger?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
More famous than LeBron?
Yeah, like globally, of course.
Globally.
Yeah, not obviously American profile, but globally, yes.
He did it again last night. Miami eliminates Filthy. 6 games, 9 goals. They're in the finals as he has scored 6 straight games. Who has just walked into a league? Probably Tiger.
Jeremy Lin.
Just walking into a league and being like, Kyle, yo, man, this is a joke. This is easy.
No, I mean, nobody quite like this that I can think of. I mean, it would have to be a rookie, obviously, because I mean, this is such a unique circumstance with Messi walking in. But, I mean, gosh, the only other guy that I can think of that's big time right out of the gate, Mahomes' debut. It took a year for him to play, but Mahomes' debut onto the scene immediately was impressive.
Yeah,
but nothing like this.
And I'm sure there's all-time great 4, 5, 6 starts in sports history, no doubt about it. But it's fun, it's captivating. It makes me go and check out what they're doing when they're doing it. And I've never given a rip. No offense to any team, sorry, but this is by far caused my most MLS interest. And this guy is matched and exceeded the hype. Very, very hard to do. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Nick Eatman, a different time this morning. 9 a.m. from Cowboys camp with the return of Zach Martin. Was there a Micah injury scare? Nick will join us at 9. And then Odyssey Baseball Insider, former Major Leaguer Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast at 9:20. It's an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. So Eatman at 9, Brett Boone at 9:20, crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But the State Fair is coming out with, am I allowed to say what you told me in the break about who likes this?
Oh, yeah, you can say that. I was going to say it myself. Kristen loves this policy. She's all about this. The State Fair of Texas has a new policy for children attending the fair this year. It is a new minors policy, and it comes following a year after a false shooting scare that was caused by fairgoers running through the crowd trying to create chaos. This is from WFAA. Fairgoers who are 17 years old or younger, so if you're under 18 years old, sorry, Peyton,
kids,
will need to be accompanied by a parent, guardian, or chaperone who is at least 21 after 5 p.m. during the State Fair of Texas this year. So the days of, teenagers getting a group together, going to the fair, and just hanging out there till close time, that is done. You're not allowed to do that this year.
Wow.
And Kristen, again, is all for it because she's been fair obsessed for years. It is one of her favorite times of year. And she's always like, absolutely. The fair at night, you get teenagers who go a little wild, they're out of control, and, start needing to be wrangled up. And there's nobody there to kind of put them in line. And so she's like, I'm all for this. She loved this.
All right, couple of questions. Who's going to enforce any of this?
I mean, there's tons of police and security guards on site.
Is there a ton?
Yes.
I've only been there at night once. Otherwise, it's like right after the show. I'd like to go at night. I just am terrified to do it on a Friday or Saturday with how much of a circus it is.
Well, and apparently,
I think you think there's enough people out there to check and say, where's your supervisor?
So, well, I think it's just easier to where, like, if you have this in place as a policy and then they get mixed up into some stuff that they're not supposed to, then as they get stopped, it's like, okay, guys, so let me get this straight first since you guys are acting up. Where's the chaperone right now? And then if they can't point to one, if they can't find one, then it's
They gonna escort you out?
I think they would. I think it just makes it easier to do that. Now, here's the interesting thing. It says, under the new minors policy, parents, guardians, or chaperones may accompany no more than 6 minors, 17 years of age and under. So there's a limit on how many people one person can be responsible for.
6?
Yep. The State Fair of Texas will require all accompanying parents, guardians, and chaperones.
So the Chiafalos are out.
Yeah. I wouldn't have been able to go. We actually, no joke, I won't say where, we got turned away at a restaurant one time after my mom died. Because my dad went in there with 9 kids, and they're like, this is too many kids per adult.
Wow.
And we gotta accept it. And my dad was furious. So,
wow. Can you imagine that happening today?
yeah. Well, I mean, it wasn't just a restaurant. It was a restaurant with a gaming aspect to it. So because of the arcade and gaming thing, that was a policy they had in place. I get it. It just...
Even better. That means that everyone's going to be getting up and going, not just causing chaos at one table.
Yeah, my dad, I remember he pulled out like a
gun like you?
No. He pulled out the cash, pulled out like $500, and he showed it to me. He's like, I just want to let you know this is what was about to be spent in your establishment. I'm going to leave now. And
you did that in OnStar, basically.
I didn't do that. I didn't show anybody.
You didn't pull it out. You didn't show anyone, but that waitress, that one who cost us future business for the team dinner.
Yes, I told you that she just cost herself money.
Yes.
And she did.
Yes.
But under this new policy, the State Fair of Texas is going to require the parent, guardian, or chaperone to present a valid ID upon entering, starting at 5. So I guess if you're in there earlier, they're not really going to be able to enforce it. And it says that the policy states, however, once inside the fairgrounds, the parent, guardian, or chaperone is not required to remain with the minors. So it's like you've got to have somebody there to get you in the door. But once they're in the door, they're going to be able to kind of do whatever they need to do. The State Fair still, quote, encourages that they stay in communication with each other and be aware of their location on the fairgrounds during the visit. While the fair did not specifically say what prompted the new policy, there was the shooting scare last year, the false shooting scare that occurred and had people running through the crowd trying to create chaos.
That last part makes me think that this is not going to be enforced. You don't have to have them in your vicinity, really.
It's just it's a checkpoint.
Yeah.
And it's another thing that will make it. I guess they're leaning on the hopeful laziness of teenagers, which I've got one. He's very lazy. This might
I don't think you are, Jacob. You're my boy. You're my party MVP.
Okay, but he is he's lazy enough that this might be a deterrent if he was like, we have to go find somebody to put, and that sounds like a lot of work.
And my question is to the Tolo parent who, you can just drop your 15-year-old off for the night. You can go do something. I'm going to drop you off for 3 or 4 hours. I'll come back and pick you up. That would suck.
Why 15? I mean, you can drop off a 3-year-old, I guess. You just need to be able to get him in the door. And so, if you just need somebody to watch Ollie for the night, find a group of teenagers that wants to go to the fair.
Yeah.
Say, guys, I got to go to Frisco. Got to drink this tequila. I need you to take my kid on some of these rides.
I want to know what the Tolos think of this. The State Fair changing up policy for the kids under 18, right?
Yes. Yeah. Under. So if you're 17 and under, let's see, you're 510. They're not getting in without an adult, so that is a deterrent in and of itself. You do need to have that.
Okay.
940. If anyone ever did that to me that way with my 12 kids, I guess talking about my thing with my dad, I'm pretty sure I would go beast mode on someone.
Well.
817. Yeah, a kid nowadays gets asked where their supervisor is, and the kid grabs his and says, "I got your supervisor right here."
Oh.
So
easy, Luca Chopper.
Yeah, there's a lot on there. This generally seems to be something that the Tolos are in favor of. 469, they're going to police it at the gate. That'll be a deterrent.
Good.
817, love the new fair policy. I was there last year during the scare with my 2 boys. They were terrified and don't want to go to the fair this year because they're still scarred from it.
Wow. Thank you for the feedback, y'all. 877-881-1053. We are also getting initial feedback for Peyton Russell getting a new permanent segment here on the program. And your wife has already chimed in.
She did.
I'm not married.
She chimed in and said she was in favor of you getting a new segment. Unfortunately, Peyton, she breaks from the rest of the group. Everybody voted and said no. That was it.
Really?
It didn't go well. I'm just kidding. Twitter, 80% on the Twitter poll say yes. Give Peyton his new segment. The fan text was even more overwhelming, as well as the Facebook. Some of the fan text reaction, 817, Peyton brings a relatable, non-confrontational snark. Love it. 281, we want a Peyton segment. Radio Gold, Viva La Peyton. 469, yes, give him his own segment, but only if he eats the pimento cheese chicken sandwich on the fan cam. Peyton was on fire today, wondering if he got into Bobby's Adderall. And then just to balance it, we're going to be fair here. 972, no. Peyton can't even close the deal on a woman. He won't be able to close his own segment.
It's more like the women can't close the deal on me.
Whoa!
What is your dating status?
Non-active.
Dead air?
Non-active, yeah.
Dead air. All right, 79% on Twitter say yes. So moving forward, Peyton Russell, you have your own segment.
Also, I put your, this is the picture I used for.
All right, get that on the fake cam.
That
right.
was,
You know what? I got some pictures and videos of you, Bobby.
That was a picture that we
It's
used.
moving. It's a video.
Ryan, zoom that in.
That's I didn't do this. This was this is Ryan from Odyssey.
No,
No,
this
is Odyssey Ryan's picture.
This is part of the photo shoot. That's why I said I'm not doing it. Look at this. All this photo shoot stuff is blackmail. That's all it is.
Yeah, I've got the whole folder.
You do?
Yeah, all the pictures.
And we came up 100 total short of releasing your picture yesterday. Peyton Russell, you have a new segment moving forward, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you.
877. It's not sponsored, so I wouldn't pay to catch that. 877.
Well,
maybe we can get it sponsored by the end of the show. What did he just say?
He said, "Well, I'm making a raise."
That is less likely than getting a sponsor. NFL executives once again singing the praises of the Cowboys' young talent. That's next. And below the belt on the Fan. Coming up.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Have you ever tweeted about football before? You might have accidentally designed the Baltimore Ravens offense. More on that in just a second. The Athletic on Monday put out a brand new survey list. Now, this is not one of these lists we've done where, you know, it's ESPN's analyst ranking or anything else. This is another one of these lists where they solicited the opinions of head coaches and front office people. And it is the top 25 players, 25 and under. And to construct the list, the Athletics' Mike Jones, who...
Let me ask this question first real quick. Mike Jones, value and importance in 25 and under. Why do they keep putting out these lists? I understand you have a young core and a young nucleus, but I wonder, like, where that falls on the totem pole of importance for you winning.
Cheap young talent is the key to winning typically. I mean, obviously quarterback is the most important piece, but cheap young talent around your quarterback is usually the best pathway to success. And so if you're 25 and under, most guys enter the league 21, 22 years old. Anybody 25 and under, these are generally going to be the best players in the NFL that are still on their rookie contracts or have just gotten an extension, and the brunt of the extension number has not hit yet because it was signed on the end of a rookie deal. So it's lower cap figures for a lot of return. These are generally going to be the best values in terms of bang for your buck in the NFL. So if you've got a lot of players on this list, you've got a bright future and you've got, you know, in all likelihood, a good opportunity to win right now. So this list, which Mike Jones says the mission is to create a top 25 list of the youngest and brightest stars the NFL has to offer. The only two rules: the players must be 25 or younger before this year's Week 1 games, and rookies are ineligible. So they're not projecting out a Bryce Young or anybody like that. And so to create this list, they solicited the input of 5 NFL coaches and 7 front office executives who were granted anonymity so that they could share their honest opinions about the players. Number 1 on this list, Justin Jefferson, wide receiver for the Minnesota Vikings.
Who some people are making the number 1 pick, Pepe, in fantasy football. And we're going to have a fantasy preview a little bit later on. Didn't you insult Chiafalo for taking Mahomes?
He took Josh Allen because Bobby paid him to take Josh Allen.
I did do that.
And he
just to make him mad.
Well, I saw some fantasy previews that have receiver now supplanting and replacing running back as the top position to pick, with Justin Jefferson going 1.
Well, you won't be making the playoffs, so congratulations. Whoever picks Justin Jefferson first overall.
Pepe fantasy preview coming up.
Yeah, that's a perfect. Peyton's Fantasies. That's what we could call it.
Yeah.
So
this is number 1.
This is a list that clearly is not, as you'll find out, putting an emphasis on positional value. This is sort of, maybe there's a slight bent to it, but this is
talent.
Best players in a vacuum. So number 1 is Justin Jefferson, already tied for the record for the fastest to reach 4,000 yards receiving in his career, and the owner of additional receiving records. The 4th-year pro is seemingly on pace to challenge for GOAT status. Have you started thinking about him in those terms yet?
What I think about is I'm not as CD bitter. That's what I feel good about.
Okay.
If I was Philly, if I was the Raiders, I'd be super bitter. CeeDee Lamb closed the gap in the second half of last season. I'm personally now in love with the guy after he gave us that interview that went viral and national at training camp. So I'm not thinking about Jefferson there yet. What's going to happen when it seems like they want to get rid of Kirk Cousins? But my immediate thing is the CD comp, and I'm not as upset anymore.
Number 2, Micah Parsons. Says few could have anticipated Parsons displaying the dominance and versatility he has in his first 2 NFL seasons. He's already a 2-time All-Pro, 2-time Pro Bowl selection, and has talent evaluators and coaches believing he could rank among the all-time greats at his position once his career is over. He is a step above number 3, Nick Bosa. So a lot of these lists have had Bosa ahead of Parsons. This particular one has Mike at the top, and I think you and I both feel like after being out at training camp, he's only going to get better this year.
He's Michael Jordan for this team and organization. Mindset-wise, improvement-wise, alpha-wise, talent-wise. Maybe I need to come up with a different comparison, but that's what I think. Michael, Kobe, Micah.
Number 4, cornerback Patrick Surtain.
And you don't have a problem with Jefferson over Micah?
No, I mean, Jefferson's fantastic.
Yeah.
So I don't have an issue with that. Number 4 is Patrick Surtain, one of the guys the Cowboys had really targeted when they lost him. They moved down, picked Micah. Number 5, Jamar Chase. This is why I say positional value hasn't had as much of an impact. We get to 6 before we get to Justin Herbert. So Justin Herbert comes in at 6.
Yeah.
Clearly not a huge emphasis on there. Go down the list. I'll just rattle off some of the names before we get.
And you would probably say I don't know Surtain's game in and game out as well as the others, but you could have no hesitation in saying those guys are better at what they do than Herbert is at what he does right now.
Yeah, Surtain. There's a lot of people who think Surtain's the best cornerback in football,
except for Dez.
Well, yeah. Well, we'll have something to say on that. If not today, maybe tomorrow. But here's the list. I'm going to run down the list of just some other names before we get to the next Cowboys. 7, Quinnen Williams, New York Jets. 8.
Star last night in Hard Knocks. Man, I got 10 sacks this practice. I got Bryce Young 10 times.
8, Jalen Hurts. All the way down at 8. Is that a little surprising to you coming off the season that he'd be down at 8?
No.
Even given the versatility?
Nope. And that might be too high.
Ooh, let's see.
That may. We're going to see this year.
Number 9, Sauce Gardner, cornerback, New York Jets. 10, Tristan Wirfs, tackle, the Buccaneers. This is where I start having a little question, and I think we've had this fight a little bit before. Number 11 is Jalen Waddle, the receiver from the Dolphins. Then you get Andrew Thomas, the tackle from the Giants. Dexter Lawrence, the defensive tackle from the Giants. 14, CeeDee Lamb. So do you have any issues with Waddle above Lamb?
Yes. I have a lot of issues with it. That seems offensive.
It says 2 seasons, 2,000-plus yard receiving campaigns for the Alabama product. Members of the Dolphins organization who observed his offseason approach and growth during the OTAs predict he will take another huge leap and cement his place among the elite at wide receiver. Lamb's description says, even with his starting quarterback sidelined for 5 games in 2022, Lamb still managed to record 107 catches for 1,359 yards and 9 touchdowns, while garnering Pro Bowl honors for a second straight season. I think given it's difficult. We're obviously here in Dallas, and we like CeeDee Lamb a lot as a personality and an interview and stuff like that. So obviously there's a potential for a blind spot in the league, but I really do feel like when I watch those two players that Lamb is just a better overall player.
Well, the thing is, Lamb has done it as a 1, so I give him respect. Now let's go look at Waddle's numbers.
He was great last year.
His rookie year, he had 104 catches. Is that right?
But it was the Michael Thomas performance. So his first 2 years have been a little different because he had 104 receptions there that first year. It was under 10 yards per catch.
Yeah, 6 touchdowns. And then last year, 75 for 1,356. He doubled. Now, look, this guy is a top 5 home run threat at receiver. He's more explosive than CeeDee Lamb. If he catches it and runs, he's gone. But CeeDee Lamb, to me, I mean, he proved it as a 1. 74, 79, and then 107 catches. I actually thought the numbers would favor CeeDee more. I'd still take Lamb, but I've always argued with you that I think Jalen Waddle is better than you think he is.
Play in, play out, Lamb is, I think, better. But yeah, you're right. Waddle's absolutely a home run threat, and that works in his favor. Other names running through really quickly before we get to the last Cowboy on this list. 15, Trevor Lawrence. 16, Penei Sewell, the tackle from Detroit. 17, Josh Jacobs. Lower on the list of 20.
You surprised that Lawrence is that low? I support him being that low.
No, I think that's where he should be. I'm surprised Josh Jacobs, not surprised, I guess, but I think Josh Jacobs came in lower on this list of top 25 under 25 than he did on top 200 in the entire NFL, according to the players. Number 8.
Who would have ever thought a year ago that we're talking about Jalen Hurts over Trevor Lawrence moving forward?
I'm not, but y'all can if you like. Number 18, Devontae Smith. Number 19, Creed Humphrey from the Chiefs. Number 20, Brian Burns from the Panthers. 21, Kyle Pitts from the Atlanta Falcons. Number 22, DK Metcalf. 23, Jonathan Taylor. And then finally, 24, Trayvon Diggs, Dallas Cowboys, as one of the best ball hawking corners in the game. Diggs led the league with 11 interceptions in 2021. He then turned in another Pro Bowl season in 22 with 3 interceptions, 14 pass breakups, and a career-high 59 tackles. So positive there for the Cowboys. They have 3 guys in the top 25.
And Dez is number 1 corner in the NFL with Stephon Gilmore coming in at number 2. Homer.
And he's tight with Diggs. That's also part of that. This is what I teased at the beginning of this segment here in the final minute. The Ravens offensive coordinator, Todd Monken, has revised their playbook a little bit at the behest of Lamar Jackson, because Lamar Jackson was seeing some stuff he really liked on Twitter. He told reporters yesterday, I was just on social media, saw a couple routes. I sent it to quarterbacks coach T. Martin, and he was like, I'm going to relay the message to Coach Todd Monken. Coach Monken liked the play, so he put it in practice. We didn't show it today, but I feel like it will be good for us. First off, I think this is a little interesting. Why does Lamar Jackson need an intermediary to Monken? That he like sends it to T. Martin, and then T. Martin's like, I'll pass it on for you. Like, why does he not interact?
T. Martin's role is what?
Quarterbacks coach.
Quarterbacks coach.
Which I get, but I mean, that wouldn't it seem odd to us if we said Scott Tolzien was having to pass messages on to Brian Schottenheimer for Dak? That just seems a little weird. But also, I do love that Lamar's just, I can picture Lamar sitting there just scrolling Twitter, which we know he's a great follow on Twitter.
Yes.
He's hilarious on there. But I just think it's hilarious thinking of him just scrolling through, finding some route that Dove Kleiman aggregated, and then going like, oh, this is nice. All right, let's put this in the playbook. So Lamar Jackson turning to Twitter for offense ideas.
And what do you think is going to be the difference in their offense, design-wise?
I mean, I think that Monken is going to let him try and take more shots. I think they are going to try and let him be more of a quarterback, and we'll have some answers at the end of this year.
Brett Boone at 9:20 Odyssey, Baseball Insider, to talk about your Red Hot Rangers. And because Brett's going to join us at 9:20, we're going to have Nick Eatman from Cowboys camp. Let's head on out to Oxnard. The return of Zach Martin. Why did Micah Parsons leave the field? And who stood out from practice yesterday? Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Final hour of the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Right here.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist bump time on the Fan, Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, Roberto Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on everything, and he has been kind enough to change things up for us because we have Odyssey Baseball insider Brett Boone coming up at 9:20. He is Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com in Oxnard, California, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
Good morning. Tired.
What time are you going to sleep on average out there and waking up? You getting 8 hours?
Not really. But I don't know. Like last night, no, I got to bed about 1 or 2. So this thing hit, the 6:50 hit a little early this morning, but it's okay. Right. I'm ready to get back to Dallas for multiple reasons, but yeah, get my clock back is good.
Okay. Zach Martin impressions with him explaining everything to the media yesterday. What'd you take away from it?
I liked what he said about the business part of it, about once you step into this world, like once you say, all right, I'm going down this road, be ready for everything. I actually, after the press conference, I asked him off to the side if Jerry's comments, like if he heard them, if he, what did it do? And he kind of chuckled, but he said he was giving some advice that, hey, once you go down this road, be ready for everything, because now you're playing with the business fire of things. And so, he said with that mindset, he didn't really let anything get personal and stuff like that, which is probably healthy, because it's easily, you usually could have taken things personally. But he won. I mean, he did what he needed to do. He stood his ground, and they played a game, and I think the Cowboys got a glimpse of what could happen if he's not out there. Yeah. And it was that Jacksonville's playing their starters was probably a really, really big thing for Zach, because it just showed that, okay, we don't have a backup guard that could step right in and help.
Yeah. So you and I were at the media party kind of talking about some of this stuff. And after many people were talking, and because of that experience, after this deal got done, I said, Jerry lost. And I think some diehard Cowboy fans were like, no, how did he lose? He got Zach Martin back. What do you make of all that? Because you kind of alluded maybe to Zach winning in this. How do you summarize all that up? Were seeds being planted with us, or was this a loss for Jerry?
I mean, I see the perspective of you're getting your guard back. Okay, you're getting your right guard, and he's there, and so therefore, yes, you win. Everybody wins, all that stuff. But they were going to training camp with that contract in place. They weren't going to change it just because Zach Martin's a 99 in Madden and he deserves it and he's so good. They weren't going to change it. Yeah. So Zach had to sit out. He had to say, no, guys, I know I've taken it for the team over and over and over, but there's a guy in Atlanta that makes $20 million a year, Lindstrom, I think, and I mean, he's not better than me. None of these guys are better than me, and I need to be paid, accordingly. I only have a couple more years left to really get the bag, and that's what he did. So he had to sit out for it. I think the Cowboys, he did win. I think Zach did win on this because the Cowboys weren't going to do this without him making this move.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com from Oxnard here with Sean and Bobby. So yesterday, Micah Parsons leaves practice. We saw a great Jalen Tolbert highlight. Just recap what happened yesterday for us, if you could.
Well, Kevin Costner was here too. I mean,
what?
Yeah. Nobody. It's weird. They didn't like go around the internet or anything like that. I mean, he was here for a little bit.
Did you get close to him?
No. I think he was like in the tower and then went back that way, and another fan tried to jump on the field and try to get a Dak's jersey or whatever, and they tackled him. Yeah.
Whoa! Who was the first fan? When did that happen?
It happened like maybe a week ago. Yeah, seriously, they've been tackling fans around here, trying to get on. I mean, I don't know what's going on.
Boy, we leave Oxnard and it all just goes to hell, Sean.
Yeah. I think there was a funny story that the fan tried to jump on the field and it was getting close to Dak. It was just kind of like after practice, and they tackled him, and he's like, "I just wanted Dak's jersey," and Dak's like, "Dak, you're wearing a Romo jersey." It's like, all right, it's kind of funny, but yeah, Kevin Costner here, all that cool. Okay, Zach back. It was intense practice. It was pretty intense. I mean, just I think the offensive line was blocking a lot better yesterday, even when he wasn't there. Like, he wasn't in most of those drills. But no, I thought the intensity picked up big time. The receivers, I mean, you probably saw the catch Jalen Tolbert had.
Yeah.
That was a great catch. Another guy, 80, Tyron Billy Johnson, I guess we're adding names. One receiver added a name, Billy Johnson. Another one dropped his name. He dropped Marino, Jalen Cropper. So just trying to keep up with all the hyphens here. But no, Billy Johnson, number 80. This guy, he's got some track speed, and he had a really, really nice day as well. It's going to be tough to even make a practice squad spot at this point. But Jalen Tolbert is definitely solidifying this number 4 spot at receiver, which is good. It's what they wanted him to do, and I think that's what's happening.
Micah's okay?
I think so. That was a kick. Somebody kicked him, and he is. I asked some people about it, and 2 different people from 2 different parts of the field said Micah being Micah, like, he's fine. You know what I mean? It's just he's okay. He's okay. He not kicked hard enough to walk off the field, but enough to it's a thing. So Micah's not winning any awards of best interviews. You know what I mean? He's just not from us, at least, because he doesn't do a lot of interviews here. He just kind of grunted and walked off and said, I'm fine. The reporters are kind of chasing him.
Well, he was incredible sitting down with the pivot.
Funny how that works. Yeah.
he turns it on and off. He got a light switch personality.
You know what? I don't know how everybody views him, and he's different. Whatever. Just rush the quarterback. I think that's the mentality of everybody. Just get to the guy. Just do your thing. Just when people say Micah being Micah, it's that guy that cannot get blocked off the edge, and he just comes screaming over there and gets the quarterback and knocks the ball loose. That guy, because that guy changes the whole defense. Yeah. And it doesn't matter. Who cares if he loves talking to the media this day? It doesn't matter. Just go make plays. I bet you Lawrence Taylor didn't do all that either. But he's a special player, and I think he's the reason. He is the reason why I think this is the best defense in the NFL. I think it will be the best defense in the NFL.
Ooh.
It starts with him, but it's just you just keep going down. I really believe that.
All right, let me follow up with that then.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean you think it can get to the San Fran level of last year, in that same discussion, or not as dominant?
I think they can be as dominant. I really do. And I think if you look at 5 or 6, 7 players,
or even better,
I think it can be better. I mean, I just think Jaron Kearse, Deron Bland, Dorrance Armstrong, Damone Clark, Osa. Or maybe Mozzie instead of Osa. I just named the 3rd best player at every position. That's why I think this team has a chance to really be special, because it should be able to withstand some injuries. Knock on this table here in y'all's tent, but it should be able to withstand injuries like that, because that they're going to happen. They just have a ton of depth on defense, and I think the Damone Clarks and Dante Fowlers and Sam Williams of the world is really going to take him over the top. But it does start with Mike.
Nick, you were just talking about Jalen Tolbert there. I need you to be the person who settles something here. So I was a big Jalen Tolbert fan last year. Mm-hmm. Sean felt like I burned him. That I burned his take on Jalen Tolbert because he was trusting that I was right when I said I really like Jalen Tolbert coming out of South Alabama. There were a lot of things that got in the way of him being any good last year, and it really started once they put the pads on. So I'm starting to feel better because I still had questions, but the pads came on and he continued to show toughness and he continued to show some of who we saw at South Alabama. I think we saw it in the preseason game. Now it comes through to the practices. Am I just seeing what I want to see? That's what Sean's concerned with, is that maybe you're just seeing what you want to see because you want to be able to get a redemption here for your take last year. Or do you think Jalen Tolbert is really putting last year behind him?
I mean, I love both of you guys, so I'm going to say sometimes the answer is both. It really is. It really is. And because, yes, there is something to the fact of the bar is so low. I mean, we're over here saying Brandon Aubrey had a nice game because he made a couple extra points, and then he missed one. It's like, no, guys, that's not a good game. We're not, that's not where the bar is here. So stop saying that. And Jalen Tolbert, we didn't do anything. He didn't line up correctly sometimes. So now we're like, hey, he's better. But you see it too. Like you don't even have to look at last year. Some guy can be in the stands and go, that 18's looking pretty good. That was a great catch. Bad offensive pass interference call, but good touchdown. Nice play. And we're seeing it here. The plays are here. He didn't have those last year, so that is evident. He is here now. I do think we're the bar is low, and our standard was not set like a third round pick, a guy ready to take it to the next level. I think you're both right in a way, but I'll lean more towards Bobby.
Yes. First off, to be clear, I didn't say it's not legit. I didn't say Bobby, he's not good. I just don't trust Bobby in general.
That's fair.
Well, I mean, but let's just, let's see what happened. I mean, it is preseason. It's, we see the all Oxnard teams about to come out here in a little bit. I mean, Jalen Brooks is he didn't take that over to the game really. So we'll see what happens with him. But Tolbert, I mean, and I think the reason for it all is Brandon Cooks. I mean, Brandon Cooks has come in here, and I have a lot of respect for guys that do that because, especially at his level, he's like, yeah, I have so much confidence in what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to help you get better. I'm not worried about taking away the ball for me or reps for me or anything like that. So I think Brandon Cooks has really taken Jalen to the next level.
Did you sit down with Damone Clark yesterday?
Yes.
All right, he was getting a ton of love against Jacksonville. What did you get from Damone in your sit down?
He's a lot more comfortable this year. Last year it was kind of a weird, it was weird for him, and he comes in late but he's still got that business-like approach, but he's having a lot more fun, and I think he just understands it. It's one of those things. It reminds me of that Bill Parcells quote that he had on the wall at Valley Ranch. It just, knowledge is confidence. Confidence lets you play fast. And I think that he's got that this year. He's knowledgeable about what he's doing, and that allows him to just rip it and go sideline to sideline. He looks like somebody should be wearing 33, and I mean, he's leaner looking. I just think he's another player that, when you drafted Mozzie, you have Hankins, you got all these guys in the middle that should be shoring that up a little bit better. And then it's just going to allow him and Leighton and guys like that to just have free reign all over the field.
Thank you for waking up with us early again. Really
Thank you for waking me up a little bit. I mean, when I got on, Peyton was like, man, you all right?
Well, I don't know. Are you guys smoking the cigars every night? Are you drinking Scott Agonick's, supply? Have you gone out? Did you have what's the second most fun night you've had out that you can talk about aside from our night?
We had a good time. Let's see, I'm trying to think. We had our team dinner. We had our team dinner as well, and it was a pretty good time. It ended,
go to your steakhouse?
Yeah, I went to the steakhouse.
Okay.
It was good team dinner. Hit Jerry's.
Did they separate the bills?
No, guys, they didn't do that.
Those jerks.
No, they hit Jerry's wallet on this one. It was pretty good. And then we went bowling. It was just a very, very, very small group. People went bowling after that. So
all right. Good. Nick Eatman, a TV star that will preview on Friday for the Cowboys at Seattle.
Be on the sidelines, guys. I'm going to be on the sidelines. Yeah, whole game. You got me. Just make sure it doesn't rain in Seattle.
Yeah, that's right.
It probably will.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
See you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Odyssey Baseball Insider, the former Major Leaguer Brett Boone on your Rangers. He joins us next.
personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
First pitch to Seager. He swings. It's a high fly ball to right field. Renfroe turns. He watches. That one, long gone. A majestic home run off the bat of Corey Seager that touched the moon. It's the second home run hit by Seager tonight, and the Rangers lead 5-1.
2 home runs, 5 runs batted in. Rangers win 7-3 on this radio station last night. They go for the sweep this evening. Pregame 6:30, and the lead over the Astros is 3.5 games. Let's bring in Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all around sports every week. Good morning, Brett. How you been?
I've been good. You guys doing all right?
Yeah. You've seen our baseball team, haven't you?
Winning a lot of games out here.
You guys are good. You got at the deadline. You got 4 players. They're going to be tough. They're going to be tough come postseason.
Have you changed your mind yet? And we've been along with you, so we're not trying to make you look like the bad guy. We've agreed. Have you changed your mind yet on who's winning the West?
Wow. Who's winning the West? No.
What did you think? It sounds like what you thought was a better question we should have asked.
I thought we were getting ahead of ourselves and who's going to win the American League title.
Okay.
But to win the West, no. I think Texas is going to do it. When are we thinking? I've been looking. When are we thinking Evaldi's going to be coming back?
He should be back. They've been a little cagey on all of their pitching injuries this year, but they've been optimistic that he should be returning. I believe it's sometime in the next 2 weeks or so.
Yeah, I think that's going to be real key. I mean, it's such a formidable starting rotation now. You know, it went from a good rotation, and I think Gray up in his game, Evaldi early in the season, but now you add Scherzer, you add Montgomery. I mean, you got so many options in that starting rotation. Right now, it's Scherzer, Dunning, Heaney, Gray, Montgomery. You got to add Evaldi into that mix, so somebody's going to have to take a back seat to that. But it's really nice at this stage, especially with what you can do offensively, to have that kind of have those options as a starting staff. Pretty awesome.
When we look at the Rangers offense, and people have talked all year about like how sustainable is it what they do? Because if you look at, for instance, OPS plus, almost the entire lineup is above 100, which means the entire lineup is hitting above league average. That feels like at some point it's going to have to kind of come back down to earth. So, I mean, knowing that day of reckoning could be coming for the lineup at some point is the biggest thing for them that, look, Scherzer does need to show that he can continue to be the kind of guy that he's been since they traded for him. Montgomery's got to continue to show stability. Like, is the rotation really going to determine if Texas is for real come playoff time?
For me, I always go with pitching. It's always, if you can pitch, you've always got a chance. The hitting is a bonus. The hitting is a bonus because if you can't pitch, you're out of the tournament. You can't play because anybody can beat you if you can't pitch. If you can pitch, you always got a chance. Now add this offense. Still, in my opinion, the best offense in baseball. Yeah, a lot of people are going to argue Atlanta, but I look at this offense. These guys haven't wavered. They've been one across the board in offense all year, and it doesn't matter if they fall off a little bit. This offense is real. You're just not having a couple guys having great years out of nowhere. There's young players that they planned on being really good players that are proving that they are, and the veteran players are. A Simeon is a proven guy. A Seager when healthy, what he can do. I think what he's doing this year is above and beyond what he's ever done. I looked at Seager a couple of years ago and I said, this guy can stay healthy. I see this guy being an MVP one year.
Yeah.
Now, he's having an MVP type season. He just doesn't have the plate appearances, and he's missed a little too much time. But still, you look at his numbers and his body of work this year for the at-bats. Wow, what a season so far. And it goes up and down that lineup. I don't think that lineup's going away. And even if they fall off a little bit, they're still as good or better than anybody else. You know what's cool about looking at this lineup. It brings me back to when good players hit 280, good players hit 300, and you don't see that in baseball now. You go through all the lineups throughout baseball, and it's like 242, and everybody says, oh, he's having a great year. 242, when was that great? It's not great. And I think we've gotten away from the fact that 200 stinks, and I don't care what generation era you're playing in. If you hit 212, you stink as a hitter. And we've gotten away from that. I look at this Rangers lineup, it's refreshing. 282, he's having a good year. Yes, he is. That's one thing that I get some solace when I do watch the Rangers. But this offense is a machine. I love watching Garcia hit. I mean, he's just a beast. And just fury going through the strike zone. A lot of fun up and down that lineup. Got to stay healthy. That's the key. And not only for the Rangers, that's the key for any team at this stage of the season, making that last push, getting ready for that postseason.
Brett, has Scherzer erased the question marks that many people had of him during the deadline, or still too soon?
I still think he was the biggest pickup. You got to consider his age. He's getting up there in years. He was having an okay year for the Mets. We're used to Scherzer being that dominant guy. Yeah, he wasn't having it in his prime Scherzer year, but he's not 28, 29 years old anymore. I think this trade at the deadline and the fact that he didn't hesitate because he had in his contract, I think he's got full say on where he goes, where he doesn't go, if he can be traded. The fact that right away he said, yeah, they want to win. I want to go. I think that gives you a little pep in your step late in the season when you go from a Mets team that was probably one of the most disappointing teams in all of baseball this year to you've got new life going to a vibrant Texas team that's hitting on all cylinders, and all of a sudden, that it's amazing that adrenaline rush that you get, and so far so good for Scherzer. I remember watching his first inning with Texas, and he had a little bit of a rough first inning. Ever since then, he's kind of locked it down. He's got a 1.8 since he's been over here in Texas. I think he's going to be nothing but a great asset for this team going forward. Evalde for me, and that's why I asked at the top of the show, Evalde for me is the key. You go Scherzer, Evalde 1-2, and they're both pitching like they can pitch. Man, that's a formidable 1-2 when you get into a short series in that postseason.
Brett, we've been talking about the 8th, 9th setup with Chapman pitching the 8th, Will Smith pitching the 9th, and we're like, okay, it's gone pretty well so far. Maybe everyone's comfortable, but if Aroldis has better stuff and he's more electrifying, why isn't he pitching in the 9th? Did you ever have a situation like that on your team where it's like, why isn't the 8th inning guy pitching the 9th, and why do you think Bochy would stick to this?
I think Bochy's got his reasons, and that might be an internal thing. Bochy might have had a sit down with both of them and thought, all right, we've got two closers here. I had that in the mid '80s or in the mid '90s with the Reds team I was on. We had a young up and coming closer in Brian Shaw, and we had a proven closer in Jeff Brantley.
Yeah,
they were just as good as one another. Brantley ended up moving on. Shaw ended up being the closer in the coming years. But at the time, it was like, what do we do? Well, it worked out best that Shaw stayed in that setup role. He was nails all year. Brantley, I think that year won the Fireman Award for the best closer in baseball. So it's something that internally gets worked out. And Boch is, if there's a guy in baseball that can make you comfortable in your role, when you sit down with Bruce Bochy, it's him. And there's a lot of egos you got to deal with. And a lot of money, a lot of guys making a lot of money. You've got Chapman, you look at the body of work that he's had over his career, great closer. But you look at Smith, pretty darn good too. Won a World Series with the Atlanta Braves. There's egos involved, but if anybody can get that worked out, is Bruce Bochy. And at this stage, it's best for all players to just kind of put their personal aside. Look at what you have in front of you. Look at the run you're on this year. Look at the chances you have to go to that postseason, go deep into the postseason. And at that stage, I think as players, you're able, especially as veteran players, you're able to put it aside and do whatever's good for the ball club. The thing that's great about having Chapman and Smith, you've got options. If one teeters a little bit, you can switch that at any time you want. So right now, so far, so good. They're winning this way. But like I said, having Boach at the top, being the conductor, there's not a better guy. If I had to walk into a room and Bruce Boach is going to, all right, Booney, we're going to hit you third instead of fourth, and we're going to there's one guy that could just make you smile, and whatever the outcome, whatever the scenario would be, Bruce Boach is the guy that can get you to do it. So they got the perfect guy running the ship for the Texas Rangers.
Hey, Brett, I'm glad you brought up the Brantley-Shaw comparison in the mid-'90s, because that was obviously one that you just talked about there, where Brantley holds on to the job. Ultimately, they never make the switch. In 2003, and it was due to injury, but in 2003, you did have a switch in Seattle where Sasaki got hurt, Shigetoshi Hasegawa came in to close, and then kept the job even when Sasaki came back. And Sasaki had been an all-star closer for a couple years. Was that a tough transition for the team when, in that instance where they decided to make the flip? Was there anybody who went, hey, this has been a great closer for us, we should give him his job back?
I remember that down the stretch. It was, the writing was on the wall, and it was so obvious at that point. And Sasaki had closed, and then all of a sudden he didn't want to pitch. I remember a game, a turning point where it's the ninth inning game and he didn't want to pitch. And then also there were some late innings where it wasn't a save situation. It was a 4-run save, and he didn't want to do that, where the ego gets involved a little bit. Now, I don't want to say anything negative about Kazuhiro, because I had a great time with him. And that's what I'm talking about, though. The ego becomes involved. In 2003, if I remember correctly, we had, at the All-Star break, we were leading everybody again and in control, and we kind of lost it down the stretch. And Shigetoshi he was banged. I'm sorry, not Shigetoshi. Kazuhiro was banged up down the stretch, and there were some little things that went on, and there was kind of a butting heads with him and management at the time. I think Bob Melvin was the skipper, and it was kind of like, all right, we're coming in, it's a 4-run save. Well, I don't want to do that. I only want to be in a save situation. Yeah. So it was one of those back and forth. Shiggy was doing a great job, and they just made the switch. Kazuhiro ended up going back to Japan, I believe, at the end of that year, and never to return. But I don't want to say anything and bring up the past, and it wasn't a negative. I had nothing but positive experiences with Kazuhiro. But yeah, egos get involved sometimes, and feelings get hurt, especially when you've been great for a lot of years. It happens with position players too. You know, guys that are used to hitting third and fourth in the lineup, and you're asked to hit sixth. I remember late in my career, Raul Ibanez came back to Seattle, and I'd been hitting third for 5 years in Seattle, and all of a sudden Mike Hargrove said, well, we're going to hit you sixth. And I kind of took that as an ego blow, like, how dare you hit me sixth?
Yeah.
You know, if I had some more retrospect back then, I can look in the mirror and go, because I deserve to hit sixth right now. You can look at as a player removed and say, yeah, man, he was right. But at the time when you're going through it, you know, sometimes your brain doesn't function that way. So completely understand, but that's why I said, Boach, if there's anybody that can do it, Boach has that special touch. He's got that it factor that not too many guys have.
Brett, thanks as always, man. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the week, and we'll talk to you next time.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast, an Odyssey original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. This segment, we keep on talking about the 6 a.m. Club. Crosstalk with Kevin and Corey has been going through the roof as well. Find out why. Crosstalk with KNC next on The Fan.
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The big news of the day, despite that stutter during the endorsement read, Peyton Russell is getting his own segment.
We did it, boys.
What? It did go down from 81 to 78, though, with the voting.
The hell kind of segment is this? What time is this? The what?
The P block.
I think Payload's better.
Oh. I was going after Corey's C block.
Yeah,
I do like that.
What about Russellmania?
Oh, wow. That's good.
I want that one. I changed.
What about Russellfest?
No.
Okay.
Like Rustfest, yes. I changed my vote to that one. What time will this segment be, and can I hear it every day?
You know, we have not decided. We only hope that it could copy the rating success of Corey's C block.
Yep.
Oh, man. Yesterday was the worst ever.
Why?
Oh, I quit in the middle of the segment.
Yeah, that is true.
Mike wasn't here to carry it. That was a problem.
It was tough.
That's what happened.
It was a tough segment.
What happened?
I should have looked at the fan text, because once I started seeing stuff, I just like got all loopy and just stopped.
You see that person came back and they were like, "Hey, I wasn't trying to be a jerk. I'm on your side."
Yeah, I know. It was my bad, dude. I'll tell you this too. I had some off-field situations going on at the time. I've had too many family members in the ER lately, and so that was something else that was on my mind in that moment as Adrian was texting me saying she felt like she was about to pass out. And I was just like, oh, no. So there's too many things going on.
So we need a drop from 111 where you're like, hey, when I go, hey, do you want to talk about this? You go, no, I'm done. I was like, okay.
Yeah, I was trying to be honest with the listeners at that moment. I was done.
Have those individuals gotten out of the ER?
All right. So my mom has been in and out of the ER frequently lately. She has something that we cannot figure out.
Whoa, give me
it's
the
not
symptom.
heart attack. It's not ulcer. Like, we cannot figure out what it is. If her blood pressure spiked up to like 210 over 98. My goodness. She has terrible pains in her in like the chest area. She feels like she's having a heart attack, but the doctors are like, no, all these things in your system are no. So this has been almost a year now that we've kind of dealt with this, but she went a real long time without it, and the symptoms pop back. Now, the other thing is, she's taking care of my grandparents, who probably need to be in a home, right? Like, that's just kind of they're at that point.
Yeah.
And so my grandfather will fall, and she's got that stress that she's dealing with. And then my grandmother's kind of, in and out of it. Well, her husband also needs a liver transplant.
Dang.
And so he actually today is at UT Southwestern, hopefully getting that process. The doctors basically said, look, you have to be this bad before you can get on the list.
Yeah.
Otherwise, suffer through it until you get that bad.
Wow.
And so that's where he is at this moment. So a lot of things going off field that I've just been dealing with lately. But that I should not affect my on-field play. And that's the point. I need to be more like dirt.
Hey, we talked about that one time that I got really angry because of maybe off the field situations and smashed my headphones on that table.
Dirk had one relationship that kind of caused off the court.
What
was that gal's name again?
What did he, Crystal Taylor?
Or one of her names?
What did he do? He went out and he averaged 35 and 14.
Well, did he lose in the first round?
That's the team. The team stunk. He did everything. He did everything he could. The team stunk.
I don't remember what that was during that period.
That was the Denver series.
Have y'all ever dated someone that you eventually realized was a grifter?
I still don't really know what a grifter is. Can you explain it?
Like a con person.
A what?
Like a con person.
Oh, a con artist?
Yeah.
No. I've done crazy, bipolar, stalkerish.
Did you stalk them or did they stalk you?
No, they all stalked me.
All of them?
Yeah.
How many have there been?
You don't want to refire things back up, so
yes, I do.
I'd like to.
I have, man.
Sounds like it's a 3-1 vote. Peyton?
I've had three. I've had 3 incidents of some stalkerish acts, I believe.
Did you have to change your phone number?
No.
Okay, well that's good.
Yeah. What other things are maybe adjusted? I think the side of my car may have to be adjusted.
Whoa.
Yeah, I don't have proof. I don't have 100% proof, but I have very strong theories.
Do you know how much hell I would have to go through to change my cell phone number?
My Alexa has been hacked.
What?
I didn't know that was possible.
I don't think that is.
You know when someone does something so crazy, you're like, okay, I give it up. Like, that was impressive. You know what I mean? Like, you scared the hell out of me, but I gotta give it up. I gotta give you props.
That's an interesting philosophy.
That happened.
No, you gotta credit there. I will say that, like, asking,
that's another right there.
How old were you when you got the phone number you have now?
That's a good question.
Oh, I was in college.
Yeah, so, like, my phone number is from when I was like 16.
This is the only cell phone number I've ever had.
I won't change it. I mean, you could probably
like challenging people now.
No, I don't want to.
change
I'm
it.
just saying I don't.
If I gave your phone number out right now on the air, you would change it.
There's dangerous precedent.
We've done
for
that before.
Yeah, neither one of us changed our phone number.
You both did it?
Yeah,
I still get texts from our total.
Exactly. It's a weird way to like.
Well, this was
reach
at
out.
night?
This was years ago.
Yeah, one night.
It was Corey's fault.
When we were still the number one
One
nighttime
night in
show in
Bangkok.
DFW. Kevin he started giving out my phone number, and I was like, "You won't do it. You won't." And he was like, and he gave out the last number, and I was like, "Good."
Ooh.
What?
I find that to be a fascinating retelling of this story. I think it went like this. I did say
I
the
dare
first
you? Did I
three.
say I dare
no,
you?
you just looked at me and you go, I bet you won't.
Okay.
Yeah, I bet you won't.
'Cause I
It
thought-
felt like you were antagonizing me more than,
Okay.
hey, low key saying, don't give out my effing phone number.
Yeah, and then on top of I bet you won't, he did it anyway. All right, like out of courtesy, you'd think I won't. So the next night, we gave his phone number out one segment at a time. So I started with the two,
that's
and
a
then
great
the one.
tune-in strategy.
And so all night, and by what?
Somebody texted me before the last three numbers were given out. Now, does that mean they sent upwards of 1,000 text messages? I don't know, but I know that they texted me when we still had three numbers to go in my phone number.
So did y'all's phones completely
Oh yeah,
blow up?
oh yeah, both nights. Yeah, absolutely. We were in, and again, like he said, I still text back and forth with people. I'm sure somebody's listening right now, and they'll text and say, yeah.
I would sooner just buy an additional phone number than get rid of the one that would have gotten
Same.
exposed. I just wouldn't get rid. There's too many people that have it that it's like, I'll forget to reach out to them, and like I need to keep that line of communication.
Oh,
that I
I'm
just
an
wouldn't give
insider. I can never change my phone. I'm an insider.
Well, if you're going to take that attitude, I'm going to circle
basically
it back
said
to you, Sean. What did you do in these relationships that led to their need to stalk you?
I was awesome.
There you go. Yeah, that's the
They
only
had to
problem.
have. They had to have it.
What do you mean by it?
They couldn't live without.
Uh-huh.
They couldn't live without. That's why you get stalked, because you're awesome.
Were these all in close proximity, or has this been spread out over the years, like before you got married and stuff?
One
One
it
would
was
hope.
spread out.
Okay.
It was spread out.
Did they ever show up to your parents' house and then come in and take a painting and leave with it?
No.
Oh, okay.
Did that happen to you?
Do you? Oh wait,
Someone robbed your
Don't
artwork?
answer that. Don't answer that. Do you consider that stalking? If an ex,
Yeah.
okay.
If someone, if I'll finish it.
If an ex shows up at a house,
Yeah.
goes inside, takes a painting,
Yes.
and
A painting
leaves,
that they painted for you.
Oh, they painted for you. But like they gained entry
by false circumstances by lying to parents.
Yeah, that's stalking.
Corey Majors, you are a stalker.
You went into a girl. First off, you painted a picture.
Yeah, I painted a painting.
That's the most surprising part of this to you.
I didn't know you do artwork.
Yeah, I painted back in the day too.
Wow. So
I was very artsy.
You were like, screw this, I'm getting it back.
Yeah.
As if it had value.
Right.
Like-
no,
like
it just had value to
financial
me.
value.
Yeah, it had value to
Yeah.
me.
And you got the painting and left.
Yeah, I was like,
did you ever get caught?
Well, that's a fascinating question. Allow me to field that question. Did he ever get caught? Well, you could probably still ask today because those people went on to get married. And now you know the rest of the story.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it a good painting at least?
Yeah, I think it was good.
You still have it?
My sister has it.
Oh my God.
What was it of?
We should auction that off for people.
It was like a city lights. It was like city lights with a heart kind of involved in it. It was kind of yeah.
Does your sister have it hanging?
I don't. I think it's over my niece's bed. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
going to be hard to take away. Then.
So yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was like
Not apparently, just break in and take it.
I didn't like break the window. I just knew where it was in the house.
Were the doors unlocked?
No, I knocked on the door and I was like, "Hi" to her mom and told her, hey, I need to grab something out of here. And she was like, all right.
So she didn't see you leave with it.
No, but then Adrian called me and was like, hey, why did you break into my house?
Wait a second.
Sean's mind's blown right now.
Wait a second.
It's Adrian.
It's your wife.
Who did you think he was married to? I just told you that.
I didn't hear the marriage
didn't
part. I
register
thought
that
it was
part.
just an ex-girlfriend.
Wait, why does your sister have the painting now, though?
Because I gave it to my sister later. She was like, oh, this is great. Can I have it?
But you've got a
And I was
history of
like,
stealing the painting. Why don't you just steal it back now that y'all
Or
are
why don't you
together?
just give it back? Or why doesn't your wife want the painting back?
I've given her a lot of things since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not stealing if it's yours. Ask OJ. Like, just you're collecting your own stuff.
Same.
What's coming up on the show?
Hold on. I did want to point
hope.
out, I did see the New England Patriots tweeted out, let's eat, Zeke, but all I saw was let's eat Zeke, and I was like, that's weird.
Someone, by the way, just screenshotted me a text message to you. Let me see.
Oh, crap.
9:50. Did you get a text message 3 minutes ago that says, love you, Corey, from Aaron?
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
Still to this day.
Aaron's a diehard Tolo.
Coming up at 10:20, the leaps of Michael Gallup and Jalen Tolbert in the transformation of the Cowboys passing game, and at 11:20, the biggest legal case of our times.
Of our times?
Of our
That's right.
times is upon us.
That's right.
So it started?
Nudists are now suing
Yeah.
to keep clothed people off their beaches.
This is
Do
a
that at
very
11:20.
important case.
What country?
Spain.
Okay. Did you not know? Even though that's your big topic?
I mean, not all the topics in the run sheet are my topics.
This is this family-oriented thing.
How much thing? Don't lose focus, C block. How much has Bassick been checking in daily?
Not a
Actually, I haven't
single
heard from
time.
him at all.
Yeah,
Not
he's
once?
busy.
I got one Luca phone call in commercial yesterday.
What did he want to say about Luca?
Well, we were talking about Luca's trainer doing an interview, how this is real, this is legit. And then Mike gave me his opinions based on watching Luca play.
Okay.
So he let me know in the commercial break.
No, I haven't heard from him at all. I mean, obviously, I know it's a busy and potentially very emotional week for both of us.
Was he moving in every day?
Well,
Is he in
had the
Austin all
kids.
5 days?
His boys are now. They started school Monday, right?
Yes.
So that was part of the process. But he just wanted to take the time to be with her. He's sad. He is sad that he's losing his daughter.
Is she the favorite?
I mean, she was valedictorian.
I could see that.
she's gonna be very successful. I think.
It doesn't always translate.
How many valedictorians out there end up having Johnny Manziel type crashes?
Man, that's
my
an
mom
interesting
died.
point.
So
Your mom was valedictorian? She was?
yeah.
Well, she's homeschooled though, so she's the only one.
No, I was homeschooled. That's why she felt comfortable enough to homeschool me, is because she was smart.
All valedictorians are gonna die though.
Yeah.
So
How
that's
many
like-
will live?
Did she have a
I
good
don't-
life during that time afterwards?
Hey, Bobby.
I mean, I came along.
Yeah.
So pretty great.
You're
welcome.
Don't have a way to end this smoothly. We'll be
And then
back.
just stick around. And
Yeah.
just hang out for the next hour.
Or just say thank you.
Thank you. Peyton, congrats on the new segment. We're back tomorrow morning. KNC takes over this train wreck right now.
What?
C block.
DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, man, people are still texting in from our crosstalk. If you missed it, you need to be listening to Sean and RJ, and you need to be listening to that crosstalk. People still weighing in with their thoughts about grifters and valedictorians.
Do you think that Sean is learning more about us every day?
Probably much to his chagrin, right?
The more he doesn't ask sports questions to us, the more I think he goes, how in the world do these guys, like, how did it happen? How did, I think,
I get it.
And it's a weird show. It's a different show than you'll find across America. All right.
Oh, all of America?
Our personalities are all unique, man. Every single person at this station, but this show specifically has some very, very unique personalities with quirks to them. Mike has his own quirks. You have yours. I have mine. I think sometimes people look at them as insecurities, right? Like you're like,
sometimes,
oh, am I? But then you find out more people have done some of the things we've done and been part of it. So I do wonder sometimes if Sean's just like, I got to ask these guys more of those weird questions because that's where the good stuff is.
I get it, and I think that is a smart decision. Now, I know there are some people who will question this because they still think he's an AI baby, but I did want to say happy first birthday to baby Noah.
Did you say it to his face today?
Yes, I did, and I played that birthday song that I love.
Can we?
I know you didn't get him a card because that's useless. He can't read it.
Yeah, other people got him a card, though.
Terrible use of money.
What's he going to do with that? Is he going to eat it?
Ooh, yes.
Okay.
But one of those cards I don't think was a terrible use of money because it played music.
You could have said God bless you just now. You could have done it.
No, he can't.
You had
He's
the chance.
lying.
Oh,
He
yeah.
can't
You had
do
the
this.
chance to bless
See,
yourself in the middle of a sneeze.
I will focus in on that.
All right.
But it played music, and he seemed to really get a kick out of that. And in case you're ever wondering about this has become a feverish off-air discussion.
All right.
I told Mike that I swear my grandmother, when she sneezed, used to be like, God bless you. He doesn't believe me. And I asked my mom about that, and she does not recall that either. So it's entirely possible I just made that up because that's what I thought as a kid. But I also haven't put it to the test on air or off air, which is what Mike wants me to do. Because he does not believe me.
Yeah, I agree. I would love for that to happen. For any new listeners that have never heard Kevin sneeze on air, he does it every day. Now, Kevin, I did have this also, the song on the birthday card. I once got my favorite birthday card song card from the kids and Adrian, and it went, I'm a hamburger, and today is your birthday. Happy birthday, Miguel. And I've always, yeah, exactly. That was the surprise for me too. And everybody in the house, they were like, what did he just say? So that was, did it sing a song like that? Or was it just music?
No, it was just like a bootleg version of Happy Birthday.
Okay. All right. And Reggie, I think we have a new idea here. Birthday cards for 1-year-olds that are flavored. We could make flavored birthday cards that dissolve. Yeah. I think we have a new business idea.
Man, he would love that.
Kevin, get that started on KNC Masterpiece Incorporated.
Yeah.
Yes, we can, along with our horse Ruben Sierra.
That's how has that not happened yet?
So many.
It's on the way.
It's still on the way. Ideas.
He's on back order right now.
From the 575, you guys are really nice. Happy birthday, baby Noah. Today is my youngest daughter Olivia's 18th birthday. Can I get a shout out to her? That is from Alan in Keller. Happy birthday, Olivia. You have a great birthday. I want to go ahead and shout out Corey Seager as well. If we can fire off cut number 1, he is getting work done.
0-1 to Seager. The pitch, he swings and hits one high in the air to deep left center field. Adams back at the track. The wall leaps up. That ball is caught! Or did he catch it? No, it's a home run! He thought he had it, but it squirted out of his glove, and Corey Seager with a 2-run home run, and the Rangers take a 3-0 lead.
Hot.
Squirted out of his glove, huh?
The Rangers are victorious 7-3. Here's another question, and this is a really, really good question. Wait, if baby Noah's birthday is today,
right,
then why did Kevin miss training camp last year?
Great question.
That is a great question. That was on the doctor's orders. We had a little bit of a complex pregnancy. You guys might remember the day. Oh, man, this is going to take a harder turn than I thought. You guys might remember the day that I just left in the middle of the show because I got a call from Jess, and we both kind of have hey, if I call you during the show or you call me, it's important. And she called me just in tears because she was bleeding and bleeding a lot.
And y'all had at this point,
we had 2 miscarriages before that. And if y'all remember that day, I just left and I forgot to take my computer. And then Spittle was like, hey, do you need your stuff? And I was like, I guess. And I just stood up and I go, I gotta go. And, so yeah, she had everything's fine with Noah. Everything's good. But the point of that was, and I know they were just having fun with it, but the point of that was it was kind of a complicated pregnancy. And so when I was going to leave in July going into August, we weren't quite sure if she might go into labor earlier. And I remember the doctor, it was really funny. He goes, I said, hey, can I take a business trip out of state? He goes, I know what you do. How long is this business trip? Is it one day? I said, no, it's a week and a half-ish. And he goes, no. And right then, Jess looked at me, looked at the doctor, looked back at me, and she's so nice. She was even like, hey, if you still think you need to go, I think you can. And I was like, man, the doctor said no.
Mm-hmm.
This could be disastrous. But then, of course, baby Noah took a sweet-ass time to get born. And so he's here now. Today is his first birthday, and
Corey Seager got him a birthday present.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
My wife put together an incredible birthday display this morning and last night, but then Corey Seager did the same. He was like, hey, if Shohei Ohtani didn't exist, I could have been the MVP.
Should be the MVP by the end of the season. We can get to that even
Did you
more
see
if you want to.
Jared's tweet last night?
Yes, I did see Jared's tweet.
Batting average, advantage Seager.
Yep.
On base, advantage Seager.
Yep.
Slugging, advantage Seager over Ohtani. OPS, advantage Seager over Ohtani.
How much more rest is Ohtani going to have from pitching for the rest of the season that might deter that even? I don't know if it will.
The only issue, though, is if you're going to start firing up Corey Seager in 5 days as a starting pitcher.
Well, what if you want to throw the idea out, too, that Corey Seager is on the best team? And
I do.
He is that much of a difference maker for this team that not only is the MVP for his team,
sure,
but he also should be the MVP for the AL.
Okay, and I definitely agree with that, but I think we've seen from voters in the past, like Miguel Cabrera taking the MVP over Mike Trout, when Mike Trout, off of all the analytical numbers, had a better year because Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown. If you're in the midst of seeing things that you rarely see or haven't seen in a long time, that feels like it takes precedence. So I'm with you, man. The Rangers are 13 and a half games better than the Angels. I see it. If Corey Seager hadn't missed any time, let's just say he sat a few games or whatever, but let's say he had played the majority of the Rangers 120 games and had this pace, I do think we could have this conversation. I know there's other people who will think that's preposterous, but the fact that he's missed time, I think, really hurts as well.
Corey Seager does have a 0.00 ERA according to the Fantex.
Technically correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fact right there. So,
and then from the 903. All right, Kevin, you're taking this baby bit too far. He's now celebrating a birthday.
It is his birthday, and that's awesome.
What a sad reflection on my life. Or it just shows how stick-to-itive I am if I just rolled with this bit for a year. I promise, he's loud and he is real.
Yeah. Yeah, it is pretty nice. It is pretty nice to have him around too. He's a fun looking kid, man.
He is delightful.
No, like seriously, when I say fun looking, like the Adrian just goes nuts over the pictures every time. She's like, "Oh my god, that baby's so chunky. I love him."
From the 903, I kind of want that as a drop to play for Noah. From the 903, hey Kevin, happy birthday to little Noah. My youngest daughter Savannah turns 7, and it's all my kids' first day of school. Wow, man, that is an action-packed day. Happy back to school day for everyone who's celebrating it. Now, the Rangers win again, and that's fantastic because Los Angeles is done in terms of this division.
I think so.
We
buried them.
Yeah. Yes. And I realize that they have just had a terrible run, but they're done. You're hoping to still put some space between you and Seattle. I realize that has been difficult because Seattle has been on a roll, but you've now created at least a little bit of cushion between yourselves and the Astros. So my question for y'all was going to be, how many wins do you think it will take to take this division?
All right, how many we got left, Kevin?
I think 42 games.
42 games left. I think it's going to take... Oh, man, I think it's going to take 92 games, 92 wins.
Okay.
Maybe 95, but I think 92 will do it.
Okay.
But I think, like, whatever it is, Houston's tracking right along with you. And, Kevin, you know the it's getting tougher for the Rangers and easier for the Astros down the stretch.
Yes, and we can talk about that here as well as you want because I know CBS Sports is copying your work.
I know, yeah.
You brought up about a month ago, but I wanted to run through this for you real quick. Here are the division totals to win this division over the last several years. We go back to 2016 with the Rangers. It was 95.
Okay.
Then the Astros take over, and you will notice quite a change. 2017, the Astros win with 101 wins.
Oh, crap.
Next year, 103. Next year, 107. The next year, only 95. I skipped 2020 for obvious purposes. And then in 2022, 106. So the outliers right there, the last time the Rangers won the division and the Astros in 2021 with 95 wins. So I think you probably are about right on with your 95 win prediction. The good news for the Rangers right now, they're on pace to go 97-65.
Is that good?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the best record in the history of the club.
Okay.
I believe currently it's 96-66. So even if you don't set the record, I think that 94 to 97 win window is probably where you're going to need to hit if you're going to want to win this division.
Okay, and I'm trying to figure out because it has been over the last since the Marlins series, the Rangers have won 2, lose 1, 1, 2, lose 1. Angels, let's see how things go today. But if it's a win 2, lose 1 situation, and I know you asked Bochy about this yesterday about the last part of it, and I can't quite remember his answer, Kevin, to you about like the last game of a series.
He said it's not as different as you might think, but you know what's crazy is I know we all have the Oakland and San Francisco series in our mind as you've lost the last 2 series closers. Do you know before that in the second half they were 6-1 in the last game of a series?
Okay,
so they had been like. Because I went and I researched to see, has this been like a season-long problem that I just don't remember? It is not. And they have been on fire.
Okay.
But the Oakland and San Francisco series, I realize.
But Kevin, you do have to point out to that is they did sweep Tampa out of that, right? But they lost the first 2 to LA and then won the last
Exactly.
one. Lost the first 2 and won the last one. And they got swept by the Padres. But to that point, is the mindset is always let's win the series, right? Let's win the series. And I think that's what Derek has said the mindset is. It was like that with Wash. It's like that with Bochy. Let's win the series. Well, what if you don't win the series? Don't get swept. That's like, okay, then don't get swept. I wonder if the mindset, like if they go into it and they're like, all right, look, if we just win the series, every series for the rest of the year, we're good.
Yes,
we will win this division and we'll go on. And I was kind of trying to look at the rest of the season, Kevin, to see if the math would add up to that. Because if that's the case, I don't know if you get a sweep here and there, and you might lose a series here and there. But if your goal is win a series win the series, that's 2 games every series, then you should be in a situation where you are at the end of the season you're at your best. And I think the Rangers can do that, man. I think they can put themselves in position for that.
One person said they need 28 more wins to take the division. Look, that would put you at 100. And I definitely think you would win this division with that. I don't think you need that, but I will also say if you win 100 games, I think you'll be the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So and that's a goal you can look at as well, because now you're 2 games back of the Orioles, I'm pretty sure, for that top seed. So
that is correct.
The Rangers have given themselves a lot of breathing room in terms of wild card or just making the playoff stuff, but I know that's not the goal anymore. Like, their goal is absolutely to win the division and get a bye, and then potentially that number 1 seed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the leaps of Gallup, Tolbert, and the transformation of the Cowboys passing game. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Franklin & Franklin. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Franklin & Franklin are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Franklin for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
23 seconds left. Dallas is 1st and 10 inside the 20. Greer back, sets, throws to the middle, caught at the 2, and Turpin steps in. Sorry, Tolbert. 18, Tolbert for the Dallas touchdown.
Jalen Tolbert, I want to talk about him.
Him or Turpin?
We had Turpin on the show as we did Tolbert, but if it is Turpin, that would change up my segment just a little bit, but maybe he'll come up here, is the leaps of Gallup, Tolbert, and the transformation of the Cowboys passing game. Now, we talked about this a few weeks back, the history of Mike McCarthy as a play caller when it comes to pass and run division. So I wanted to take another look at this, and the quote from a couple weeks ago from somebody with the Cowboys was, "Have you seen our personnel? This is not a running team." And so let's go to last year compared to this year when you look at the receiving options. Last year, your number one receiving option, CeeDee Lamb.
Hell yeah, he was.
This year, also CeeDee Lamb.
Hell yeah, he is.
We might investigate that more, perhaps even tomorrow. But for now, let's just call it a push. I realize the hope is he'll get better, right?
CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah.
Okay.
But for now, let's just say
I was like, are we adding a receiver that I don't know about?
No. Let's just say push.
Okay.
Last year, your number 2 wide receiver, Michael Gallup.
Yeah.
Who has now become Brandon Cooks. You saw the season that Michael Gallup had for a variety of reasons, which we will get into in just one second. Don't you feel significantly more optimistic about Brandon Cooks as your number 2 receiver versus Michael Gallup?
Brandon Cooks is the receiver that everybody wanted T.Y. Hilton to be last year. Okay. And this is why everybody was pining for Odell Beckham Jr.
Sure.
Not because this is a big, tough receiver that can do things over the middle and does great slants. No, he can burn, and he can do all these other things too. And so, the moment that was the 50, 60-yard pass to T.Y. Hilton, everybody was like, there we go, we got our burner. And they're like, no, we just tricked him. We just trick-effed him, as Mike would say. And that was that moment. So, all right, well, how do we get this to happen more frequently? You have this option in Brandon Cooks because of the blazing speed. I do believe this year, Kevin, that Michael Gallup's career will be across the middle and in the very tough spots of other defenses.
I'm glad that you brought that up.
Good.
Because he is now your number 3 receiver, or as I said, a rejuvenated Michael Gallup. Number 3 wide receiver last year, Noah Brown. So
bad. It was bad.
Yes. So this is what Michael Gallup had to say about last year compared to this year. Because what have we been telling everyone? When we were out at training camp, he seems different.
He looks different.
Yes, yeah. Exactly. He said, I think just coming off really any injury, you've got to make sure that you have your mentals right. Everybody says they're good, There's always a little something under the table you're trying not to express to everybody. Now, first of all, I think that part is super interesting because that's the way I would think about it too if I was coming back from an injury. Like, of course you want to say, I'm ready to go. Like, it would be the biggest headline of the day if Michael Gallup would have come out last year and been like, I think physically I'm okay, but I don't really know. Like, I'm really worried to make that cut. And so he said, physically, I knew I was good. I could go out there and do enough, but it wasn't enough to be out there. I shouldn't have been playing like that. All right, so he's admitting mentally not in the right space. Well, at least mentally, it seems like he's in a totally different space this year. And then you go to the number 4 receiver. This is the crazy part to me. Your number 4 receiver last year was essentially T.Y. Hilton, who you picked up late in the season for nothing. Now, it's a totally different Jalen Tolbert. So my contention is,
yeah, if you want to know that it's a totally different Jalen Tolbert, Kevin, go look at Kyle Yeoman's post that he just had yesterday, and it was the Jalen Tolbert grab high, lands, sticks his feet in the end zone and falls back. This dude is a completely different receiver.
Like a gymnast?
Like a gymnast, yes, absolutely. Okay. He looks like what I expected him to look like last year. Maybe I rushed him a little too fast last year.
Okay, so you have Corey's word, Kyle Yeoman's word.
Yep.
If I take you to cut number 13, we had Isaiah Standback on the show, and the question was, has anyone separated themselves for that wide receiver number 4 spot?
I think it's a pretty competitive pack. I think Jalen Tolbert definitely is getting the nod right now, coming off the offseason that he's had, going into training camp, having training camp that he's had, relatively consistent. And then obviously showing up in the first preseason game. So every opportunity that he's being given right now, he's starting to look more and more like the guy that they drafted, right, and that they anticipated him to become. So he looks like he's making that second-year leap. And I think that if he continues on this path and this trajectory, then he would definitely be the number 4 guy.
All right. And that's what, not just the preseason game, but that's what training camp has led us to believe.
Yes.
Because it's not just Jalen Tolbert. Like, you know how CeeDee Lamb was like, hey, y'all better watch out for Dak. It's other people on the team that have mentioned, man, Tolbert looks different. Tolbert. And so let's say CeeDee Lamb's a push for now. Number 2, pretty big upgrade, right? From Michael Gallup to Brandon Cooks. Number 3, I think a potentially really big upgrade from Noah Brown to a now rejuvenated Michael Gallup. And number 4, hoping Jalen Tolbert, who did nothing, and then you had to go get T.Y. Hilton from the waiver wire, and then a totally different Jalen Tolbert. So I think you have made potentially big upgrades at the number 2, 3, and 4 wide receiver spots.
Yeah, and here's what, like, I know, we talked to Schottenheimer, young Shotty. And we had a conversation about the running game. We had conversations. We've listened to McCarthy talk. I think the run game's still going to be important to this team. Now, I heard what that one person said was, have you looked at our personnel? Yeah. Without Zach Martin, you are not built to be a running offense, okay?
Yeah,
that is
not really
true.
built to be a passing offense either.
Yeah, you're not much of an offense without that anchor, Zach Martin. But when you have the protection, then Zach Martin's out there, and hopefully all the rest of the offensive line comes together pretty well, and we'll figure out, if Tyron's healthy all season, man, we have been blessed.
Yeah,
that would be an amazing thing. That would be very nice, and especially if Terrence Steele was healthy all season too, that would be 2 amazing blessings. But I think the personnel that the Cowboys have at receiver now allows what Mike McCarthy really wants out of the offense. And that's not just to be, hey, look, we're just going to 2 yards in a cloud of dust. We're not going to be an offense that just relies on the passing game either. We're going to be aggressive offensively. Every single one of those guys that you named has the ability to be aggressive in whatever their routes are and pick up big yards, and not only just big yards, but yards after catch. And I think that's what Mike McCarthy wants the most is, I can't look at my offense and say, well, I can't do this because all I have is this. But now he has every single piece, save for being healthy. He has every piece to say, we're going to attack offensively, just like we do on the defensive side of the ball. We're going to push the other side too.
And I can't promise this. Well, I can just tell you what we've seen so far from the 817. Can Dak throw the ball far enough to hit Cooks?
Sometimes.
Yes, that was your response.
We almost saw him overthrow overthrow Cooks one time at camp. Cooks just ran under it and grabbed it,
which I think,
on the fingertip.
Which is ideally what people's want from Dak, right, is to lead the receivers more. Is there's too many throws that I know people get bothered about. I get bothered about that you either have to backtrack or you have to turn. So even if you catch it, it kills your forward momentum to potentially, compile that yak. Brandon Cooks, there was a couple of really good looks in training camp, but then I saw another person who was like training camp, preseason, do it in the regular season. I get that.
Yeah, no, and I want to add to that, Kevin. When Dak made that throw that looked like it might be an overthrow, it allowed Brandon Cooks to separate from the corner.
Oh, my God.
Like that was the big difference, was there was now space out in front of Cooks that nobody else had covered. So the quarterback is trying to chase him down, and now Brandon Cooks goes, oh, crap, I have to kick it into high gear. Let me go get it. And now he's got even more separation from the cornerback. And that's a space that Dak needs to be able to throw into. And it's going to happen a lot, especially if they do get safeties to bite down on runs. Dak should have that open on play actions.
Last year, where do you think the Cowboys ranked in passing yards per game?
Passing yards per game?
Because we all
middle of the pack, maybe?
Okay, good call.
Like? Okay.
14th. So pretty darn close to middle of the pack. Whereas they were 9th in rushing yards per game. Now, I don't want to say that you're going to exactly...
What were they in points?
I think 4th.
Okay.
I should have written that down.
It's all right. I think they
that.
benefited a lot from their defense,
of course,
giving them opportunities last
I
year.
Definitely agree with that. They were, in fact, 4th.
Yeah.
Yay me. I don't want to say they're going to flip it. I think there's a much better opportunity for you to move into the top 10 in passing yards while potentially staying in the top 10 in rushing yards. It'll depend how far you go up there, because if Dak finds his groove and you're not throwing interceptions, then maybe you try to stretch it out a little bit more, or as one of the fan texters says, be aggressive. Or hopefully your defense is awesome and you can score early and then salt the game away and not give us too much to worry about.
Well, and I think that, that's one of the things that sounds like philosophically that McCarthy didn't love about Kellen Moore was like, let's go put 20 more points on the board on this play. And you're like, you can't do that on this play. You can do 7, maybe 6 if our kicker makes his shot or makes his kick. But
TBD on that.
Yeah, we'll find out how that works. But if I can, instead of going striking right now, if I can continue to maintain this lead because I know I can add some things later, then I'm going to kill clock. And that's going to put pressure on them because now they have to catch up to what we're doing. I can kill that stuff away and protect my defense, which by the end of the season, I want them to have legs late in the year, not just for today's game because we put up 42 points.
Now, we had Jalen Tolbert on our show, and I want you to support him. I'm going to read you a quote from him on our show.
Okay, so it's not
what?
This isn't our quote, it's his quote.
Sorry, I've formatted that poorly. But that's because I'm thrown off, by the way. Jalen Tolbert said this. I just move on to the next play. It's day and night, my confidence level. Do you have an issue with that sentence at all?
My confidence level is day and night, right? Is that how it should be?
Like, I'll be sure.
Is it day and night?
Night
or
and
is
day?
it night and day?
Oh, come on. Are you serious right now?
Is this the pedantic route that you want to go on?
What's first? Day comes first, night second.
Look, I love Jalen Tolbert. I was just kidding about turning against him. I hope people understood I was kidding about that. But my question, do you say day and night or do you say night and day?
Well, because of Kid Cudi, I say day and night.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why.
You free your mind at night?
Yeah.
Did you say that before, Kid Cudi?
Nope. Not one single
time. You were introduced to the phrase by Kid Cudi.
Yeah,
Awesome.
It was night and day. It's night and day.
Yeah.
No, I get it. I don't understand that because that's not alphabetical order either. So that shouldn't work.
Great point.
Yeah, usually things should be in alphabetical order.
Except when they're not.
Right, except for when they're not, which you just have to deal with at this point.
Is that why you try to say paper, rock, scissors, or whatever weird thing you say?
Oh man, I never
That's
thought
a great
about that.
point,
Man, yeah, that is which is the appropriate way to say it for me. But yeah, I think day and night Kid Cudi. Maybe he was listening to some Kid Cudi, and that was just on his mind whenever he threw that out at us. Kevin.
Oh, from the 469, night is first because 12 a.m. starts the new day.
That's the new day. You just said it. The new day starts at 12 a.m.
So you think midnight is the daytime?
And my day starts when I wake up. All right.
That's a great point.
I do agree with that. Colby and I have argued about that many, many times.
What, night morning?
Over the year. Yeah, night morning. See, you know it.
What is night morning?
I do not ascribe to night morning.
Uh-huh.
All right?
Yeah, once you hit
midnight.
12, midnight, but it is morning because it's the new day, so it's night morning.
If I'm awake at midnight and I'm rolling into like 1 a.m., I can't say, "Hey, it's still Friday." When that's no longer Friday.
Yes, you
Saturday
can.
morning.
That's not Saturday morning at that point.
And what conversation are you having with people at 1 a.m. when you're like, "Hey, it's Saturday now"? They're like, "Hey, shut up and take this glow stick."
Well, no,
I assume
You're having the conversations.
I don't know
at the rave, Kevin. Save the conversations for Waffle House afterwards. All right.
The conversation time is after the rave at the house, like he just said. You're having a water because you need to hydrate.
Oh man, this is a great point.
Pedialyte.
How come K and C is in alphabetical order? That's a great point.
Well, because it's a spin-off of something. So
The barbecue sauce, we could say that,
Yeah,
right?
I
We
don't
got
know.
fair usage of this by now.
Cease
don't
and
we?
desist is on its way.
Surely by now we could claim fair usage.
look, there was a time when CK1 was a suggested option, but we just decided that this one was more fun.
So what I always like to tell people is Corey's name is spelled with a K and mine is spelled with a C. So Corey's name is still first. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey with a K, Major.
Let's talk about our friend Jordan Montgomery and what he's provided, and also hear a really cool story from Mookie Betts next on The Fan.
Hello, this is Chip with Diamond.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Majors.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Just want to point out that yesterday in Buckets, we did bring up that the play of JP Martinez might give the opportunity to Bruce Bochy to maybe give a little rest to Taveras. Now people are already calling for his job, and I'm like, well, let's
Are those
wait.
people you or
no,
just people?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I
Definitely
think,
wasn't me.
oh, hold on. That sounds a little
What?
suspicious.
Huh?
That sounds sus.
Did I say that out loud?
Last night, JP Martinez gets the start in center field. That's a new alignment out in the outfield that we had not seen yet, and it looked pretty good, except for I do think Taveras would have gotten to that home run last night. I think he would have gotten it. I personally think Taveras is the better outfielder. I know that Martinez's natural position is center field. I just think there's a little more fluidity with the stride of Taveras, although he can't dive forward. So it's still a thing that we got to work on, but I don't think it's something that they're going to say, well, now we have our new center fielder. I just think it's like, look, man, Bruce Bochy does this. If you're hot, you keep playing. And if you're not, you got to find a way to get back into that lineup somehow. Look at Martin Perez right now. He wasn't hot. He got bumped out. He's got to figure out how to add to this team and a chance to go to the World Series. So yesterday, Buckets, we predicted little opportunity here.
You have a prediction for today? Is that the direction we're going?
What did you say? Direction?
I really hope that was the word that he said.
All right. I appreciate it.
Sound?
Thanks for clarifying. I just wanted to make sure. 877-881-1053. What did you hear, Kevin?
Carter, are
say?
you shaking your head? No, did it sound like I swear I thought I said direction?
I think you did.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure.
Oh my goodness, I'm concerned now.
Yeah, no, and I don't know exactly what direction they will go, Kevin, with this. And I'm betting Wyatt Langford will not be called up by the end of the regular season. Just my thought. Now next year, maybe, but this is dude. Look at the depth on this roster right now, man.
Did you see where Kylie McDaniel put Wyatt Langford?
No.
Number 6 prospect in baseball.
In all of baseball, huh?
Evan Carter's too low, but I like.
Where was
that
Evan
one.
Carter?
14.
What? How
So,
does that work?
Yeah. This is.
Let's get Kylie on the horn.
It's really cool that your farm system had JP Martinez just to plug in here and say, all right, let's go. And you haven't had to move Evan Carter at all or for anything. So there's lots of options here with the Rangers. All right. That being said, I know there's more Jordan Montgomery I want to get to and some Mookie Betts. Maybe we'll get to that later. But I did see this, and last night it took over the television broadcast. And Jared has been talking about this group for quite some time now. And I'm very interested to know more about this group that is in section 133 and is Corey's Corner, Rangers Nation. They are taking over out there. Now, they are doing the roll call, which is a Yankees thing, but early in the season, Kevin, I was like, why don't we have something cool like that? A section. Remember I asked, I was like, why don't we have some traditional stuff that goes on in our outfield that makes it like, groups want to be in that section right there? And they've started this, man. They started their own group out there. It's awesome. The kid that founded it was on with Emily Jones, got to take pictures with her and everything. That was really cool. They are loud. They are having fun watching Rangers baseball. They are passionate about what this team is doing. And it is the coolest thing to see a group of what looks to be a very young group of Rangers fans, like a whole generation of young fans out there just going nuts for Texas Rangers baseball right now. I don't know, like Reggie, you said that you guys were out there for was it the first one?
I think so, if I remember correctly. Myself, Carter, Alec Medford, and Peyton Russell all went to a game on a Friday night just to kind of, watch some Ranger baseball.
Okay.
And it seemed like there was a lot of rowdiness coming from center field, and it was very evident because, Obviously, the rest of the stadium is not doing all of that. And we were really intrigued, in part just because, like, you know how someone says something you can't quite hear and you're like, wait, what are they saying?
Mm-hmm.
I spent a good couple of innings just trying to figure out what they were saying and texting with Jared Sandler and disturbing his broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
And asking him if he knew.
Did Jared text you in the middle of the broadcast?
Absolutely.
He's a pro.
Yeah.
He is.
He's so good at it.
And didn't quite figure out what they were saying. But at one point I saw a flag that they were holding up, and it looked like a fraternity.
Okay.
And it was a fraternity's flag.
All right.
And it made me wonder, was this like, because supposedly there was a national convention of that fraternity. So I was like, oh, is this just like a whole bunch of frat guys that came in and was just like, we're going to be frat guys. But now we've seen that same energy continued on for the Rangers, and they seem to really like it. The Rangers on the field seem to really enjoy it. So it's fun to see that. And I don't know if they started it, the frat guys or whatever, but I'm glad to see that there's this level of enjoyment happening in center field for the Ranger games.
Yeah, and from the 682, it sounded like a soccer match on the radio. It's cool. We need a chant, jump and imagine the whole stadium's doing something crazy. That kind of environment's fun. Here's the thing. I love a rowdy environment that's also kind of contained.
Okay.
And isn't like
this show
mean. You know, like people are trying to have a good time, not trying to go look for fights and stuff. I like those types of environments that are rowdy and loud, but everything's kind of pushed out to the field and trying to have some fun with the team and get them going and get them excited about being, part of what's going on here. It's a lot of fun. Have you seen this, Kevin?
Yes.
All right.
Oh, absolutely.
And are you ready to? Is Brandon
Are you a part of the group?
Is Brandon going to be out there taking part in this?
I'm not a part of the group yet.
Okay.
Brandon's not a part of it, but if they post that video on TikTok, he'll be a part of it by watching that video.
Is his life dictated by TikTok right now?
TikTok and Instagram for sure.
Look,
I guess I'm getting ready to move for college tomorrow.
They did have the cool signs up last night that said Otani to Texas, come to Texas, and that was kind of fun to see.
What if that works?
As the recruiting started, he's like, man, did you see all this? They want me still, and they'll pay me. They have money and all that.
And he's like, my team sucks.
And then can you imagine this pitching staff next year? At this time, I know CJ Nitkowski was pointing out, just think about the pitching staff at this time next year. DeGrom, Scherzer, Evaldi, John Gray. Hold on, you don't think DeGrom's going to be healthy by this time, later than this time next year? He's never coming back. Is what
I didn't say that. It's just
he's your closer.
I don't know.
It's just what, Kevin? Wait, finish that sentence.
I don't think he's going to pitch for us much, if at all, next year. That can't be like that controversial.
I'm sad now.
Right?
Man.
What? Don't shake your head at me.
Reggie, I had hope.
I did too.
I had a lot of hope, and we're still a year away, and Kevin's
Rangers
trying to kill our
133
dreams.
had hope too.
Yeah, 133 was like, let's go, let's add Otani to the mix on this thing. And you're
why
like,
didn't you list him at the top of the pitching staff?
because he would have been third or fourth on that.
Fourth?
I mean,
you have him behind Montgomery?
I have him behind Scherzer for sure.
Okay.
I'm behind, the way Evaldi was pitching this year, I have him behind Evaldi. I have him behind DeGrom when DeGrom's at DeGrom best.
And then once we get Seager on the mound.
Yeah.
What about Dunning?
When we get Seager on the mound, he'll
Win
be
the
MVP. Well, dude, Dunning. All right.
I don't think it's a controversial opinion to
Shohei
say,
out of the bullpen then?
I don't know if he'll be able to pitch next year.
Otani.
Not Otani,
Because of
DeGrom.
fatigue, getting worn out. I get it. That's why he's not pitching against the Rangers
you know what?
this series.
I'd take a step back then. Give me your dream rotation again, and I'll zip
Dream
it this
rotation next year. Healthy DeGrom, Max Scherzer, Evaldi, bringing back Jordan Montgomery. All right. And then John Gray. Then Heaney and Dunning. And then Otani. And then
Otani is eighth?
Yeah. Well, dude, he needs remember Mike
Wait,
said
is this an 8-man rotation
he's
that you
used to
just
pitching in a
established?
6-game rotation. Remember? So we're going to give him even more rest so he doesn't get fatigued with an 8-man rotation. Because we have all the pitchers.
But why wouldn't you want like DeGrom and Scherzer and Evaldi to pitch?
Because our other guys can get wins too. Now we're actually saving DeGrom's arm. We're giving DeGrom 8 days before he has to pitch again.
Load management, Kevin.
Yeah,
I would like to unsubscribe from this newsletter.
All right. That's it for baseball buckets. We'll get to some more stuff later on in the show.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
That's how the show works, Kevin. We talk about more things as it
And then
goes
we go
along.
on to the next one. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Reggie.
Okay, I guess. Coming up next.
The 214 Seager and Trout as setup guys. Look, man.
What? Don't encourage him. Coming up next, hey, shocker, guess who's hurt again? Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning from Oxnard, California, where the temperature is 63 degrees this morning.
Well, you know what, Mickey? Today that doesn't hurt as much as usual, but if
Like
you
tomorrow?
say that crap again tomorrow, we might just be done with this interview.
That's it? We're done for the rest of the week?
We got 2 whole days off from 100 degrees, and then tomorrow it's going to spike back up to 107.
So does that mean a day off from 100 means it's 98 or 95?
It was 65 this morning.
No, it was not.
Yeah, this morning I went out for my run and it was 65, and then by the time I got back home, it was 85. So
I think, yeah, I mean, the high is still pretty dang high, but like, you'd be surprised if you walk out and it's 93 degrees and you're like, oh, this is delightful.
Well, we got fog cover this morning, almost a drizzle.
Is there any part of you that ever hopes when you see that fog that some kind of mystery is going to break out that you're going to have to get involved in?
I have never thought of it that way. I'm trying to absorb holding some of this coldness in my body so it'll counter when I get home.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
I don't know if that is how that works at all.
That's not how it works.
But I appreciate your optimism.
Yes, absolutely.
Should we also have optimism about Micah Parsons? Because I'm not going to lie, the second I heard he might have left practice, or he did leave practice, I was like, please no.
Right, he did. I think it was toward the end. He might have missed like 10 snaps or something like that, and he walked off with his calf kind of wrapped up. So he wasn't happy about it, and when we were talking to him as he was walking off the field, he was basically said, I got to go get it checked out. So how did it happen? He goes, we were playing football. It sounds like he got kicked or something during the play, and so, yeah, we'll see where that one goes. But let's look at it this way. He doesn't have to practice today, right? It's the last padded practice, which means the offense can function more efficiently without him out there. I'm trying to find the optimism of not having him on the field because he wrecks practices. And it's not a reflection of the Cowboys' offensive tackles. It's like nobody can block this guy usually. So he better be ready because they're going to run right at him if he's playing that many snaps at defensive end. So we'll see where it goes. But look, if he doesn't practice today, tomorrow's a walkthrough. Friday they have a short walkthrough before leaving for Seattle. He's not playing in the game Saturday. Sunday's a day off. I'm not sure what we're going to do Monday. And so, if he gets back into practice on Tuesday, then he'll have all that time to kind of rehab that and see where it goes.
I just want to point out, Kevin, that what Mickey just said about Micah wrecking practice, like that was, we noticed it the whole time we were there too. That was definitely something.
It's almost like I'm thinking the offensive guys are like, get that guy off the field.
Yeah, we just got to get a pass off here,
right? We can't run routes the way we normally run. The quarterback can't set up normally, and we're exaggerating a little. It's not every play, but a lot of plays. Let's put it that way.
We did see a little note this morning from Todd Archer that the Cowboys have guaranteed Jaron Kearse's $4 million on his contract, and I was kind of curious
on the current one.
Yes, on the one for this year, which would have been guaranteed week 1,
right?
He says. So I'm kind of curious why. Like, what do you know?
Well,
the reason
I think kind of the scuttlebutt I heard that when he saw other guys getting paid and he didn't get an extension, I think he was. I think his feelings were hurt.
Okay.
So, because remember, they signed Hooker, right?
Yep.
They signed Donovan Wilson.
Yep.
And then it was like, well, they signed Diggs, and it's like, well, what about me? And so I think maybe they appeased him by at least doing that right from the start. So that's a good thing.
Does that affect their cap or anything?
No,
or? Okay.
No, it's just guaranteed, right? So, and look, that was the deal maker basically for Zach Martin.
Yeah.
Because when we walked off and he was getting ready to go into the tent there, the weight room, I stopped him and I said, so how important was the guarantees on your last 2 years? And he said, to me, if I was going to compromise how much more they were going to give me, because remember, he was asking for 6 a year, and they gave him basically 4 a year. He said the guarantee was most important to me because I didn't want to have to go through this again next year, because next year he would have been in the last year of his contract.
Yeah.
And so when he got the guarantees, and it was like, okay, I'll take a little bit less than I'm asking for because now everything's guaranteed over these last 2 years. The guarantees on his contract had expired going into this season. So, to me, and if I'm a player, if they're guaranteeing me money, I'll take less. And that's what DeMarcus Lawrence did, what was it, a year ago?
Yeah.
When they reduced his contract, and everybody's like, well, he took less. Yeah, but he took more guarantee because all 3 years were guaranteed on the contract.
I'm kind of intrigued by that. So we've talked forever, and obviously you understand this conversation about moving closer and closer to fully guaranteed deals and how much the NFL doesn't want that. You've seen quarterbacks get more guaranteed money. We've seen wide receivers get more guaranteed money. Are there any other particular positions that you've noticed an uptick in guaranteed money, or you think are about to see an uptick in guaranteed money?
Well, I think you're seeing it with defensive ends. And I think maybe it's starting to take place more with, you mentioned wide receivers, right?
Wide receivers taking a big turn
and I think cornerbacks also.
Okay.
But see, here's the thing, and I know it's always an argument, that, the other sports have guaranteed money, right? Well, some of the other sports, their salary caps aren't as strict as it is in the NFL, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, you got 53 guys, right? That's a lot of guaranteed money if you're guaranteeing everybody's contract. And then the rate of injury in this sport has got to be higher than any other sport, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I would think so.
You would think so, right?
I didn't look at the numbers, but that makes sense.
So now, and I would imagine in the NFL, they also suffer more career-ending injuries than any other sport. So again, when you got a hard salary cap and you're guaranteeing money, no matter what happens, that's going to count against the salary cap.
Yeah.
So you have to be kind of judicious. But from the other side, if I'm a player, I'll take less money if you're guaranteeing it me. That's why when guys sign, you see somebody saying, I signed a 5-year, $100 million deal. That's great, but tell me what the guarantee is. That's what's important.
I was reading an article on ESPN, and they were going through the biggest flaws and weaknesses of each playoff contender. We talked yesterday about how good the defense can be, but what's your current concern with the kicking, which is the flaw for the Cowboys?
Well, yesterday, Brandon Aubrey hit 11 of 12 field goal attempts. They were between 26 and 42 yards. The last 4 were in their, they call it thunder, which means you're going to rush the field goal team onto the field. And it's like, we got to kick a field goal now. It's the end of the half. There's 10 seconds left. Let's get out there and kick it. And he hit all 4 of those. And I think what they're doing with him right now to keep his confidence building, because like I said, he's kicking into that stupid goalpost with the wind blowing, that's been the ruin of many a kicker. So it's like, okay, let's not overextend it and cause him to lose confidence. So I think they're building this. And then when they get back, the first couple of practices back at the Stars going to be in the Ford Center. They're going to be indoors, right, for the fans to show up. So he's going to be kicking in somewhat perfect conditions. I'm not sure what the weather will be in Seattle for this next game. But he's got the leg. Now it's a matter of just being consistent. And I know he missed the 1 extra point in the game, but again, I think I mentioned yesterday, they were trying to speed up the operation. They thought it was too slow, and I think he rushed himself on that extra point. But out here, kicking into that win, he's been money. So that's encouraging, and we'll see where it goes. I see where Denver released Elliott Fry injured, and so Brett Maher is the last man standing there. So we'll see how that turns out. But again, it's a high – look, I would imagine you guys, all the fans out there, they were spoiled with what Brett Maher did last year during the regular season.
Yes.
He made 90%. He made 90%, and a lot of those were from 50 yards, right? So, I remember – and stop me if I told you this, when I was talking to Chris Bonio, who was Aubrey's special teams coach this last season in Birmingham, and I said, well, the Cowboys, they're spoiled because they had a kicker making 90% of their field goals, and that's hard to do. And he goes, well, my guy made 92% of his field goals. So, meaning Aubrey in the USFL. So we'll see how it turns out. He's got the leg. He's got the demeanor. Now he's just got to be consistent. And I think the real test then is when he gets back and he's kicking in more ideal situations instead of this wind coming off the ocean blowing through those trees that make a tunnel up there.
Excellent insight as always, and I love how much you hate the wind and stupid goalposts out there.
If I was a kicker, it's like, no, I'm kicking the other direction, and I don't care if I kick balls into those people's backyards, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not kicking this direction.
Yeah, it's not fair, man. Let's go the other way with it.
That would be painful. Thank you very much,
okay.
good sir.
See you guys.
Bye, Mickey.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola right here
do that?
on 105. What
is he supposed to say?
No,
what's he supposed to say?
He said the right thing, and guess what? So did I. Now, we talked yesterday about joint practice, which different people had different interpretations of.
Right.
It's a practice with two different teams.
I got a
right?
tweet regarding my disc golf joint practice comment yesterday. So, yeah.
Was it a good one or a bad one?
Oh, it was a good tweet.
Okay,
I thought it was great.
Good. Is today the Jets and Bucks are having a joint practice. Within the first hour, there were 3 fights.
What?
I saw an update that there was a 4th.
What? How? Look, I don't know how quickly these fights happened, like in terms of the other ones, but I would think since you were able to give me an update about the 3rd one, and then we got a 4th one, does nobody stop with the 3rd one and be like, hey, y'all, knock it off? Like, stop getting an effing fight.
They probably say it, but then, I mean, when you get across someone that you don't like and they do something that you find objectionable, just got to grab the face mask and try and throw them to the ground.
Is it in New York or is it in Tampa? Do you have a...
It is in New York or wherever their practice facility is. I don't know if it's in New York, New Jersey, wherever.
That angries up the blood?
Well, I was going to say, I got 2 thoughts here. And if Reggie, if you can help me figure out where their practice is or where the Jets are doing their training camp. Kevin, if it's in Tampa, then it's sweaty and hot and gross. Like, it's Florida. You know what Florida feels like.
Florham Park, New Jersey.
All right, so this is in New Jersey. Dude, it just that's natural instinct that you just get meaner whenever you get in that area. That's just, like, look at Aaron Rodgers. He's changed completely since he was in Green Bay.
Has he?
Yeah. Did you start talking to his family?
No, that's not that completely. Okay. Nothing will ever drive him to go that far.
Okay, gotcha. Just wanted to check. Now, I made reference to this earlier, and I guess in the tease, if we can go ahead and fire off cut number 15, there's another potential injury problem for this former Mav.
After Anunoby missed the shot, touch pass by Kleba under the defense. Inside Porzingis, and he drops the hammer.
So some investigation has been taking place about this ever since a report came out that Porzingis was dealing with a mystery foot issue. Like, obviously, we've been talking a lot about the FIBA event and everything along those lines. Is Kristaps cannot play for the Latvian national team. He said after several weeks of recovery and a repeat MRI examination, plantar fasciitis in his foot is preventing him from being fully ready.
Yeah.
I know he's not here anymore, but I feel like maybe we track him more than we would have otherwise. does that automatically lead to concern for the regular season?
Well,
You still got a couple more.
And I did see this morning, I think, they said he'll be ready. He's expected to be ready for the start of training camp. So this is interesting to me, Kevin, in that it's a 4 to 6 week rehab. It feels more like team was like, hey, you can't play in this because you are likely to get injured. In my mind, that's what the Celtics, and I always get these like conspiracies, but in my mind, the Celtics are like, look, we just traded for you. You can't get hurt in this thing and then this. You need to have an injury, an excuse. But maybe it is that way. He's just going to be prepared for training camp, and that's what they want ultimately more than anything. But this is just KP, dude. Like this is what we experienced with that whole thing. And it's not, I have no concern for him at all, Kevin. I just wanted to point out that dude gets hurt, and that's a problem, and it stinks, and it's something that the Mavericks had to move on from.
From the 817, hopefully we called no backsies. This is now another team, not even the team that was involved in the original deal.
That would be so weird if they were like, look, we have to give him back to you. And Washington's like, well, we got to give him back to the Mavs then.
Then keep a receipt.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie It Follows?
Nope.
All right. It's awesome.
Disagree.
No, you just said you haven't seen it. It's
a
really
horror movie,
good.
right?
So essentially,
I've seen a scene from this, and it's terrifying.
But it's kind of like that theory. So essentially, there's like this kind of demon presence who's following around this one person, and then they sleep with somebody else, and then it follows that person around, and on and on and on.
So it's an STI?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay.
But if the demon kills that one person, then it's back to you. And on and on and on.
So you're invested in them either staying alive or then having more partners?
For sure. So
Interesting.
you would want to find someone who's, ready to go at any point. Hopefully they'll bang and, it's just like a giant web will break out from there. And then you're probably safe from the demon for a while. It really is a quality movie. You should check it out.
It comes back through, though, every once in a while?
If it kills off the other people.
Was an alternate title Eskimo Brothers?
From the 817, why is Mike Bassick load managing? He always talks about how much he hates load managing, yet here he is. He's holding out still. He was supposed to be back after Zach Martin got back, but he decided not to.
I still don't know if that was the case.
He was like, I'm standing in solidarity with Zach Martin, holding out.
Yeah, the negotiations with his daughter aren't going well.
Well, I mean,
yeah, she's leaving.
Shouldn't be that complicated.
Yeah.
Well, you lost that negotiation.
Yeah, I know.
So she is down in Austin. They're helping her move into college, and just as a heads up, and probably I don't know if this is okay to just mention, I will not be on the show tomorrow.
What? Allegedly.
Because I am helping Brandon move in for college as well.
Therefore, tomorrow, it is the Corey Major Show on 105.3 The Fan, ladies and gentlemen.
I totally thought that this morning that should be incorporated into the tease.
By the way, happy birthday, you Darvish and baby Noah. They share the birthday together, Kevin.
Who do you like better?
You know.
Noah has a lower ERA.
That kid is going to be huge and loud.
Noah. It's definitely Noah.
Coming up next, the biggest legal case of our times. Nudists suing to keep clothed folks off their beaches. Let's talk about that next right here on The Fan.
Miss any show?
Piece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
First pitch to Seager. He swings. It's a high fly ball to right field. Renfroe turns. He watches. That one, long gone. A majestic home run off the bat of Corey Seager that touched the moon. It's the second home run hit by Seager tonight, and the Rangers lead 5-1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers beat the Angels 7-3. Last game of that series tonight, 7:05 first pitch, 6:30 pregame right here on the Fan. Couple notes about the Rangers. 3.5 game lead in the AL West. They've won 8 of their last 10, and this is the 5th straight series that not only will they win, but they've taken at least 2 games. They'll try to have their 3rd sweep in that run coming up tonight. So they have been playing top-notch baseball.
I don't know. Have you seen this post from Jared Sandler regarding since 1972, all the starting pitching ranks since then for the Rangers?
No.
By the way,
I bet it's incredible.
I just want to throw this in there. 2009, actually, let's go to this. 2008, tied for 29th. 2009, 18th. 2010, 19th. 2011, 7th.
Ooh.
2012, 20th. Go back and look at all the years that Mike Maddox isn't here, and then go back to 2023, first. So that's pretty dope.
Delightful.
Thanks, Jared.
If you want some more good news, we referenced it. Here's all the Rangers players on the list. Kylie McDaniels, 2023 midseason top 50 MLB prospects. Wyatt Langford, number 6 overall, ahead of Dylan Cruz and Paul Skeens, which Kylie did say that would be the case before the draft. And then number 14 is Evan Carter, and then one more appearance in the top 50. Number 38, Sebastian Walcott. So there are your Texas Rangers, 3 prospects in the top 38. But we have more pressing things to get to right here, I feel like. Corey, you brought my attention to what could be the most important court case of our time.
Headline: nudists are suing to keep clothed people off their beaches for making them uncomfortable. 877-881-1053. Have you ever been to a nude beach?
I have not.
I have not either. And we don't have, okay, it says here in the story that all nude beaches in Spain are legal. Or all beaches are, you can be nude on all beaches. But there are other ones that are specifically designated as nude beaches, and that's where most of the nudists go, as they go to those sections, because there's less people. I mean, obviously, it kind of makes sense that there would be less people, because they're like, well, I don't want to go to the nude beach today.
Sure.
But evidently, there are people coming in their full clothes and hanging out on the nude beaches and just being there. And that's making the naked people uncomfortable. Source:
I see their point.
Naturists in Catalonia, Spain, have launched a campaign to keep nudist beaches naked, saying frequently clothed tourists are making us uncomfortable. They're calling for government to create a public awareness campaign about the alleged discrimination that nudists face on the Catalonia beaches. Among the requests is better beach signage for nude beaches. Federation leader, let's call him Segamon, says while nudism is legal on any beach in Spain, naturists traditionally try to visit nude beaches as not to bother other people. So they're like, look, we try to go here so we don't bother you, because we don't want to, y'all to be in your clothes and go, oh, that's gross, look at that guy's wee-wee, or whatever.
What?
That's France. We're talking about Spain here.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thanks, Reggie.
Can I ask a quick question
What was that?
How often do you think somebody goes on a nude beach by accident versus they're like, I just wanted to go on the nude beach, not actually be nude?
I don't know. And maybe that is the case. But let me add this last line, Kevin, because I think this is important. Before, people would arrive at a nude beach and either leave or strip down. Now, they stay and keep their swimsuit on. But what they don't realize is that if there are a lot of them, they end up making us uncomfortable, and that's a lack of respect. And I agree too. I am not on like the wrong side of this. I don't think. Because listen, if not me, but because I've never been to a nude beach before.
Would you go to a nude beach?
Why not? Try why not?
Some people aren't comfortable in their nudity.
Yeah, I sleep naked, and like
It seems like you would be comfortable with this.
you know that one day that the kids went to school and Adrian was at work. I was like, pool time, and then I realized I've fished naked before. So yeah, there's lots of opportunities for it. But yeah, I totally understand the prospect of these have been designated for this. Let us just hang out and do our thing. And if you're gonna be here, why don't you also join in or go back to the other side of the beach? And I do also wonder this too. Maybe there's just less people on the beach, the nude beaches, and it's a little more, they've got some more space to kind of stretch out and all those things. And whenever, like now, if people are like, hold on, we're just going to invade these nude beaches and take over. And they're like, we had more privacy before and now we don't have it at all. So maybe it was just a little more intimate there. And now that's changing.
Getting a little pushback here from the 817. Did Kevin really say I see their point when talking about the nudists?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. From the 972, nudists are just perverts and want to see everyone naked. I don't know if that is fair. Like, I have to admit, I don't totally understand that lifestyle, and I'm sure that's like a part of it.
And if you don't understand it, then it's wrong and it should be banished forever,
yeah,
right?
No, I am not saying that at all.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm on their side. I think they have a point. If a beach...
Hold on. I think what Reggie was saying there is that some people are in that mindset of if I don't understand it, then it's wrong.
Like, and people like to see other people naked. That's just a fact of life. But I do believe that there are a lot of nudists out there, from what it sounds like, is they do just want to be free and like, nature intended or God intended, however it gets described by them. That lifestyle is not for me. But if there is a beach that is specifically for the nudist people, then I could see how if you roll up on that beach just so you could see them naked or whatever.
Yeah, that's a little
and
awkward.
not have to be naked. I could see how that would make them uncomfortable.
Also, this story doesn't fit in line with that one. I mean, understandably, it was one text. I'm not trying to make it seem like everybody is coming in with that perspective, but that one perspective does not really fit with this story because you have a group of nudists saying, hey, there's a lot of folks coming here that are not also nude, and we would rather them not be here. It almost feels to me, and the way that I perceive this story, is they are worried about people being voyeurs, kind of coming to this beach.
Just watching.
Yeah, right? Like, kind of just, because obviously if you were going to come out there and like engage in your own nudity and being free, like it feels like you're a part of this. Other than that, like if you're coming out there with, fully clothed, it's almost like, you're not here for the intended purpose, which then raises the question, what are you here for? Are you, trying to look at folks and stuff in a place that's supposed to be kind of free and just comfortable?
And I definitely see that point. I've always wondered, like, how long it takes the sexual component to either die down or maybe for some people go away entirely.
Well, I think some of that we have to remember, like, hey, is everybody going to be particularly attractive? Everybody for you?
Oh, absolutely not.
Right, so in that instance, like, I don't know how many people are putting you into that sexual frame of reference to begin with.
Yeah. And I mean, like there is a mindset of once you get past the taboo of the nude body, then you can just kind of, it's normal, right? Like the idea is it's taboo. So it's wrong. And it kind of feels a little spicy and all that stuff. Just a body part, like essentially, like that's what it was. And if you look back in the Bible, Kevin, that's what we should have been anyway. But all that changed when we became real humans and ate an apple. So that's like,
what? Are you saying that the Bible is basically like the Pinocchio story?
Man, that's interesting. That's deep right there, and I appreciate that.
It really is.
Yeah, Pinocchio. Somebody said, do people ever get a direction on the nude beach? It's probably direction to the water and direction away from the beach is probably the directions you go.
Not just because there's an influx of compasses.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I'm a foodist, and if I see a restaurant not eating, I'll be offended. So there's a lot of those conversations of we just like to be offended, Kevin.
That is very true.
But okay, my bad.
We're done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What's the best current rivalry in the NFL? Let's talk about it next right here on the Fan.
Cincinnati's for your chance to join us at the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. Shop model year-end savings today. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Now let's start with some injury updates. Jameson Williams left practice after grabbing his hamstring. Cordarrelle Patterson is reportedly going to be out a couple of weeks with a soft tissue injury. And then we've talked about the utter S show that the Jets and Bucs joint practice was today. Well, throw another thing into the mix there is Russell Gage was carted off, and according to a report from NFL media, Gage is believed to have suffered a severe knee injury that could sideline him for all of 2023.
Dang, that stinks.
And that's the, like, when Micah went out, he's like, it's just football. I wanted to go back in. Or Cordarrelle Patterson, maybe out a couple of weeks. Like, you don't like to see those things, but you're thinking, hey, just be back by the start of the regular season. And here, Russell Gage, the assumption is right now it's looking like he suffered a season-ending knee injury.
So I did want to revisit this real quick. Mickey, we were talking to him about guaranteed contracts. He was like, look, you got to take into consideration these things. And if I'm the players in that negotiation, Kevin, there are a lot of things I'm saying, all right, well, then let's change the way the cap is. Like, let's change some of these things here. Let's now that we've had time to see it, let's change these things so that guaranteed money is good for us and it can be good. But the one thing he did say is sometimes these injuries are year long. Yeah. And and maybe even career-ending injuries, and you got to take that into consideration. Look, if I'm fighting from the player side, I don't care about that for the owners, but I understand the owners who are making lots of money. They care about that too. How would you combat that? Is there something does that matter to you?
I think
as much?
Honestly, I've always wondered about this. You know how we talk about insurance on contracts in terms of like actually getting your money back? But I would think there would be an easier clause available for salary cap insurance where, like, okay, let's just use Gage, for example. Let's say $5 million, whatever. You don't get the money back because that money is spent. That is just the nature of business and everything like that. But would it really hurt the NFL to just give you a $5 million refund on your salary cap because of that? So the NFL is not sacrificing any money. I would think that the Players Association would support it because it inherently creates $5 million of additional money. And then I guess you would have to put some sort of clause in there that the team has to spend it that year or it goes away. Like in terms of yes.
carryover. But can the NFL then kind of even give themselves they can be the insurer and have a fund set up for this? And then, dude, if the injuries are light that year, y'all have money sitting in your pockets. I don't know how that would work and whatnot.
That is a fantastic idea, Kevin. But I think it also neglects the idea to remember like what the salary cap exists for. It exists to protect the owners from their own selves and their own spending. And so the idea that, oh, wow, there's more opportunity to spend. It's like, hey, my credit card limit got extended. Now I can go spend more of this money. Why spend that when it will inherently, all of the funds that they are not putting into their labor force will go back into their pockets.
That is a flaw that sometimes I come across is I go off of best intentions.
And it was a great, I love the idea.
As opposed to like actual interactions. I think you're right, Reggie, but this is something I think is worth revisiting at some point when it would essentially cost the league no tangible dollars. I think there is something to that. And I'm really fascinated to pick this back up. If we could fire
next week.
Okay. If we could fire up let's start with cut number 6. What do y'all think is the best current rivalry in the NFL? Is it this?
Placement is down. Butker's kick is up. The spinning kick high, floating in the air, and it is good! Good!
That was Kansas City defeating Cincinnati, which of course led to cut number 7, Kelsey saying this about, well, I'll let him take it.
Whoa! Burrow had my ass! Whoa! It's Mahomes' house!
Now, let us all reflect to a time when the Chiefs visited the White House, and Travis Kelce got up to the podium and said, I've been waiting for this moment my entire life. At which point, Mahomes stepped in and was like, nope, come on, buddy. Yeah. And like, Travis Kelce wasn't even going to say anything inflammatory. But if he wouldn't have set it up like that, Mahomes wouldn't have thought, I got to get this joker off the stage.
What did he want to say? What, my fellow Americans? Is that what he wanted to get off?
Exactly. So, like, nothing inflammatory at all. But I can also see from Mahomes' perspective, if Travis Kelce steps up and said, I've been waiting for this my entire life, you're like, we need to step in and do something. Is Jamar Chase said that the Bengals rivalry with the quote-unquote toxic Chiefs is the NFL's best. In terms of current rivalries right now, do you think Chiefs and Bengals is the best because of the high stakes these matchups have provided?
And the talent of both teams.
For sure.
Yeah, it's the one that I look forward to the most. You get to see two of the best quarterbacks in the game right now. I mean, obviously, I think Mahomes is, probably 10 or 12 steps up the stairwell from Burrow, and then everybody else kind of is a few steps behind that. But that's where it is. I feel like Burrow and Mahomes are two of the best. Those teams are that talented, and it's it is for high stakes. It's
sure.
Like every time, like most of the times these teams match up, it's for big stuff. So yeah, like I feel like the Cowboys-Niners has kind of been brought back, but we freaking can't beat them. So like it's no fun here.
I mean, you saw it in quarterback. Like aside from, hey, let's go to the Super Bowl, you could tell how angry Patrick Mahomes was that this particular team, or let's be honest, this particular quarterback was undefeated against him. I realize that they don't match up like directly in the game, but you could tell that bothered him.
Yeah.
That Joe Burrow specifically was 3-0 against it.
Yeah, no, it bothered him. And I think, when they poked the bear with the Burrowhead stuff last year, it gave an entire week for the Chiefs to look at that poster board material and just go, all right, that's what we're focusing on. This is why we're beating them.
And see, there's a couple answers here.
Because they really care about Mahomes, too.
Sure.
Like, that's a fact.
Absolutely. There's a couple answers here from the 817. Cowboys, Eagles, or Bears, Packers. So it depends on what you're looking for from your rivalry, right? Like, I would argue from a national perspective, in this moment, Bears, Packers doesn't matter.
Not at all.
And I'm not trying to offend people from that area, like, if you care a whole lot, but neither one of those teams is like particularly relevant in this moment. So it might be a key rivalry, but nationally, I don't feel like it matters. Whereas we mentioned Chiefs and Bengals, and then Cowboys and Eagles is another one that comes up, that those two teams have been really good, and that makes it matter more.
I will say, like, the Bills have tried to put their nose in that battle with the Bengals and the
Absolutely.
Chiefs. They've definitely tried that. And, I mean, there was a time where the AFC North was just a fun rivalry to watch, but all that football has kind of been murky lately. And I guess it's Cowboys-Jaguars. Like, that's the real one right now, Kevin, is... last year's...
Is that because of Mike?
Yeah, because Mike keeps bringing up, that we just can't beat T-Law. So, like, that might be the one right now, Kevin, is we gotta hope we get to see them in the Super Bowl and take them down finally.
T-Law needed a fumbled punt, or else he would have got shut out by our backup defense. So, there's that. All right. I think this is really fun. NFL records that are least likely to fall in 2023. I want to focus in on just a few of these. What do you think is the most interceptions thrown in a single game?
7.
Okay.
I feel like 7 is where a coach would be
You
like...
think that a dude would stay in the game for 7, though?
Yeah, I feel like 7's where a coach is finally like, all right, I got to pull you out.
5? No, it can't be 5. 5. I'm sticking with
34.
5. Ooh, that's a good answer.
3 plus 4, 7.
The correct answer is 8.
Good God.
Back in 1950,
good year.
Jim Hardy solved mysteries as well.
He jumps off of everything, doesn't he?
Yeah, he was a boy.
He was the Chicago Cardinals quarterback. He completed 12 of 39 passes.
Excuse me, did you say the Chicago Cardinals?
That's right. that was the thing. Look it up. Is he completed 12 of 39 passes in a shockingly competitive 45-7 game. Now look.
This was before the triangles or after the triangles? Yeah,
I
think it was
after the triangles. Yeah, okay. After the Dayton triangles. Look, I realize 40, that's a real team too. I realize, it is!
Yeah.
I realize 45-7 is an ass kicking. But wouldn't you think if your quarterback threw 8 interceptions that it would probably be a worse day for you?
Yes.
I would too. So
in today's NFL too, like it's very different. You throw 8 interceptions, you're losing that. You can't win a game. I guarantee that no quarterback could go out there and get 8 interceptions out of their hand. That's not going to happen. No coach is going to let it happen. But B, throw 8 interceptions and then win a game.
If you are the last quarterback on the roster, could you throw 8 interceptions?
Peterman could have done it.
Peterman tried.
Yeah.
Didn't he? Somebody said he had 6 on like 8 passes or something.
Yeah. That was the game where he had a worse QBR. And this is a fact that if you'd have dropped back and thrown the ball into the turf every single time. All right. Give me your point spread. Here's the matchup.
Okay.
This year. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
All right.
He's going to throw 8 interceptions.
Okay.
In Arrowhead versus the Arizona Cardinals. Do the Chiefs still win that game?
Can't. 8 drives?
8.
I don't think the Chiefs' defense is good enough.
Okay.
I think the Cardinals' team is poor enough, but I think you're going to need a Ravens-type defense in order for something like that to happen.
How many drives do you typically get in a game? Because
maybe
just
10.
Yeah, just to turn over 8 of them, man.
Hey,
like
look, you got to make those other 2 turn into touchdowns. I'm hoping the defense or maybe the special teams did something. I don't know. All right, I got one more record for you. The yards per game record of O.J. Simpson. Now, O.J. Simpson.
I've heard him.
Why? Naked Gun.
Hertz commercials.
Good point. He had 143.1 yards rushing per game.
Never wore gloves.
In 1973. My God. 143.1 yards in 1973. If that carried out for a 17-game season, that would mean that somebody would run for 2,433 yards. Safe to assume we will not see that happen this year.
I don't, just the way the NFL is going, like everything seems to be catered towards, look, we'll have a running back, and it's part of it. And if we have a really good running back that can run over people, we'll use them to do stuff, but we're going to pass the ball.
More likely outcome in a game this year, or I guess in a season, a quarterback throws for 8 interceptions in one game, or a running back runs for 2,433 yards this season.
Gosh, this is different. I can't do this.
Running back.
I guess running back.
Okay.
By the way, look at pictures. OJ never wore gloves while he played, so I just want to point that out.
What about after that? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is AT&T a top-notch NFL stadium? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome.
Is AT&T a top-notch NFL stadium? And then I want to go along with that. How come folks don't seek out NFL stadiums like they do MLB stadiums? Like, you see those pictures all the time, or you can ask somebody, hey, how many ballparks have you been to? And it's like, oh, yeah, we've been to 7. Or people will, like I said, post it on social media. I don't feel like I ever see someone take a picture in AT&T and they're like, 4th NFL stadium.
Okay, and this is interesting because, Kevin, when I saw this on the run sheet, my thought was, how come they don't seek them out like they do baseball stadiums, like the Renegades did with Choctaw Stadium?
Yes.
Like, my mind was like, oh, hold on. But I see where you're going with this. And I do remember that the old Cowboys Stadium I remember being in a game of the last season, and I had this dude walk up to me, and he was like, hey, man, can you take a picture of me with the stadium? And I was like, yeah, for sure. And he was like, it's crazy that this stadium's going to be gone, and it's not going to be here anymore. I'm glad I made it. And I was like, yeah, me too. Where are you from? And I just expected, somewhere in Texas. And he was like, Canada. And he was like, I've been waiting my whole life to come see this stadium before it gets torn down. I'm glad I got to be here. So that stadium, I thought, was a destination for football fans around the country because it was unique and different. It had the hole in the roof and that. And also the Cowboys were, America's team. So I think I am curious about this stadium being one that people are trying to get to.
And because I went to the game on Saturday with me and Jess we went with a couple of friends, and they were in that experience is like they had never been to AT&T Stadium. And so they wanted to take pictures and everything like that, which I get all of that. And then I saw a ranking from USA Today that kind of reminded me even more. I don't really think about the differences between NFL stadiums because I don't think there's that many, especially when compared to baseball stadiums with the different architecture and dimensions and everything like that. Not to say there's not some differences, but it's not the same.
There's very much differences. I think some of it is actually, and not to sound like, I don't want to be negative towards baseball because I do think that there is some inherent character, but some of this is like the myth building of the character of some of these stadiums, right? Or these ballparks, right? I mean, we saw the kind of the rejuvenation of like these older, like themed, basically ballparks, especially when you saw Camden Yard. Like that's not a wildly old stadium. It's just they tried to bring back that nostalgia with those stadiums, and some of that is selling that nature to it. But I think some people on the text line 877-881-1053 are pointing to another thing, which is there's a lot more games and they're a lot more accessible to, I guess, your average fan. Not to say that, because tourism for football does happen, but I think just with how much more accessible baseball parks are, I think that also probably changes the way that goes.
Okay, I could see that. I've had the benefit of being able to travel a bunch and go to a bunch of different ballparks. I don't usually think I have to get to, whatever stadium it is. Now, if it was something
M&T Bank.
Yeah, or FedEx Field or whatever. Like Soldier Field, I would want to check out, even though I've been told it's a hole, and like Arrowhead, just for the environment.
What about Green Bay?
Yeah, I feel like the environment there would be something, but
plus the whole overall experience there is kind of different.
Where do you think
Broadus has told us very, very cool stories just about the aura of that place?
Absolutely.
Stories are necessary because the place itself is an older stadium in the middle of a cold state.
And that's kind of one of the things with Fenway and Wrigley as well, is the history and the people outside it take that to a whole nother level. Where do you think AT&T Stadium ranks in the hierarchy of NFL stadiums? And I'm not trying to make our FedEx listeners mad or our FedEx drivers mad. It's just that USA Today put FedEx Field dead last for all the NFL statiums.
Is that because of the sewage leakage?
Probably. And because the Raiders are moving.
Or
did move.
I'm sorry, Kevin, if you can, did you have a grading scale that they have on this? Like, did they tell you what they needed? Was it amenities? Was it anything like that?
General atmosphere, design, location, amenities, food, character, and of course the stadium itself.
All right. Then I will say character. That's interesting. I will say that the Cowboys AT&T Stadium is probably like in the 12 range.
Okay.
I'll kind of put it right there.
What say you, Reginald?
Yeah, that was exactly where I was thinking, because I was like, I would wonder if the rubric also includes a concourse that goes all the way around without changing levels, because that'd be great.
That is tough. That is a difficult
That is a
thing.
maddening, I will say, design flaw of that place. Elevators that don't go to every level. Number 12 on the list is Arrowhead Stadium.
Huh, okay.
Then Hard Rock Stadium from Miami, Ford Field for the Lions.
Hard Rock has some cool stuff. They have some cool seating situations that like have recliners and stuff.
You like that stadium, do you? What team is that for again?
I mean, that's the Dolphins, right? Am I wrong about that?
No, you're correct.
Okay, all right, yeah.
I was wondering what Kevin
I
was
just
going
wanted
for
to
there.
see if he was abandoning his love for the Lions for the Dolphins.
No, I don't love
I was just checking.
I don't love the Lions.
Then it goes Steelers, Seahawks, and at number 7, AT&T Stadium for the Dallas Cowboys. And this is one of the things that I think goes to the character of the stadium. Few arenas have ever made me feel as small as AT&T Stadium.
It's the biggest room in the world.
Yes. And that's the thing. Part of its character is it's freaking enormous. And Jerry Jones set out to build a modern coliseum, and there's no doubt he accomplished that goal. AT&T Stadium is one of the few NFL homes that will almost always inspire more awe than the teams playing in it. That is hurtful.
Do you think that kind of hurts for us locally because the awe is kind of diminished by its, just like being here all the time and seeing it so frequently?
I totally think that, because think about it from the perspective of how many people it will sit and what it means to a lot of people. Dana White has said on numerous occasions that he desperately wanted to have a fight in an event big enough to go in AT&T Stadium.
It's almost impossible.
Yeah, Canelo has fought in AT&T Stadium. And the World Cup final might be at AT&T Stadium. And if it's not, they're at least going to get a semifinal. And so, the events don't get bigger than the World Cup right there, especially the semifinal or clearly the World Cup final.
Yeah.
I know we went through that yesterday, but if you get the World Cup final, that's the biggest event in the world. And people are saying, I think AT&T Stadium is the place to stage it. So I do think that you bring up a very savvy point that, proximity and sometimes the struggles of the team kind of, lower that down. Now from there, US Bank Stadium with the Vikings is number 6 for me. That's too high because once they open it, they put a rock garden right next to all their glass stuff, and they were surprised that people threw the rocks at the glass. That's just common sense, people.
But it's new.
Number 5, yes, Lucas Oil Stadium for the Colts. 4, Allegiant Stadium for the Raiders.
Also
3,
new.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium for the Falcons.
New.
2, SoFi Stadium for the Chargers and the Rams.
Very new.
And 1, Lambeau Field.
Not new at
for
all.
the Green Bay Packers. So it is an interesting mix to your point, because I bet you would see that with a lot of Major League Baseball ballparks is Wrigley would be up there, Fenway would be up there, but it would be mixed with a whole lot of newer options as well.
Yeah. And I wanted to give a shout out to somebody who mentioned just like baseball being more of an in-person sport as opposed to football that has become very much a TV sport. Probably also plays into this too.
See, and
because only 7% of people have been into an NFL stadium, Kevin.
100% he says that again this year?
Is it 7% of football fans?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, 100% he says it again.
Because the things that I thought were price, number of games, and similarities between the stadiums. So, I mean, we brought up the inventory, and I think that is directly correlated to the price that probably, and I feel like not every ballpark, but don't you feel like most ballparks, you could just show up for a baseball game and get a ticket like that day? I'm not saying that's a foolproof plan, but
yeah, it might not be the best seats or the ones that you exactly want to sit in, but you should be able to get in the building.
Yeah, but I don't think that way about football games. I don't think I could just roll up in Kansas City and be like, I'll take 1 ticket, please. And they'll be like, dude, seriously, we're sold out.
Kevin, we are definitely during the C Block today doing Are You Better?
Are You Better C Block edition?
It's an Are You Better C Block edition today.
Holy
be ready for it.
Moly. All right, I will get ready for that. Coming up next, Mike McCarthy, we'll hear from him. Plus, let's talk a little soccer and the combo platter, National Roller Coaster Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then what's your favorite amusement park ride ever? All of it coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Through the fan, we got the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up if he decides to show up with some semblance of being on time this time. We've also got some soccer stuff to go over and a combo platter. Do you want to discuss any of the soccer stuff to kick this off? Because I was not aware of this until you pointed it out to me about Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, let's kick off the soccer stuff real quick.
I get it.
I didn't do this, guys.
Yeah, no.
It's not my fault.
This is...
Believe it or not, I have another soccer story, too.
What's happening with you lately?
So Ronaldo is playing soccer. All right, I don't know if you've heard of him.
What?
It's kind of a big deal.
Cristiano Ronaldo, by the way.
Not quite Messi, because Messi's in America now, and that's the most important place to be.
Is that how that works?
I think so. But Ronaldo, they were lining up for what appeared to be a throw-in, I'm just going to say. And Ronaldo wiped his hand underneath his jersey all over his sweaty back, and then took his hand out and smeared his sweaty back sweat all over the face of his opponent. And I don't even know I'm sorry, I apologize. I don't know who the guy was that he did this to.
You don't follow the Saudi league?
No, I do not, Reggie.
Okay.
Do you?
Good for you.
I don't.
All right. So he smears his back sweat all over this guy. And my thought here is that I would have rearranged his rearranged face like immediately in this moment, because you don't do that to a man. That is disgusting. That's gross. It's already bad enough where you're playing sports and you have to get somebody else's sweat on you in the first place. All right. Like, that's part of it. I get it. Sometimes you're playing, but man, to just intentionally, that's disrespectful to another man. And Ronaldo, that just makes me hate him even more right now, Kevin. It makes me dislike him even more. First, you got this pretty boy situation going on. You're really good at soccer. You're all that and everything. Couldn't get Portugal to win. But on top of that, he had some allegations go on, and then the picture of his mom rubbing his thighs. And now...
I don't remember that.
Oh, you don't remember the picture of him laying down and his mom giving him a thigh massage? And it was weird.
I guess I'm okay with not remembering that, too.
And I'll send a picture over to you here shortly.
Not need to.
That way you can see, like, it was far up on the thigh. It was a back thigh, though. It was more back thigh, and so that's okay, right?
Okay.
But smeared his nasty back sweat all over somebody else's face, dude. And that's just gross.
Yeah, that...
So from the 214, that would make a good bet payoff for G-Bag.
And then from another 214... Yeah, he would have got his ass whooped.
Yes.
And that's where I think we are, right? Is like, I understand one-upsmanship and just kind of leaning over and be like, hey, you suck as bad as your team or something. You know, whatever. Probably something with saltier language. But to wipe some of your sweat on him, that is also gross.
It's disrespectful from one man to another. You shouldn't do that to somebody.
Yeah.
You're basically just sitting there going, hey, look, peasant, this is how I feel about you.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that in my league, you're going to get popped.
And that's why, among many other reasons, he is the inferior player to Lionel Messi.
Facts.
Let's talk about Lionel Messi, who is at it again. 6 match with Inter Miami. He has scored 9 goals in those 6 matches. He's scored a goal in every single match with Inter Miami as they won.
Can I add to that?
Yes, please.
He has a teammate named Joseph Martinez, who is also an attacking player. He also has 9 goals. Messi did it in 22 fewer matches, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
Yeah.
And the staggering amount their offense has picked up since he got there, I guess I shouldn't be staggered since he's great. And this is clearly like, I know the MLS is coming up in the world and they're building, but this is still like inferior.
And it's him in addition to Sergio Busquets and Jordi Alba that was added as well. So it's not just Messi, but it's a lot of Messi.
Yeah,
here.
it is. And they beat Philadelphia 4-1 to move into the finals of the League Cup with that match set against Nashville on Saturday. And people have caught straight up Messi fever, and it has been a really fun deal. And we've got Mike McCarthy right here in your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
You know what? It's not late. It's 10:24. It's not 10:15.
10:20. It's when Tad walks on the stage. I'm told.
You weren't there.
Yeah.
Huh? We get Brad's birthday. He goes first.
Oh yeah, no doubt. We got that coming too.
On your birthday. Thank you. Us all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Here you go, Brad. You want to come up and get this or?
No, that's for you.
Okay. No, that's good. Yeah.
Turn it down, sweet son.
All right, Brad. Let's roll, buddy.
Brad Sham, Cowboys Radio. You said the installs would end yesterday. Today's the last padded practice before you go home. What'd you get done yesterday? What do you want to get done out of this today?
Yeah, I thought the work was excellent yesterday, and really, I mean, you were at the practice. We're just trying to hit as many situations as possible, and that's what we'll do today. You know, we'll have a 2-minute drill. We'll have no huddle. We'll have a red zone competition. Then we'll have a extended team period in first, second, third, and fourth down. So we just want to hit as much situational work as we can today. I have no. I think he's fine to go.
Where? Oh man. Last day of practice, full day of practice. Can you tell us what you got out of training camp? What the successes that you've had?
Well, at the end of the day, it's about training the team, and I think the training's gone well. You know, I think just like anything, you know, the video has been exceptional, and just for teaching purposes. So I think we definitely hit the mark as far as particularly the fundamentals and technique work that it's really this first time that all of us in this league had a chance to work. So I feel like the volume of work in areas of fundamentals and technique was good. Like anything we do, the breakdown is education and then regulation and evaluation. So the educational opportunity that we have out here, I think has been really, really good, and I'm pointing more towards game management and just the heavy situational work, more competitive drills this year, more emphasis on run defense and the run blocking unit. So I mean, the things that we looked at from last year and tried to improve on and increase, the work is there, so and just like yesterday's practice, and I'm very confident that today's work will be where it needs to be. This is a part of why we train against each other, because I think the work is super competitive. The pass rush versus the protection work is, I don't think we can get better work, anywhere. So that's been incredible for not only our defensive guys, but for our young linemen. So I mean, they have been taken to the, tested it extremely throughout the camp. And yesterday was also an example of that. So just I like the work. We're not quite done yet. So, but I think this has been a good camp.
Mike Todd Archer of the ESPN. You mentioned yesterday that Zach is a guy that's on the teaching reel for your players.
Yes.
On the other side of it, for DeMarcus Lawrence, is he a guy that you use as a focus defensively for those?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, if you talk about the fundamentals of football, and ball security is a number one fundamental. I mean, if you're ranking them, ball extraction, D-Law's career is a highlight tape. I mean, his ability to take the football away. You talk about violent hands. He's obviously the way he plays with length. I mean, you look at his veteran experience. His instincts and awareness is obviously extremely high. This is his biggest workload of camp that I've seen him. In the 3 years coming out here. So he's clearly in my view, has had his best training camp in the last three in Oxford that I've been a part of.
Those guys are measured by sacks a lot of times, right? But his importance to you guys seems to go beyond that.
Yeah, I think just like anything, and I think everybody does a good job of this, and it's the definition of destruction versus production. So he's such a destructive player. So and also he is a productive player when it comes in the area of big plays and tackles for losses and takeaway generation. And that's something he's been consistent throughout his career. But at the end of the day, I think it's like anything. When you look at players, every one of these guys is a fine, good football player. Then there's great moments that they have, but the elite players make the others around them better. And when you're consistently just a player of destruction, you're creating other opportunities for other players.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Since you made the decision at kicker, how would you assess how Brandon has kicked?
I think Brandon's said, if you go back to the game, I think we talked about that a little bit in the walk-off the other day, but extremely, strong leg. I mean, his kickoffs are as strong as that I've seen. Loved his kickoffs. We've been really emphasizing, the operation because we're behind there, and as far as the number of reps and amount of work that we've been able to do. So the goal was to speed it up some. We hit the target. If anything, we were too fast on the one that he missed. So great, the production that was obviously, but I thought the step of getting to where we need to get, in the operation of the battery, the snapper, holder, and kicker, I thought we definitely took a big step, against Jacksonville.
Do you think mentally he's going to handle everything? There's one thing that you got a veteran guy who knows the ups and downs, but he's never really done this before.
Well, I mean, I don't think he can come to a better place. I mean, we got the softest media in the world, and so, I mean, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. So.
Brad.
Going back to Lee Law, Mike, he said last week that he felt like, as a 10-year guy, he felt like the COVID year gave him a reset in terms of his body and longevity. He didn't mention the broken foot the next year, but do you see a guy who doesn't look like a 10-year guy playing down the inside like that?
Yeah, I go back to the comment I said earlier. I think if because I get to see everything. I get to see it live, I get to see the video, and then I get to look at the GPS reports, and I can see the production, the evaluation reports, and everything. And I think clearly, I know clearly, in my opinion, based on all the numbers, this has been his most productive, highest level of workload capacity camp of the 3 years, that I've been coming out here.
Hi, Coach. Robbie Fewling, Dallas, Spectrum News 1 in Dallas. Doing a profile on Kevontae Turpin. Can you just tell me about your first impressions of him and what he's meant to this team just going into this season? Well,
Terp's a rocket ship when the ball in his hand. I mean, that's one thing. Obviously, coming from his college days, he knows exactly where the end zone is and he knows how to get there. So his big play production is unique. And he has to. He's still a young player though. And that's the way I view him. And he's taking that next step to. And so we can give him more opportunities, but just a dynamic player with the ball in his hand.
Piggyback on Turpin, he's taking some snaps and running back. Just talk about him at that size. I mean, he uses some snaps where him dips into receivers. I mean, I don't recall us talking about scheme up here, so I don't know. So I don't know what we're talking. Did that happen out here? Is it on video? Yes, it's on video. You got to give him the ball. Yeah. So, I mean, he'll be in the backfield. He'll be in the slot. He'll be in the – I mean, that's all part of – if you look at the whole receiver group, really the emphasis come out of last week, the install phase, was now to start moving everybody around. So, we did it Monday in the walkthrough today. So, we're trying to create, opportunities for all these guys. So, I mean, he's not the only one that's moving around, but, yes, got to get him the football. Okay, just from a philosophical standpoint, we've talked about size. Can you keep two guys of Turp and Vaughn size on the team? Yeah, I think just like anything. I mean, these decisions are really they were made back in player acquisition mode. So obviously Turp came to campus. Was about the second week of training camp last year. So obviously had a great year as a returner, and we see. A lot of value in him to be, a more complete player. So it's really the responsibility of the system of offense to make sure when you have playmakers, if you don't have, things in your system of offense to highlight a unique skill set, then
my opinion has always been you got to take a look at your system. So, because and that's why we're big into the concept teach, particularly in the pass game. The pass game families. So how we can incorporate him in that. So, because what you don't want him to be, and you don't want him to be just a certain personnel group when he goes into the game. Just he's got 5 plays that are totally highlighted, and no different than Deuce. I mean, you've watched Deuce out here. He goes through the pass protection drills, and he does everything. He's working on the punt pro as a PP. So I mean, we want to see the value of these guys regardless, but how they fit to playing here in Dallas. I mean, that decision was decided when we brought him in here.
Mike, you told us, I think, in June about you want your quarterback to take ownership, have ownership of the offense.
Yeah.
With the changes that you guys have put in, whether big, small, whatever, how is Dak on all that?
I mean, how do you think he is? I mean, he's built for this. It's an approach I've always taken as a coordinator. I think it's so important, as a play caller and the quarterbacks to be connected. And if you want to give them more responsibility at the line of scrimmage, that investment starts, back in the off-season program, and I thought he knocked it out of the park, during those, during the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3, and now we're working it. So yeah, he's taking complete ownership of the offense, and you have to. I mean, because he's the one out there playing, and he has the best seat. And the reason why I've always done it that way is, everybody wants to have some level of responsibility for the quarterback at the line of scrimmage. And my view has always been he's in the best seat in the house, and not to take advantage of that. It's probably not the best thing. When you get to these Sunday games, but more importantly, when you play against these top defenses. So you got to be able to take advantage of things, but most importantly, we have to train in that realm, and for him to train and perform in that realm, he has to take ownership of it. And I think all the quarterbacks have done a really nice job of that.
So you're trying to see the game through his eyes, not him trying to see the game through your eyes.
I wouldn't say that. No. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a nice quote for your story, but that's not it. So that's that's not the that's not the goal.
Anything else? That's it. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
F all the other BS propaganda! ! And gone, I think, is going is what I'm presuming. I'm going to get mine. F all the other BS propaganda. And I'm kind of curious what that means exactly, because he got his $4 million guaranteed
now. Yeah.
And I don't know what other BS propaganda he's talking about or what his rabbit ears are telling him, because obviously somebody said something. Somebody tweeted something about him. Somebody wrote something about him, and he's like, "Hold on, like I'm gonna get paid. I'm gonna get my money." And Mickey this morning said that maybe he felt a little left out after watching everybody get paid.
His feelings were hurt,
and and he got money. So like I don't think that there's any. I have no clue what the problem is that made him post that.
Now, it is National Roller Coaster Day, and I'm very excited because that means it's time for the combo platter. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite all-time amusement park ride? I think this could go all over the place. Would you like to start?
Yes, I will start with Jordan Montgomery, who has been fantastic for the Rangers, all right? He's only gone 6 innings in every outing, but then again, Kevin, like in the last 2 or 3 months, he's only gone over 6 innings one time. Oh. Actually, this season, he's gone 7 innings twice. That's it. So you got 6 2/3 one time also. But the dude, since he's been a Ranger, although the Rangers didn't score against Oakland, which is really ridiculous, he only gave up 2 runs. He only gave up 2 runs in his first outing, and he gave up 1 run last night to get to Los Angeles, the Angels. Now, also, mind you, Max Scherzer has pitched against some pretty poor teams as well, but we're seeing some pretty good stuff from both of these pitchers so far. Like, we're really feeling good. He matched his season high last night with 9 strikeouts. Jordan Montgomery, Kevin, is somebody that I would like to see back in a Rangers uniform next season. Now, I do realize you have a lot of money spent on John Gray. I'm interested to see where the Heaney contract lands you. Dane Dunning, you got Evaldi, you got a lot of pitchers. We talked about our 8-man rotation earlier, but I would love to see Jordan Montgomery back here next year based on what I'm seeing right now. However, I understand that playoff success is going to make that number go up. That's just natural. If he's good in the playoffs, if they're in a World Series and he's one of the pitchers, that dude's going to get paid. But maybe him being here, being around this environment, seeing the Corey's Corner 133 section out there just going nuts, maybe that'll be something that's like, I want to be part of a winner. Y'all pay me good and I'll stick around. And maybe the Rangers look at it and say, we want to have you around for a long term. Let's go ahead and pay this man. My favorite all-time ride is the pirate ship.
Ooh, that's a good ride.
Swings up.
It swings up. It swings back. I almost lost my son on it once.
Which son?
Avery.
Not that it's not concerning either way.
we were at the state fair, and Avery was. And Kevin, remember we did this? Was Corey a good dad or not? Yes. It was like a weekend show.
We should bring that back.
Avery was just tall enough to ride this ride. Like, it was the first time that he was tall enough to ride a big boy ride. And I think he may have even kind of given it the stretch with his neck or whatever. But we get on this pirate ship, and we're sitting he wants to sit in the back row. Because so that gets you the highest on one side, and then the other side too.
Does the pirate ship do? Because I've read this rode this type of ride where you end up eventually almost stuck at the top.
Yes.
Okay.
And when we got to one point, he floated out of his seat, and I could see. No. I reached over and grabbed him out of the air and pulled him back into his seat. And he was kind of holding on, but not really strong enough, I felt like, at that time to like just hold on. And so the rest of the ride, I was terrified, like squeezing him and holding myself in at the same time.
Because up to that point, you hadn't considered the idea that maybe he could just be floating around.
Yeah, just float out into the middle of the sky. And so, but I got sick once at Six Flags after being on the pirate ship. And then when I got home.
But it's still your favorite?
I felt like I was still on it. And then I just.
Oh, no.
Sorry about your lunches, everybody. But yeah, it's still my favorite. I love the pirate ship.
Okay.
Dude.
From the 214. Ooh, this is a spicy one. Deuce takes Pollard's job by mid-season, and the Texas cliffhanger was the best. All right, look. I feel like
cliffhanger's not there anymore, is it?
I don't think so.
Avery went for his first time to Six Flags, and he was like, I didn't see the cliffhanger. What are you talking about?
Is it looking over the edge that really sets the terror in as opposed to just the drop, or is it the entire experience?
It's when you put a penny on your knee and then watch it float while you're falling, and then you catch it. You ever done that?
I have not.
But yes, looking over the edge and seeing all of Arlington is pretty cool too, and then terrifying at the same time.
Okay.
Falling's scary.
True.
That is
Although,
true.
I will say, when you know that everybody is okay, falling is also hilarious.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
Okay, man, that is an excellent point. That is a really good point. From the 469, I think this would be a shocker. And if you believe this, you need to bet a lot of money on this right now. From the 469, Corey Seager wins AL MVP. And the best roller coaster is Mr. Freeze. Now, keep in mind, I did say amusement park.
How can you bet on
ride.
Mr. Freeze?
It's the Corey Seager part I meant.
Well, he deserves
it. He's like, I think 18 or 20 to 1 right now because Shohei is such an overwhelming favorite.
Hater.
I'm saying, what?
Hater.
I didn't make those odds. I'm saying, if you believe that, you should definitely go spend your money on that. From the 254, they support you, is you can pay Montgomery the money that you were paying Perez. So you can go ahead and make that work just fine. For the 940, the Rangers pitchers are killing it right now. So excited for this team, both current and future. And the best ride ever is one in St. Louis called the Catwoman Whip. Look it up. It's absolute insanity.
Halle Berry's Catwoman or Michelle Pfeiffer's? Either way,
does that
I'm on it.
Get described in the amusement park ride?
I don't know. I've never heard of it. They said look it up, Kevin.
Oh, wow.
Oh, geez.
It looks...
I don't want to.
You don't want to go on that?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not a huge roller coaster person, guys. That's why pirate ship's my favorite.
Oh, so it's like you're orbiting while also orbiting on top of that. It's like 2 levels of orbiting?
Nope.
I don't think I explained that well at all.
No, I think you did, because
Okay.
I'm like, that's why I don't want to go on it. From the 817, I don't understand how this would even work. The Cowboys fired Jerry Jones this season, and the Incredible Hulk at Universal is in fact incredible. But how would that first part work?
Cowboys firing Jerry
yeah,
Jones.
that can't happen.
Jerry
Look,
Jr.
it won't
storms into
happen.
his office and says, "Look, Charlotte and me and Steven are taking over." All right,
Okay.
and he goes over my dead body, and they're like, "Well, we don't want that, but we have all the paperwork signed, and now we are taking over."
And okay, since you said taking over, that is relevant to this text from the 214. I want to know which son Kevin would have been okay with Corey losing.
Yeah, me too, dude.
Here's the thing. You should already know my answer to this.
Neither.
I do not think that just because your Carter flew out of the pirate ship, that spells the end for him. That kid is very resourceful.
True.
And I think he could survive on his own, even at that age. Would he take over some colony of people? I don't know. Maybe. But like,
what's happening in your head in this situation is that Carter flies out of the ship and then lands somewhere amongst people that had no contact with the rest of humanity.
Yeah, so pretty much.
Like he just becomes Tarzan somehow.
He hits a portal in the sky.
No, you're making this sound dumb. It's not dumb.
Sure. My fault.
realistic.
Yeah.
You're making this sound dumber than it really is. Think about it. He's a kid. How many years ago was this?
Carter or
Yeah.
Avery? When Avery was about to fly out, he was 8, so he's probably he's 15
so
now.
Carter's like 6.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Carter flies off the pirate ship outside the fence that contains the Six Flags. If he rolls down a hill a little bit, he doesn't know what to do. He's a 6-year-old, right? Could you say that he wouldn't get picked up by somebody on Six Flags Road because he's like, I got taken away from my family?
Valid.
And he could end up someplace, I don't know where, or maybe the people who picked him up are no good. Well, guess what? Carter will overthrow those people and then figure out how to get back to his house. He is a very enterprising and cunning young man.
Yes.
I think he could get this figured out.
His negotiation tactics are far superior to anybody in our house. Even Adrian, who's a really good negotiator.
Yes.
And she gets frustrated because he's so good at it. And I can totally see him, Kevin. Let's say he just rolls into a group of homeless people.
Sure.
They would quickly anoint him their king.
Yes.
And then they would be running it kind of like in John Wick. You don't know anything about that because you haven't seen it. But you know what I'm talking about with John Wick.
Now
That would be him.
There are a lot of opinions,
Lawrence
so
Fishburne.
I hope that answers your question.
Or Larry, if you
214.
like him.
From the 469, Seager steals the MVP from Ohtani. Man, there are a lot of those. And the Beast roller coaster at Kings Island in Cincinnati is the best. From the 682, Corey Seager will have a 3-home run game in the postseason.
Oh, man.
That's what you want. And Runaway Mountain at Six Flags is my favorite all-time
That's awesome.
ride.
That's good.
Reggie, do you have a sports opinion and amusement park ride?
All right, I'm breaking the form as I typically do. It's kind of a sports question that's kind of built like an opinion.
Okay.
But yesterday we were talking about at some point the defensive line and obviously defensive tackles. And I went to, advanced analytics stats to look at EPA. And as I was looking at this, the Cowboys ranked second when it came to rush EPA over the course of the season.
Okay.
And even for the first, 8 weeks of the season, only were as low as like 10th.
Wow.
And so the question I kind of put forward was, or sorry, not 10th. That was not the right number. They were as low as, it didn't update right. But anyways, the point being, they were always kind of in the top half when it came to rush EPA, expected points added by the other team's rushing offense. Did we overrate how bad the run-stopping ability of this defense was last year? Because we talked about it a lot, and of course I understand the defense was so good that there was a weakness, and that was the weakness. Did we make it bigger than it actually was? Because like the more advanced ways of looking at this, when we talk about success rate or rush EPA, points to the idea that even at its worst, it was average.
Yeah, I think it's so much easier, although I guess this is really easy to do with pass defense as well, so I don't know if I have a good answer for you. It's so much easier to remember that 8-yard run where you're like, the hell happened there? Like, who was supposed to be up the middle right there? Than it is to remember some of the, hey, you got 2 yards, hey, you got 3 yards. So maybe it's just the isolated plays that we all looked at that were like, that was atrocious. Those plays made it look like the worst run defense. And so we like averaged that all together.
And I also would want to kind of revisit a lot of things about that, because the feeling was that the run game was the thing that would be the thing that would break you in a game. This is why your offense has to keep scoring, because you can't stop the run. That was the kind of the feeling last year. But also, I think everybody was looking at that team in the mindset of it can be a championship team, but they can't do this well. And in order to be a championship team, I know there are a lot of things where you're like, all right, if you're really good at 2 things, then maybe one could be something you're not great at. But they were like, that's the thing. That's the weakness. Fix that weakness. Kind of like if you're looking at the Rangers and you're like, all right, is the bullpen the worst?
Yeah.
No. But
in this instance, it was pretty
if
bad.
you want to, but if you want to compete in a championship, you have to be better than that. And so that's where I felt like most of last year. Maybe it was average. Was it average over a history of time? Or was it just average over last year for that middle of the pack for last year?
So I was just looking at last year.
Okay. And I don't know what like typical poor is there, but it just felt like there were lots of days where we would come in and be like, man, we still got to shore this up.
Favorite amusement park ride of all time?
Texas Giant. Right.
Okay.
And you know what's funny? Yeah, the excitement for me came not just from like, the dips and the curves and the turns, but it's like you look at this and it's like, did they really build an amusement park out of a whole bunch of toothpicks? And like the idea of how is this thing supposed to stand together? And it kind of rattles and you're like, could this all come apart just one time around?
And I know they ran into at least one problem with that ride at one point, but did you ever worry that if you really put your hands up in the air, they would get lopped off? Especially in the Texas Giants, since you're like, kind of same thing with Space Mountain, since you're weaving in and out of things. I was always afraid that if I put my hands all the way up in the air as if I just didn't care, that they could get chopped off.
No, I never thought
Okay.
that.
Well, let's go from that to the 817. I think Dak will be a top 3 MVP conversation candidate this year. I like that, and if that's the case, this team should be awesome. And Mr. Freeze, I've seen a few different takes of Mr. Freeze. Texas Giant has come up a lot in combo platter for National Roller Coaster Day for the 469. Controversial take, they say. Lucas slimming down won't make him near as big of an impact as people are assuming unless he speeds up his style of play. And their favorite ride, Avatar Flight of Passage at Disney World. Legitimate life-changing experience. Holy cow. From the 214, Ohtani will be a Ranger and the Shockwave. I consider the Shockwave, but here's another thing about roller coasters. I was always afraid, I understand how physics and momentum work. I was always afraid that me and all the other people would fall out on the loop when it goes upside down, because the Shockwave would
that was
loop
the first
forward, loop backwards.
Yeah, that was the first one Avery went on. I did see somebody throw up on that once as they got to the top.
Oh no!
And I was terrified for that it was all going to land on them whenever they got down to the bottom.
My sports opinion is that because of the international love for the NBA, the in-season tournament will catch on.
The international
with
love?
the fan base.
Do you think people are going to call it the NBA Cup?
A little bit.
Because that's the name of the title, but people are just calling it the in-season tournament right now.
It might take a minute. But Dallas will play at Denver, November 3rd, host the Clippers, November 10th, at New Orleans, November 14th, and host Houston, November 28th. Those are their 4 pool play games for the in-season tournament. And my favorite amusement park ride of all time, I considered the Texas Giant. My fear of getting my hands lopped off.
Judge Roy Scream.
Led me to the Haunted Mansion at Disney World.
Really good.
When I was a kid, I thought the production value of that whole deal made it the coolest thing in the world. Like, I don't know if it holds up as an adult. I know they've tried to make multiple movies to try to make that happen. But as a kid, we got to go a couple of times when I was younger, and I thought the Haunted Mansion was the coolest thing in
Is
the
it
world.
tower? What's the difference between? Is it Tower of Terror?
Yeah, Tower of Terror is definitely closer to like a roller coaster experience when you drop. It's
Okay.
kind of like the cliffhanger. The Haunted Mansion is not like viscerally exciting, but just it looked really cool.
I need to re-remember this. So the Tower of Terror is the one where you go up and down,
Yeah.
and like then they open it up and you can see the parking lot, and you're like, oh my gosh, what's happening right now?
And they take a picture right when you're dropping. And you're like, hey.
Yeah. Dude just texted Corey from Burleson, texted in and said, Rangers make the AL championship. Tower of Terror is awesome. Had to pull my daughter back into her chair. So she
That
wanted,
is concerning.
And she wanted to ride several more times
How
after that.
prevalent is this?
I
Like, are we
mean-
stumbling upon a thing?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, like, didn't somebody get like decapitated on the Texas Giant and we opened that back up?
I do believe there was some stuff there. I can't remember the story completely, so I'd have to go look it up.
From the 2-1-4, the Mavericks will finish as the 3rd seed, and the best roller coaster was the Shockwave. And from the 2-1-4, this is branching it out a little bit. Ohtani will win MVP till they get tired of voting for him, and the teacups never fail.
Fair. Very fair. Because then you just got to put a little elbow grease into it. If you can spin that thing around, you can make that exciting.
Kevin, if it would ensure the Rangers get Ohtani on a long-term deal, would you include Corey in the trade?
Majors?
This Corey?
Yeah, well, they spelled it with an E, so they spelled it wrong, but they did say of KNC.
Oh, no. Dude, he is our
I
Ohtani.
can still do the show from
How would I give up radio Ohtani for baseball Ohtani?
I can still do the show from LA.
I just assumed that you became property of the Angels and we weren't allowed to use you.
Oh, so I don't want to do that.
See, I said
Yeah,
no.
Never mind.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Actually, you know what? My new answer is TBD. Because coming up next, it's time for the C block. If it doesn't go better than yesterday, then perhaps we will make that deal.
This is definitely going better because Kevin, up next, we find out if you're better than the man who invented the Iron Claw. Next on the Fan.
Oh, no.
The Rangers try to sweep the
fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, do we have any sports we want to wedge into this before we get things rolling? And also, Reggie, do we have this prepared? I don't know. Are you guys, the Ferrari better? You think you're ready for that?
What's prepared?
All right, we'll see how that goes. Any sports we need to wedge in here, Kevin?
Venus Williams is going to play in the U.S. Open. She got a wild card, so top notch. And then Russell Gage is already having the season-ending.
Wow.
It is, in fact, confirmed as a season-ending injury, which we said sounds like was going to be the case, but it looks like it is, in fact, the case.
We'll also have Bobby Witt, Sr., on the show tomorrow at 10:40 during Baseball Nuggets. And Friday, we'll talk to Kyle Yeomans, who, if you haven't seen it, check it out on Twitter, the video of Jalen Tolbert's grab.
It was awesome.
It's awesome. Reggie, did you see that video?
Yeah.
And then I guess NFL Network, this is awesome. Kyle, who works at DallasCowboys.com frequently on our show. Actually, I need to confirm that he's going to be on Friday. He got asked by NFL's news desk if they could use it. And then I'm pretty sure they called him Kyle Yummers. So we'll have to get that audio and see how things go with that.
I don't think that's the worst nickname in the world.
Yummers? That is kind of that would be kind of a cool nickname to have. What do you mean? Everybody just thinks you're so yummy. I don't know, man. We'll see how things go. But right now, it's time to find out. In honor of Noah's first birthday today, the day of August 16th, 2023, are you better?
You're Daryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field, too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Still hurts every
This is the segment where we find out if Kevin thinks he's better than everybody born today. If you think you're better than Kevin, you can text in 877-881-1053. Be nice, though.
I would appreciate that.
Would you like us to start now, Kevin?
Yes.
Turning 65 today, Madonna.
Yeah.
I think she's kind of done now.
She's definitely done.
Her career, like that whole like Madonna era career that she had that was...
But also...
can only be matched by Taylor Swift at this point.
I think I'm going to take a weird, very particular stance on this.
Oh, God.
We need to stand up and stop people who just decide to change what accent they have. Now, if you were like, you're trying to adopt or get rid of an accent, that's one thing. You can't just pick up a new accent because you live there for a little bit. So, incredible career, but seriously, you're not fooling anybody, lady. Better.
Wow. Johnny Depp was one of those, right? Or he just decided to be British out of nowhere.
And then what happened?
Oh.
I don't know what happened. Wasn't he found? Wasn't everything up? 32 today, Young Thug.
I think you put the emphasis in the wrong place.
Young Thug.
Better.
Okay, I'm going to need some help here.
You have any music for Young Thug, Reggie?
I didn't do any level of preparation in that way.
Yeah, I might have heard it, but I'm not familiar offhand. I apologize for being old. Or actually...
You haven't heard Tap Out?
Man.
Or Digits?
Tap Out's already come back to cost me this week. Actually, what I should really apologize for is I really enjoy listening to like this style of radio. Like I like sports talk radio and stuff. So there's many holes in my musical knowledge. So somebody help me out. Let's get back.
All right, we'll listen to some Young Thug on the ride home then, Kevin. Turning 61 today, Steve Carell.
Steve Carell is very, very, very funny. From The Daily Show to The Office to Evan Almighty. No, I'm just kidding about that last one.
Evan Almighty is fantastic. What are you talking about? This is so good. CGI is amazing.
Man, that movie single-handedly almost pushed him away from being able to be in movies anymore. They're like, all right, well, he's not our lead actor anymore. But he is fantastic. And have you ever seen the Between Two Ferns with Steve Carell and Zach Galifianakis, he brings up Evan Almighty as if he actually likes it, and Steve Carell tells him to shut the F up. It's amazing. He's definitely better than me.
All right. Leave a check mark there.
From the 214, Kevin is better than me, but I'm in heaven right now. That's delightful. I assume they mean because they enjoy the segment.
Oh, yeah, that could mean some. Okay, gotcha.
If you're texting from heaven.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions, in fact, actually.
Like, I feel like there should be something better to do up there.
You don't think there's a city called Heaven?
That's a great point. From the 817, I missed the segment so much. So happy right now. Boom.
Well, this is a special segment in honor of Noah's first birthday.
Wait, we didn't bring up Born Today.
Don't worry about it. I'll get there.
Oh, my bad.
Listen, I'm trying to tell you how to better.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Ivana Lynch turns 32 today. She played Luna Lovegood in Harry Potter.
Oh, yes. She was good, but what else has she done?
Oh, man.
That's a bit too much of a bit player for me. And am I not supposed to hate Harry Potter now? Isn't that what I was told? Better!
Turning 65 today, Angela Bassett.
Ooh, don't do it.
I won't.
Okay, good.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Jeez.
Like, I think this is going to be an easy win.
I was going to say Angela Bassett was fantastic. That's all I was going to say.
Good.
Probably should have won the Oscar last year.
Yeah.
Angela Bassett is better than me.
All right. Turning 69 today.
Nice.
James Cameron.
James Cameron has a lot of awesome movies, and I still really like The Abyss, even though I think people might hate that movie. I'm not entirely sure. Why do we need 3 more Avatar sequels?
Yeah, let's talk about it. That's right.
In addition to the Avatar sequel,
Hold on, we're getting more?
There's gonna be like
so
5
many.
of them.
Dude, the second one was
greenlit
really
like
good.
7 of them.
I enjoyed it.
Was it?
It was too long. They could have cut out like most of the fight scenes, but
Also,
like all the other stuff really cool.
Wasn't it like a rework of the first plot, which was a rework of Pocahontas?
Or Fern Gully. Yes.
Oh, Fern Gully.
Yeah, I could definitely see
Or
that.
Star Wars, what was the New Hope?
I mean, that is the original one.
The next one. What was the next
Empire
one?
Strikes Back?
No, the next one.
Return of the Jedi?
Next
Do you
one.
want the prequels?
Nah.
You want...
What's the Star Wars one with Rey? The first one.
Oh, okay.
Where everybody was like, this is basically the same story.
Force Awakens?
Yeah, that one.
Didn't The Force Awakens come out after Avatar, though?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Yes, it did! It definitely did!
Oh, yeah.
My point is, though, he also made T2. And so you can make a whole bunch of junk and T2 will make up for it.
Did he make the True Lies also?
And Aliens?
Terminator?
Yeah, he's definitely... Well, sure. Yes, he's better than me. T2 is Terminator 2. Corey.
Terminator Salvation?
I don't know.
What about T3? RoboCop versus Terminator.
That one sounds so great.
Oh, no. Why would you say that?
Because it's not.
Rambo. All right. I need
Rambo? He didn't make Rambo,
What it
did
said
he?
he was.
What?
Hold on. I'll have to go back to that. I always say this wrong, but I think this dude's really interesting. Taika Waititi?
Yeah.
Turns 48 today.
He's best known. Is he best known as the Rock Monster?
That's what.
Right now.
That's where I love his voice, dude.
I do too. I know he's done a lot of other stuff, and he's also, unless it got canceled, I know they've been shaking some things up, making new Star Wars stuff with Disney. And so I know he was going to helm a new Star Wars. I don't know if it's a one-off, it's a trilogy. There was a discussion about that. He is immensely talented. He can do a whole bunch of different stuff. And he makes me laugh when you're supposed to laugh. Not like, what are we doing here? So Waititi can be better than me.
I'm just trying to make sure I can get. Kristen Milioti turns 35 today. Do you know who she is?
Is there any chance that she was in Love Don't Cost a Thing?
No, she was in that movie with Andy Samberg where everything kind of keeps looping.
Okay.
And I kind of have a huge
Who
crush
is
on
the
her.
other gal that was in the remake of Can't Buy Me Love? I think it's called Love Don't Cost a Thing. I feel pretty good about that with Nick Cannon. I don't remember her name. I thought that's who you were talking about. Now I know who you were talking about. I do like her. She was in this weird
That's
show.
Christina Milian, by the way.
I mean,
Which I get it.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
I'm feeling good today. I'm going to say better.
Miliotti, she's good.
Solid.
She
but
was
I'm gonna
really
say
good
better.
in that movie.
Better.
Reginald Vel Johnson.
Oh, you don't
turned
do it.
71 today.
From Family Matters?
That's
From Family
right.
Matters and Die Hard.
Playing kind of the same character.
Cop. Maybe has family back at home.
That's interesting.
Have you ever thought about the idea that that's a connected
No.
universe?
I love that
we have-
1,000,000%.
We have a segment idea where Mike connects actors' entire universe.
Oh,
yeah.
I love it.
Doesn't it sound like a
Urkel
fun
walks
segment?
up to Bruce Willis like, did I do that?
Yeah, exactly.
I think that would be really incredible. Most Reginalds are definitely better than me, as is he. That was a good show.
Jack Met turns 26 today. I don't know if you know him. He is the lead singer, one of the brothers from the band AJR, who I think you like.
I do like AJR. You know who hates AJR? Brandon.
I can understand. I had to stop.
Am I supposed to hate them?
I love them. I had to stop listening to them because this dude does talk about his mental health a lot in his songs. And I found that even though the beats were good, sometimes I was getting down because of the words.
Yeah.
And so, but it is good that he's so open about a lot of the things.
I appreciated him addressing that. I don't know their whole catalog, but I know like 3 of their songs, and I like them all. So he can be better than me.
Vanessa Carlton turns 43 today. If you don't know Vanessa Carlton, she sings a song that goes like this. Making my way downtown, splashing
Walking
around,
fast. Nope.
something, something, and homebound.
What else?
That's it.
Better.
No, veto.
What?
Yep.
Whoa!
Yep.
The veto card comes
How
out.
dare you?
She also didn't she do
The hubris. I don't need any.
Big Yellow Taxi?
That is
with-
a magnum opus. That is a masterpiece in our time. You are not better than
I
her.
need you.
Have you ever
And I
heard
miss
this
you.
Oh, you know what?
And now I want.
Some of her stuff was released by A&M Records. Good point.
Okay.
But it got vetoed, so it
All
doesn't
right.
matter. Congratulations, Vanessa. You are better than me.
Yu Darvish turns 37 today.
You Darvish is better than me.
Frank Gifford's no longer with us, but this would have been his birthday. As well as Kathy Lee's birthday, who is 70.
What?
Wow.
Would you want to share a birthday with your spouse?
Sure. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can just knock it out in one night.
He played. He was a great football player, great broadcaster. Yeah, he could be better than me.
All right. James Donaldson turned 66 today.
The old Maverick Center?
I told you today was great. Today is a great day.
All right. I'm going too easy. I'm going to say he's better than me, but I will win the next one. You mark that down. I will win it.
Fritz von Erich died in 1997, born in 1929.
Okay, well, that's not fair. I would rather have been Noah.
Oh, wow. You got 2 more, by the way. I got 2 more left. So
Fritz von Erich, the patriarch of the von Erich clan. He also was the booker here for World Class Championship Wrestling. He's definitely better than me.
all right, so I did skip over this person because you were so adamant that you
Oh,
win.
man, you jerk.
Christian Okoye turns 62 today. I don't know. His name pops up on our show so much.
Bet you wish you wouldn't have used that veto now.
I'm fine with it.
The Nigerian Nightmare, he had a cool nickname. He was a solid player, but come on, better.
Veto.
Wow.
I have one too, so I get to use it.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we get one a day.
That's why we stopped doing this damn segment. My most memorable one is when we were at the Super Bowl and all of you jerks, when we ran it every day, kept your vetoes and the fans kept their vetoes and I lost every single one. Then Gavin Dawson comes strolling up. We're on the last one. He goes, oh yeah, veto.
Yeah.
And I ended up losing every single one of them.
It was
so
the lead
humbling.
singer, Fat Mike from NoFX.
Yeah.
Dawson was like, I have no clue who he is, but yeah, I'll use my veto for it. It was
Congratulations, Christian Okoye. You are also better than me.
And to wrap things up, happy birthday to 1-year-old baby Noah today, who is a real baby. I promise I've held that child. Actually, I haven't yet.
Whoa.
Because I don't hold people's babies.
I was gonna say that's your own.
That's a lot of liability in there.
Yeah,
Ain't it?
I'm afraid. But that being said, he is an awesome little kid, and we're happy to have him on this planet. Kevin, are you better than baby Noah?
It's a tough call.
What? No, it's not.
You can read.
No, that's not even the thing. Like, this is a baby.
He
He's
said,
awesome. So, just by the virtue of him being a baby, he's better? That's
You
stupid.
heard this show? We're awesome. He did say data first. I've been waiting.
Data?
Dada.
Oh, okay. I was like, he's in the
And
numbers,
sometimes he just says dad. And that's like feels too serious. I gave him up until today. When I left the house this morning, was he walking? No. Can he read? No. He is delightful, but guess what? I can walk and I can read.
Wow.
So sorry, Noah Cameron Hagelin. I am better.
Also turning 74 today, Brad Sham.
Shut up.
My apologies.
Brad Sham is better than me. He's better than Mike. He's better than Choppy. He's better than Eric and everybody else who tried to run afoul of him at training camp. Congratulations, Brad. You, by the transitive process, are also better than baby Noah.
Oh, hey!
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we power rank the MLB Power Rankings, plus the struggles of Leody Taveras down the stretch. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Leon ready, the pitch, and Corey lands one to center. There's a base hit. One run is home. Here comes Durant to the plate, and he will score. It's a 2-run single for Seager. A 5 RBI game and a 7-1 Rangers lead.
He's back here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers are victorious. I believe they are now 12-2 in their last 14 games. They have clearly been on a roll. So let's power rank the power rankings. Would you like to go with MLB.com, The Athletic, or the Bleacher Report?
You like Bleacher Report, huh? That seems to be one that you're.
Bleacher Report's very handy.
All right.
Plus, their rankings come out more recently than the other ones.
Does ESPN's come out like?
ESPN's come out tomorrow.
Gotcha. Okay.
So perhaps we should shift that segment.
Let's rock with MLB.com, Kevin, because they run Major League Baseball, at least on the .com side. And
are you sure they're not too in bed with Big Baseball, and that skews their rating?
Who is Big Baseball?
Rob Manfred.
Bartolo Colon.
He hates the game. And just think about it, like he hates the game so much that he won't allow us to be the dots.
Maybe you should pick The Athletic instead.
I already went with MLB.com,
okay.
Kevin. I can't take it's no take backsies.
No take backsies.
Is that the second time on this very show that concept has come up?
Why is that?
What?
I have no idea.
That phrase, why is that coming back up?
Take backsies?
Yeah.
877-881-1053. Let us know.
By the way, there's a bunch of really kind texts. I wanted to shout out from the 808. Y'all's energy is great today. Thanks for putting a smile on my face. Glad that we can help in
Glad I
any
could
way.
make it through the C block.
Number one. Who is the number one team in all of the land?
It's got to be the Braves, because the Braves are the best team right now.
Are they?
Just slightly. Dude, there's so many different categories where the Rangers are number 2 in hitting. But yeah, man, the Braves have the best record, don't they?
Do they?
I feel like I feel like I've seen this.
I was doing what Reggie taught me.
Oh,
I think you did it well, yeah.
Sometimes you just ask a follow-up question with conviction.
Hey, see how committed they are to the answer?
Yeah. I think I could have got away with that.
You definitely could. He was shaking.
All right, so you say Atlanta Braves won?
I do. Reggie, do you have an answer?
I would also like to say the Atlanta
Braves. Oh,
Braves.
yeah. Look at that.
Oh, we matched. We got the right answer. All right, that is correct. The Atlanta Braves are number one.
Right.
Where do you go from there?
I want to go with the Orioles.
They've been really good.
That's true.
The Dodgers had a little bit of a tear, and the Rangers are back from a 3-game skid, right?
Dodgers won 9 games in a row.
What?
Dodgers.
Did you know that?
I legitimately didn't. I guess I
knew they were on a tear. I just didn't know it was 9 straight, but yeah.
The Dodgers are, in fact, second. You're welcome.
Okay.
Hold on. Are you saying you gave us that answer?
Sounds like you were going to go with Baltimore. That's what I heard.
We were discussing it.
Okay. Well, discuss number 3.
Your information, however.
To put you over the top.
Put us over the top.
Glad I could help. All right. So it goes Atlanta number 1, Los Angeles number 2. Where do you think the Rangers sit here? And do you dare put them at number 3?
I still say they're behind Baltimore because
I think you should put the Rangers above Baltimore.
Okay, we're going to let Reggie go with Rangers 3rd, Baltimore 5, 4 or 5.
I would go 4th.
Okay, there you go.
You should have gone with you, Corey.
I'm so stupid.
Knew I should have trusted
Orioles are 3rd.
You know what? I'm just saying MLB is wrong.
Oh, I like it.
I suggested that perhaps you should pick a different one.
You're right.
But guess what? You would have been wrong in that one, too, because The Athletic has the Braves 1 and the Orioles 2. So the Rangers are 3, yet still behind the Orioles.
That stinks.
And then the Dodgers are back at 4. So you see the top 4 teams in both are the same. Rangers, Orioles, Dodgers, and Braves, with the Braves leading the pack in both, and then MLB going Dodgers, Orioles, Rangers, and Athletic going Orioles, Rangers, Dodgers. And so my question to go along with all of this is, do you think you look at that and say it's safe to go ahead and make the case? By the way, Bleacher Report goes Baltimore 1, Atlanta 2, Rangers 3, and Dodgers 4. But the point is, across the board, those are your top 4 teams.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, Kevin, like across the board in all of these things all this year, once the Rangers got to that point where they were a top 5 team, they stayed a top 5 team. And that's where like the rest of the guys who are the experts that are coming up with this, and I'll say they're like, one expert per website. Okay. They're the ones basically saying like we're not going to drop them that far because we think that they're good enough to stay in that category. So even if something happens to us, it's a little bit of a blip. These are contenders. These top 8 teams are going to be contenders. The top 10 teams are the ones that can really contend for the World Series.
So the thing that kind of goes along with this, I want to focus in on one player in particular because I know
Corey Seager.
He's playing phenomenally. I was going to go more down the biggest question facing every team, but here's what I want to do.
Okay.
I don't want to go with what CBS Sports said is the biggest question. I want to go in a different direction and just tell you my big question right now.
Gotcha.
It's Leody Taveras. He has been tremendous for most of the year and a very pleasant surprise. But starting in July, he has really taken a turn for the worse.
June was the last time he was really good.
Yeah, in July, if you even want to throw out like the first couple of days of July, I definitely get that. In July, he hit 239. August, 184. These are even more sobering numbers. OPS, July, 625. August, 502. That has taken his OPS down to 732 from a high at the beginning of July of 847. That is an astonishing drop right there. And so you brought it up with Bochy yesterday, is how much do you need to get Leody on track, or do you look at the depth of this team and think it would be nice, but it is not a necessity?
Yeah, I think when you were listening to his answer on Martinez, Kevin, you got a lot of, keep finding ways to play the guy.
Sure.
And they did last night. They said, Leody, take a break, man. We don't know exactly what it is. And they couldn't really afford for him to not take a break for a while because he was their center fielder. Now, especially since the Josh Young injury, maybe they were thinking about it before, but then the Josh Young injury happens and they're like, look, man, we all hands on deck at this point. You're gonna move Duran to third, and hopefully we can do some other things here. The other thing, and Reggie, we were kind of talking about this is the most games he's ever played. So we're at 104 right now, I believe. And that's the most of his career. So there is a little bit of that going on. There was some confidence really high early, and I think he's lost a lot of that confidence. You can even hear it kind of in the way that Bruce Bochy talks about these guys. Some of them, like, confidence is a big factor. But when he was talking about Martinez, he said, you got the speed, you got this. It's great to have a guy like that can do those things coming off the bench. And I think that either way, if JP Martinez never stops doing what he's doing, then Bruce Bochy's going to ride the hot hand and say, that's the guy I'm going with.
Sure.
But I think that you could say we still have the speed of Leody Taveras to pinch run. His defense is really good in the outfield. So when it comes to that, you have all these options to use him later down the road.
And I wanted to circle back around to the defense aspect of it. Is I think that's why we all loved, like, let's say all the way through June of Leody, is he had the prototypical defense that you would be looking for from a center fielder, right? And the discussion all along was, can he be an average hitter? And then you went through May and June.
And May was really an explosion that kind of carried the numbers for a little bit longer.
I could definitely see that. I do think June was a quality month, but you're right. May was absolutely incredible. Is then you started to look at it and you were like, hold on. is this a situation where he can give you some offensive contribution in addition to the defense that we already love? And unfortunately, now it's slid back. It could be a byproduct of this is just the player who he's going to average out to be. It could be a product of the most baseball he's ever played, like you were bringing up. Is it really felt like you had a keeper player as opposed to a keeper part-time bench player, however you want to describe it.
I was starting to think that you could sign this guy and keep him around for a while.
And I don't want to say that his fate is sealed because he's just about to turn 25. So I'm not saying that at all, but you don't have time for that learning curve in the middle of your run for the division title. Like if this was the last couple of years Rangers team, it'd be like, well, what the hell difference does it make? Run him out there and let's see how the rest of the season goes. But now you need to run him out there because he can win us a game.
Yeah, 51 runs scored this year, which means your 9-hole hitter scored 51 times. That's good.
Yeah.
And it means he was on base enough times to do that too. Yep. But man, you'd love to have him more. And somebody said, we're talking about our 9-hole hitter here. We're in pretty good shape. Yes,
totally.
Agreed. But man, don't you want that whenever they get to the point where they're looking at 9-hole, they're like terrified? And that's kind of where you are with this team. Whenever you get to World Series moments, you got a lot of things. Now, fortunately, Bochy has the experience of being able to move guys in and out of lineups. He has a lot of confidence in his ability to do that. So are you asking the question of does he need to be replaced or does he just need a break? Because I think give him a little break, let him kind of revisit it, maybe get whatever it is that was shaking him back to what he was in May.
I think the results of the break will determine the results of your first question.
I think you're right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Tolos tell me all the time about the phenomenal buying and customer experience they have when they drive a little further to save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Heggy, we are rolling.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yes?
I have a question that I would like to ask Broadus, if that's okay, because I was listening to the G-Bag Nation yesterday, as one will do, and Broadus, y'all were, I don't want to bring this up and cause a controversy for y'all's show as it starts, but Gavin had brought up accuracy with Dak. And you said something I was just kind of curious more about it. You said it's not necessarily one thing; it's more of what he doesn't see.
Yeah.
And I've been curious to ask you: do you think that what he doesn't see is ever going to be able to be fixed, or that's just what we have to deal with?
We're going 8 years in this league now,
and he's still in.
And the one thing they're talking about him doing is playing underneath center more. And when you play under center more, Babe Laughlin-Berg and I were talking about this in the pregame show. Is you turn your back to the defense and then have to refine everybody in the secondary. And I don't worry about the interceptions because the ones that he usually throws that are tipped or dropped or whatever, the ones that I worry about the most are when he doesn't see somebody. Like I say, we see in practice that, when Vander Esch, they're down on the goal line, throws the ball right to Vander Esch, Then the Washington game a couple years ago, throws it right to a guy. When he doesn't see defender, and there's a couple of them last year where he didn't see defenders. That's
San Francisco.
Yeah, that's the thing I would worry about if you're a Cowboy fan. The other interceptions, things like that, they're going to happen. Not all of them are his fault. But the one where he doesn't locate, and there was a clip the other day in practice and where Bland came off his guy, but you don't know if that receiver ran the route that should have cleared Bland, so the crosser was going to be there. So now you're going to put that on Dak, but maybe he wasn't expecting the crosser, or he wasn't expecting Bland to be there. But when you look at the defenses, that's like, say, the guys like Rodgers and those guys that they kind of understand where everybody's going to end up. And I don't know with Dak. I don't know if he always knows where everybody's going to end up.
All right. That's all I wanted to get in there. As I was listening, I was I wanted more of that, and I just couldn't call in at the moment. To say, hey, tell me more, damn it!
No, that's the thing where with quarterbacks, if they don't see defenders, that's scary. That part of it is really those the ones. And like I say, it just got me thinking about what we were looking at with Vander Esch, and they're down there on the goal line. That's a scoring red zone opportunity, and you throw it right to him, and you're like,
That's what makes it so sinful to construct a roster like this, because I feel like we've been seeing this for years. My commentary on Dak and his accuracy, it stands. If you think he's accurate, that's on you. I just don't think he's super accurate compared to some of his peers. But my biggest issue is that the Cowboys aren't building a team that can give Dak the time like he had in 2016. And when you can do that for him, you're also going to get really good running yards probably. If you have a good offensive line, you're going to be able to pass protect, give Dak the time, and make the defense come up. So you're not making the defense commit extra resources to stop your run. They're taking those resources and dropping, and that's where Dak can't see the dudes.
Yeah.
You making him account for extra guys back there, the offense is going to grind to a halt if they're stopping your run with 5 guys. And guess what? The Washingtons, the Philadelphias, maybe even the New York Giants now with their 2 defensive tackles, definitely the Niners, those are the teams that can do that. You're going to rack up yards and kick everybody's ass in the regular season with 4,500 yards, 42 touchdowns, Dak's top 5 in all these metrics, and then you're going to come up against a front like that can pressure you, stop your run. And the Cowboys have seen this play out now for years. We're in year 8. You should know your player. I love building the defense. I love looking for wide receivers. But you must give him a great offensive line first. And then we can talk about executing against the kind of defenses you're going to see in the divisional round. Much less the Super Bowl. I mean, right now, they would not have a very good chance at all of winning a Super Bowl. Let's just be honest there. There's 3 AFC teams that would kick their ass. At this point, you're just hoping that things could fall your way with the war of attrition and injuries, so you don't have to face San Francisco.
Yeah.
You're not beating them in a playoff game. Your defense has done great. Your defense has shut down San Francisco. Kept him, under 20 points both times? Am I wrong on that? You just can't even score 10 points a half against them. And the Cowboys are like, well, I think we need another 1,000-yard receiver and a blocking tight end. That should fix it. And Tyron Smith is going to be fine. And Terrence Steele coming off an ACL is going to be fine. And Tyler Biadasz is fine. No, it's Ron Leary, Doug Free, Zach Martin in his prime, Travis Frederick in his prime, Tyron Smith in his prime. You do that, you can get all-pro Dak Prescott. Lesser quarterbacks are winning this damn thing. It's not his fault. It's the team's fault for not being able to evaluate their own player, for believing he can go Patrick Mahomes you to a Super Bowl right now. It's a preposterous idea, as much as I love Dak. Clearly a top 10 player at his position in the NFL. Bought his jersey when I was in Oxnard. Huge fan. We have to be honest about his shortcomings, or it ain't ever going to happen, Hagee.
Woo! How about that?
And that's how you start a show, gentlemen. Nice
Now,
work. Good job.
Have they ever won a Super Bowl without a Hall of Fame quarterback? No. Okay. So you don't have a quarterback right now that's a Hall of Famer.
Nope.
He's not going to carry you. You're pretending like you have a Hall of Fame quarterback that can carry you. If you don't, you got to try to win it like the Niners or like the Eagles with Nick Foles. Sorry.
And
I'm done.
They've built his contract in a way where I saw somebody go, then get a different quarterback. That is not a feasible option. And I don't believe it.
If you want to win it with this kind of roster, then you should let him go and keep drafting. If you want to win it with this kind of an offensive line and picking parts of your team that you're just going to ignore because of the salary cap, then you need to let your quarterback go and keep trying to find a Hall of Famer, because that's how you would get it done in this model.
It will just set them back a couple of years, right? Because they keep pushing the money. His money still hasn't hit. And I know you're like, but how can that be? We're going into season 3 of a 4-year contract.
They backloaded it.
They backloaded it not only into season 4, but in the 2 seasons afterwards, where I think the salary cap hit once his contract is over, is still another $25 million. And so that's why whenever we talk about they're going to re-sign Dak, I think it's just a metric of they decided once they flipped this switch that he's staying. I totally understand your point.
And this comes on the same day that, it's just another way to have the conversation, but it just so happens that the college football gross earnings have come out and UT's number 1. They're making billions of dollars or whatever. And here's the conclusion I've come to. Texas used to be the best at football. But what Texas really is all about and is business, and that's why so many people from other states are moving here. We're the best at taking anything and turning it into the most profitable business, and that's what we've done with football.
I don't disagree with that last part either. On a more uplifting note, although I thought that was great information.
I'm uplifted. I levitated off my chair for a second. I feel like Corey did as well.
We were kind of just spinning in this room.
I'm feeling spry.
It was good.
That's what William Shatner asked.
That's because it's Adults Wednesday. He's always feeling spry.
That's true.
It's a hump day.
I'm sorry, guys.
I thought it was
can't help it.
apologies.
I'm really good at being negative. I can't help it.
No, he's Captain Negative, but I'm all for building in the trenches, baby. Give me all the beef.
Okay.
I agree. And I will say, I think they know what Dak is. And I think they also understand what they have to continue building around him. They didn't do it well on the offensive line this year, but that's what I think they added the resources on the defensive side. But I think they know his limitations. They're just still trying to build the team around him.
They know his limitations because the offensive coordinator got fired.
Yeah.
And the head coach has taken over. So he knows what he's working with.
Yeah.
I think he does.
Yeah, we're gonna try to manage his limitations differently, and that's kind of what got into that topic, is because the West Coast offense is probably going to require more timing and accuracy.
Yeah, for sure.
If you want something positive, I was curious, and I'll just direct this to you. It's National Roller Coaster Day.
This isn't positive for us. We're an anti-roller coaster show.
Oh, yes!
Without Dramamine, we have no shot.
Well,
no shot.
My question was, what's your favorite amusement park ride? It doesn't have to be. I said the Haunted Mansion. That's not a roller coaster.
When they flip your heads on the Haunted Mansion, you're like, to this day, that's one of the greatest moments I've ever had in an amusement park. I'm with you on the Haunted Mansion ride.
I'll do the Disneyland roller coasters because they take you through tunnels. It's like a water slide. You're way up there, but you can't see it.
Yeah.
I'm into that.
Space Mountain.
Six Flags they're too noisy. That clackety, 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 clack. The mini mine train thing. My gosh, that thing is like you're going to fly off the track.
I like the pirate ship.
That's what Corey said.
Oh,
almost lost a kid on it, but
used
it's
to have that at
The
Planet
swings,
Pizza.
I did, actually,
the swings.
one
Can you
time.
imagine the swings thing?
That's
They
why it's
get
my
you out
favorite.
there and you just come loose of that and go flying into the crowd.
Hell no.
That swing thing.
Yes.
Is there a weight limit on those?
Snapping.
Is there a weight limit on that?
dude.
There's no way.
And you just got one little bar. It's a tiny little bar.
That-
Just
I
holding
think
you
they
in
just
there.
require self-awareness on that.
No,
one.
well,
They're
there's
like,
no
if
self-
you want to,
okay.
man, that's
And then the one
okay.
where they stick you to the wall, like
Yes.
that thing, I've thrown up in that.
Self-awareness. Were you ever worried if you threw your arms up that they would get chopped off?
Yes.
Okay.
I was.
I'm scared to do it
especially
to
on
this
like
day.
like the Texas Giant and stuff, where everything feels very close, and you're like, if I think
You
I
guys
will
ever do
lose a
Big
hand.
Bend? You ever do the Big Bend ride?
I
They have
did
with the
skip
loop,
all
the
of
double
I've
loop.
done that one.
You never done the double loop?
I did with the Shockwave. That was something different though.
Yeah.
They went forward and
Oh
backward.
yes, did that
Yeah.
one. Yep.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? Lots of fire. I like
Oh,
it.
pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We will have a floor report from practice. And Krusty's Corner, Brian Broaddus coming up at 2:40. G-Bag of the Day, 2:30.
Looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Noah's better, Kevin.
Can't do it. Happy birthday, Noah.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It is hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Brian Broaddus, former NFL scout, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander's in the Pin Cup at Master Control. Here's Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're back on that streaming app, TuneIn. You know, it's a good one. If you ever struggle with the Odyssey app, try the TuneIn app. You know, TuneIn was amazing for the longest time. Then we went Odyssey app like 5 years ago. And, so we weren't available on TuneIn anymore. But now it's like the platforms are saying the more the merrier. We got everything. So that's kind of our approach. And so you can find us on TuneIn. You can find us on YouTube, Twitch. Have at it. And we thank you for making us part of your day. Yeah, let's start with the Rangers. They win again 7-3 over the Angels of California, Los Angeles, Anaheim. Seager, the hero, unbelievable. He's having a better year at the plate than Shohei Ohtani.
It's amazing.
2 bombs, 5 ribbies. He won the game for you.
And I bet he could pitch better than him, too, if they would just let him. You know, like that's
past him.
I think he throws hard heat, man. 100 miles per hour.
Yeah.
Got a monster fastball.
I do think a lot of these guys could do both. I'm surprised that more aren't giving it a shot after Ohtani. I mean, hell, Mike Bassick might have been a better hitter than a pitcher. If he's coming up now, they wouldn't give him a chance to pitch. You know,
that's true.
But I don't know why in this sport we've decided you can't play offense and defense like that.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, if we get to October and, we really need a guard for basketball for the Mavs, I think Scherzer needs to get a call after his talking to him yesterday.
I wouldn't put it past him.
He seems like the type of guy that's like, no, hey, you guys don't understand. I was a pretty damn good basketball player.
I feel like he would play some Tenacious D.
Yeah.
Such a good band, man.
Agreed. Maybe that's on his playlist.
Maybe he is jamming out to Jack Black before games.
We need to figure out,
I'd put a smile on my face.
We need to do it seriously. We need to do a segment. Each of us come up with 3 songs that we think are on Scherzer's playlist. Remember, because he wouldn't tell us yesterday?
Well, we need to get some investigative journalists who's really, a hungry dog trying to, really cut their teeth and get to the bottom of this force in that clubhouse.
Yeah, I'll get Sean McFarland on it.
Yeah, and that kind of was took me off guard that he's superstitious about not telling his superstition. So he was willing to give us 0 details on any of that stuff. I think it'd be fun. I would probably say Metallica. Probably from the Black Album.
I like Metallica. I was thinking AC/DC. Maybe some Back in Black.
We need to scout him out this weekend. Then, if he makes an appearance over at AT&T Stadium for that concert, he might be giving up some tells.
That's true. He could be a big Metallica fan.
If anybody has information on that, it would be interesting to know. I think the more mysterious you are about the background stuff, I think the more interesting it makes you. The eyes, obviously, with Max Scherzer, big part of the story. We did ask him if there was any way we could celebrate Scherz Day. And he said you're going to have to figure that out on your own. I think he's a beer guy, He
did. He said after the post game that he's going to go have a couple of beers. I mean, I think him and Luka would get along famously.
Yes, I think so. And maybe Luka could learn something about cracking the coldies to celebrate and then getting back to the grind. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't hit your waistline like 6 weeks after you're in the best shape of your life.
Like Kobe. Yeah.
Finale tonight, John Gray on the hill for the Rangers as their conga line of quality pitchers just keeps on rolling in here. The only thing that could stop this season now, and Brian, I'm sure you remember about this, is the old September swoon that people would be worried about. When I first got here, Rangers were kicking ass, taking names. They traded for Cliff Lee, and our program director at the time, Tom Bigby, God rest his soul, rest in peace, Tom Bigby. He was saying,
God, he hated me.
He was saying, it doesn't matter, man. The September swoon's coming. These Rangers, they ain't for real.
Doesn't matter.
Get on the air and say that. Fire these fans up. He wanted the phones ringing. Yeah. So he's trying to gas me up to go hate on the Rangers. I was like, Tom, I don't see it. I think it's a pretty good baseball team. I'm going to go ahead and say they got a decent shot of winning the World Series.
So you just started hating on the Cowboys? Is that what you did?
Say, look at you. You were the one. You were positive at one point.
What did you just say? I'm just going to start hating on the Cowboys, boss, to be honest with you.
I'd love to get the side-by-side Romo Dak takes from 10 years ago to now with that. Was it the same thing? We need an offensive line, boys.
Yeah. Very similar.
And then eventually they did it.
By the way, you're not wrong.
Very similar.
You're not wrong.
Well, yeah, and I
they
don't
need to help him with that line.
I don't know how you could hear my commentary and think that I'm being critical of Dak. I'm being critical of the front office.
Yeah.
Okay. Dak's doing his best. He is very good.
Yeah.
He is a top 10 quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
in order to win the Super Bowl without Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, you better have a complete team. And they keep thinking they can build an incomplete team. When I first got here, it was O-line, and then it moved to linebackers, and then it was at safeties, and it was definitely defensive tackles. Now they're spending money on those spots, but they're like, we got to find somewhere else to save money. And that is why Dak doesn't have the protection still that he enjoyed his rookie year in 2016 when he played the most efficient quarterback we've seen in a long time around here.
No, that's a Dak thing we can absolutely agree on. The fact that they're putting so much confidence, and really the season is kind of hinging on Tyron Smith's health. That's a terrifying way to be going. I would
also include Tyler Biotish in this thing with the ankle.
I'm 100% with you. They don't have a backup plan for center.
The ankle thing just never seems like it's going to get well.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like he could talk about feeling better and all that, but it happened to him a couple of different practices where he had to step out. He tried to come back in. I just think it's going to be a reoccurring thing. You just never have time to get well on that.
Yeah, and that's certainly a bummer. I do think we've seen Dak grow in huge ways from that rookie year to now, from a pocket presence and avoiding sacks and these things. And I continue to harp on the fact that a lot of these quarterbacks don't have great offensive lines. Yours isn't terrible. I think he's good enough to get by with this offensive line. How much help from the sideline is he getting? What's his play caller? What's the play design? Does he have somebody that's helping him? I would argue he has not had that guy for the entire duration of his career.
I would agree.
And maybe he's got one now. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Jury's still out in a huge, huge way. We've seen some positive signs for sure. But I think that has a lot to do with it as well. And there's no salary cap with the coach. So figure out a way to get him a Jedi.
No, I think that's a great point as well. I could totally roll with that and turn my frustration towards how are there coaches in the NFL like what you have with the San Francisco 49ers, and we're not doing everything in our power to recreate something very similar. You see their schemes that without a great offensive line, you can have a great running game. You know, you see with schemes, he's creating easy throws for quarterbacks like Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy.
Right.
How are you at the Jones family deciding you'd rather have Kellen Moore, who's proven nothing? You'd rather have Jason Garrett, who was, doing his best. As Scott Linehan has never brought anything innovative like that. Everybody tells you it's a copycat league. Why are we copying what the best teams are doing? Why are we pretending like other ways might work out or did work out 2 decades ago when there's clear examples? So salary cap management, coaching staff management, like the coolest thing Chris Young did, got you a bunch of awesome players, but he knew where the good coaches were. And a lot of times that can be a decisive move that a GM makes for you. And at one time, Jerry Jones was capable of doing that when he hired Jimmy Johnson. And then when he needed a stadium, he hired Bill Parcells.
That's true.
But outside of that, he hasn't done it. Hasn't hired the right coach.
No doubt. No, I mean, at least from on the defensive side, you feel like they've got that thing ironed out, and kudos to Dan Quinn and everything they got going over on that side of the ball. But offensively, no. I mean, we'll see what happens this year. They finally got a little bit of new blood in there with Schottenheimer and McCarthy, and we'll see if that brain
got a
trust
lot new blood over there. A lot of new blood.
No,
you
for
talk
sure.
about the line coach and all that other stuff.
Definitely a lot of new faces on the entire offensive side of the ball from a coaching staff standpoint. So I'm excited to see how that works out.
Okay, how about this tweet from Jared Sandler on Seager's unreal season? The slash 350, 410, 666, 1075 ranks him second in batting average, third in on base, first in slugging, first in OPS, and first in WRC. Is that win shares or something? What's WRC?
Yeah, I believe it's
winning impact. I'm not sure, but Corey Seager is amazing, and those are the 5 most important metrics in hitting. Okay.
Well,
Heck yeah, they are.
Evan Grant's tweet also is pretty eye-opening. So he's hitting 350, and he's 23 plate appearances shy of qualifying for batting leaders. So even if you had Corey Seager go 0 for 23, you just added okay, he's had those 23 plate appearances and he didn't get a single hit, he'd still be hitting 326, which is leading Bo Bichette and Yandy Diaz, who are both all-stars.
Okay, WRC takes the statistic runs created and adjusts that number to account for the ballpark or ERA. So he's kicking ass, taking names, no matter which place it's in.
So that's a stat that's built on the ballpark that he plays in?
They adjust it for the ballpark dimensions or how good the pitcher is you're facing.
Wow.
So they're really trying to drill down and take out, the variance of, hey, this guy faced a bunch of good pitchers this year. How do you account for that if you're looking at, controlling for stats?
Advanced metrics are pretty dang cool, boys.
Figures number one.
They're just
Whatever.
They're just over our heads sometimes.
Yeah, we don't even know what it.
It's like getting to sixth grade. It's like getting to algebra in sixth grade. They start
you.
throwing all these letters in the midst of the numbers, and it's like, why are you doing this?
You're the guy that's always about the metrics and the numbers. And a man asked a question, and you couldn't even come up with what it was.
It's weighted
I
runs.
lean more football on that side, Broadus.
It's weighted runs.
I'm really
plus.
embarrassed for you over there, Mr. Metrics.
That's what it is.
That makes one of us.
Yeah.
I do like the numbers in baseball a lot more than that football or basketball or soccer.
I
or
agree.
hockey.
I think they mean much more. I think the numbers in football are pretty BS.
And you do have some,
which is why you get crap wrong all the time.
some illumination that can
Brothers.
happen. I mean, I think that's why guys like McDaniels and Shanahan and McVay are having more success as they, snuggled up to play calling patterns and the importance of passing the ball on first down and, the opportunities therein. And if you don't have a quarterback that's good enough to get the job done, maybe you don't say we got to run it more. Maybe you say, hey, guys, we need a different quarterback. And I hope everybody's open-minded to those ideas.
I think you're right about what's the test that we give the college players?
The S2 cognitive test.
Yeah, the S2 test. I think you're right about that, by the way.
Yeah.
I think in the future, and maybe more players, maybe they'll adapt it to where other players other than the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But I have a feeling that
they have. Yeah, safeties do it, linebackers.
Well,
there are other, but the quarterbacks the ones that get the most attention.
The quarterbacks get the most attention, but you called that out the other day that hey, that's the one I think that a lot of even crusty dudes and gals are going to probably look at and say, okay, this one does do a good job of predicting what these guys could be.
It's how fast your brain tells your body to move, and there's a big gap in that brain, eyes, muscle, body. How is it all connected? And the signals fire at different speeds. And when you're dealing with a game where a guy's throwing a ball 102 miles an hour or a dude's running a 4.3 40, those split seconds are the difference in the 350 hitters and the 220 hitters. And, it's really come to the NFL now in a very profound way. And I don't think quarterbacks that fail on that are going to get drafted highly at all. But in the next couple of years, it's going to crash. They'll still get a chance in training camp. Maybe you can overcome it, but teams aren't going to take chances, especially because we know for the last 50 years, teams have failed consistently at identifying who are the good quarterbacks. We know they come in the first round most often, but sometimes they're in the sixth round or undrafted because you just can't see it. But here's Brock Purdy with his brilliant S2 test. How did he do this? Well, he doesn't have a big arm. He's not a good athlete. It's how quickly you make decisions and can tell your hand to get the ball out of there and throw it accurately. And, maybe people are uncomfortable with that, like saying, oh, well, that's not fair to say someone's not smart enough to do this, that, or the other thing. Every sport, there is genetic criteria, Pool. Do you have a steady enough hand? Golf. Can you keep balance and repeat the same exact motion?
No.
Cycling. Do you have amazing quads and lungs and a heart? Yeah. You need to be genetically selected to be high level. And I think we're just now getting into modeling the brain and figuring out what the traits are that we need to see in there for the individual positions in sports. NBA released the in-season tournament dates, so you have things to look forward to with the Mavs.
The Nuggets?
Yeah, are we going to get into this?
I'm wondering, man. I'm not as familiar with the soccer way of doing things, so this is foreign to me, and right now I don't like it. I'm afraid of this change.
Right at the beginning of the season. Like, it's not even a mid-season thing. It's like you've been playing for a couple of weeks, and then here you go. Boom, here's the tournament.
Just I don't know. Hopefully, I will get on board in real time, but
you'll get on board.
Okay, here's the thing.
It's November.
Is it a one and done?
I'm so football.
Is it like the 64?
November is football.
Thank you.
Glory.
That's why I was saying, hey, don't start the season until the new year, baby, in basketball.
Okay, so we play group play.
Okay.
Pods of 4 teams,
right.
and then the best qualifiers from there will advance to a 16-team elimination thing. So it is very much like a World Cup or a Euro. But here's the thing, because Messi won last night in the semifinals against Philadelphia. They go to the finals of the League Cup or whatever they're calling it.
Yeah.
So Miami fans right now are having a blast because they get a chance to win a trophy. It's another way that if your team is sorry, you can kind of ignore the regular season, put all your resources of trying to win these games. And for some, his history says the fans of these soccer teams that bring home these trophies, even though they're getting their ass kicked in the standings, it's still fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
you can go get Giannis and win this thing.
That's what you do.
I don't think
we won the in-season tournament.
Yeah. Get Curry, Giannis, you get whoever you want. And like, hey, I know we started off 2-14, but we won this thing.
Here come the Houston Rockets. Woo! Put the banner up, baby.
I don't know. See, I'm not
sure. Do you get to call them champions for the rest of the season? Like, are they defending champs at that point?
We're hanging a banner.
Like,
we're 75.
Are we doing
games.
parades?
Yeah,
Are we
I
doing
would
parade
so.
routes
Absolutely,
and stuff?
yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then so the goal would be then to win the double, which would be we won we won the championship and the
Then there's the
tournament.
treble, right?
Yes, then we get the treble.
Is
you know,
the three.
and now we're winning multiple trophies. Now we're winning 3 trophies.
Where's the Triple Crown in this?
I think you got to get
treble.
You got to give a trophy.
I love the treble.
You got to give a trophy for best regular season record, and then winning the final, and then winning in season tournament. You won the treble. You know, now you're an iconic and historic type of team.
I'm calling doo-doo on this. This is a bad idea.
I don't know. I don't know if we're going to buy into it. I
Watch
hope
us.
we do.
I'm not comfortable with it at this point.
We're going to do 3 segments on it in October.
Hell no, we're going to be.
I mean, it's going to be
can you
prime for a
believe
rim sesh, boys. And I never turned down a good rim sesh.
No.
Well, the words iron skillet will never be the same, at least temporarily, indefinitely.
100 how many years? 103, 104 years they played that rivalry.
TCU
and
and
SMU. Yeah, it's over 100 years. They're going to put it on rest, right?
Put it on pause.
Hopefully we'll be back before too long. We'll be back at Fat Daddy's
It's a terrible
tomorrow.
trophy, by the way.
In Mansfield. We're back at Fat Daddy's tomorrow, right? Yeah, we're doing the Fan Phenom as
You're
well.
saying iron skillet's a terrible trophy? I figured you'd love that.
I love it.
It's a big look. It's a good looking skillet.
Let me see here.
I tell you what,
You could fry a lot of stuff in there.
yeah, man, you could do a pound of bacon. I'm kind of critical of that, but it's for a trophy. They hand it to you, and you're like running around with a big skillet. Like
Some
you're
of
holding
those-
it up. It's like
For the chef, man, I thought that would be like, I thought you'd be akin to
That's
that.
exactly
You know
what I said.
They could dip it in gold or
Okay,
something.
I
Brian.
jumped off sides. I jumped off sides.
Think
I
about
said
the
it's a terrible
paninis.
idea. It's not.
It's actually
God.
a great one.
Woo, we got him back
And
on
I'm
our
hungry
side.
now. It's all
See,
right.
back in the day is coming up at 2:30.
Bunch of idiots.
Why don't you say sex again, Brian?
Wolchuk is there.
Walter did get you to say sex twice yesterday. It was great.
Sex. I wasn't sure you could say it that way.
I know. It was like you were verbally approaching a speed bump when sex was up in the sentence.
I kind of keep an eye on Lucius when that right arm goes over towards the dump button.
Krusty's Corner is coming up at 2:40 if you want more of that sexual chocolate gold from Brian Broaddus. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. There's a Cooper Rush story that I'm supposed to love. Right, Zach? Isn't that right?
Your guy, Cooper Rush. We got some good numbers on him, and maybe this could translate to a better Dak Prescott as well. That's next.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good one. Segment here is brought to you by Soda. That's state-of-the-art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel. Free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online at truckwreck.com. Here's Zach Wolchuk with a Cooper Rush story.
Yes, so Gavin, big Cooper Rush stan, and Blogging the Boys had an article about the Texas Coast offense and how it could boost Cooper Rush's value. And they were looking at this past weekend's game against Jacksonville. And they write, the hallmark of the West Coast offense is quick, short passes to keep the chains moving as the primary approach, and that means throwing to tight ends and running backs a lot. Rush seemed to take right to it, as this was kind of his game during his 4 out of 5 wins last year.
Wait, we can throw the ball 3 or 4 yards at a time?
This is perfect for me.
Beautiful, Coach.
Yeah, like I think it was KMC were talking about the passing yards and how the Cowboys' passing yard numbers were kind of middle of the pack. Well, if you looked at Cooper Rush's passing yard numbers through 5 games last year, that would be a big reason why. He wasn't exactly giving you a bunch of statistical badass games, but the team was winning, and ultimately that's all that matters. So the article writes, it appeared as if both Cooper Rush and Will Grier were operating within this new scheme that instructed them to go through their first 2 reads, then find the check down option. So the results were very few deep drops and plenty of quick hitters. 9 of Rush's 12 attempts in the game were either to running backs or to tight ends. And it took an average of 2.18 seconds to get the ball out of his hands. Grier was 2.32 seconds. So this is also a good way, in my opinion, to mitigate potentially, Gavin, your concerns and mine as well if they can't stay healthy, a poor offensive line.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's great. I don't know if I'm a Cooper Rush stan, but I believe he executes the simple things very well. And he's been in the offense and been around these guys for so long. I think there's a level of familiarity. I'd be very comfortable. And I hope that Dak can integrate some of that, I hope he likes, seeing what Cooper Rush did last year and sees how easy it can be. And this time it's not just lip service. Last year he talked about how he was taking notes when he was out and how easy it could be. And then, he showed up and appeared to kind of want to go with that game plan for a couple of games. And then we're back to being too aggressive. So I think that's the key right there. And Cooper Rush is, not the teacher. He's not better than Dak, but, I think that's kind of a model of, something that Dak could look forward to once the regular season starts. Do it more like Cooper Rush when it comes to taking the easy stuff.
Yeah, but also, too, in that game the other night, Cooper Rush practices with that offensive line all the time.
Sure.
That's your backup offensive line. So going into practice, there were a lot of times where he kind of saw things. I'm sure he's thinking like, okay, I see that they're not blocking our guys. I'm not sure if they could block Jacksonville's guys, but I got to find a way to move on with the ball.
Yeah, get it out.
That's just a quarterback knowing what's going on around him.
Well, and you could say sometimes maybe Dak, that could be a constructive criticism. Is he holding on to the ball too long? So the numbers from last year, he was tied for 13th in getting the ball out. 2.72 seconds it took him to get the football released from his hand. Maybe those tick up. Even if you're able to get that number from 272 to 232, you improve it a little bit, just a little tick. It's helping the offensive line. And that's an area where this Texas Coast offense, and I think they're better constructed with their weapons. Tony Pollard, receiving threat out of the backfield. Deuce Vaughn, receiving threat out of the backfield. They always wanted to say Zeke was. Zeke wasn't. And maybe he was when he first came into the NFL and they didn't utilize it. But the Zeke that we had the last 2 years was not a guy who was a threat out of the backfield as a receiving weapon. And you're starting to see the tight ends improve. I think Jake Ferguson, I'm totally in agreement. I think Ferguson's going to be an upgrade over Dalton Schultz. I know Babe Loffenberg didn't want to go there. Eric and I are on the same page. I think Ferguson's going to be awesome. Peyton Hendershot's a good player. They got something with John Stevens here. We'll see about Schoonmaker. But using your tight ends and running backs, I think they're better equipped for this offense than they have been in previous years.
Oh, I do too, man. I'm stoked about what Jake Ferguson can do. I think he is an upgrade over Dalton Schultz. The only thing that Dalton Schultz did well was the things that you learned from experience. And he did those really well. But what Jake Ferguson is going to give you is more athleticism, more playmaking, I think more fire, more broken tackles, and sort of the ability to improvise once you get the ball instead of just knowing, oh, here's the defense. There's going to be a hole here. I know where Dak likes it. Those are experienced type of productions. And, there's a cap on the ability of those kinds of players. You have to be willing to say, we don't need steady and reliable. We need playmakers that can terrify the defense and maybe take this ball to the house because he splits the defense or breaks a tackle or leaps over a dude. And, I think a lot of times teams fall in love with the steady, reliable veteran because they're worried that the young, explosive guy is going to make mistakes. But Ferguson he's going to be great this year. This is a big weapon.
Does this offense worry you about signing CeeDee Lamb long term?
No, not at all, because I think it's going to be constructed to where I still think Dak's going to take his shots down the field. But I think it's also about...
Is that a $22 million take your shots down the field deal?
Yes, because I think CD is a guy that even if you're throwing underneath, the whole thing is, can you schematically get him open in space? We're getting him the football, even if it's within 10 yards, then he can do something after the catch. Same thing with Brandon Cooks. That's why that offense, like we got a text, you want it to be the Jason Garrett offense? No. I think you can get explosive plays, even if you're not necessarily throwing the football 25-plus yards down the field. Yeah. I do think Dak will still do that.
Don't you think that's CD's game?
Yeah,
he can get open and close to the line of scrimmage.
I like the run after catch aspect of it, but I worry if you're just going to be a tight end back kind of a driven offense. Is it worth having a $22 or $23 million receiver?
Well,
if it's going to turn into,
if your offense doesn't have room for a borderline top 10 receiver, then you have a problem with your offense.
Well,
so
no,
hopefully,
but
hopefully that's not the case.
But we're talking about, we're kind of talking about a kind of a conservative offense, though, aren't we?
It was with Cooper Rush. Yeah, it was with Cooper Rush, and it might be more conservative than last year. But you're going to get CeeDee Lamb the ball, or Mike McCarthy will be fired before Thanksgiving.
Okay, no question. But I just wonder if it turns into all of a sudden the receivers aren't being used like we thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
You got a decision you got to make about Lamb.
For sure.
If you don't throw the ball to him.
Indeed, it is time now for the G Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
Yeah. Our G Back of the Day winner is a woman, UK Karen, as we call her, UK Karen. She's here to save the environment. She walked up on a gentleman sitting in his Tesla, had the engine idling. She said, "You can't do that. We're trying to save the environment, man."
You right there, love?
Do you know what you're doing here with your engine idling?
No, what?
You are polluting the atmosphere.
Really?
You're just sitting here without a care of the world, with your engine running,
Okay.
and you don't care who you're polluting here. So, the fumes from this car are going in through all the windows and all the ventilation.
The fumes from this car, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well, you do know that this car's electric, right?
Ha ha ha. Yeah. You try and f me off like that.
No,
it's an
that's not
electric
anyone,
car, la-di-da-di-da, just to cover up your crimes. Because I will be reporting this, I've got your number
Report me to
plate.
who?
To the authorities.
What? And say what? Hey, excuse me, someone's in their car.
Yeah,
What?
so that's you.
For what
You're
reason?
sitting in the car with the engine running, you're polluting the atmosphere. That is a crime now.
How is it a crime?
Because you are sending untold nasty emissions of poison all over this area.
What, really?
It shouldn't be allowed. As you're talking to me now, you are sitting there with your engine running.
And you're sat there with a
polluting the
hat.
atmosphere.
And you're sitting there, and you're standing over there with a hat on. I'm not complaining about that, am I?
Well, that might be a crime against fashion, but it's certainly not a crime as in the police are going to get me, are they?
Fashion police get you.
Man, I love how she is. You're not going to bleep me off like that, are you?
Yeah. Might be a crime against fashion.
I like her laugh, her villain laugh, when he made a good point. Ha ha ha! You never spoil my plans, you fools.
You think you can cover up your crimes?
Run, you fool.
Let me get my vibes. Hold on, bro. What you know about the Ohio players? Oh! I'm talking to him today. I'm talking to him.
Not quite my tempo.
Talking to him. All right, let's see. Snoop Dogg. Oh, have you guys played the new Madden 24 yet? New Madden 24 is out. Have you guys played that?
I heard there's some glitches to the game.
There is some glitches. And video game glitches bring Snoop Dogg to the yard. It does.
Oh, no.
If you mess up a video game, he will record somebody and cuss out on a video game whoever's responsible, right?
Oh, yeah.
We've seen Snoop Dogg do this before.
I don't know the last time I played a Madden game. It's been a while.
Yeah. I can't wait to play it. After I paint these walls, we're gonna mount the TV and I'm gonna start playing it. But right now, I'm just sitting on the floor. I can't play it. Oh, you're Snoop Dogg. He's upset at Microsoft for the Madden 24 glitches.
Come on, man. That's 2 hours since the game came out, dude. I need to go on Instagram and cuss you motherfuckers out, or y'all gonna fix this. I'm being nice and talking to you directly. I will go to Instagram and cuss you motherfuckers out like my friends want me to do right now. I'm trying to be cordial. Get this fucking fixed, man. What the fuck is y'all doing?
It is crazy how every game that gets released these days is not complete. It's like, oh, we just don't know why it's so glitchy. Yeah. Wait a couple of weeks while you try to play it.
The hell, man.
Yeah. It's like you got beta tests, bro. Figure it out.
I like how he didn't have like a flip phone or a phone that's connected to anything, but he still got a slam in this joint. Listen.
Get this fucking fixed, man. What the fuck is y'all doing?
He still got a slam. He still got a slam. Old school slam the phone on you.
They're saying that some of the stuff, like I was watching that Jalen Waddle, he does his, after he scores.
Oh, his
penguin things.
Penguin?
Yeah, they say it's all messed
It's
up.
a bad version.
It's a bad version. They're like,
it's like Mike Gesicki's version of the gritty.
Well, and they're
Just like,
teasing
let's
some
not do
new
that.
blocking aspect of it, and it's not real. I've seen people going on the internet complaining about that. The whole Madden game seems like a bleep show.
Guy was like levitating down the field at one point. Like
glitches galore.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they said like heart attacks was added to the game or something like that.
What?
Yeah,
No way.
People need to chill out. The
That's
internet,
too real.
The
Just
internet
don't
is
play with
wild,
the
bro.
Bills.
Internet is wild.
Oh. So you got the Bills?
You're doing too much. Kevin Brown is back in the Baltimore booth for the Orioles. And he's schooling folks about Blink 182. You guys know about Blink 182?
Hell yeah, saw him live last month.
As little as possible.
All right,
Bleep off,
awesome.
Gavin.
I think I blinked.
Seize him!
Put that on his bad takes list.
I was a fan of real punk rock in the 80s
okay.
and 90s, sir. So when they came out, I was highly offended.
The band called Death. Ooh, the band called Death is fire when it comes to punk rock.
Sex Pistols were pretty good too.
Kevin Brown, yeah, he's back in the booth. He's schooling folks about Blink 182. Check this out.
Don't tell me you don't know Blink 182.
I'll be honest, never heard of Blink 182.
Are you kidding me?
Sounds like a fighter.
First of all, I don't like how his attitude was when he said that. His
like
sauce
Dawson.
was all wrong, bro. First of all,
That's Ben McDonald he's dealing with from LSU.
Don't tell me you don't know Blink 182.
I'll be honest, never heard of Blink 182.
that right
Kidding
there.
me?
Sounds like a fighter jet to me.
Get out of here. You don't know Blink 182?
I probably know the song.
Yeah. All the small things? No?
Sing it for me. I might recognize.
Small things.
Oh, okay, don't sing it anymore.
Dorks everywhere in unison.
Say it ain't so. Tom DeLonge has had a lot of Padres games. Big fan. I Miss You. You don't know that one?
I don't think so. I mean, I might if I could hear the song.
Tom has this like very distinct nasally voice.
Yeah. Do it. Do it.
So he goes, "Where are you?" And I'm so sorry.
Yes. Now I recognize
you
it.
do. You got it
sound
now.
just
Thank
like
you.
him. Yeah.
About time.
Yeah. Don't waste your time on me. I'm already a voice inside your head. I miss you.
That song is so fire, man.
Come on, bro.
They were great. They
Emo
sound-
middle schooler in me will forever
Absolutely,
love that song.
bro.
Come on, bro. It's
They
fire
were
right
great.
there.
I thought they get put on a hell of a
Look
show.
at Dawson rolling his eyes and turning his lip up, looking all crazy.
Wow. He wants to refresh his palate and
It's
maybe
a
listen to
punk
some
rock.
Madonna or
Dude,
something.
I
to get him
looking at
going.
Cooper Rush over there.
He wants some
I gotta
Madonna.
Hey, whatever comes out in that age range, you know, your palate's not defined enough. It leaves an impression on your soul where it's amazing.
Hey, whatever you
You're
got to
gonna carry
say
that with the rest of
to
your life.
cope with
you know?
yourself. Whatever you got to say to cope with
I
it,
like
bro.
Karate Kid and Back to the Future. You know,
I tell
think
my
those,
live self too. You know,
those are iconic movies.
Yes, she does love me.
He loves me. She
Screw
loves
you,
me not.
Lucius. Is it the UK Karen? Is it Snoop mad at Microsoft for the glitches? Or is it Kevin Brown schooling people on Blink 182? Really torturing us about Blink 182.
Voice inside my head.
It's real punk rock right here.
Yeah, this sounds good right
I'm
here.
telling you, it's amazing.
Take me to like an underground club in London right now. Mate, Sex Pistols open them up for you.
Let's go what you want,
Never
mate.
mind the Bullock.
How many of you there? There's 3 of you here. All right, you got this section right here for you, buddy. Watch your mind your piece.
Is it the UK Karen?
Mind the gap.
Yeah, mind your gap here.
Is it Snoop mad at Microsoft or is it Kevin Brown? I'm going to vote for the UK Karen once again. Chief, how about you?
I'm going K Brown.
Yeah. Lucius, we're tied to one.
Kevin Brown, for this audio right here, I do not like what you did on Twitter, though, but I know you got to protect that check. You see a statement on Twitter?
I did not.
When he first came back? Guys, just, ignore it. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. We pieced it up. I'm like, stop it, bro. The whole world had your back, man. At least tell everybody thank you for having your back, bro.
Yeah. Sorry, boss. Can I keep my job for doing nothing wrong? Kevin Brown. Okay, Wolchuk, what do you say?
Oh, it's Kevin Brown.
3?
I'm going to go for my brother Snoop.
I score a 3-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion. He is back, and he's got a dub. It's Kevin Brown, your G-Bag of the Day champion here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, when we come back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where do you want to go with that?
Yeah, we got an expert that thinks that this is the Cowboys' most fatal flaw. Let's talk about that next.
Right on. I love that.
They do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find the road, yo.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the king of the Krusties himself, brought us.
Thank you very much, General.
Yeah.
A lot going on at practice today, huh?
Yeah, it's fun on Cowboys Twitter today.
All
no
these
fights,
guys-
all training camp until today.
Tyler Biotis better be careful. He took a run. He took a run at Sam Williams. Sam's a pretty popular guy on that defense.
Yeah.
But that was kind of a cheap shot on his part.
I think he was trying to defend his guy, but he ends up taking the cheaper shot.
Yeah.
As Sam was following an offensive lineman back into his group and kind of punching at him.
Yeah.
And right as he lunges, Biotis just steps in and drills him in a way that caught him off balance and put him right on his back. Tank comes flying over to get Biotis back, but Biotis is ready for that one. If I'm the defense, I think we're owing Biotis a little bit here, and I'm trying to get it before the end of Oxnard.
Well, we've already got the retaliation a few plays later, it seems like, from some videos Todd Archer showing on Twitter where Micah and Tyler Biotis get into it during a play, and then there's another sort of team scuffle, and Dak's kind of keeping Micah out of the fray a little bit.
Yeah, Dak just pulls him away, walks him over.
Tyler Biotis, public enemy number one for the Cowboys defense right now.
Hope Skip Bayless saw that. Whose team is it? Still Dak's team.
Well, that whole thing of taking a run at Sam Williams like that, especially when he wasn't paying attention to you.
Yeah.
You hit him in the shoulder, and all of a sudden separate that thing, or you drive him and he falls on the ground and breaks a wrist or
A
finger.
rib. Yeah.
or something like that. I mean, that's it looked like to me just watching it that Williams and Hoffman had settled what they were settling. Hoffman was walking away, and and Sam was probably going back to his area, but that's. Man, you can't do that. That's. I'm sure McCarthy will say something to those guys. You gotta look out for each other. And now what happens in practice is you go get Parsons. Everybody's now going to be looking to take a shot at Biotis.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and you're right. I mean, ultimately, you want to be able to get the work done. You're on the same team, but I kind of love that cheapness from my offensive line. I mean, we're only a couple years removed from Andy Dalton gets completely knocked unconscious and nobody does a damn thing.
Right.
So I kind of like this toughness, grit, and attitude.
If he was at Titans camp, I think Mike Vrabel would have Tyler B in the sandpit right now doing some level of up.
I mean, last night the Jets had on Hard Knocks. They're getting into it left and right, while they're practicing. So this is happening across the league, and it's the first time, fortunately, we've seen it from the Cowboys.
Well, and all these different joint practices we're seeing, all these teams are getting at it in a huge way. And I think there was a coach that got messed up a little bit. I guess he ended up being fine, but he got caught in the fray and he was laid out. And
jeez,
can't remember which team it was. Maybe Tampa.
That's the problem. You could go in and you could have a really good relationship with the other team's coach. Like McCarthy could have a great relationship with Sean McVay, but then the team doesn't, the message doesn't convey. Remember when it was Jeff Fisher, those guys with the Rams came over one time. Jeff Fisher just let it happen. Like Garrett, they had no control over. There were fights going on. Fights were spilling into the crowds, and sometimes you could practice with somebody and everything's cool, and then you practice with somebody who has no control over his team, and now your team's getting cheap shotted because their coach can't control. That's why coaches really don't want to work with other teams, because you deal with some guys that don't have controls over their team, and then you're like, okay, now I'm going to lose an offensive lineman because a guy who's not even going to make the other team's roster takes a run at one of my guys and, hits and breaks a wrist, puts him in a concussion protocol, for something that is kind of cheap. So anyway, that's why a lot of teams don't work with other teams. All right, I know I teased something here about fatal flaws, and this comes to us from Bill Barnwell at ESPN, and it's the fatal flaws and weaknesses for the 2023 NFL playoff contenders. And the way that Barnwell tries to set this up, he says, I looked at ESPN's Football Power Index, which is known as the FPI, and included 7 teams from the AFC and the NFC that project to make the playoffs by the FPI's algorithm. To be clear, he said, these aren't my picks for who will make the postseason 2023. He's just trying to avoid, people going after him here. But the FPI they found is a relatively static playoff field for the 2023. Only the Buccaneers, Dolphins, and Giants failing to make the return trip to the postseason. It projects the Lions, Jets, and Saints to take their place. So I wanted to run by with where they thought with the Cowboys. And let me kind of ask you guys if you agree with this, or do you feel like, though, there's another flaw to this team? And they've got the Cowboys' chances to make the playoffs at 65%.
Higher.
Chances to play in the Super Bowl, 13%.
Lower.
Biggest flaw, kicking.
I think that's fair to say right now. If you wanted to make a case for kicking, I mean, that's going to be amongst your highest scorers. And have we seen him make a longer kick than 45 yards so far?
He boomed a 60-yarder in pregame.
Oh, did he?
He did, but
enough for me, man.
It's pregame. It's pregame,
but we know he's got the leg.
But he does have that ability. I mean, he was
The
booming
kickoffs.
the
The kickoffs looked quality. Like they looked like that. Okay, that these things aren't coming back. So if he wants to, in perfect conditions, indoor, no wind,
no crowd,
But
no defense.
it's a good. The Cowboys have done an excellent job, I think, of putting together this football team. I think it's the most complete roster. But outside of that, it would be offensive line depth, because you're one or two injuries away from that thing being completely derailed.
So you're saying their biggest flaw is not the kicking, but the offensive line depth.
I would go with that. Yeah, if you're not going with kicking, I think it's offensive line depth. Yeah, I don't think there's a weakness on the defense anymore since linebacker seems to be figured out.
Oh, wow, we're going to say that? Yeah. Well, shoot, if linebackers secured offensive line depth and running back depth, I mean, maybe Deuce Vaughn should have been drafted on day 2 or something like that is what it looks like so far. So, shoot, yeah, I guess kicker or off, and if that's just general depth, it's hard to build a deep team.
It is.
Probably just trusting Tyron Smith is what I could really just call it if I wanted to drill down.
Yeah.
Did you say Tyron's the biggest weakness because of health?
Yeah, it's just unproven. At this point, what is he, 5 years into missing multiple games every year, and some years missing a lot more?
I kind of feel like, to me, the kicking thing, the offensive line, I love what Dawson talks about with this offensive line, because I really do feel like if it does come together, they're going to have success.
Mm-hmm.
But if all of a sudden you do lose Tyron Smith and now you have to shuffle guys around, the Zach Martin thing makes me feel 1,000% better, because I still have time now for him and Steele to get together and get back on that page where they were really a good combination on that right side. So, but the kicking thing, man, I know the guy was 11 of 12 the other day, and the magic moment, or whatever that thing they call it, the mojo moment, he made the kick. I still think that's kind of an unproven thing. I mean, the guy missed an extra point the other day.
Right.
And that's what got Brett Maher fired the first time. So I don't know. Maybe that's the one thing along with the offensive line I hope that they actually find.
Man, if they could get one of these guys like TJ Bass to come around and be a good starter for them, you know, and just play at that level, and now we could really be talking about the ability to withstand those injuries that are coming, and maintain a level. Good protection, good yards per attempt. I don't need a lot of rushing attempts, but when you do it, it better make the defense think, oh crap, we can't let him get away with that again.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. And then your passing game's open. Love it, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. All right, NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Woolchuck, where are we going with that?
The Bird Turds are playing dirty. We got camp injuries and restraining orders. That's next.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Right on. It's hour 2 of the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome into the show. Leader of Section 133 at the Globe, the Texas-sized takeover, Caden Fouch. He's going to join you in 20 minutes. We're 20 minutes away from talking to the guy that's brought a little bit of a soccer supporter vibe to a section, trying to turn that into a party. Hopefully that goes viral around the stadium, and it just helps take the fun vibes to another level. So salute to Caden, and thanks to him for joining us here coming up in 20 minutes. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk and your NFL News of the Day. Here's the Wooly Bully.
Thank you. We got injury scares across camps today while the Cowboys are fighting each other. But Marlon Humphrey, he's going to have foot surgery for the Baltimore Ravens. He's out indefinitely. And I feel like this was being something that happened to the Ravens like every day at camp last year. They were losing all their running backs. I think Marlon Humphrey got hurt last year too. I mean, the Ravens might be turning into the Chargers, where they just can't have nice things and they can't stay healthy.
Mash unit, man. Yeah, last year was really bad for him. Losing Marlon Humphrey's a blow.
It's a big loss. They don't have Marcus Peters anymore, so we'll see how their corners end up faring. You also have the Lions wide receivers. And Eric, we were talking about the Lions' depth at receiver.
After Amon-Ra St. Brown, I'm struggling to figure out what they do.
Marvin Jones, I mean, is he their new number one? But Amon-Ra St. Brown and their former first-round pick Jamison Williams have suffered leg injuries at practice.
Yeah,
so they're hoping that it's not serious. But, man, that's something that's a bummer for Brian Broaddus' Detroit Lions, if that's anything serious that lingers into the season.
That's an organization, that's a city that cannot have nice things. We're
They
wondering
cannot.
maybe Baltimore ends up teetering on that at some point. But lifetime achievement, that goes to the Detroit Lions, man.
Sure does.
And St. Brown is the real deal.
Most
He is
underrated
the real
NFL
deal.
player going right now.
I'm
with you. I'm cool with that. Yeah.
He's taken over the Tyler Lockett baton for me as the most underrated receiver in football. No question, man. That dude's a savage.
And they got a great play caller. I mean, Ben Johnson's the real deal. He will be a head coach next year. But after
Cowboys?
St. Brown, who knows, man? Who knows? But I don't know who their weaponry. They traded away T.J. Hawkinson.
They did.
You're hoping for Jameson Williams, but he's banged up. Marvin Jones. I mean, okay,
Marvin
if he's your
Jones.
number 4,
They got my
you're
man
like, sweet.
Sam Laporta.
They got
from
Sam
Iowa.
Laporta.
Oh,
Sam
yeah.
Laporta from Iowa.
And he's injured guy, right? Isn't he injured guy?
No, he's okay.
He's not hurt. Okay.
I don't think he's hurt.
He's
I
not
haven't-
banged up guy?
He's not
currently.
he's
It was
not.
the Oregon State tight end that was banged
Yeah,
up. guy,
Musgrave,
right?
and he's a Green Bay Packer.
And he's a Packer.
Yeah.
Okay.
You also have
Musgrave was Utah. Who was Utah?
Dalton Kincaid.
Kincaid.
We'll get to
okay.
Dalton Kincaid here in
Yeah,
just a moment.
That's why I
'cause
thought.
he's
hurt
turning
too now?
he's
He's
turning
got
heads.
a back thing too. He was dealing with.
Well, he's healthy and
Yikes.
he's crushing in Buffalo Bills camp. He's one of the guys that are turning heads in camps right now.
Love a good head turner.
I
this
just
time of
watched
year.
Richardson throw an interception here.
Yep.
Isn't that Eric's guy?
No, I think that's
No,
Will
it's
Levis
Eric's
you're
guy.
seeing right now, sir.
Will Levis did also have a worse interception, if you ask me.
Will Levis
than
had a
what
game
Anthony
on,
Richardson had.
Will Levis had the game on the line interception where it was just like, really? You threw it to 4 defenders.
I just saw a panic throw here from this Colts quarterback. He just kind of slings it out.
that was
there.
Danucci-esque.
It was. He didn't get his feet set.
That was his third attempt of the game, dude.
But that's
It's not
Anthony
great.
Richardson for you. He's going to run for a 50-yard touchdown that everyone's going to wow.
I
and
told
then he's
ya.
going to have this moment of interceptions where people are thinking, this guy can't play
He's going
quarterback.
to be the first ever athlete to be consistently on the SportsCenter's top 10 and SportsCenter's not top 10. I mean, we should appreciate this guy. This is borderline historic, man. We've never seen anything like this.
Amen, right? I can't wait to get my Anthony Richardson jersey in the mail. Titans wide receiver
That's the
Traylon
case.
Burks,
You need to play the Colts.
who I liked quite a bit.
Yeah, a little tune-up game.
ASAP. We do.
Get the confidence up for your secondary.
But Burks was carted off as well with an apparent leg injury.
A lot of
Gravy.
guys getting
And
carted
Bucks
off.
wide receiver Russell Gage has also been carted off, and
He's
they just
done.
did an MRI on him. He's done for the season.
Yeah.
What did he
So
do?
he had a knee as well.
Training camp's way too long. We got to cut these things down, you know?
I think so.
We're not playing the starters in preseason. That's a good start, okay? Up next, listen, it'd be great if we could practice all the time and perfect everything in this sport, but it's too violent. That's my opinion.
It's even violent when you like getting some
start
fights.
fighting with each other.
Fighting with each other.
Gosh, Tyler Biadasz, man, I want him on my team if I ever get into a scuffle.
If I'm a head coach, I'm taking my veterans, I'm cutting down their training camp to 10 days. Just show up in shape. We're going to keep you healthy. We're going to figure it out in the first month of the season. But damn it, we're not having any of these injuries before we even approach a meaningful contest.
Well, good news for Devontae Adams. We also had a scare with him over the weekend. He said today, quote, I'm ready to roll after his leg injury. Nothing serious. And for those that have not gotten the update on Micah Parsons, nothing serious with him. He just got kicked in the leg.
We told you
he
that
was out there
yesterday.
today. No leg brace. Yeah, but the truckrat.com text line still asking about Micah.
How's his hand after bouncing it off Biadish's helmet 4 times?
Isn't that the silliest thing? Why do people do that? Why are you going to punch somebody in the helmet?
I think he had a pretty good slapping technique.
Did he?
Yeah, I think that's fairly safe.
Okay.
Shout out to my guy Danny, one of my besties in high school. He got into a fight. He was a pass rusher, got into a fight with an offensive lineman, and his approach was grab him by the face mask and then kick him.
Oh, okay.
So, and he beat the hell out of him, and he was totally fine. He's like, I'm not punching you. And he grabbed him by the face mask, so now I can control your, wherever I want you to go, you're going to go now. And then he was just kicking him, man.
Wow, that's a hell of a butt whooping.
Till you start breaking fingers going after that face
We
mask.
had a guy break his hand. He hit one of my buddies in the helmet, and he had to get one of the extra large helmets because his head was so damn big. Nick Baker just went ahead and took a swing at him, broke his hand. Had to wear a cast the whole year.
I tell you what, you get fingers caught in face mask. I've broken every one of my fingers doing that. Just
Very
because you're
painful.
blocking and you get him all of a sudden it gets up and then your finger just
That's what
snaps.
I don't understand. Not that the glove is helping you from like a finger snapping situation, but
Taping-
like somebody
taping
playing football
fingers together
without
helps.
a gloveless football player at any position other than kicker, obviously. But again, we're talking about football players. So like, I don't understand how you play football without gloves at any position.
Not even in the line? You
No.
kind of need the little ones. You cut the fingers off.
I guess if you're a center and you don't like the idea of having the glove on the ball or whatever.
Well, the problem is with the glove and the sweaty hand.
Right.
Dawson loves shaking hands with players after practice.
Well, shake your hand.
With the sweaty glove hand. That's like his favorite thing to do.
Those gloves are killer.
They
And the
smell
size of their
terrible.
hands, it's just like, dang, dude.
It's
Ever
impressive.
since I shook Leonard Davis's hand, I just want to.
Oh, I bet.
That's how I feel about after shaking Mozzie Smith's hand.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. That big
gosh.
blue gloved hand. But
Yeah.
you feel how wet
That's a
that thing
vice grip,
was.
bro.
Tighter
Yeah.
like bear
Smith,
paws.
It was like putting your
His
hand
as
in
well.
a bucket of water. You're like, oh, geez, what did I just do?
The gloves are the worst smelling too of all
Oh,
the uniform
God,
things.
yes.
The gloves hold the disgusting
Oh, the
stench of
worst.
sweat more than any other clothing item.
And the sport that's the worst is hockey. You
Yeah.
ever get a whiff of those hockey players' gloves? Oh, my
Well,
gosh.
they dry them during the game, don't they?
Dude,
They put 'em
it
back
doesn't
there?
matter. It's the worst.
You got to turn and burn those almost after every game. I
Yeah,
would
you
assume.
do. It's vile.
What are you doing over there?
I'm just trying to keep hygienic over here, man.
Absolutely.
Every game?
Well, in the
You're
NHL,
a pro. I mean, there was some a little bit of hyperbolic nature to that comment. Maybe
God.
2 games,
A little?
A week, maybe at most.
once a week.
Well, I mean,
every road trip.
yeah, you could have afforded it back in the day. You'd have been the guy that could have afforded the old
That's
turn
your
and burn
crab
on the
legs
glove.
for sleepovers as a parting
I
gift.
tell you what,
here's
it's a nice parting gift.
It is. I'd be coming over
If
every
you learn
night.
how to make
Shrimp
drawn
cocktail
if
to
you
go
learn how to
for
make
the
drawn
elementary
butter, you
kids.
could be a friend of mine. Yeah.
Jamar Chase has filed a restraining order against a one-night stand who is accused of harassment. This is according to TMZ. Chase found himself involved with a woman named Amber Hunter
It's always the
before
Amber.
engaging in what he described as a one-night stand back in 2021 in a recent court filing where his legal team argued he should be granted a temporary restraining order over the calculated and ongoing harassment campaign he's accused her of engaging in since their brief fling. So hopefully this gets figured out for Jamar Chase because I don't want to see you end up having this kind of issue, man. And I'm surprised it doesn't happen more in the NFL, quite frankly.
I saw there's some more context to it as well, where some people were commenting on the story saying like, well, she's alleging that they have a baby together.
Uh-oh.
And so she's going to great lengths here. And in the
It's
story,
not
it says,
stalking. I'm looking for child support.
Yeah.
right.
Oh, wow.
It says Jamar says
That wouldn't be stalking in that case. I'd take it all back.
Jamar Chase says they do not have a child together, as Amber is claiming. And he says that she posts photos of another person's child to make it seem like they have a child.
Yeah.
And then Jamar says that she has continued to refuse to subject the kid to a DNA test.
It's so
But that
hard
means
to
it's
know
not
what's
his kid,
going on.
and she knows it.
Yeah. It's like there's so much money on the line. I'm lying to protect my money. I'm lying to go after your money. The Michael Orr story today, they're saying, well, he's tried this many times.
He wanted $15 million or else he was going to threaten to go public. That story gets weirder by the day.
You just don't know, you know? Now, as far as the stalking, yes. I bet because of how desirable the dudes are, and all the ladies are chasing them, certainly multiple dudes per team are getting stalked. We just rarely hear about it. It's just normal for them.
Yeah.
The single ones are out there having one-night stands, and all these ladies, it's like historic in their lives. Oh, my goodness. I met an NFL player. I got to stay with this dude. I'm hoping he wants to hang out with me again. Did you see the play he made? Like, this is the greatest thing that's ever happened to a lot of these young ladies, right? So, of course, they're going to pursue it, and some of them are emotionally unstable enough to stalk. Absolutely. Multiple dudes per team getting stalked.
Apparently, Sean Sharif is so highly coveted that he has been stalked on more than one, potentially even more than 2 occasions, according to Crosstalk with the Kansas Masterpiece.
My goodness.
Quite a love right here.
We might need to get Sean on at some point to talk about this. We got to dive into it.
I mean,
it sounds like an episode of Vanderpump Rules.
It might be more interesting than Chief leaving that gal at the altar.
Oh,
did we ever get into that story?
We do need to get into that story.
Yeah, before the girls get too old.
Yeah, let's 100%.
Let's jump into that one. Let me hit up my current wife and tell her to just get off the YouTube for a few minutes.
Hey, honey, we gotta go ahead and divulge some secrets here, babe.
Get vulnerable for a few minutes, hon.
You know how it is.
A little bit.
It's about ratings.
Speaking of getting vulnerable, Joel Bitonio, he went ahead and was very open and honest, and he told reporters during the joint practice between the Browns and the Eagles, the Eagles were they were playing a little bit dirty. Here's Joel Bitonio on what happened during their joint practice.
Just in our practice, you protect the quarterback. You don't want to come close to the quarterback. You don't want to take cheap shots, things like that. Where there might have been a couple where, questionable, plays both ways today.
Josh Sweat apparently was doing a little extracurriculars during their joint practice. Sidney Brown, who we loved coming out of Illinois, man. I think Sidney Brown is Eric Weddle 2.0, and he's getting good reviews from Eagles practice, but I hope he
stinks.
A little shorter
guy.
Small dude.
As good of a beard as Weddle?
No, not at all. Sidney, but he has got great hair, just doesn't have the facial hair.
Hey, can't have it all.
So apparently Kevin Stefanski was also a little bit irritated, and he tried to ensure that things didn't escalate. But least surprising thing I've ever heard, the Turd Birds were being dirty in a joint practice.
They'll get dirty on you, and I just don't know how you avoid it. With the game so violent, guys are trying to make teams. Certainly shots are happening that you weren't paying attention. You felt like it was dirty. A guy just hit the hell out of you.
Not seeing any fights at a Titans camp. Put a little hot sand in the corner of that practice field. That's what Vrabel's doing. That's keeping them tight.
You know what?
I mean, these guys. I mean, there's no
Tighten
repercussions.
up, baby. Tighten up. They figured it out.
Is there any repercussions for any of these? I know Aaron Donald
get kicked out of
didn't Donald get into a bad one.
He was throwing the helmet, and there was threats of maybe a suspension, but the NFL didn't do anything.
That's what I'm saying. And he went like almost full Myles Garrett, Mason Rudolph style.
Did.
This is where you resolve disputes in these off-season situations where you are not going to get punished.
San Francisco and the Raiders were in joint practice, and they said they agreed that if anybody fought, they were just going to kick them off the field.
Well, that was just because of the mutual respect for Jimmy Garoppolo.
So that to me, like, could you see, like, you're tired at practice, you don't want to practice, and we're just getting a fight, get kicked off.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a veteran.
The fans were doing enough fighting at that one.
Step on a nail on the way to practice. I saw a guy do that one time.
Step on a nail?
What? To get out of practice?
Purposely stepped on a nail.
Oh, dear
to
Lord.
get out of two-a-day practice.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Must have been a 108 day.
It was damn close.
Was this a Cowboy?
No, this was in Baton Rouge.
Oh, this is LSU. Oh, the
days.
swamp.
Yeah.
Oh, I get it. I'd rather have a foot or a nail in my foot than have to be out in the swamp.
Nail in the heel. Took it in the heel. And then pulled it off, and then had to get the shots. And all that
gosh.
Stuff.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so Green Bay Packer player Kurt Benkert was on with Kay Adams. And we know Aaron Rodgers took less money so that the Jets could maybe make an in-season move.
David Bakhtiari.
Okay. Kurt was talking about maybe a current Packer eventually joining the New York Jets. I've never quite heard this in season, this kind of openness, but this is after the Dalvin Cook signing. There's another $35 million that Aaron Rodgers has left free. What's he think about that situation?
Who do you think, if you had to guess, who Aaron Rodgers will miss the most?
David Bakhtiari.
I mean, how's that going? That's just got to be like, I love you, man.
I'm going to put a really, really hot take in this, and I think that there would be a chance that there's a reunion one day. Maybe this year, maybe next, I don't know, but I could see one more piece of the puzzle ending up in New York before it's all said and done.
I want to talk to. Why does Bakhtiari not talk? Like, I'm like, Bakhtiari, come on. You know what I mean? Is he just like, he's good, he's chilling?
No, I think that, he's good and chilling, but I think, I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but I think he'd have a hard time not saying things.
Oh. Then that's why
Anderson
we
Goes in
need
the
it.
background.
That's what
Yeah,
we want. Wait, so a reunion
exactly.
of Bakhtiari. Okay, a reunion of Bakhtiari and Aaron Rodgers happens because why? They just love each other?
Oh, they're
That's what
obsessed
that
with each other.
$35 million is for?
Oh yeah, it was to save room for David.
Oh my
That was it.
God. Don't do this.
Okay, I know it's gonna go over.
Has it been talked about, do you think? Or is it just like joking? Like, I still think like you're going there. I still think Jordy, I think James Jones is like booking a one-way ticket to New York.
I think if anyone ends up there, it's going to be David, simply because he gets tagged in every single picture that Aaron posts on Instagram still. And there's a saga there. Like, they love each other. And Aaron misses his golf cart, I'm sure.
It makes sense. They could use offensive line help. If the Packers stink, they might be looking to rebuild. David Bakhtiari, midseason trade to the Jets. You heard it here first.
Kind of a broken down guy, though, right?
He's the last 3 years, I think he's only played half a season.
Yeah. He's now into that Tyron Smith category for a lot of people. Really good offensive lineman, but for a lot of years, kind of an undersized guy, broken down. More years, body's taken a lot of beating over there.
Going to be really interesting to see how good that team is. You know, will there be a fourth superpower in the AFC? We're going to stay at 3. Like, will Aaron Rodgers win another? This might be his best chance he's had in a long time. Might already be the best team he's had in a while.
Yeah, on paper they're good.
Well, the problem is now he's in the much more difficult conference. You know,
No doubt. And division. Hell, that division's a gauntlet.
All righty.
Especially now that Zeke's in it.
No doubt.
All right. There's a lot of fun going on at the ballpark in Section 133, the Texas Size Takeover. The guy who's gotten that party started is named Caden Fouch. He's a Tolo and a local media member, and he'll join us to talk some Rangers baseball and what all is going on out there in Section 133 next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Window Nation, though. The star of window replacement, proud partner of the Cowboys, back to fill your house this season. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation, and we have a fun guest joining us here. More details on that in just a second. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. We'll be at Fat Daddy's tomorrow in Mansfield. Let me tell you, life's unpredictable. Accident Tampa and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com. Call 214-333-3333. Go over to truckwreck.com. The Texas Eyes Takeover is happening at Section 133 at the Globe. And the guy that started it is joining us now. His name is Caden Fouch. The 19-year-old is known around the local fan base for online content about Dallas sports, has a TikTok page at Cowboy2K, and he has over 41,000 followers there, and he makes videos about Major League Baseball and the NFL and about the Rangers and the Cowboys, and Fouch joins us now right here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck you doing? We're going to get Caden Fouch here before too long on the horn with us. This seems fun. I've always been here's Caden now. Caden, good afternoon. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How about y'all?
Oh, we're doing awesome, man. tell us about the background of this movement. How we get started out there in 133, and where does it go from here?
Well, a few weeks ago, pretty sure there was a frat out there, and there was like 20 or 40 people, and they had it rocking pretty good, but they were just kind of doing random chants. So I made a post that night saying, all right, we need to get a huge group of people going in that section and try to keep this up, make it a tradition or something. And I had about 600 comments on my story on that of people wanting to join. So then I made a group meet for people to join. We figured out a date for it. Once people started joining it, more people started reposting it. My buddy at Rangers Nation on Instagram helped out. He posted as well. And it just led up to that.
So what's the plan moving forward then? Is it just up for anybody to decide they want to be a part of this movement, get a ticket in 133, or are you going to be there like sort of orchestrating?
Well, I mean, I'd like to see it every night like this, but we're going to keep we're figuring out the next date for it to make another deal like this and hopefully make it even bigger and better.
So this is what sports is all about for you, getting to the game and having a great time. What sort of is the model that you're shooting for here? What's the goal?
Just trying to make the Rangers electric atmosphere and bring the playoff feel back.
I'd say you're pulling that off, man. You having fun out there?
Oh, yeah, of course it is. I have no voice right now.
Oh, I love that. Now, did you guys get any reaction from Ohtani to your come to Texas chants?
I don't think we got a reaction from him, but I saw people were sending in from the Japanese broadcast of all the broadcasters were loving it and stuff. They were showing us, and it was funny. The Angels broadcast were saying that we were chanting overrated, but we were chanting come to Texas every time Ohtani would come up.
Love it. It looks like the Rangers have already taken to Twitter and said, who's bringing the Section 133 energy tonight? Are the Rangers trying to get in on this? It seems like they're pretty pumped about what you're doing.
I haven't heard anything from them, but my line is open.
Yeah, this is, if I were you, bro, I would make this yours. You know, I would ask for a season ticket from the Rangers to say, I am the captain of this section. I'm going to turn this mofo out. Let's do a partnership. I think that's where that's got to go, because this is a blessing, not only what you've given to the fan base, but also the organization and the players and boats you're talking about, you dude. This is a big thing. I would encourage you to depress the accelerator on this and open up the throttle.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Like I said, we're working right now figuring out the next date, me and Rangers Nation.
So what were some of the chants that you guys were getting into? And then how do you orchestrate it to where the entire section's on the same page with this thing?
Well, on my group me, we kind of, for the past 2 weeks, everybody's been coming up with chants, signs to make, posters, and we figured out whenever Seager would come up, we'd chant MVP. When Ohtani would come up, we'd chant come to Texas. And then we just kind of keep up random stuff for other guys, trying to make up chants. But we did a roll call, and it seemed Adolis and JP Martinez really loved the roll call, so I was happy to see that.
Yeah, I know a lot of the Yankee fans are not happy that we're stealing the roll call. I think it's fantastic. You don't listen to them. You keep doing your thing.
Hey, if we're making the Yankee fans mad, that's a good sign.
Yes, that absolutely is. As we're talking with Caden Fouch here. He's a local media member and big sports fan, and in Section 133, the Texas size takeover has become a thing. We're going to be out there on Friday, and our show ends at 6:30, first pitch at 7 o'clock. If there's any takeover happening, I got to go witness this with my own eyes. This sort of reminds me of a soccer culture, like the international vibe that you see in the supporter sections, where there's a game going on, but we're not necessarily just reacting to the game action. We're here to put on a party and support the players, and however it's going. Are you a soccer guy, Caden?
I've watched a little bit of soccer because I like the atmosphere, but I haven't really gotten into soccer like that. But I love the atmosphere from it, and we had a cup snake going too.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, dude.
The snake made the rounds. People were pumped about that.
We were wondering how many cups got in there, Caden.
There was, I would say, 200 to 300.
Nice.
It's a big snake.
It was. All right, Caden, we're getting a lot of texts right now.
We had it up about 5 rows.
Oh, 5 rows deep. Okay, the 214, the 940, they want to know how we can connect. How can they join the group me? People are pumped about this, and I want to see this be a Rangers tradition forever, Caden. So how can we get this thing popping?
All right, so there's 2 groups. There's a group me that I made And you can just DM me on Instagram. My Instagram is @thecowboy2k, and I will send you a link to the group me. Or you can, if you have the app Bunches, go on Rangers.nation on Instagram, and he has a group on Bunches that you can join. And we'll relay kind of the same stuff for everybody and coordinate the next one.
So you going out there tonight?
If I could, I would, but I don't have a ticket for tonight.
We might need to work on that for you.
You gonna take it up a notch with some body paint, perhaps? And I saw a lot of the signs, but maybe we could take those signs and just put those on the chests of the dudes, and you go shirtless, college football style.
Hey, if they don't kick us out, I will definitely do it.
See, I'm gonna email John Blake here. Are you available in the evenings? Do you have like a nighttime job or something? Is there anything standing in between you going to the stadium and leading Rangers fans in the greatest fan expression that I think we've seen since the Mavs Maniacs?
I live about an hour and 20 minutes from the stadium, and I work at our ranch because we have a ranch and stuff. That's the only thing that I do and stuff, but I can make anything work. If they want me to go to a game, I will go to a game.
Sounds like you need maybe a little bit of a support staff as well to help you on nights that you can't make it.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah,
like
we need to divvy this up.
Rangers fan inspired by this, I'd love to see more people do it.
I think there are a lot, man. The 972, you guys made it fun. Get there for the Astros series. The 682, it's no longer Big D energy. It's now 133 energy.
I love that. And what can you tell us, Caden, about your media ventures here and your takes and how you're working that angle of what you got going on as well?
Well, about a year ago, I started making videos on TikTok because I would follow like Rangers stuff on TikTok, and all I would see is negative stuff about the Rangers. There was no anything positive about them. So about a year ago, I started making videos on them, and about a year, I've got over 41,000 followers now. And about every game, I post a recap of the game, showing the highlights from it, and then I'll add some like other videos of the players, mixtapes, stuff like that.
Yeah, we're sorry you were following Dawson's account there on TikTok.
Saw the negativity.
The negativity part.
Appreciate you balancing me out there, Caden.
Yeah. The watermelon sculptures.
We're gonna need to get a Section 133 float for the championship parade after we get this.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Hey, Caden,
I'd like to toss you a couple of beers.
I would like to know though, Caden, what the hell did you see to be positive about last year?
The future.
There you go. Good answer.
I like it.
Good answer. Yeah.
It could only go up. We had one of the best. It was the pitching last year.
Sure.
And we had a good offense. And after the signings Chris Young made, he's done a heck of a job. And it's all come together this year. And I'm happy to see Ranger fans back out at the ballpark.
Hey, Caden, at last I saw some clips was the Rangers mascot was out there throwing like merchandise and stuff into the crowd, into your area. Did you grab yourself a shirt? It looked like they were throwing some powder blue jerseys or shirts. Did you grab you one, being that you're the organizer of this?
They said they were throwing blankets, but when he came down there, I went up trying to find somewhere that they sold sweet tea, but I guess they don't sell sweet tea at the stadium, so I was trying to find the drink. I came back down there, and I saw the mascot walking back up, and people were saying, yeah, you missed out. They were throwing stuff.
Hey, the 469 wants to say they were in 129 last night, and y'all made it so much fun. And then another 469 wants to ask if you're available for Cowboy games.
Yeah, get out there.
I've never been to a Cowboys game, but I will definitely go.
Hell yeah.
And then I just want to know, are you a good ranch hand out there?
Oh yes, sir.
You can. What's your favorite ranch kind of things to work?
I got a bull that I can put any hat on him, and it's fun. A lot of the people follow me calling the Rangers Rally Bull.
Okay.
And I have pictures of it on my Instagram. I have a hat I can put on him, stand by him, make whatever pictures you want with him. And that's what I like to do.
Can you ride a horse and rope cattle, Caden?
Yes, sir.
Man, I bet you dominated FFA in high school.
I actually didn't do FFA. I did. All I did was baseball.
You're a baseball guy through and through. Okay, you do agree that the $1 Bluebell night at the ballpark is better than even the $1 hot dog night at the ballpark?
I do agree with that.
Who's your favorite Ranger?
My favorite Ranger right now is probably Josh Young or Corey Seager.
And then all time?
Or Nathaniel Lowe.
All time?
My bad, what'd you say?
All time? Who you going with?
All time? I'm going to go with Beltray.
All right.
Hell of a call, Caden. Congratulations on getting Rangers fans excited. Let's rally around you out there in 133, and we'll be looking for the latest at, what is it, at Cowboy21? What's the handle there on TikTok?
Cowboy 2K.
At Cowboy 2K. There he is, Caden Fouch here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you, sir. Have a great time, and go Rangers. Caden Fouch with you on 105.3 The Fan. That's the Texas size takeover in 133. And I tell you what happens with this kind of deal, because I see it happen in soccer games. It starts in one section. The adjacent sections want in on the fun, but that thing starts selling out. So jump on 132 right now. Jump into 134. Whatever you got to do, take a look at the map. And you're going to want to, I think participate in that. That to me is the coolest thing. And oftentimes when I come back from an FC Dallas game, I'm thinking about the game, but it's the horns and the drums.
Yeah.
I'm driving home. It's just a completely different vibe if you can get enough of a fans in a section like that to be entertainment throughout the down times of the game.
It's that beer garden area, right? Behind the goals and stuff.
Yeah, it used to be.
Yeah. That going on.
They kind of took that down. I think maybe the guys were getting a little too rowdy down there.
But I could see Dawson doing some like red FC Dallas face paint and stuff like that. Just cheering
and we're
the
getting a
balls
lot
off.
of texts. People are already buying their tickets for tonight in Section 133. If you're out there, carry on the tradition. And, of course, Labor Day against the Astros. That one's going to be big.
Shoot, yeah. Have a great time. Ticket holder since 86 in the front row of 223. Got to tell you the energy that they bring is the best since 2011, and that's cool. And it's a Tolo right there. Caden, 19-year-old ranch hand Tolo out there streaming us 90 minutes away from DFW. He loves the Rangers and loves the Cowboys and just had an idea. He watched the frat guys having a ball out there 2 weeks ago and says, hey, we should go do that. Mm-hmm. It's fascinating how some of these ideas spark. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next. Where are we going with that?
We got a lighter sighting, we got a stat of the day, and a personal mystery I need help solving. If you find gents don't mind. That's next right here in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you, though, before we do anything else, because if you want to get your edge back, if you want to get back.
It's today at Ticketmaster.com.
At Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Oh, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation tomorrow at Fat Daddy's in Mansfield. Come say hi. Here's the Chief right now with a sports hodgepodge.
All right, we'll get to the drunk raccoons that are terrorizing people in Germany here in just a few moments. But looks like Jack Leiter is currently throwing live batting practice at Globe Life Field. According to Evan Grant, this is about a half hour ago, but appears to be most of the front office on hand to watch him. Brad Miller, Austin Hedges, taking some swings, but Jack Leiter getting an up-close and personal look, or the front office at least getting an up-close and personal look at Jack Leiter throwing a little live BP action at Globe Life Field. I don't know what to make of that.
I don't know either. I'm asking around right now, so if I get some more information.
You're sourcing? Yeah.
I'm sourcing. I mean, it could just be, hey, he's in the area. We're going to have him come in. We'll take a look at him. Maybe it's bullpen opportunities, but I mean, this is a guy who's been at AA, and they haven't been looking to move him up to AAA, and he's struggled with command, walks.
Are they still playing? Are we still playing AAA baseball and all that? AA baseball?
Oh, yeah.
We're still doing that?
Rough Riders and stuff, yeah.
So they're just, okay, I just didn't know if it's
usually through August.
Okay, I didn't know if the season had ended and
last year they won the championship, so they progressed into September.
Yeah, the thing about it is maybe, and I'll reach out to some folks too that I know, maybe the situation is, do you try and figure out, do you elevate him, does he play winter ball now? Do they feel like, okay, is the velocity there and all that there that like, or does he need to rest again? Remember?
Yeah, because they've shut him down. They shut him down earlier this year.
Yeah. So I wonder if it's a thing they're trying to determine if he needs to play winter ball or Puerto Rican ball or, that stuff that they usually do, try and get him some more work. Or maybe it's just getting in front of, Mike Maddox again.
I know. I was kind of thinking that too. Like, wouldn't you want Mike Maddox to be?
He's got the golden touch
team
right now, man. I mean, since the All-Star break,
might be something he's working on.
Deadline.
There might be something he's working on.
Definitely could be.
And it was just an opportunity. Like instead of taking Maddox over to some other ballpark, they just bring him over and let him throw in front of Maddox, and Maddox can work on him while they're there.
Yeah, Mad Dog will get him right.
He's been in Frisco. He has not been at Round Rock.
Hey, stat of the day, Lionel Messi in his 6th game for the Inter Miami MLS team scored his 9th goal, which now makes him the 3rd leading scorer in Inter Miami history. He's played 6 games.
Dude, I saw that he's played 6 games and they've scored 22 goals, and in the 22 games prior to his arrival, they'd scored 23.
That's awesome.
So he has taken this whole thing by storm. It was the worst team. Philadelphia had only lost 1 home game in 29 matches. They're down 3-0 last night at halftime.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous.
Messi is just
The great thing about it was I didn't have to hear Elliot Shores Parks like bragging about how good the Philadelphia Union was.
Yeah, that would be pathetic.
Like he
is
like,
doing that kind of thing?
No, he is a Philly.
He's just Philly fanboy.
He's Philly fanboy about everything, and he's like, I can't believe the ticket prices and all this, that, and the other. I'm glad they took the L last night.
Yeah, go believe yourself, guys.
Trust me, if the Union would have won, he would have somehow tied it into the Eagles doing something well with the, the Eagles' influence there helped beat Messi, of course.
He'll tie it in.
He'll tie all
He knows
that
everything about Philadelphia, but he can't confirm that one thing about Nick Foles that everybody wants to know. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, so the reason the North American Soccer League in the 70s broke down is Pele came over, and they were too good. They crushed the competition. So
Franz Beckenbauer on that team.
Yeah,
too.
and he had some dude from Italy.
Franz.
Yeah.
They put the league to sleep because it was really just watching the good players put on a show.
Cosmos, yeah.
I think Messi's going to get even more great players next offseason, next transfer window. I think it really is going to be up to the other MLS teams. And I'm looking at you, Hunt family, in Highland Park with your billions of dollars. Go get us somebody.
Yeah. Quit selling off our talent.
Yeah, buy me a superstar, please.
We got to contend.
I will say this, though. It's probably not the Hunts and stuff you have to worry about. It's my buddies in Saudi Arabia you have to worry about.
Well, let's have them buy some MLS.
Well, that's well established.
But
how
that's
about you sell to the Saudis then, FC Dallas?
There you go.
Well, like the one opportunity you have to go get Neymar or somebody like that, Mbappe, whatever. You know,
Saudis are doing it.
Yeah, the Saudis are hey, good for them. But Messi, he had a chance. He had a golden deal just like Neymar had. Same type of situation. He could have gone on there and made hundreds of millions of dollars, and he chose not to. And that's the thing about it. The only thing that's going to combat playing Messi is other players that are capable, skill level wise, and those guys are playing in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's why we need the rich MLS owners to get in the game here. There are some of them.
They will never be able to outbid the Saudis.
No.
It just won't happen.
But they can go higher than their current average of $9 million payrolls for the entire team. It's pathetic what the MLS teams are spending.
Yeah, get your bleep together, boys. Don't worry, Wolchuk. I promise we will get to the drunk raccoons that are terrorizing people in Germany in just a moment.
I've been waiting hours, Eric. You told me about this pre-show. I want the drunk raccoon story.
I think if Comungo scores 5 more goals, they're going to try to sell him to some B-rated European team.
Oh, don't say it.
I'm trying to put pressure on these owners, man. I got your back, fans.
No, you're doing a good job.
So I walked outside of my house this morning, opened up the garage, and I was with the 3-year-old, the 2-year-old, and the 8-month-old. Yeah, I was on full-on dad duty for a few moments. It's beautiful outside in the morning now, so it's like, let's take advantage. Let's go for a little walk.
That's all changing.
We open up the garage, and we are met with a dead bird right there at the front of the garage door without a head.
Oh. Wow.
And it was like a beaming light for my daughters. Like they saw it before even I did. And I'm going, what's going on here? This is a face down bird. Where's its head? Where's the blood?
Was it face down if it didn't have a head?
Well, okay, it was belly down. Thank you. That's a good clarification.
Yeah.
My 2-year-old says, is it sleeping? And the 3-year-old said, yes, because it's dead. And I was like, all right.
Atta girl, Maya.
She gets
Got things figured out.
I don't know
Maya's
what
the
to do
corner
with
of the
this
group.
bird. I sort of swept it down the driveway a little bit. I didn't want to touch it. I'm like, I don't want to put it in my own garbage.
sweep?
I don't know what that's
Foot
going to
sweep?
bring. No, I didn't do the foot sweep. I considered it, but I found a nearby broom. I wasn't used to holding. My wife's familiar with it. I didn't know how to use it.
It was just rolling with no head?
Yeah. I was just sweeping the dead bird down and I don't know how this happened. I can't for the life of me understand why there is a bird sitting headless without any blood. There's a handful of, rando ricochet feathers, but there's no head to be found. There's no blood. And I don't know, stray cat maybe, but
stray cat or a hawk.
Might have been a snowmobile
bird on
accident.
bird crime?
Yeah, no, hawks will decapitate them. Yeah, they sure will. And then I had
and leave no trace of blood.
Well, see, I mean that's interesting, but
I'd at least want some of that breast meat.
You would think. Well, you'd think that there'd be some blood. That's what's got me really confused here. But I had a cat that used to be. She'd go out and she would just go bring back rabbits, squirrels, eat these things whole, and the bones and all. I'm telling you, I don't know what happened. Well, eventually it got caught by a coyote and died, Brian. All right, I'm still not over it. But that cat was a badass.
Karma got the cat, I'd say.
I'm thinking, I don't know, because I got home at like 7:30, 8 o'clock last night, and the bird was not there at the time. And so I don't know if the sun goes down, it gets a little dark. Birds potentially don't see that well. Did he fly into my roof and decapitate himself? Maybe the head's sitting up on top of my roof somewhere.
Maybe aliens, according to 430.
I'd say
listen,
the aliens.
There's no wrong answers, no bad answers right now. I'm trying to figure this out because I don't want to wake up with headless birds. I mean, who knows what type of scarring happens to the kids.
Did you ask your 3-year-old? She has a better understanding than you do.
Maybe this is Maya's fault.
I don't know. The chupacabra maybe 469. I think that's fair. Has anybody dealt with this? I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with the carcass either. Who am I?
I'd put that in the regular garbage can.
Yeah, I would just throw that away.
Yeah, it's fine.
No problem.
Yeah,
I don't want it to
it's
attract other decomposing. Is other things going to come get in there? Now we have some sort of festering.
I think you need to hang it up as a warning to other animals around.
Yeah, if you're worried about other animals in the area, I think maybe a little brick on the lid or something like that. But you should be good. Put lots of dead stuff in the garbage. Yeah. My cat will catch like snakes, eat their heads off. Frogs eat their heads off. I think I've never had a headless bird.
You guys have.
They kill for fun.
Well, and they think it's like I'm doing something for the owner. They'll bring it and leave it for you. Like, oh, look at me, look what I brought you.
Oh, kind of like the orcas that when you save them out of the net, they bring you a squid.
Yeah,
I like the 817.
Jim
you live near Ozzy Osbourne.
I like the 254. You didn't pay your gas bill, Eric. Which Broadus won't understand because he's never seen Dumb and Dumber before.
Well, no, it could be. I've seen The Godfather where they put the horse's head in the guy's bed.
That's epic.
Yeah,
see, and that's step 2 to this. I don't want to graduate to that. Whoever's bleeping with me here in the neighborhood, I'm trying to nip this into the bud.
Which neighbor did you tick off?
I don't know.
You think it's like nailed to your front door, maybe the head?
No, I secured the perimeter. I was searching for that head today. I was on a head hunt.
I know you're always head hunting.
We got to run, Nation.
It's a real neck dinner.
We got 2 down and 2.5 to go. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6:30. Cowboys Twitter. Sweet question from a friend of the show. And an awesome new Cowboy history piece is coming out tomorrow you're going to want to know about. And Micah broke down the team, had an inspirational message. We got Cowboys Twitter, top tweets going viral about America's team coming up next right here. G-Back Nation, the fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app and listen all day wherever you are. From our fan studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral on a fight day in Oxnard, California. General at your service, at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander over there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. I almost had a horrible dad event last night. I took Abby out into the front yard. This is another wildlife situation.
Headless birds?
Oh, wow. I'm trying to water the trees because a couple of sprinklers are out and these trees haven't been getting enough water. So I've been circling around on them twice a week, watering them. And Remy's standing there, almost 2 years old, helping me. The next thing I know, she's like, ow, ow, ow. I'm like, okay,
Ants.
something's going on. Yes. So I scoop her and I swipe her feet. But then I look down in the light like I'm taking her back to the front porch. It was getting kind of dark. I needed some light, and I see like a lot of ants.
No.
I'm like, oh no. Gosh. So of course I get her inside and I'm checking out everything. She probably got hit 15 times, dude.
See, that's the thing. You never just get one. They have this like connection where they know like let's get as many on as possible before we let because you don't even know they're on you until that first bite happens, and then they in unison
they do,
and then all of a sudden you got a million whelps.
It's synchronized attacking.
Yeah.
Might not be a better team.
If wasps had that kind of coordination, we'd be done ski.
Oh, we'd be bleeped. Yes, we would. Were they fire ants?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just hoping she's
dipped her
okay.
in the pool real quick. I'd have just taken her and dipped her in the pool.
We got her in the bath, and you can kind of watch them in real time over like an hour go through their different phases.
Oh.
I got one bite on the wrist, and I'm so sensitive to those damn things. So I'm just hoping for the best when we get home tonight. And I'm sure Mike McCarthy is hoping for the best this evening in Oxnard, California, as he has asked these guys to not fight. But we had quite a fight day. It was Sam Williams having a little extracurricular and kind of a one-on-one with Hoffman. He's following Hoffman back to the offensive line thing, kind of swiping at him. And Biotish steps in and drills him. It was like Golden Tate Sean Lee. Not quite that bad. I mean, Sean Lee got horizontal 10 feet in the air.
Well, he blindsided him.
But he did drill him.
Yeah, that was a decleating.
Yeah, he did. He hit him. He hit him in the left shoulder to the point where it knocked Williams back to where like basically his head then shoulders hit the ground.
I mean, concussion, broken rib, hand injury. There's all kinds of stuff that could happen
Collarbone.
there. I bet Biotish regrets it. I understand why he wanted to step in there. If you see the video, you're like, hey, get off my guy. But you can't say get off my guy and then blindside a guy next week.
Not your own teammate, you can't.
No, that's joint practice type of behavior there from Biotish. I mean, I'd be pretty happy with the decleating performance of myself, especially because Biotish is usually on the receiving end. Maybe that's why he decided to go with the cheap shot this time instead of the face-to-face. But a few plays later, he's going after Micah Parsons and went nose-to-nose with Micah, and once again, he had the worst of it. Micah was doing like a jumping halo spinner slapping to the side of the helmet that was quite effective, and Biotish was just kind of standing there trying to push. But it was definitely a pretty big fisticuff day there in Oxnard at Cowboys camp. The cool thing was at one point, hopefully Skip Bayless sees this, Dak pulled Micah aside, walked with him arm around, had some words for him, and then actually pushed him back towards the defense as he was trying to, calm things down. And then afterwards, apparently, Zach Micah addressed the team.
He did. So Micah closed the practice, said, hey, guys, let's just come back together. We love each other, and let's go win a championship. And J-Ron Kurtz was talking about it afterwards, saying, hey, this happens. You get good work in. It's competitive. We're going to be doing this to other teams come September. They're going to get a taste of some of this.
My favorite part of all this is seeing the ensuing videos where there was no fighting, and it was just Micah Parsons playing with his hair even on more fire than what we've been accustomed to seeing him, where he's just wrecking practice every day. It seems like he took that up an even higher notch to where every ensuing highlight I saw on Twitter was him spin-moving sack, mowing through the lineman bull rush, sack, blowing up a run play 6 yards in the backfield when they tried to go outside to Pollard on his side. It was just like Micah Parsons was like, okay, if you're going to come after my guys, watch how I just ruin the entire rest of your day offense.
He made Matt Willetsko look terrible on
was
one
that
rep.
the bull rush?
That was the bull rush.
Yeah.
And he put Willetsko on his butt.
I think Willetsko is still trying to be pulled out from the Oxnard grass there.
So I get it if I'm Tyler Biotis, right? I mean, I think the defensive line's been whooping their ass for the majority of the last 2 weeks. I like seeing that fight from my offensive lineman personally.
I do. I think he stepped in a little bit too quickly. Like something was clearly about to happen there between Sam Williams and that other lineman, but Biotis didn't let it get there. He stepped in sort of before that. I think he needed to wait like another 5 seconds, let something actually really start to happen, and then come, have your guys back.
Hey, that's easy for us watching the video. In the moment, your adrenaline's pumping. I think Biotis, he's trying to hold his own for the offense.
The levels are high, man.
I was talking to you guys at the break about, because a couple hours ago, the Diggs interception.
Yeah.
I think that might have been a self-inflicted thing with the way we talk about scheme and how they do things, and I'm watching it again because they bring Cooks down inside and they're on the 5-yard lines. They bring Cooks inside like they're going to run that pick. Like, remember they ran the 2-point play where they ran they ran Cooks inside, he picked, and then they got Ferguson to release and he was wide open?
Yeah.
Well, it's like they didn't. They brought a boat, but they brought Diggs down inside and he just jumped the route on Dak. Dak's trying to throw the ball inside to Hendershot. And you're watching, I'm thinking, man, that's kind of self-inflicted. Why do you want to bring a defender in where you're going to throw the ball? So I hope that they look at that and they say, oh, maybe that's on us for, keep Diggs or anybody outside there and, don't bring him in because he saw what Dak was doing. He's going to throw the ball inside to Hendershot and he jumped it. And then, here you are on the 5-yard line. Again, another one of those red zone interceptions.
Nothing worse than a teammate bringing his defender to you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. They're bringing the defender, a better defender inside.
Yeah.
Give your guy space.
Yeah.
There's been some really good design of some plays. That one I would kind of, if I was McCarthy when we were sitting down watching it, like, why do we bring one of their better ball hawking defensive backs inside? Keep him outside. Keep him as far away from the ball as we can. But I don't know, man.
I think that's a great teaching moment there, and you bring up a good point. I mean, I know people want to jump on Dak for the interceptions, but that's what this practice is about.
Yeah.
Offensively and defensively, you're seeing, hey, is this a good play call? Should we tweak this? Should we throw this one out, right? And that's a learning experience right there. Well,
that's the one thing when you start to talk about Dak throwing interceptions. Is it self-inflicted? Is it not seeing guys? Or is it just stupid design by us?
Sure, and sometimes you get that. I do wonder on a play like that. Should Dak be like, okay, the defender came inside, so this is now not the guy that I want to. Yeah, this is not now the guy that I want to throw it to. Is there any other option in the route, or did he just know?
He went right towards, and then give Diggs credit. He jumped it. He knew it. He's like, okay, you can throw it right there. Boom, jump it. And then now you don't get points. It's unfortunate.
That was Dak's pick 6 today.
Maybe Dak tucks it and runs in a real game.
You definitely do not want to be throwing picks inside the 5-yard line.
Well, it's happened a couple of times in these practices, and you don't. The one time he didn't see Vander Esch. This one, I think, this was just poor design.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to give Dak any. I'm just saying, if you're going to throw the ball, don't bring defenders to where you're going to throw the ball.
Well, I think everything's going to be fine with Dak learning the offense, but there is a learning curve. When he first stepped into the NFL, it was the worst practices from a quarterback. Like, he was as bad as Jameel Showers in 2016 in training camp until you got to the preseason. There might be a gamer factor of this. There might be a trial and error, like you guys are saying, of, hey, we're trying a bunch of different plays, and some of these, there needs to be a very significant mental adjustment. Some got to go. But I would not be surprised at all if Dak the gamer is sort of going through the process of figuring it out in practice, and because I think it's probably the most mistakes we've seen since his rookie training camp. David Hellman with a tweet here, Brian. What do you think about this? He says, it's a scary thought that's been bouncing around my brain for months, and Zach Martin's return to the roster hammered it home. If the Cowboys can't put together a run with this team in this NFC, then when exactly is it going to happen?
Wow.
It's David Hellman, formerly DallasCowboys.com, now with Fox.
Yeah.
Hope they get him back on that show. They needed his personality there, his witty sense of humor. And even though he's a little bit too much of a Dak stand for me, I think his takes are great. His defense is the best. I think David Hellman defends Dak the best.
He does.
Yeah,
he does. He's got things that he really believes in the quarterback, and that a lot of people do, and good for him.
Yeah.
I will say this though, that he does bring up an interesting point, because to me, with now Aaron Rodgers leaving the conference, we talk about the best teams. We feel like the Cowboys, the Niners, the Eagles. Dak playing the Eagles, we feel like that's a good opportunity right there. You always have a shot there. 49ers hasn't been as much, but yeah, if something happens where this team does go like 9-8, they get in the wild card, they have to play at Detroit, and it doesn't. When are they going to have a better shot? When are they going to have a better shot?
If they fail this year, and especially if they don't make the playoffs,
this division or this conference will figure out a way to draft quarterbacks.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, what if the guy at Carolina gets good?
Absolutely.
What if all these quarterbacks all of a sudden they start being better in the conference?
Justin Fields all of a sudden steps up.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, I think you're right. You've got to seize the moment right now. You could look back on it and say it's the most disappointing season in Cowboys history.
If they don't,
if they go like 8-9, they don't make the playoffs, 9-8,
9-8, and get beat in the first round of the playoffs.
I mean, especially with this roster. I mean, you could say this is the best Cowboys roster since 2007, maybe.
Yeah.
I think so. Those 2007 teams, I don't think you knew that Romo was going to be as good as he was. Maybe 2009, that was fantastic as well. You had, Terrence Newman, Mike Jenkins played well. You had Brady James and Keith Brooking, and, Ratliff had come together, Spencer and Ware. That was a really good defense too. But I'll take this team. I think the thing is it's quarterback and team building. And you got to know how your quarterback relates to that. And I just don't know that the organization knows how important it is to be able to, dominate the line of scrimmage to win a Super Bowl, for example. Like last year, they went into the season without a good plan to do it. Not only was the offensive line pretty weak, but their tackles were weak and unproven. In the middle of the season, they're like, oh, let's get Hankins. And they're like, okay, let's get Mozzie. So the light bulb's coming on in some ways. But, to me, to answer David Hellman, when they draft a Hall of Fame quarterback. That can say, hey, my name's Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow, and I know you guys aren't very good, but trust me, I got this. And then he goes out and starts making plays and winning games to prove it, And I know Dak did that his rookie year. He goes famously to Pittsburgh and Green Bay. Huge games on the road. It's like, oh, wow, look at this. What's this? That team hadn't been winning big games on the road for 5-6 years up to that point. And, Dak did it. But that's because the formula was in line with the kind of player that he is. I don't think it's been in line since 2016, Chief. How about you? If not now, when?
I think you're pretty. I think you got it nailed when it comes to the way they're building this team. And I don't know, because the conference right now is as open as it could possibly be. And so if you're not doing it now, I mean, is it the quarterback? Is it the coach? What can be tweaked there? I think the offensive line is a huge thing, no question. But yeah, the way you build these teams, you have to either do it with a rookie quarterback, or you have to have a guy that is so amazing Hall of Fame level, which is borderline, it's borderline unrealistic. You luck into these things. You luck into Pat Mahomes, you luck into Joe Burrow. Yeah, Troy, that's, if you get one, kudos to you, but you really need to figure out, if you're the front office, it's much more doable for you to say, take it upon myself to say, as a team builder, I'm going to go just buy whatever I can to build a great roster and help whatever level of quarterback I have at the time. I can't just snap my fingers and create a Hall of Fame quarterback.
No.
I can sort of snap my fingers and build an offensive line and build out a roster, but you have to be willing to do certain things when it comes to the salary cap. And they're not that way. So with their mindset, I'm with you. They're going to have a Hall of Fame quarterback.
They would need injuries to 2 NFC teams and 3 AFC teams this year. I think they're probably the 6th best team in the NFL going into this year. And so you got to win the war of attrition. And maybe you can do that to win a division, but depending on that for 5 teams that are built better than you, it's tough. Gavin, here you go with your wacky sports takes. Please let Wolchuk and Broadus talk sports. Hey, if you think this is a contender, have at it. I would bet your ass a lot of money this team is not winning the Super Bowl anytime soon with this kind of roster construction. The Cowboys build rosters to maximize revenue, not their chances of winning the Super Bowl. And that's something that I think is well established at this point.
Yeah, there's if you just look through the conference of the teams that probably after this season can make quarterback changes, Commanders, what's going on in Minnesota right now, right? You know, that guy's up, his contract's up, right?
Yeah, Kirk Cousins will be a free agent.
So we see there, Green Bay might not be in the right situation. Chicago looks set. Tampa, New Orleans, Atlanta could be. I mean, you know, Seattle. I know Seattle extended their guy. Rams, Arizona. I mean, there are teams that are going to have to. You got to strike while all these teams are trying to figure out their quarterback situations.
Yeah,
you know that's where you're at right now, and you know. But like I said, I'm coming over to your side about things. You better figure out the offensive line stuff here with the Cowboys.
Well, a great topic from David Hillman. Salute to him, and we look forward to his continuing coverage of the Cowboys and several other stories. And there is an addition to Cowboys Twitter. I did not get to this new TV show that's coming out about a fascinating Cowboys story and a piece of history. I'll give you that audio coming up at 4:40. We can talk about that. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is coming up next. Where are you taking us, sir?
We've got a couple of new Chick-fil-A menu items, including this sandwich, which leads us into the top 10 craziest fast food items of the last decade. What's the craziest thing you've had at a fast food spot next?
I'm not sure, but I can tell you that the best place to get new diamond jewelry is at Diamonds Direct for sure. It's brought to you by Soda, state of the art, by Baby Dolls. Join Wolchuk out there. Is that tomorrow or is that tonight?
That's tonight. I will be out there tonight, 7 to 9 p.m., 10250 Shady Trail. We got $2 beer and well drinks. Barbecue's free all day. Come party.
Show up early and help him set up the table.
Yeah, I got to set everything up.
Nice.
And I don't know what the hell I'm
They're
doing.
trusting you with that?
They shouldn't be.
Yeah, Austin, if you're ever just curious, if you're trying to get ahead of things, when you see the button-up shirt and the gel in his hair, you know it's a Dolls Wednesday.
That's what the ladies like.
That's what the ladies want.
Okay, well, give them what they
And
want.
football
Wolchuk.
talk, too.
And
You're good
football.
at that.
They like football talk over there.
They
No
like
lap
a well-dressed
dance
man and babies. That's what I know about ladies. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. Truckwreck.com, 214-333-3333, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas. Now here he is, Zach with an H, the Wooly Bully.
Chick-fil-A. Oh, how I miss you and love you well.
Polynesian sauce.
Can't believe you gave that managerial job up.
I know. But hey, I got to do something that I've wanted to do forever. It's a dream, and it's now in my rear view. But
sell chicken?
You worked the hell out of that drive-through window.
I sure did, man. I sure did. Now, we've got a couple of new menu items for the Chick-fil-A.
Did they retire your headset in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I mean, I've got a plaque.
In Atlanta, do they have a Hall of Fame wing for
Best
you?
damn manager to ever live.
As a former manager, were you privy to these new menu items before the rest of the general population?
I've known about this for 2 years.
Wow.
Whoa. Okay,
It's a long time in the making to come up with such random.
Well, they got to test it out, and that's what happened. So that you got
Clearance?
like California, usually Atlanta, their
They
home
should
base,
just,
their
if they
headquarters.
want a tester, just dial up the bully.
I'm here for you. So a couple years ago, they were while I was still working, we heard that they were testing out this new menu item. It is a honey pepper pimento chicken sandwich. So it's got pimento cheese, which is custom made by Chick-fil-A. The combination of sharp cheddar cheese, green chilies, and red pimentos work together to create a savory, melty spread atop the original Chick-fil-A filet. Then you've got the jalapenos, the jalapenos, never used before in a Chick-fil-A entree and sourced especially for the brand's menu item. The mildly pickled jalapenos deliver just enough heat to balance the sweet and salty flavors. And then you got the honey. Sweet and smooth. The drizzle of honey on our warm toasted buns adds a subtly sweet flavor to tie everything together.
Man, this sounds outstanding with just the pimento cheese and honey.
You don't want that. You can go no jalapenos.
You're an anti-jalapeno guy?
I do like the jalapeno flavor, but I need them very finely diced.
I would have never thought
Yeah.
you were a pimento cheese guy.
Now, I'll do the pimento cheese with the honey. That sounds nice.
Did you draft the pimento cheese sandwich in our master's menu draft?
I did not.
Somebody.
I did.
Oh, it
because
was
of the master.
But
Yeah.
I've had
Lucius
it.
schooled all of us in that draft. Lucius crushed it with his draft.
I do remember.
He came away with like chips, dessert, and the sandwich.
It was a well-rounded.
It was very
meal.
well-rounded, 100%. Lucius did a great job. Now, Peyton Russell of Sean and RJ, Pepe, as they call him.
My guy's on the come up, man.
He is. Peyton's not a big fan of this menu item from Chick-fil-A. Here's what Peyton had to say.
I got to put Chick-fil-A on blast. Love your chicken. It's by far the best fried chicken out there in a fast food chain.
About to get
Now,
political.
Spittle may not be happy with it. We don't want to take off potential advertisers.
But no, okay, you're right. So
You're right.
They featured a new sandwich out there.
You're right. So I'm going to continue. Anyway,
last story here. I gotta go strong. Chick-fil-A has put out a chicken sandwich with pimento cheese on top. I've had it by itself, maybe with a cracker. I've never had it on chicken sandwich. And when I read this story, I almost stopped going to church because of it. Because it's ridiculous that you're going to put pimento cheese and ruin that chicken sandwich.
But you like pimento cheese by itself?
Yeah, but
Have you ever had it on a chicken sandwich?
No.
It's incredible.
No, not on Chick-fil-A chicken sandwiches. It's different. You don't touch that chicken.
I don't like pimento cheese.
Yeah,
Bobby
what you
doesn't
say
like
about
anything.
food doesn't count.
Yeah,
Why?
exactly.
I'm a person.
You and
I
Kevin
have thoughts
Hagelin?
and
Exactly.
Your
Here we
opinion
go.
does not count.
If it's on a Popeyes chicken sandwich, I'm down.
Oh, shots fired at Popeyes. That's two sponsors.
I love you, Peyton. UNT Mean Green for life. He gives his unfiltered opinion.
Is it just because he's so in love with the generic Chick-fil-A sandwich that he
Yes.
doesn't want? Like, why?
It doesn't need
mess up
anything
a good
else.
thing,
It's not
kinda?
asking. It's not wanting for more. Now, here's the thing, Pepe. You can still get your Chick-fil-A sandwich. This is just another option for other people for a limited time for like the 2 months that Chick-fil-A is going to do this to where you have another menu item.
But he's so offended by the notion of the pimento cheese on the Chick-fil-A chicken that he's questioning whether or not there is a God. That's where he's found himself.
I don't know if I'm going to go to church anymore. The other menu item that sounds maybe better to some would be the caramel crumble milkshake that they're also going to debut this week.
Wow.
Gosh, yes.
Okay.
Sounds pretty sexual.
I've been on a big caramel kick lately.
Have you? Okay, well, you're going to love this. And I do think Chick-fil-A, and I know I'm biased, I think we got the best, and I say we.
I know you do.
We got the best fast food shake.
Cowboys and Chick-fil-A, it's we for Wolchuk.
It always is, baby. All right, so I got the top 10 craziest fast food items of the last decade. Let me know if you guys have heard or tried any of these. The burger drippers is one honorable mention from Jack in the Box.
Okay.
Now, they went with a deep fried burger. Now, they're not the first one, but this was a crispy fried cheeseburger, and the burger had lettuce and tomato, and they fried the whole thing.
Man, that's tough.
And it's supposed to be perfect for dunking, but it looks disgusting.
Really?
Like, I don't think you needed to fry this whole thing.
That's
Probably
a state
not.
fair thing. Like, leave that to the state fair. You know, there's like 6 weeks out of the year where it's like you can just fry anything and it's cool and no one can get upset at you about it. Save that for the fair, man.
Yeah.
People will talk about the fried green tomatoes, but I don't think you could fry vegetables unless it's like the tempura kind of thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
If it's tempura, I'm in. But if you're just straight breading and like frying,
You're right. They do a good job with like the vegetable tempura, like broccoli and zucchini, sweet potato.
with the light, airy kind of batter to it, but
Yeah.
heavier. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't.
Jack in the Box is interesting too because it's not inherently weird, but the fact that they have egg rolls on their menu is
Yes.
still just like a weird thing to me.
And
I
a
wasn't
chicken
really-
teriyaki bowl.
I would love to be on.
that's-
I
I
would love to be on
wasn't
Jack in the Box's planning committee for like food.
Where there's
Or, like,
clearly no bad ideas.
There's no bad ideas. You know, seriously.
No accountability.
No accountability. Like you probably like maybe partake in some few things.
Absolutely.
Party your brains out a little bit.
Yeah.
And then go for it and like, let's have a meeting. Oh, hey, I was thinking about this fried ice cream. Oh yeah, let's go.
But
Yeah.
on a cheeseburger,
Yeah.
and then you got like
Exactly.
egg rolls and
Yeah.
straw.
Yeah.
And so you're sort of drinking through an egg roll
Yeah.
while consuming
I'm
the
telling
duck
you,
sauce.
Hey,
Yeah,
when they
well.
put together the fries and onion rings together, that right there, that's example right there of all you need to know about how great Jack in the Box is.
Hey, 817, their friend's making that fried pho that was a finalist for the state fair. That sounds absolutely delicious. Maybe Jack in the Box will pick up on that too. Not just fried egg rolls. We got fried pho.
I'm not sure how
How
you're
do you do
frying
the
a
liquid?
soup.
How do you do the
frying a
liquid?
soup?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just basically what goes
Well, they
inside
fry
the
beer.
soup.
You know, they fry
Yeah, that's
beers
true.
and stuff.
But it didn't look like there was any liquid in the picture that I saw. Number 11 is the double down from KFC. If you remember that, instead of having buns, it was literally just the pieces
Donuts.
of fried chicken.
Oh,
we'll get to
It
the
was
donut.
okay, yeah, the chicken. I was actually a huge fan of that. I think that's
Was
a,
it
that's
good?
a- that's a
I never
dang good
tried it.
idea.
That's perfect for Chief. He just eats bowls of ground beef.
That's what I'm saying.
Just
though.
the protein.
Like what's
Never
the,
seen anything like
Dude, if you
this.
told me if any place was like, hey, you can have the bun or we can just put more meat on it, I think we all just be like, yeah,
No.
just
Yeah.
let's throw another
Most
patty
people
on that
like a
bad
bun.
boy.
Yeah.
that meal they throw everything into a bucket meal that they have for $5. Was it the fill-up meal? The
Hey.
KFC,
Oh, the bowls.
the fill-up
KFC's famous bowls.
Their famous bowls are
Another
special.
brilliant idea.
Great
That's
idea. They do
yeah.
some good things. Number 10 is a Cheesa, which is also from KFC. And it's exactly what it sounds like, a personal pizza that swaps out a traditional dough base for a piece of fried chicken.
See, that,
Now
you
I'm
got
kind of
me,
in.
bro.
Yeah.
This
It
is
sounds like these are not necessarily bad ideas.
Hey.
They're just crazy.
If
They
you
are,
could, if
yeah.
you could make a pizza platform out of the Chick-fil-A strip, I'm in.
Oh,
Nice
that'd
and
be
thin.
delicious.
Just got to be good.
I did see a TikTok person
Probably
making
roll that out. I
making a
bet you could do
Chick-fil-A
that.
pizza. They had like normal. It was normal dough, but
Pound
then
it.
they did like Chick-fil-A sauce as the pizza sauce, and they were putting the waffle fries and the
Oh,
nuggets
and
and
some
stuff.
nuggets. That's a
and
great
they made
idea.
like a Chick-fil-A pizza. It actually looked incredible.
Cheetos sandwich is number 9. This is also from KFC. And now Taco Bell did it first with their Cheetos stuffed quesadilla a few years earlier, but they ended up doing the same thing at Chick-fil-A. It consisted of a crispy chicken fillet loaded with Cheetos sauce and a handful of Cheetos on the top as well.
I like Cheeto dust as a kind of a
binder
crust.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Yeah. Let's grind them up, use them. It's like using cornflakes.
Number 8 is pickle juice slush, which Sonic came out with.
That's a hangover meal right there. Pickle juice is really good for the hangover.
Yeah, it's good for
And
the cramps. Yeah. Number 7 is a Fritos chili pizza, which Papa John's came out with.
Oof.
Boo. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll pass.
I love a good Frito pie.
That sounds like heartburn waiting to happen.
But I want that Frito pie to come from a high school football concession stand.
Oh my gosh!
On like a Friday or Thursday
this
night.
Sounds bizarre. Number 6 is a buffalo latte from Tim Hortons.
Jeez. I'm sorry.
Tim Hortons is a coffee shop, right?
Yeah.
Buffalo is in buffalo sauce, or is it actual like bison?
It's they put it limited time. It's a latte that's garnished with a sprinkle of buffalo seasoning.
Oh, it's around the rim like a margarita glass?
Yeah.
Like sugar?
Yeah,
or
and
salt?
I guess if you drink it out of the cup, you get some of the buffalo seasoning, so it adds a little spice to it. It sounds disgusting.
See, people use cayenne for that.
The spicy drink thing is just not.
Is that what the tahine? The tahine?
Yeah, the tahine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you put that on, or you could put it on like a fruit or something.
Mhm.
But yeah, not for me.
Number 5 is chicken-flavored chocolate truffles from KFC, which was experimented in New Zealand.
I'm pretty sure Taco Bell did like a chocolate quesadilla.
Did they?
Like a chocadilla.
I could see
And
that
they
working.
partnered with like Hershey's or something for it.
Number 4 is Taco Bell's firecracker burrito, which was Taco Bell's version of Pop Rocks, essentially. But it was an alternative to hot sauce. It had a cayenne flavoring. Number 3 is a T-Rex burger.
Oh, this has to be Burger King.
This was Wendy's. Yeah.
Surprised we haven't gotten any of these Burger Kings where they're putting. They used to put like
this was a
blueberries and
9-patty.
cherries on
This is a
burgers.
9-patty burger dubbed the T-Rex burger.
How did you
Eric.
not have this, Chief?
Yeah.
9 patties?
I missed the boat on that one.
Was this a Jurassic Park tie-in?
It probably was. Yeah. Well, in 2012,
9
there was
patties.
one standalone restaurant that chose to go rogue and offer this colossal 9-patty
Oh.
burger dubbed the T-Rex burger.
If that would have been nationwide, if that would have been franchise wide, I would have stopped in. That was 2012. That was high school for me. That was peak prime eating.
Yeah, it was. You were ready to rock. Number 2 is the waffle taco from Taco Bell,
There you
which
go.
they came out with in 2015. It was replaced
That was a
then by a
breakfast taco,
biscuit
wasn't it?
taco. Yep.
I never had it, but I actually felt like that was a pretty standard, just damn good idea.
I thought it was pretty fun. But number 1 is the donut sandwich from KFC.
Let's go.
And this is where they did donuts instead of the bun
Yes.
on a fried chicken sandwich.
Okay, I've done it with a burger before, a donut burger, and I would recommend that 10 out of 10. I assume with the fried chicken, it's probably delightful as well.
Absolutely. Can't miss.
Some idiot put an egg on it, I'm sure.
But I do have one point of clarification. This goes to something Chief just said and Peyton Russell. It's only fried chicken if that's the bird butchered and then fried. I think once you form it into a strip or a tender or a nugget.
What about a fillet? Like a breast?
I don't yes, a breast just battered and fried, bone in, that's fried chicken.
Okay, so it has to be bone in to be considered fried chicken?
Yes.
Okay.
I kind of feel like fried chicken, the bones have to be in.
When you say fried chicken, I think we all think of a bone-in version.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The nuggets
Yes.
are fried, but if you tell me we're getting fried chicken and I show up for some chicken nuggets,
No, that's just chicken.
I'm going to be like, I was
Yeah.
this is more of
Yeah.
an 8-year-old birthday party
and
than
you're
an
not
adult.
alone. There would be a lot of people that would come into Chick-fil-A and be like, can I get a leg and a thigh? And it's like, well, we don't actually have that, sir.
First time around here.
Yeah.
Maybe try the spicy chicken stand-down.
Yeah, no doubt.
I respect that guy, though, a
Me
lot.
too.
It's a good question. All right. Thank you, Wolchuk. New TV show coming out about a fascinating piece of Cowboys history, and you got to know about it. Plus, we have some QB skill set rankings. What are the takeaways there? As the show continues right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm very fired up, though, to announce the new partnership with Platinum Ford. Gilchrist Automotive, very proud to announce the all-new Platinum Ford store in Terrell between I-20 and Highway 80, located just minutes from the Metroplex. You've heard about
Classic Chevrolet, they do everything with purpose. That's why they're offering you their best model year-end savings on new Silverados. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Your upgrade is their purpose. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. These .com folks over there at the Cowboys can do things with purpose and generate some really cool movies, really, or TV shows. You know, online videos is, I guess, what it started as. But this is going to be on CBS 11 tomorrow. It's going to be on YouTube. It's going to be on Cowboys Now, the Deep Blue series that's done, you know, a number of cool pieces over the years. I'm sure Brian can tell us more about it. Like the Finish the Fight series was epic.
Yeah.
But this one is on a story that I had not heard anything about. Tom Landry death threat during Monday Night Football in the 1986 season, Brian.
Yeah, it was. The matter of fact, my buddy over there who still works with security, Larry Wansley, he tells a great story, and I need to effort to get Larry on with us.
Okay,
I need to reach out because this is a fascinating story about, you know, Landry and how they.
Apparently, the backstory is he told a version of this story to one of the writers over there. And she took it and investigated it further.
Right.
And that was like the beginning of the process of tying all this together.
Right.
So here's a little teaser just to whet your appetite for what's going to be available tomorrow.
Well, it was a typical Monday night game. Everybody remembers that game.
Things were going off the rails.
We didn't know what it was.
He was the stoic presence, always with the same look, always the same demeanor.
The security walks up behind Coach Landry and they just walk off the field with him.
I'm sitting in the press box and I'm looking and it's like, well, where's Tom going?
And they described a threat to Coach Landry's life, which they deemed very credible and potentially imminent.
Well, Tom Landry is being escorted off the field, and we would have to assume some sort of threat.
And that's how it ends. It's some sort of threat for Tom Landry. Do you remember watching the game on TV at all, Brian? Who does remember it out there?
I do not remember the game. I remember the story and stuff like that, though. But because they were trying to talk about, there's him wearing a vest.
Oh, a bulletproof vest?
Wearing a bulletproof vest and all that. But it was some turbulent times. You know, there were like Coach Landry and the Cowboys, I mean, they had a lot of success, and so
it's on .com already.
Yeah,
I see. Close to the vest.
Yeah.
Oh no, this is the trailer. This is what we just played.
Yeah.
The Close to the Vest trailer. 1986 was a tumultuous season for the Cowboys, but nothing could have prepared them for the December death threat on Monday Night Football. A credible threat. Who would want to kill Tom Landry?
I know.
Well, there were a lot of people. A lot of people, you know.
Was it wins and losses related?
Was it Washington or Philadelphia?
A lot of people just did not like the Cowboys. You know, that was something that, you know, it was that whole America's team thing and all that. And
cheerleaders.
You had a lot of folks that at that time were just, the Cowboys had some great success. You know, it was coming towards the end for Landry. 88 was, you know, towards the end. But, yeah, it was one of those things where I'm surprised there wasn't more of these things that Coach Landry and the Cowboys had to deal with.
You think it was a Washington fan back in the day?
You know what? I always wanted to ask Larry Wansley that question.
Yeah, who did it?
But Larry's he's speaking close to the vest. He won't. I mean, he's
not going to tell you.
Well, Larry's a former CIA guy.
Yeah,
and
he knows a lot of information.
He knows. He's seen things that would scare you. I mean, he's had conversations before with.
Have you ever had a dead bird welcome him by good morning?
Yeah,
headless
dead bird might be something we need to talk to him about. But yeah, this just goes back to the Cowboys and like really the hatred, you know, I mean, of what was going on in that time.
Debuts tomorrow night at the end of our show, 7:00 Central. They posted Howley fame last week with the Chuck going into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
91, the season that launched a dynasty. That thing is from last year. They got all kinds of great stuff here at DallasCowboys.com with his Deep Blue series.
The one that Kent Garrison, Rob Phillips did about Bill Parcells' last ride.
Oh, yeah.
Watch that one. That one was really, really well
A Path to Safety about Darren Woodson.
Darren Woodson's a good
Nick
one,
Even
too.
was big in that one. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
The story of Drew Pearson catching hail I mean, this is outstanding stuff. I think if you're a Cowboys fan and you don't understand the history of it, I mean, from Barry Switzer to Jerry Jones and Tom Landry, Roy Williams, Moose.
They've done some draft ones too.
They have. The draft ones are amazing.
The draft ones are really good because you get guys like Chris Hall and others who've been here since 1990 that were able to kind of talk about it. But yeah, they take a lot of pride in that. They've won sports Emmys. They get nominated every year.
No, they do a fantastic job. Roxy
sports.
and everybody that's a part of that over there.
I mean, it's a very talented crew to not just be able to cover it from a written media and do a little bit of TV, but to produce these kinds of shows that are like NFL Network quality, or I would say a little bit better than NFL Network quality. A lot of good folks up there working at your website.
It's like Cowboys 30 for 30 style.
Yeah,
for sure.
Absolutely.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. We're back into football's finest coming up next, aren't we, Chief?
Yes, sir. Beast mode in the booth. The real reason Zach Martin is back and got his bag, and some good old-fashioned fat shaming. Next
okay.
The hell?
Yeah, we're always up for it.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Shoot ya, it's hour 4 of the Nation coming up at 6:30. Rangers are going to be looking for a sweep tonight against the Angels after taking care of business once again. So we'll have Jared Sandler on coming up at about 6:15. We'll have a proper round tripper featuring Zach Wolchuk coming up at 6. Of course, the Expressway is only 20 minutes away now, and LA Live with Lucius is on deck at 5:40. So the next 90 minutes, action-packed, star-studded, award-winning. Here's the Chief, though, with your football's finest.
Okay, so Zach Martin, the contract details are out. $36.85 million over the next 2 years. That's from Todd Archer, and looks like that .85 there, 850 GBOs. That's what he was fined throughout missing the 21 days or whatever of training camp. So they made up for it down to the penny. They weren't able to revoke the fine, so they just comped him additional $850K on that $36 million.
Backfiring on the owners a little bit here, huh?
Yeah, dude, I think
these
so.
fines are unrescindable. Okay, the agent will just take it out of your butt then. How about that?
Boom. Easy money. So I did love that little nugget, but I was also thinking, you know what, they've probably been spying on Eagles camp, and they were like, you know what, we can't afford to risk not having a Hall of Fame guard when we go up against this damn Jalen Carter.
Is he killing it?
And this was our nightmare on draft night. We were like, okay, NFC's nightmare, who takes who and what makes you sad? And of course, it's Jalen Carter, the best talent in the draft, falling to number 10 to the Eagles. And that's exactly what happened. And now it's starting to play out exactly how we didn't want to, because they were doing their joint practices with Cleveland. He was reportedly the star of the defense. Jalen Carter reportedly recorded 2 sacks, a tackle for a loss, a fumble recovery, and a QB hit that nearly caused an interception. He apparently pancaked Joel Bitonio, who's an all-pro guard for the Browns during 11-on-11, and Big Fletcher Cox notes recently that it's fun to see Carter go out there and, quote, destroy people. This is heartbreaking.
He was the best player in the draft, but I think it's just the Eagles' hype machine. They were doing dirty stuff, Joel Bitonio said. I think he was cheating.
I'd be claiming that too if a rookie who's never played a real snap in an actual NFL game was pancaking me, hitting my quarterback, sacking my quarterback, TFLing my running back, recovering fumbles.
Did you see any of that with your own eyes?
This is not.
I did not.
This is not surprising at all, though.
No, he was
I
the
guess
best
I can
player.
hold out a little hope that
He's
this
the
is
best
all
player.
just bull.
It's made up.
Yeah.
It's made up. It's fake.
If he didn't have all that stuff come down about the
drinking and driving,
the death and
yeah.
all that stuff like that with the staffer there at Georgia, the folks that lost their lives, and I mean that was the question. And then there were people that were talking about when you it wasn't just that.
No, it started with McShay.
Yeah, there were other things, and the more that everybody really dug in, it was like this is all for real.
Well, maybe he'll only dominate for a short period of time and then be drugged out.
Oh no, he is
going to dominate though.
He is. He absolutely is.
Yeah, he was the best player in this class,
Absolutely
it's just unfortunate the team he ended up on.
Yeah, there's people that did not take him because, again, of off the field stuff. They weren't sure what was going to happen to him criminally.
Mm-hmm.
That was the big. Much like with Lyle Collins. Lyle Collins was probably a first round talent, and all of a sudden he goes all the way through the draft because nobody knows where the criminal investigation is going to go here.
Now
but he's a good practice player. He's not going to.
Yeah, game day wise, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's the hope right now. I mean, the Eagles lose Hargrave, but I mean, the thought that maybe they got a better player is out there, and that's,
they very well could have.
He's a more talented player.
Yeah.
He is.
The one you need to worry about is is Smith, right? The
Nolan
Smith.
Yeah, I saw him bending the edge in that first preseason.
Yeah, the
game.
one Nolan Smith. The fact that they were going to take him at 10.
Yeah,
he goes to 30,
and he goes to 30.
Yeah, Mozzie doesn't work out. And Nolan Smith's really good. That's the dude, and Joey Porter Jr.
Are you okay? We got to move on now.
There's a lot of
raccoons. There's some sadness. We'll get to the drunken raccoons that are terrorizing people in Germany, hopefully in a few moments. But we continue football's finest with the first ever slam ball audible in the middle of it, thanks to Beast Mode jumping in the ESPN2 booth and hanging out for a little slam ball color
analyzing.
Now, this is trampoline basketball, right?
This is trampoline basketball,
I
and
like
there's
this.
some violence. It's really just like all sports combined into one,
dude.
And it's really, really cool.
Well,
and
you're trampolining, trying to block shots too,
You're
right?
blocking shots.
Defend the rim.
You're
smacking each
crushing people. There's some violence involved, but there's a ton of athleticism and courage involved as well. Beast mode, of course, was number 24 in the NFL. And apparently number 24 for this slam ball team was crushing it. And so he was on live broadcast. We'll get to the other clip in a second where he's accidentally using words that he can't use, and so there's just like muted moments in the middle of the broadcast. But here is just some good old fashioned beast mode slam ball color analysis.
Collision. Look, get the ball. 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 Hey, man, get the ball.
Stanford trying to find a cutter, settles back on the island.
Good
Had it
defense.
stripped away by Lawbacher.
Hey,
Shot
now
clock
do
is
your
turned
Dougie.
off.
Do your
And Amir
Dougie.
Smith.
Do your Dougie. Hey, that's 2-4. You know what I'm talking about?
That's your boy.
Yeah.
That's your boy. That's your man.
We need more Marshawn.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, he's great. He's great. Hopefully, this is more than just a one-time occasion here for slam ball.
I thought he was going to play.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to Marshawn Lynch.
There are
dunking.
some clips of him trying, and
Okay.
it's difficult. Like getting
I
the
bet that
hang
would
of the
take getting used
trampoline,
to.
you got to adjust to that a little bit.
As the young kid at ESPN was trying to be very professional in the broadcast. He was trying to get the actual play-by-play.
Get the ball.
So they're
Marshawn
live.
not letting him have it.
They're live, and there's like a 7-second delay on live television or whatever. So if someone cusses, they can just like clear out. There's no bleeping it. It's just like you just have to mute whatever's going on. So you'll notice Marshawn getting overexcited and things get dead for a second when his guy number 24 continues to dunk on people's domes.
Amir Smith throwing it down, and Marshawn is loving it. Hey, you know, because he got the 2-4 on. All right. You know what? I respect that, too.
So that was Jordan Grant because he laid it in and put his hand on it. That's a two. Alonzo Scott caught on body.
Because he was, and this happened on multiple occasions where they just had to bail out of the audio because Marshawn was getting a little bit too fired up. But I'm here for this, man. I mean, the only way you can make slam ball better than it already is adding, just dropping a little beast mode in there.
Little Skittles.
Yeah, and we don't need to edit the audio. Let's just let that fly. You know,
we need ESPN 2, bro.
Yeah, we need like an internet version of it or something where you get the full beast mode experience, please.
Agreed, 100%. Now, anybody watch Hard Knocks last night?
Yeah, underwhelming.
Okay,
minus the beginning of it. I thought the beginning was pretty fantastic.
I didn't see it. All I saw was a little bit of a
the Mentalist guy.
No, I saw a clip of that.
That was amazing.
I figured you would have led football news of the day, upset at your guy Aaron Rodgers for some fat shaming he did.
Well, it seemed like it was just kind of bro
Over my
talk.
man, James Campen.
Yeah, the
James
offensive line
Campen.
coach.
I know James was with us in Green Bay.
So there's
He's a player for us.
The Jets and the Panthers are doing some joint practices, and apparently a former Packers assistant coach is now an assistant coach for the Panthers. And so Aaron Rodgers, when he sees him at practice, he runs over to him and he greets him with, some good old-fashioned brotherly love, and here's how it sounded.
Catch up with an especially close friend he knew in Green Bay, James Campen, now a coach for the Panthers.
Get out! What's up, little bitch, huh? What are you doing? What are you doing, huh? You look fat as shit. You said 260. No, I did not. Yeah, we said 260.
I did not.
No, 79. What are you at? 501.
Hey there, little B. You look fat as bleep, by way of hello. That's Aaron Rodgers. Who is this? It's
James
offensive line coach?
Yeah, the offensive line coach now for the Panthers was the offensive line coach in Green Bay.
There was talk that maybe that Mike McCarthy was trying to get him to be the coach here. And
I remember that.
Carolina wouldn't let him leave. Remember, their coaching staff got fired.
Yeah, that's right.
And the Panthers said, "No, we're not letting him get out of the building."
Don't you want your offensive line coach to be a little bit hefty? Isn't that sort of like? Isn't that a positive when you look at your offensive line coach? Like, yeah,
Dante Scarnecchia, who used to be with the Patriots for like 20-something years,
rail thin,
was a tiny guy.
Okay,
one of the best line coaches in the league.
Okay,
I don't mind it. I think it's good to get a little fluff.
I think it's fun.
I like it.
Mike Tice, kind of
Us
big
guys.
Mike Tice.
Oh,
big
Mike
guy.
Tice.
Yeah.
It makes me believe
Grimm.
Mike Munchak.
Yeah. I want giant, thick forearms too, like thicker than regular biceps.
Yeah.
You know, that tells me you played the spot. You know, you're coming in here with the experience.
Mark Colombo, right? Slimmed
Mark
down once he
Colombo.
became a coach, right?
No, for sure. But that's still
But
just
still
a
a
giant
huge human
monster.
being, no doubt.
A lot of people were upset with Aaron Rodgers for doing this to his old guy.
That's why I
but
didn't like the episode.
This is the male love language. I mean,
No,
that's how you know they're legit friends.
It was. I mean, I don't think a lot of other people could have done this, but Rodgers and him go.
Have you watched the last 2 episodes?
I have.
Okay, have they shown any team meetings or anything like that?
They have.
Oh, have they?
Yeah.
So team means like personnel meetings.
It's really only been the defensive meetings and then Robert Saleh just addressing the team.
Okay, I'm just talking about like scouts and stuff.
No scouts, no.
See, that's what I.
I'm just thinking of Aaron Rodgers saying, "You look fat as bleep."
Oh yeah. Well, he said, "You told me if you didn't get down to 270, I was going to kick you in the balls." And well, he didn't do that.
They had a disagreement on what the goal weight was.
Yeah,
so
and then he just told him to go F himself.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. But that's a pretty special moment from Hard Knocks.
Yeah, they just don't show those meetings and stuff anymore. The personnel meetings.
No,
and
No,
stuff.
they're not. The Browns ruined that.
Yeah.
With that awkward interaction with Hugh Jackson basically saying, I don't care what you guys
Todd
think.
Haley, right?
I'm giving the guys the day off. Yeah, Todd Haley was in there. I think it was Dorsey who was their GM at the time. Yeah, they're not showing those. But Robert Saleh, I'm not sure if I'm vibing with him or not after these first 2 episodes.
Yeah, he doesn't seem.
I don't know if he's really getting me going with
Really?
his inspirational speeches.
That's going to be problematic, man. That's going to be problematic. You got to be a leader of men.
Just hope they're bad
you know?
in week 2. That's all I care
For
about.
Hard
me
Knocks,
too.
you got to have great wisdom and pep talks, or be toxic or funny. It's one of those 3 as a head coach. You know, any coach for that matter.
He does ooze testosterone.
And his favorite thing to say is, we'll go as far as you go. He says it to everybody. We'll only go as far as you go. That's his line.
It's like, everything's on you, man. Don't look at me.
Nope.
Don't be looking at me. It ain't about me. I can't help you. This is you, bro.
Hard Knocks needs to be over, right?
No, dude, we just got content with Aaron Rodgers calling his former offensive line coach a fat bleep.
Yeah.
You don't get that kind of content anywhere else, Broadus. This is Emmy Award-winning stuff.
Now, Rodgers is probably going to go on high alert and turn off the pipe
And
with good audio.
there you go.
That's the thing that stinks.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it was all worth it. If that's all we got, I'll
Sure.
chalk it up to a victory.
Yeah,
We'll see you next year, boys.
One likable moment from Aaron Rodgers, that's more than we've gotten in 10 years.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
He has seemed more likable.
His handshake that he's got going with Sauce Gardner.
That's good.
That's an all-timer.
Sauce is fantastic. We need more Sauce Gardner on that
More
show.
sauce?
More sauce.
I'm always about
and
more
Quinnen
sauce.
Williams is a fun guy.
He is.
I'm a fun guy.
That's noted. Now, that's not the only fat shaming that's taken place over the last 24 hours. We're all familiar with Tim from Carthage, right?
Yes, Timmy.
He's a mainstay. What
Pappy.
you drinking? What you thinking? Pappy,
Brian.
Rat. Yeah, that's right. That's our guy. Maybe when we do a little sound off, you'll hear from what sounds to be Nolan Ryan, but it's actually just Tim from Carthage. He's a sweet, sweet man.
We'll leave the line
and
on
he can
for
be
you.
brutally honest. And out of nowhere yesterday, he group texted myself and Wolchuk, and he sent a photo. And I have sent this photo over to Carter so that he can throw that on the Twitch, on the fan cam. Everybody else can get a good look at this one. And it's the photo of us hanging out with Dak after our sit down with him in Oxnard. And you'll see me on the far left of the photo.
Oh, it's up right now.
There you go.
He's got
It's a less it's not an overly flattering angle for myself.
I think Gavin's eyes are closed.
His
That's right.
Yeah, but at least he looks slim and trim. You know, he looks like a guy who's
Which
been
I
taking
thought
care of
was
himself.
good. Okay, fiance wife
Oh,
saw
man,
that photo.
wait a minute, here we go.
You're pretty beefy there. They're getting the zoom in.
They're getting the zoom in.
There's a lot of torso
What's up
on
with you
that one.
taking off your glasses every time you did that?
And I'm wearing, because there's always a glare on the glasses and it looks funky, you know. So I take them off.
That or the weight.
Honestly, that's the fattest I've ever seen you.
But the torso, there's a lot of torso there, and it adds to the funny that I'm wearing a cousin's barbecue shirt.
It does.
You know,
Like you just got done. And it might have been after we just got done noshing on that barbecue. You might have just been bloated at the
You're
time.
right, dude. I think it was the California barbecue drop-off that we had.
Could have been.
Shout out to Bledsoe's.
Fiance wife saw that photo though, and I thought I was looking like trim, like kind of fit.
I think you look good.
You know, because I was stretching out a little bit. I'm actually about 15 pounds overweight, and then I was like, man, that doesn't capture me too bad. She was disappointed that I looked so small. She's like, honey, you're the smallest one in there.
She's
and I'm
like a Jewish mother.
Is thin not good? You want me to be like fat?
yeah.
She would rather me be husky than fit.
Are you not
Really?
eating enough? Bubbalach. We got to get you some soup.
It's like, honey, I'm not going to kick anybody's ass if I'm 40 pounds heavier. I'm just going to be unhealthy.
What did she say about the Chris? What did she say about the Chris Young photo that one time?
I did not show her that one.
Yeah, don't show her that one,
look,
bro.
Gavin, you look like
emasculating.
you
We'll
look
have
like
a
you're
new hall pass
you look like
situation
you're in
going
fourth
down.
grade.
So Tim texts this photo to me and Wolchuk. This is by way of hello. This is basically him. He's Aaron Rodgers, and I'm the fat offensive line coach.
Yes.
And he says, damn, Eric, we're going to start calling you big guy. Zach, you're doing great. Keep it up. Eric, though, don't worry. I used to weigh 330 pounds. And then he followed it up with, okay, as if that wasn't enough, he says, you need to get on that soda, son. Last year, I swear you were 50 pounds less. So shout out to Tim from Carthage.
Pappy. I
shaming his
appreciate
balls
it.
off, and I deserve it, man. That's
Yeah.
it's not a good angle.
Thanks for keeping us accountable, Tim. Appreciate that trip around football there. Football's finest with Eric Chiafalo. Most days here in the G-Bag Nation. We'll be at Fat Daddy's tomorrow, living it up there in Mansfield. Please join us.
Apropos.
Of course, Fan Phenom
Yeah, it is.
Fan Phenom's going to be on it at 7 o'clock, and we'd like everybody to come out and try out to be our next co-host. Okay, it's time now for the Expressway. Everything that's been developing throughout the afternoon. We'll hit the Expressway, and then LA Live's coming up at about 5:40 with Lucius Alexander here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat Frankels, though, because life's on.
Network.